permittivity and magnetic permeability, you get 377 ohms of free space impedance. So if a vacuum or free space has impedance, then that means that there's an ether with substantive quality causing that impedance. They cannot call it that. They cannot unify it and acknowledge the substantive ether because, again, if you have a substantive background, you would have got a fringe shift if the Earth orbits the sun. And this is all objective.
Can I respond? Or
yeah, of course.
Okay, yeah. So the whole business of the being able to detect an ether. Let's grant for a moment that the electromagnetic field exists. I think we all agree on that. That there exists some sort of electromagnetic field. I think we agree on that. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Okay, so the electromagnetic field transforms in a particular way under space-time boosts, right? This is what special relativity is all about. And so in particular, it is what we might call invariant under these boosts. It doesn't change. And so you wouldn't be able to detect that even if you're moving through it. Even though, yes, it is like you can detect the electromagnetic field, it has this quality that makes it so when you are moving through it at any speed, it remains invariant. This is what's called a tensor, by the way. Like this is standard like first year grad school stuff.
Non
sequitur. Like this is not. No, this is literally not a non sequitur. It explains why the Michelson.
I said free space impedance, and you brought up electromagnetic fields.
You're talking about the yes, because you're talking about the electromagnetic.
Hey, let's change it up a little bit so that there's not so much contention. I think it's not good for the audience. So what we'll do is we'll change it to somebody on this side, Caleb or whoever wants to go first. You can have a minute to ask whatever one of them you wanted a question. When your question's done, then you have a minute to answer. You can respond for a minute, Caleb, and then they have a minute to close it out. So it should be 4 minutes for each person. We should be able to do this in a half hour if there's no craziness going on. So Caleb, go ahead. You choose who you want to ask a question. You have a minute. I've got a clock on the screen. We'll start.
I don't want to pick a specific person, but I would like to know what type of refraction is happening when we are seeing observations from over 273 miles away. Also, what type of refraction is happening when we're seeing mirror flashes from a 0-foot observer height over 40 miles? What type of refraction is happening with the Chicago skyline that is being refracted up into the horizon, supposedly on your guys' model? I just want to know how light, when you get into a denser medium, light bends down. So if we're looking over long distances and we're looking through a medium, the atmosphere, and it's most densest at the surface, we should all be able to tell from Derek's opener that light would bend down, not up. So I would like to hear specifically what type of refraction is happening when we're seeing these observations, these long distance photography observations from hundreds of miles all the time, as well as people from Chicago are seeing the Chicago skyline 4 or 5 times a week from 50 miles away. What type of refraction would you guys invoke?
So let me just address one point, and then anyone else can jump in.
We have a minute, so go ahead.
You answered your own question in your statement. The denser air, right, refracts light downward, right? You both said that, and Derek said that in his opener. And you showed a video of the sugar in the tank bending light downward. Now you're confusing bending light downward with objects moving downward, but bending light downward actually makes the object appear higher, which is why, and yes, you can shake your head. However, okay, it's very simple. Okay. An object with the light bending downward from where it is actually appears to make the object higher because the light is entering your eye on a downward angle.
So the light,
he keeps going.
That's literally how refraction works. You can't really, light coming in, your eye sees it going that way up. So it raises the object up. Downward refraction raises an object up. That is just how it works.
Okay, so you got a minute to retort. Oops.
Do you know how eyesight works?
Yes.
Do you know like what you're actually seeing is the light reflecting off of a distant object? So the light from the sun has to come down at an angle, right? As it's coming down to reflect off of the object that you're looking at, it's moving through a more dense medium as it comes, boom, boom, boom. And then it hits that object and it reflects over to you, which is what you see. Right. On its way over to you, it's bending downward. You cannot pretend like light bending downward somehow makes it appear higher in the air. Light, as it travels, moving downward, is going to appear lower. I don't know where this idea. In order for it to bend downward into your eye, it would have to be up above your eyesight to drop down into your level of eyesight.
Let me say one thing.
What about this? Did you not?
Hold on, Globey. It's now your time, buddy. So also, I wanted to suggest that Globey is saying that downward refraction refracts things upwards. This dude is literally contradicting himself in the exact same sentence. How is downward refraction refracting things up?
So they've got a minute. to retort. Go ahead.
Man,
yeah, so I can answer that. I actually recently mentioned this in one of my videos responding to Nathan Oakley, but this is directly from the University of British Columbia. So during something called a temperature inversion, I think we should all be aware of what that is, right? We have a layer of cold air, and then, we have the inversion layer above it, another layer of cold air after the inversion layer, which is going to be hot. And again, like I said, this is directly from University of British Columbia. Light bends down towards the denser air, but because our eyes assume the light we see travels straight, the object we are seeing appears higher than it actually is. Again, just like Globey showed, if you draw that bent line, the way that we're seeing it, we just draw a tangent off of that. So that would be the exact answer. Light bending towards the surface makes objects appear higher.
You can't see curved light, right? The light enters your eye straight, no matter where it's coming from, and hits the back of the retina. It's coming into your eye straight. So it assumes the object it's seeing from that light is straight ahead of it. Doesn't matter where the light's coming in. So if that light is bending down towards you, where it's entering your eye, you're going to draw a straight line from that, and that's where the object appears.
So a distant object that's the same eye level as you. Light hits that object, bends downward, and makes that object appear.
Yeah,
that's what they're saying.
Correct.
That's literally how eyes work. Can I show a picture?
Yeah.
Can you reference something that says otherwise?
Well, you guys are up next, so go ahead if you want to ask a question or you want to keep going on this topic.
Can't see it.
Yeah, instead of making it blur, change it to none.
All knows you put a pencil in water and it displaces down towards the more dense medium. It doesn't displace up.
Yeah, they're literally saying that it goes down, but it's seen up. It literally doesn't make sense what you guys are saying.
Ignore the mess that is my house. Okay, let's say this is a building. This is you. Light's bending down to you, right? Yeah. Like we realize light bends down. You're looking at a building. 2 light rays come off, bends down to your eyes. So what does it look like? Well, it's entering your eyes at an angle. So it'll look like it came from higher. That's all Globey's saying.
Well, it's patently false. You can demonstrate with that little cartoon.
This is just optics. This is just standard optics.
Demonstrate it then.
My guy, you can put a pencil in water and watch it be the denser medium below the pencil. The pencil will displace down towards the denser medium. Your cartoons don't change physical demonstrations.
Okay, Globe side. Globe, you can choose who you want to ask a question.
Can you
have a
show
minute.
us a physical demonstration?
They've got a minute. Go ahead, Globe.
Not with my hands, no. Like I don't have an experimental apparatus on me. I'm sorry.
Globe, go ahead.
What are we doing?
So I mean, maybe I just shouldn't harp on this, but like, how do you explain gravitational redshift in a laboratory?
That's your entire question? That's your whole minute?
I mean, I don't know. Do you guys have any other questions that you want to ask?
Nothing really in specific. No, I think that's probably a good topic to touch on.
Also, the Sagnac effect. That'd be.
Yeah, let's talk about the Sagnac
Let's talk
effect.
about that.
Yeah,
let's talk about the Sagnac.
I like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, what's the explanation? I mean, like whether you think it's an ether, whether you think that the Earth is whether you think there's an ether, or whether you agree with special relativity. In both cases, it shows motion. So
I don't think that the Globe side realizes that the Sagnac effect is in direct controversy to the special relativity of light. The special relativity theory literally states that the observer's velocity is not added to the c constant, the speed of light. So if we're picking up a different speed based on turning a table, turning an apparatus is creating a fringe shift in the apparatus, that cannot be explained through special relativity, and it directly contradicts it. As well, if you were to invoke the Sagnac effect into like ring laser gyros, which use GPS, which assume the globe and assume all sorts of other things, you should be able to take that ring laser gyro to different latitudes on the globe and pick up a different fringe shift. We do not see this because the Earth is not spinning 1,000 miles per hour.
Okay.
We still have
20 seconds.
And so as far as the Sagnac effect goes, you would also be able to pick up the Earth's rotation around the sun. It wouldn't only be limited to the rotation of the Earth. It would also be the orbit. But to add to what Caleb was saying, if the turntable is spinning and the light goes in one direction and they look in the other direction, if you go lower on the latitude line, the Earth would move slower and it would pick up a different fringe shift because the Earth is moving slower. The 15 degree per hour doesn't work when the fringe shift is based off of the speed of the light.
Go ahead, you got a minute. Go upside.
Yeah, so like, first, the Sagnac effect doesn't disprove special relativity. It is consistent with special relativity. Your understanding of it is flawed. It's not that the light speed is added, it's that the light travels a shorter distance. But that's neither here nor there. We can even reject special relativity if you want, and we can assume the ether theory for the Sagnac effect. You still see relative motion of the Earth through the ether. And what that means is that the Earth is moving. That's like whether you think it changes or not, like we observe motion, and that the burden is now on you to explain how that works. Because I've given a consistent model that makes it work. Both the ether, both an ether with a spinning sphere and an ether, and special relativity both explain this phenomenon. How does it work on a flat Earth?
You still have 20 seconds. Do you want to
Anything?
Sure. The moving it wouldn't change it because the Earth is rotating at 15 degrees per hour. You're talking about linear velocity, which that experiment is not measuring linear velocity. It's measuring rotational velocity. So you can shake your head, yes, but linear we don't measure rotations in linear velocity. So
you don't measure.
Oh wait, is the Earth's orbit not elliptical?
Go ahead, Globe. I mean, Globe. You have a minute.
Austin, if you want to say something.
Well, I just want to say I'll take like 20 seconds. The Earth's orbit is elliptical. It's not in a straight line. And of course, the Sagnac effect was really tested with Michelson, Gale, Pearson, and Michelson came out and said this verifies the ether and it perfectly matches our sidereal protection within 98%. And we know we have a sidereal rotation even on a stationary Earth around the Earth. So the real question is how come we didn't detect the orbit, but we detected the alleged rotation? And again, I just explained that you can't use linear velocity as a cop-out because it's actually elliptical, and they tested it out the entire year, and then Dayton Miller repeated it.
As well as the globe side is literally, hey, it's our time. Calm down. Impulse control, Globey. And literally these guys are assuming that the 15 degree that is picked up it just has to be the spin of this water ball that's spinning through space. When we have things like Mach's principle, there could be a translation of motion down to the ground through a sidereal rotation of the sky. Mach literally, Einstein admitted this in a letter to Ernst Mach in 1913. All of these guys have seen this information. They just act like they haven't.
No, let's talk about Mach's principle. Yeah. So let's do that. But by the way, so do we acknowledge that the Sagnac effect happens? That we observe a fringe shift? No, I'm not talking about laser ring gyros because they have quantum locking issues. But like you can do the apparatus and you can just do it without lasers, without any sort of locking. You can just do the apparatus and you will observe a fringe shift. Do we recognize that exists?
Yeah, there's a sidereal rotation. Yeah.
All right. So how does the rotation of the heavens affect that? Tell me.
Okay.
Let's hear about Mach's principle.
Yeah. So you first of all, you guys rebutted by saying the reason that Einstein on his deathbed said he didn't think it was true because he said that the lights are so far away that it wouldn't actually strongly affect it because it would have to be going faster than the speed of light to be spinning around a stationary Earth. Now, we don't believe in your stupid distances. We know that there seems to be a fluid-like medium. There's also a background medium which would transfer the motion down to a stationary Earth, and you get an effect of centrifugal force with the mediums exchanging the interaction.
Okay, so where is this fluid-like medium? Sorry.
Okay, so for one, medium? Yeah, like seemingly in the sky, right? And secondly, we also have a background medium.
What is this background medium, and is it detectable?
Yeah, it is detectable. We have the Casimir effect. We have vacuum energy, 0-point energy. You guys call it quantum foam. We have
Casimir effect requires special relativity.
We have dielectric. Nothing requires your theoretical interpretation. Nothing requires.
It was predicted by special relativity, well, by QED in particular.
Okay, so
that is evidence of QED, by the way.
No, it's not. So we have, dude, taking the effect observed and then claiming that your interpretation of it somehow is required for the observation to happen is insane. Okay, so that's why
let's stop there. Dude, we start a new minute. Whoever wants to take it, you take it this time, Austin. You get a minute to talk. Go ahead.
So when we look at a vacuum chamber, we have electromagnetic energy. We have the Casimir effect. We have 0-point energy, vacuum energy, quantum foam. There are many names for it. It is not just simply Newtonian emptiness. It has a substantive quality, and we have impedance of free space. So that is why there is a huge gap in current cosmology and quantum mechanics, because it cannot explain the substantive quality and then also reconcile Michelson-Morley. So we know that there is a background medium. So then if we have an actual rotation over top of a stationary plane, it would transfer this energy and this motion or this interaction down through the medium, and we will be able to detect it on the Earth with sensitive equipment such as interferometry. So it's pretty simple, and we have tons of evidence for the ether. I can quote even like Frank Welczak, Nobel Prize winner in Your Own Paradigm. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows that there is a background medium that we observe inside of a vacuum chamber. It's not simply Newtonian emptiness. And that's what quantum field theory acknowledges as well.
Make it a question.
So if there is a background medium, it would transfer this interaction down to the Earth. It's pretty simple.
And the light would be traveling on it, so it would change the speed of the light.
How's this motion transferred?
Through the medium.
By what mechanism? No, by what mechanism? Because we know how water transfers motion, for example. If you spin the middle of water, we know how that water transfers motion to the outside. By what mechanism is the motion transferred from the celestial sphere to the Sagnac, to the thing to the laser gyro, or to the the Sagnac apparatus.
Say I fill a bathtub up with water and I move my hand over the water, and I can move the water without touching the water. How does that interaction happen?
Wait, is your hand in the water or you're not in the water?
No, it's just above the water.
It's just wind. It's just wind.
Wind. So how does it happen? Explain specifically how
you're bumping air molecules into the water molecules.
Okay, so there's an exchange. There's a molecular exchange from your hand down through the medium to the other medium.
Yeah. So you're bumping molecules into you're
Yeah.
bumping molecules into other molecules. There are no molecules in this this medium that you're describing. Doesn't have molecules. It's just a background field. How does it happen?
The atmosphere isn't made of particles.
No, we're not talking about the atmosphere here, because presumably you don't think that the air is what's transferring this motion.
Well, actually, it would all play a role. So whatever the medium of space is, whatever the air is, the fluid-like nature of both of them, and the background medium would all be transferring this energy. But you're saying that energy couldn't transfer through the background medium. Then how do we have the electromagnetic fluctuations inside of a vacuum? We see energy transferred in a vacuum consistently.
What we don't see is what basically you're alluding to, which is frame dragging. That's not a thing in quantum electrodynamics. It's not a thing in quantum chromodynamics or any sort of quantum field theory for that matter. Frame dragging is what you need in order to have induced rotation from an outside medium.
Okay, so you're talking about isolating a very small scale and claiming that the overall effect that we detect with ring laser gyros don't happen. I could ask you the same thing. How come that we don't detect the rotation of the Earth on quantum electrodynamics scale?
Hold on, I didn't make the claim that we don't.
Why can we not detect the alleged rotation of the Earth on the quantum scale?
I don't even know if that's true, that we can't.
No, we definitely can't. And so the point is that I'm positive. So that's the whole point.
That's a claim.
Well, you just made the claim. You made the claim that it wouldn't work because you can't detect it, but you can't detect your idea of
No, I didn't. I didn't make the claim that it doesn't work because you can't detect it. I'm making the claim that it can't work because you haven't provided a mechanism to explain how it works.
It's a simple exchange of energy through a medium like we observe.
Okay, so how is that medium exchanging energy?
Okay, we'll go back and forth.
A frame dragging effect.
We'll go back and forth on that forever. So Globe side, you got a minute to ask a question. Whoever wants to ask, go ahead. You have a minute.
To move on to a different topic. I mean, kind of in the same field, but something different. In my opener, I had mentioned the pressure gradient, which, if you guys remember, I had discussed that, within a container or not, the only way we're going to observe this kind of gradient, especially on a flat Earth, is either A, you would have to accept gravity, which unfortunately would mean the flat Earth would coalesce into a ball, or B, you would have to say that the Earth is accelerating upwards at a rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. Obviously, you guys don't like those answers. I'm at least pretty sure that you're not okay with those answers. But with gravity, we can predict exactly this. The actual weight of the atmosphere above you, you can think of it almost like a column, is going to be causing the actual pressure. And again, that's something that we predict with gravity. So I guess I would want to know, where are you guys deriving this 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration from, and why is it consistent, between every single object we drop, for example, in a vacuum when no other forces are acting upon it?
If I can, guys. So to have a gradient at all, you have to have a container. So that's what we're invoking. Both our model has a container for the oceans, which water necessitates a container, as well as atmospheric pressure, atmospheric gases. They would also necessitate a container. So there is a container and there is a gradient to that container in the atmosphere. So we could ask you the exact same thing. We could ask you, how could you prove that you have atmospheric pressure when air pressure is literally measured by the exhortation on the actual container? That's how we measure air pressure, as well as you literally have to, like, when you're thinking of your guys' model, it's the atmosphere sitting right next to a vacuum of space, and they say that it's slowly getting away, it's slowly drifting out into space, the particles are going out into space slowly, but there is no mechanism to prove that they would go slow. If you can't replicate it at the surface of the Earth where gravity is supposedly strongest, you definitely cannot replicate it or invoke it that it's happening at the top of the atmosphere.
Okay, you got so who asked that question? Globes asked it?
Yeah, that was me that asked it.
Okay, and then you guys, so go ahead, you have a minute. Globe.
Yeah, so like I said, if we were inside of a container, what we would expect is that gas pressure is going to, again, this is if we don't have gravity acting upon it, unless you have another force that you could say. Whether we're in a container or not, again, the only way we're going to be able to figure that out, or that we're going to get that gradient, is because of a downwards acceleration. On a flat Earth, what we would predict is that because of diffusion, the gas molecules are going to spread out evenly, and you guys have not defined a force that could pull it down at that rate. That that's really all it comes down to. And unless you guys have something that we could, replace it with that is probable and testable, then I don't see any reason that we should have to accept that flat Earth has any way to explain it. Blitz or Globey, if you guys wanted to add something, go ahead.
Yeah. So the whole notion that like you can't have a gradient outside of a container, I just asked the question. There are continuous regions of water, right? Like you can draw a line all the way around either the flat Earth or all the way around the globe Earth, and there will be places where you can make a complete loop of water, right? Where's the container for the water? It doesn't have walls on all sides, right? Because you can make a complete loop. And yet we still see a pressure gradient.
Yeah, the ocean floor.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, so
but as well as the ground wall is
contained.
It's our time. It's our time. Start our minute. So the ocean floor is acting as a container, as well as the Antarctic wall that encompasses all of the Earth is acting as a container as well. So invoking that the center of the oceans doesn't have a container, it's connected to the outside of the oceans that is directly touching the Antarctic wall, as well as the bottom of the oceans is contained by the bottom of the ocean. So again, when we're talking about this, we have to realize that you cannot invoke anything. You can't show me air pressure. You can't show me gases staying at a gradient without a container, other than when Globey invokes the atmosphere, which is in question, which is a reification fallacy. It happens constantly when we bring this up. So I would like one experiment to prove that we can have atmospheric or gas pressure without a container. Can I get one experiment, and Derek take up the rest of the time?
Well, and also you guys saying that if gravity was a real thing on the flat Earth, it would crush the flat Earth into a ball. That's a straw man argument. Based off of the assumption that gravity pulls everything to the center. Ours is it's a downward vector generated by the electrostatics of the atmosphere. So for you to say that it would crush us into a ball and it's not possible to have this downward vector without this magical gravity, you're totally bleeding people in the...
Go ahead. You guys got a minute now?
What's the physical barrier on top of the ocean?
Are you asking why water has a level surface?
Question?
Are you asking why water has a level surface?
No, I'm not asking why it's level. You said the water is contained on all sides. What's containing what? You said a physical barrier needs to be on top of the water to have water pressure.
Okay, you have a whole minute. Hold on. Give them a whole minute to answer or to ask a question.
You said a physical barrier needs to be on top of the water to have pressure. Water has a lot of pressure. So what's containing it? I mean, yeah, it has sides. Sure, we'll agree it has sides. What's on top of it?
To be clear, the Earth also, the atmosphere is also contained on the bottom by the ground, right? Like so if you can use the bottom of the ocean to contain the water in the ocean, then why can't we use the bottom of the ground, the surface of the water, the surface of the Earth, to contain the air in our model, right?
You need sides.
Seems like we should be able to do that.
You said it needs to have a container, so explain what the container is of the water. Why is the surface of the water? Why isn't the high pressure of the water bursting out of the top of the water?
I'd also like to know what you guys think a container is in the remaining 3 seconds that we have. So if you guys could address that as well, that'd be great.
Gotcha. What do you guys understand? You know that's not analogous at all. The water's more dense than the air, but the vacuum is less dense than the air.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
We do understand. Thank you for admitting it.
So that's a very dumb.
That is what causes air pressure. So thank you for admitting it. That's the atmosphere.
Flat side, go.
Yeah, impulse control, not your time. So
Casey,
asking,
Casey.
hey, impulse control, not your time, bro.
Stop
Not your time. Impulse control. Impulse control.
Stop.
We still have, can you restart our timer?
I will start it. I will restart it.
No one has impulse controls except you.
Dude, you're still talking. What are you doing, Globey?
Everybody,
They're great.
Recorded, bud.
Relax.
What are you doing?
Relax.
Calm down.
Relax. Here we go. Minute for you guys. Flat. Go ahead. Answer that question on the container.
Okay, so Globey, when invoked, where is the container on top of the ocean's water? There's atmospheric pressure and it's densest at the bottom, which is pushing down on the water. And it's more dense than the molecules that are oxygen and nitrogen and these other molecules that make up our atmosphere. So that's why things go down in the medium of the air. So if you're more dense than nitrogen, oxygen, and other molecules, you're going to go down. Now you're going to say, what decides the downward vector? And Globeman has constantly reiterated this. You don't have a medium. You don't have a force. Electrostatics, there's 100 volts per meter. There's plenty of Richard Feynman lectures that explain this, that as you go up into the atmosphere, 100 volts per meter, there's an electrostatic charge that is constantly seeking down. And I know that you forgot and you act like you don't know that the Earth's surface is negatively charged at about 500,000 coulombs. So if there's positive charge in the air and the Earth's surface is negatively charged, the atmosphere is going to seek the ground, creating the vector.
Time. Hold on.
Cite that, please.
It's
I'll drop it in the chat.
Flat Earth term.
Cite a net downward vector from what you just said.
I'd also like to ask, why is it that? Hold on, this is our time.
Not common sense.
I believe it's Flat Earth time to ask the question.
Caleb. Impulse control.
Their timer.
So
our time.
So
is there time?
I'm glad that Witsit acknowledged that heavier things don't need a container above them if there's something less dense above them. Like the vacuum is less dense than the air, so of course it doesn't need a container above it. I'm glad that Witsit admitted that. I'm glad that we can agree that the air doesn't need an upwards container to make that work. Also, I'd like to keep in mind that the downward pressure from the air isn't a container in the sense that you guys refer to. When you guys talk about containers, you're talking about a water bottle, you're talking about a glass box. But a downward pressure isn't that. So you still need to explain how it is that water has a pressure that's obviously pointing up, and yet somehow still the air pressure keeps it down. That all that says to me is that a container is just a force keeping it in, and we can provide a force keeping the air in. So why do you accept this downward pressure from air, but not the downward force of gravity? I know, because you reject gravity.
Is that a question?
You can. Yes, we all know air pressure almost reduces to a vacuum, right? Do you guys disagree air pressure decreases with altitude?
No, of course not. So you guys claim that the gradient is impossible on a contained environment. That sounds insane to me. So you can replicate all of this. You can go to a lab, have a container, put gas in it, introduce gas constantly at the surface like we have on the Earth. Gas is constantly cycling, being introduced from the surface. In fact, a vast majority of our gas comes from underneath the surface. And then we could introduce a downward electric current inside that vacuum. And we are 100% going to maintain a gradient with or without the electric current maintains it with more stability. So we can prove it. And when I brought it up as to the differences between the ocean, it's obvious, I assumed, but of course, you have a fluid medium as with air above it. These like water and air are not the same. The density distribution relative to those two things are completely different. That's an insane question. And of course, I dropped Richard Feynman lectures 9 section 1, chapter 9 section 1, explaining the exact downward electric current that they invoked. Since you asked for a source, there it is. And so again, we can replicate that in a contained environment. You could have a gradient, certainly with gas introduced at the surface with the downward electric current on top of it, keeping that stable. So the question is, what do you guys have that keeps that from dispersing into the infinite available space?
We've told you it's gravity. Also, if the Earth is negatively charged, which I believe it is, I don't think it's positively charged. If the Earth is negatively charged and it's not gravity but electrostatics that keeps things down, why is it that you can charge like an iron ball, give it just a little bit of negative charge, and it doesn't fall up?
You can make things float with charge.
Yeah, but hold on. If it wasn't mass, if it was just charge, then the mass of the lead ball, the mass of the iron ball wouldn't matter at all. All that would matter is the amount of charge. So you could just put just a teensy amount of negative charge and it would float up. No. Why does it still go down?
No. Mass is intrinsically electrostatic. So is density. So is weight.
Prove it. What is the electric field around a neutral atom?
Prove it. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic.
Yeah, they're covalent. They're covalent. What is the so in a metal, because metals aren't covalent bonds, nor are they ionic. In a metal, what is the electric field around a neutral atom?
It's not about electric field around it. First of all, there is no such thing as neutral charge, right? Like you can try to attain neutral, but there's constant flux.
Net neutral, fine.
There's no such thing as net zero. There's no such thing.
What is the electric field around a net neutral atom?
There's no such thing.
An atom with the same number of electrons as protons. What is the electric field around it?
There's no such thing as net neutral.
Yes, there are. Yes, there are. This is a thing that we can make all the time. Net neutral atoms are the most common type of atoms.
There's no such thing.
What is the electric field? Wait, so you're just rejecting chemistry too? Because this is, you know that chemistry is when, like, standard chemistry is that atoms in their natural state.
Okay, time. We got
the same number of electrons as protons.
Flat side, you get to take a minute. I guess mostly Derek. I think we're on Derek. Derek, go ahead, take a minute.
You're good.
Well, first of all, to just address a claim that they had earlier, talking about how we need to prove that these things are moving. If you were to look up at the sun, the stars, the moon, and anything in the sky, it is in fact moving. It is the globe people's responsibility to prove that it is the ground that's moving and not the lights that are in the sky. This is one of the many ways that they try to mislead you and misdirect your attention into asking questions that shouldn't be asked. They should be answering these questions. To touch on the atmospheric pressure, it's measured in all directions. To pretend like the physical weight of the atmosphere or the atmosphere's pressure is the physical weight of this atmosphere being pulled to the ground, that is ridiculous, because you can measure the atmospheric pressure in any direction, down, up, sideways, left, right, diagonal, however, and the globe people are they're not going to argue that when you put 30 pounds of pressure into a tire, that tire's not going to weigh 30 pounds more. But then they will turn right around and claim that's the 13.7 psi that we all experience as our air is somehow magically the downward pull of the atmosphere, but it's measurable in all directions. Makes perfect sense.
Was that a question?
That wasn't a question.
Okay. It's just a rebuttal.
I guess you guys can say whatever you want. Globes. You have a minute to answer whatever that was. Go ahead.
Sure. The atmosphere, 14 psi of the atmosphere doesn't pull us down. So I don't know why you said that.
Yeah, because that's something that I had talked about before. Again, the pressure, again, if you look at the barometric formula, it's derived from the principle that the air above us is going to be what's causing the weight. So I don't see how we're going to claim that it's something else, such as the gas bouncing off of a physical container. It doesn't make sense. I mean, again, like I said, I showed the formula originally in my opener. I can pull it up again if we wanted to see it, but it does require gravity. Little g, right? A downwards acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared. And if you're going to invoke electrostatics, I just wanted to ask, wouldn't that mean that paramagnetic, diamagnetic, ferromagnetic objects would fall at different rates? Why would we expect them to fall at the exact same rate if it truly was that instead? I'm a little confused.
That's magnetism, not electrostatics. But one thing to add is that the charge distribution, and thus the electric field around a neutral atom, is zero.
Okay,
well, the charge distribution is metric, so the electric field is zero.
You don't have to. You can ask a question or whatever, Derek. Go ahead.
So I'm curious then, if gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration rate, but the strength of gravity near the surface versus up higher is negligible, what causes objects to accelerate at a certain speed, and why don't objects that are orbiting the Earth because of gravity, why don't they keep accelerating? You're going to tell me that a rocket ship can gain its speed by orbiting the Earth a few times to get up to its speed. Why does it stop accelerating? What force stops this object from increasing its speed as it's orbiting around the Earth? If it's orbiting around the Earth because of gravity, and gravity is an acceleration rate, and it's negligible in between the surface of the ground, 5-10 miles up. Sure, I think it's like 12% difference where the ISS is, but it's not increasing its speed. It's maintaining a 17,500 mile an hour orbit, but it's acted on by gravity. How does that work?
Oh, and the last 15 seconds, so actually there's no such thing as net neutral. It's in constant flux. You just consistently saying it means nothing. It's in constant flux, just like there's no such thing as a neutral surface charge. It's in constant flux. That's why we ground things. We try to get it neutral, but it's constantly in flux and changing. That's just objective.
Sorry, no,
okay,
this is just. This is just false. Like neutral atoms exist all the time. We do chemistry on them. We do experiments on them in the laboratory. But this is just another. This is a funny point that you bring up, Derek, because the reason things orbit is because of the acceleration downwards. When you have something moving this way and there's an acceleration this way, it causes their velocity to point in a different direction. And because they're moving, their velocity bends at the exact same rate that they need to go around in a circle. That acceleration makes the orbit happen. It doesn't change their speed. They don't loop around the Earth to gain speed. They fire rockets to gain speed.
Can I respond?
I don't know. Well, we still have 25 seconds. Do you guys want to address that?
I don't know. I don't really think I have much to add to that.
So you're telling me rockets don't go around the Earth to gain speed to fly to the moon?
Let them finish.
Yeah, but they burn their engines while they do that.
They shut their main off, like after 3 minutes of takeoff.
Yeah, so they don't gain speed while they're just going around.
Yes, you're talking about. There's a difference between orbiting Earth and using a planet as a slingshot to gain velocity. That's two different things.
And by the way, both require orbital burns.
Is it our turn or their turn?
It's really we went through. I think everybody. So we can go to the questions from the chat, or we can do another round of that if you want.
We do have 2 minutes till 11. Maybe are you guys okay swapping to chat questions? Is this unless anybody wants to close anything off?
Yeah, I would like to. I don't think I ever asked a question. I would like to ask.
Okay, yeah, glad we go. Or
I like the simple one here. I'm going to share my screen real quick. Oh, not this one. That's terrible. Okay, I'd like to hear your guys' excuses for these flights that fly direct from Johannesburg to Sydney. They fly 3 to 4 times a week. They are one's in the air right now. They fly 12 hours about, I think. Yeah, about 12 hours and 9 minutes is what's expected. These are all the prior ones. You see they're all about 12 hours. What else? So, so the point of that is the distance they fly, which is in here somewhere. Where are you? Maybe I got to click on one of these. Hold on. This will tell me the flight. Okay, so
I think if you scroll up.
Where is it? No, it's in here somewhere. Is it here?
Okay, so
it's on the right. On the right side.
All right, I'm used to on Android. It's underneath.
Yeah.
All right, so 556 miles per hour is what the flight flew, and it was about 7,000 miles.
Okay.
Now, this is directly relatable to, say, this flight, which is American Airlines 52, which also flies all the time, about 7,000 miles, about 560 miles per hour, and about 12 hours.
All right, we got it. Thank you. Guys, Flat, go ahead. You have a minute to answer. You get another minute in a second, Globey.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, yeah, of course, we actually see that the flight times are different drastically in each direction. So, the original flight and the return flight are completely different, up to 3-4 hour differences. They admittedly catch the jet streams. We have recorded in the northern hemisphere that you can record a ground speed of a plane over 850 miles per hour, and that's where the jet streams aren't even as fast. And this is openly admitted, of course. So, like, in your own paradigm, we know that you would have the static pressure around the plane giving you an airspeed reading of 500 or 600 miles per hour. And in fact, you could be going 800, 900 miles per hour. And they admit that they catch the actual jet stream, and they admit that it takes up to 3 to 4 hours difference on the return flight than the actual original flight. So, of course, when they happen to fly right over the jet streams, and they happen to go faster right when they fly with the jet streams, and then we happen to know that they can go up to 900 miles per hour, that explains a lot of it. Plus, of course, the southern distances seem to actually be incorrect.
Okay, you have a minute?
Yeah, airspeed isn't measured with pressure. So the recorded airspeeds are all there for you to see. So you're saying those are all incorrect.
No, he's saying airspeed and ground speed are different.
Yeah.
So the airspeed is 600 miles per hour. That is measured from the relative to the ground.
No, it's relative to the static pressure around the plane.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Okay. So they're flying 1,200 miles per hour, really relative. To
so isn't the claim that, like, on a flat Earth that would be like 2 or 3 times the distance? No.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say as well, because we're seeing, again, if you're looking at the normal flat Earth model that's shown the azimuthal equidistant projection, those distances, if you were to draw them for those flights in the northern hemisphere, would be much, much shorter. Like, the line itself would be much, much shorter. But in the southern hemisphere, going directly from what was it? Was it Johannesburg to
to Sydney?
Yeah, so Johannesburg to Sydney, that line would be incredibly long.
Like we're not talking a few hours.
And we can see by the direct flight, it's not flying over the United States or anything. It is staying over the Pacific.
Yeah, this isn't a few hours. This would be like double the time.
Well, everybody knows that maps are not accurate.
Go ahead.
Right? So we can't. Why are we going to sit here and pretend as if these maps that you already reject are accurate enough for you to debunk something that you're already rejecting? If you're going to take the map and invoke it as proof of your thing, you're going to have to accept that the map isn't accurate and that your distances could be slightly off, and that would alter what you're considering a longer flight if the grounds were in different positions.
The distance is measured. The distance is measured.
Hold on, you got flat side. You have 35 more seconds. Is that your answer?
Yeah. Okay. First of all, airspeed and ground speed are different. That's incredibly insane that you didn't know that. Use static pressure relative to the plane. Ground speed is completely different. When we measure ground speed in the north with our jet streams are slower, then we get up to 850 miles per hour. You could easily be going 600, have 250. You'd have 850. You could go further than that, up to 900. And the southern distances have been proven to be incorrect. Every single time people actually navigate closer to the 55 or 50 degrees south latitude or further, the distances are completely incorrect. So it would be a little bit closer. You'd catch a jet stream, and it all works perfectly on a plane Earth, which is how you have to fly the plane.
Okay. Do you have citations showing jet streams making a plane fly 1,200 miles per hour? And also, do you have citations saying that the distances are incorrect in the southern hemisphere as measured?
Yeah, I have tons of citations explaining that. Tons of mariners and
you made two very specific
claims. So I just want to interrupt here. We are over the 2 hour mark. Do we want to change to questions?
We should, but let's finish this off. Globey, you have 45 seconds to finish your questions here.
Yeah, I would just like to see the proof that distances are not correct in the southern hemisphere, because that's a positive claim that can't be supported.
Is that it?
and jet streams. I just said it. Howard jet streams show us the speeds of the jet streams in the southern hemisphere that are magically carrying a plane double the speed it needs to go one way, but not affecting the return flight because it's the same flight time about.
Because that would require those the wind direction to change for the return flight, which that wouldn't be able to be explained. If it's going one way and you're saying that's what's allowing them to get that speed, you're saying that the wind that would normally be going that way suddenly has to go the other direction only for that return flight to again go back the other direction again once they fly that path back the other way.
Final minute for the flat side. You have 1 minute.
Yeah. I'm just going to add something for 20 seconds. Then Austin, you can jump in. But if you literally map the wind projection of the Earth over an azimuthal projection, you'll see towards the Antarctic wall, it goes around clockwise. And then you'll see there's a layer that's closer to the northern hemisphere plane that goes the opposite way. So when they're going back, they're catching the inner one. When they're going out, they're catching the outer one. It's actually extremely simple. And they admit that these go up to like 250 to 300 kilometers per hour. So you guys can take up the rest of the 30 seconds.
Yeah, of course. Like planes are engineered to optimize the actual impedance of the air. So it's going to immediately react to the actual airspeed. So if it's trying to go through a jet stream, when it's going with the jet stream, it's going to maximize it by getting in the middle. It's going to avoid that jet stream on the path back. And this is actually built into the engineering of the plane and the computer systems. And of course, you're wrong. They are not the same time back and forth. They're drastically different. And it's been documented numerous times that there are up to 3 and 4 hour differences between that specific flight that you brought up. So that isn't true. They have to go further north. It is a fact. It's easily verifiable.
All right. Nice job, guys. You got through that. That was good. All right. So I'm going to bring up the super chats. Remember, Caleb, one more time, tell people where the donations are going, how much they need to be.
So they need to be $10 or up. So if you have any questions and you did send them in with $10 donation, you can just explain like who you want the question to go to. We will read it off. Half of the donations will go to Paul from our side, and then the other half will go to whoever the Globers decided. Truth by Science, or I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it's at Truth by Science or at Truth by Science. It's Dean.
Yep. So really awesome. I'm glad that even though it got a little bit heated, I'm glad that we did some good with this debate. I'm glad that the donations will be going somewhere good, and nobody should have a problem with that. So yeah, let's start going over the questions.
Awesome. And we got a good amount of viewers, to 1643. And that's a record for me. We'll take it.
Nice.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. So we're going to start with the questions here. And again, $10 or over, and those are all getting donated. So let me bring this up. And hopefully it tells us who they're aiming it at, or else we'll just have somebody from that side have to pick it up. Yep. So starting with this one, we've got, thank you very much from Charlie, but no question, $20 for that one. We've got another, Kayla, thank you for the $9.99, but no question for that one. $20 from John, no question. $50 says, let's get it, guys. Cheers to the True Earth Boys holding it down. Much love to Paul and the Tinfoil Hat family from Beer and Bratwurst. Thank you, Rhino. $20. What is the Globey side #1 go-to globe proof? That's from Melodome. Should I put a time clock on that, or what do you think? Or just let you go?
Yeah, do like a 1 minute
or do a minute.
1 minute 30 and let them answer it. Yeah, sure.
It's the whole side. You guys have a minute to go ahead and answer that.
Yeah. Give them a minute.
I usually like sunsets. Sunsets are pretty good for me. They're simple, but we could talk about that for hours, I'm sure.
Yeah, sunsets are good, right? They set in the southern hemisphere plane. They set to the left, right? And on the equator, they set vertically. And in the northern hemisphere, they set to the right. That is only possible on a globe. It certainly is not possible on a flat Earth. It would always be circling to the right. Doesn't matter if you're outside, south of it, or north of it. It would always be going towards your right. It would set relative to the ground. It would set left to right because it's always circling to the right.
And then for me, I would say it's probably the experiment that Globey did, the Southern Cross experiment. I think it was demonstrated pretty well here today that the bendy light alibi does not suffice. It does not work. The flat Earth is not able to explain how light would follow that path. But on a globe, it works perfectly. It's been shown in AutoCAD, multiple different things, that the observations make perfect sense when we put things to the same scale.
Just a question. Are we going to be doing a thing where each side, like the other side rebuts, or are we just going to just do one side answers?
No, it should just be question.
It depends. How many questions do we have, Jaron? Do we have a lot, or
Not many. Not
Oh, really? Okay.
Okay. Then yeah, I think we should do 1 minute, 1 minute if that's cool. I think that'd be good for the audience. So, if you want to start our timer, Jaren, what we just heard is the best proof that we're on a spinning water ball is to look at the sky, to look at what's going on in the sky. That's just at its base logically fallacious. And yeah, I'll let you guys take out the rest of the time.
Well, and I've got a quick clip here of sunsets on a flat Earth on how it would work. As far as the sun setting in different spots, if you're outside of the sun's path, it's going to move from your looking towards the north. It's going to move in a different direction, just apparently, not physically. But I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you real quick. We're going to play a quick little clip.
Oh, you're pulling that up? Yeah, so when Globy made his video about sunsets going right and left and straight over your head, that's when the sun is right straight over your head, when it's going over the equator straight over your head. And if you're more on a more southern declination, you're going to see it to a left and go as an arc, because we talked about, we see it in an azimuthal grid of vision. And the same is for when you're more north towards the North Pole.
Exactly.
Very easily explained.
Very easily. It's a perspective issue. Now, if you want to look at the screen, this candle here is attached to a RC card.
That is super loud.
Yeah, this is bad music there.
Really loud. All right, we'll just leave the sound off. But as you can see, this candle is acting as the sun. It's moving further away from the observer. As it goes down, it drops out of view without physically getting any lower. Our atmosphere does act as a lens, as it does have water inside of the atmosphere. It's got molecules. It's got all kinds of different refraction properties. So when you are looking at the sunset as it gets further away, not only, I'm not sure if it's in this clip or not, but it also doesn't shrink if you add a lens. If you move it away without a lens, it shrinks more than if you move it away with the lens. The shrinking affects the lens acts, the atmosphere acts as a lens, and it magnifies it, and it makes it appear to lower, makes it appear to rise. It's not a physical thing.
Can I respond to that, or we got more?
Go ahead, be quick.
Okay, so now if that candle was circling to the would it ever appear to set to your left?
If you're
while looking at the sunset, while looking at the sunset,
south of it.
I'm not talking about which way the sun travels in the sky. Yes, if you're south of it, it would travel from your right to left. I'm talking about while you're watching the sunset and it's going out of your vision and it's setting.
If you're south of the sun and you're looking towards the sun, the sun's going to move from your right to your left. If you're north of the sun, then it's going to move from your left to your right.
The sun is physically moving to the right at all times. It cannot be setting to the left.
Hey, Globy, you remember your video of the your shadows on the moon?
Here we go. Watch.
Apply that.
Here. I'm south of this fan. At what point does a fan blade ever appear to go to my left? Well, it might be backwards on your
to your left right now.
Well, the screen. Sorry,
not when it's moving away. That's the important
So if you were
point.
at the center of it, looking down the blades, it would change its apparent location. Versus if you're outside of it,
we should get off this topic. We should move to
questions.
let's
go to the next question.
The next question. We can't do that.
Yeah, summarize all the globe hijack's perspective. We can move on.
Okay.
So I was just going to say, could I just add one thing? I promise it'll be quick. It's just with what Derek showed. Again, according to Snell's law, light bends towards the more dense medium. In a Fresnel lens, the more dense medium is going to be in the center. So you've just proved that if we have the more dense medium above and we move something away, if the light bends upwards, then it's going to appear lower. So that debunked your claim from earlier, where you said light bends downwards, making things appear lower. You just demonstrated that that was false.
You saw the candle drop below your line of sight. It didn't. The bending of the light did not make the candle appear above the lens. It actually made it appear below it, right? So,
because the light bent towards the more dense medium,
the light made it appear downward, which made it out of your view.
All right, let's go to the next one.
Sorry, that was it. That was all I had to say.
Next one. For everyone, so each person with a minute, or each side with a minute, explain how Occam's razor favors your side. That's from Frequencies Illuminating. Go ahead. Let's start with the globe side.
Sure. Oh, I love it. Well, I kind of showed it earlier, right? So does it make more sense that light is magically bending 180 degrees from all locations all over the world, looking south? You happen to see south, all the same stars from one continent as the other at the exact same time. Does it make more sense that you're seeing all that light bending around? There's only one point of celestial rotation, but that has to happen everywhere at the same exact time on flat Earth for that to be valid. Or is everybody just looking south?
In addition to that, the level of from a sociological perspective, it's not just NASA that would have to be lying. It would have to be every physicist basically for the last 150 years who is either incorrect or lying. Just by sheer numbers alone, it's highly improbable.
And then for the last 10 seconds, I'll say because Flat Earth is not able to make any predictions that match what we see in real life, like I demonstrated in my opener.
Well, I would just like to point out that everybody is taking observations and the math from those observations to do their data. And those observations and the math that follows are identical regardless of whether or not it's the Earth that is moving or the stars that are moving. On our model, we are not suggesting that the apparent motion of the sun is happening because we're moving. We're taking an actual observation and we're applying it to our model. I would like for Whitsitt to show his diagram of the Southern Cross stars being viewed from the globe and how they are actually in different directions despite the globe people's claim. I think that'd be a good way to end this. And Occam's razor favors the flat Earth way more than the globe because the globe has to assume distances and all of these different things that can't be proven. And
you're gonna be out of time pretty quick here.
That's Occam's razor.
Yeah. So Occam's razor. So we go outside, we don't feel the Earth moving. We see the sky rotating above us. We don't feel any motion. We can't see any curvature. Again, if you use Occam's razor just with the thought of the Selenilian eclipses, we are actually seeing the sun and the moon. It's not just this magical looming effect that's happening. Occam's razor completely favors the flat Earth, nothing to the globe Earth.
Okay, time. Let's go with the next one is the picture Whitsitt used a 360-degree view picture when showing both ends of the crepuscular rays curving. There is no way in reality to take a normal picture of both ends and the rays don't actually bend. That's from Flat Earth Denier. I don't know. Is that a question? I guess so.
Yeah, it just seemed more like a statement.
Like an accusation.
It 100% wasn't a 360-degree view. I guess you don't even know how cameras work and what they look like. We have many different observations of this. And the point that the globe earthers can never respond to is how come if you go from a optical convergence point on the west where the sun actually is, and you have another one 180 degrees, and you guys claim they're parallel rays like railroad tracks in each direction, and they're going over our head. If I draw from the first point over my head to the second point, how could you do that without getting a curve? How can we observe them directly curved? How can we observe them without wide angle lens curved? How do we observe moon halos, sun halos, etc.? We know that optics causes optical convergence 180 degrees away from the actual source, and that it causes a curve. And the globe must acknowledge this. That perspective causes this. It's just a fact.
That light from the sun is actually traveling to those two locations. Wouldn't you agree? The sunset is shining the light over your head to the other side of you.
Yeah. What's different about a star?
Because a star is shining light at you. You're saying that the light from a star you're looking at shining at you is somehow bending 90 degrees to the right. It's a completely different phenomenon.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It is.
The anti-crepusculars explains the,
that's good.
the
We're
southern convergence. You guys don't understand the argument yet, but
we have to be good about answering.
Thank you, Joshua Kelly. Yeah, thank you, Joshua Kelly, for $20. No question. We've got $10 from Michael Media or Mikhail Media. He says, "Is 8 inches per mile squared correct or incorrect, and why?" I guess we'll give both sides that opportunity. Go ahead. Flat.
That's definitely for us, by the way.
Okay, you go first. Cool.
Oh, I mean, it's a good approximation. It fails at, depending on what degree of accuracy you need it to be accurate at. It fails at a certain distance, like 50 miles. It'll start to be off by like a foot or something like that at a scale of like you can do the math on this. It isn't the exact formula, but it's a fairly good approximation over small distances.
The main issue with it is that, first of all, it doesn't assume an observer height, and second of all, it's not going to assume any refraction, which obviously we're looking through the atmosphere. Refraction exists. We never have a point where we have absolute zero refraction while looking through the atmosphere, which the 8 inches per mile squared assumes.
By the way, that 8 inches per mile squared is dropped from a tangent, right? So you have a straight line going off from your sphere. This is measuring the distance between some point a distance away and that tangent line. That's what that 8 inches per mile squared measures. Now, again, it's an approximation. It's a parabolic approximation. The real thing is trigonometric, but it's a fairly good approximation.
Okay, we got Brian 17 says, "How can you prove a theory to be a fact like gravity? ? I guess that's for the globe side. Begin.
Sure. Cavendish. It's a great example of an experiment.
But also theories don't become facts. This is never a thing. Theories stay theories. Theories are different from laws. Hypotheses become theories, sure. But facts, like theories, aren't in the same category of ideas as facts. Facts are just things that you see. Theories are explanations for things that you see. It's a different category of things.
Okay, good.
And that seems to be a big misconception. People believe that theory means just a guess or, simply a hypothesis, which isn't the case, right? When someone says that it's a scientific theory, such as, the germ theory of disease, atoms, plate tectonics, things like that, these are all based on a theoretical framework, but I don't understand why people are saying, well, that just is a guess, right? It's not a theory in the same way that one of your friends might think Obama, has a theory that Obama's a lizard person. They're not synonymous.
Or that his wife's a dude.
Yeah.
Oh, what's it? That sucks, man. That sucks.
Okay.
Like, that's
Why do you call her Mike?
Let's go with the next one's from None of Your Business, who says, to Globers from a flat Earth, what do you believe NASA lies about, or do you believe NASA is omnipotent and benevolent? Go.
I don't know. I'm yet to see any proof that they lie. I've seen a lot of things that flat earthers show, such as videos where they've done a fade or transition into the next frame, and they're like, look, this is a CGI fail. I'm sure some of you guys have heard of the infamous pocket gate, right, where the dude's pinky gets stuck in the guy's pocket and everyone was saying it's wires. I've seen a lot of claims of people saying that it's fake, but nothing on the actual evidence side.
Yeah, nothing has ever held up to the scrutiny of, is it fake?
Yeah.
Right. There's a lot of claims of wires, but no one can ever point at a wire and say, there it is, right? I mean, there's claims that they exist, but there's no lying. There's the fake Earth images, the composites that they claim NASA lied about when they told us exactly what they did, and those were only for images from low Earth orbit satellites from a certain time period. Prior to that, there's many thousands of pictures of the Earth on film. From about 2002 to 2015, low Earth orbit satellites were using composite imagery because they weren't far enough away to take one full picture. Since 2015, we have satellites far enough away to, again, take full pictures. So
Okay.
You heard it first here, guys. The government would never lie to you, ever, especially for money.
MK,
that's a straw man. That's a straw man.
Can I invoke something just real quick?
No one said that.
They literally admit with the 1972 Blue Marble that they took satellite data, low Earth satellite data, which could have been balloons. They stitched it over a flat Earth map and then wrapped it around a ball. I can literally show you this citation.
That's not the 1972.
Go ahead, because that's exactly the one
Brian Simmons made. They admitted
that's
they mapped it over a flat map and wrapped it around a ball.
That's
not
2002.
That's
Argue about the
2002.
year. You're not addressing the claim that I'm making. Argue about the year. I don't care what year it was.
All right, let's
That's
move on.
exactly
But
what
why
I
did
just
they
said.
make a flat Earth map and wrap it around a ball?
Okay,
From that time period is exactly what I said. That was a low Earth orbit composite from a satellite.
From 70 to 2015, right when Flat Earth came out. Gotcha.
Not from 70. Who said 70?
Hold on. So you guys are saying that it's Photoshop, but you guys fail to realize Photoshop wasn't even existing for another 20 years.
Nobody used the word Photoshop
Oh.
but you. You're the only
I
one who
can
used
show
the
you.
word Photoshop.
I can show you spirit photography from 1708.
Yeah,
So what are you talking about?
That's going.
What
That's
are
going
you
to be a
talking
double
about?
exposure.
Layering.
1800s, 1900s,
Hold on.
we photoshopped
Can I-
all
All right,
kinds
stop,
of
stop, stop. Let's go next one.
Finish my point.
No,
I just
no,
wanted to
we
finish
No, we're
should
going
go
next
to
one.
Let's go to the next
Just
one.
make sure we don't get to
Okay.
expose the
Get on it.
Photoshop claim, whatever we do.
Just go to tothemoon.ser.edu.
We got to make sure you guys can keep
Thank you.
repeating your provably false
You
scripts,
can
so we
see
can't let them be
thousands
corrected.
of photographs, the original slide films from all the Apollo, Gemini, and Mercury
Next
missions.
question.
Is there just like a cult?
Next
You just
question.
repeat.
Hold on, guys.
Stop, stop,
Let's
stop,
move on to the
stop,
next
stop,
one.
stop. We're
Next
moving on.
question.
You can only see Africa.
question.
on
How
that.
do I
Gentlemen.
mute people? Can I do that? All
Only
right, thank you.
Africa.
Let's
Next
go.
question.
We got MKE Matt says, Globers, if you know the mass distance velocity of the sun, moon, earth, how is it that supercomputers can't even mathematically model the orbits of just these three bodies, aka the three-body problem? Appreciate the debate. Go.
Oh, yeah, no, I can answer this. So the three-body problem is a question of being able to solve it analytically, right? So if you have a two-body problem, if you just have like the Earth and the Moon, or the Earth and the Sun, or whatever, Jupiter and the Sun, you can actually solve it using relatively basic mathematics, not basic mathematics, it's still a differential equation, but it's not so hard that like an undergrad can't do it. Once you have a three-body problem, the amount of variables that are involved makes it like, and this is mathematically provable, you can't actually write down a solution to that in terms of elementary functions. We're talking sines, cosines, exponentials, logarithms, polynomials, and so on. That doesn't mean that we can't simulate and model these things. And by the way, this is done all the time. We do use computers. You don't even need supercomputers to solve numerically the three-body problem. You just can't do it analytically. That's fine, but you can do this, and this is done all the time. Like this is what astrophysicists do. This is literally their job. I've seen this code. I've seen it work. It is doable.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Donnie B says, thanks, guys. Thank you very much for the $10. We got another one. Gleam says, to all the panel, please raise your hand if you have tested, analyzed, investigated the workings of the flat Earth model. Those that raise their hand must name whose model they analyzed. No maps. Can you do that again?
Got them.
Wait, what does it mean? No maps? What model?
I love
no
that
maps.
all the globe people are claiming that they accept this model. We don't accept the model. We understand that there's still more for us to learn. So for us to pretend as if a model is 100% accurate with very limited information that we have based off of the fact that all of our money goes to NASA, which presupposes the globe Earth instead of the level Earth. So what we're trying to do is expose the globe. That way there we can have a real model of our home that includes electrostatics and magnetism and all of the different things that we actually experience versus this spinning rock in space.
Okay, so the question one more time was, to all the panel, please raise your hand if you have tested, analyzed, investigated the workings of a flat Earth model. Those that raise their hand must name whose model they analyze. No maps. Okay.
Yeah, so to answer that, the one that Whitsitt actually himself brought up, which he claimed is going to explain all celestial phenomena, which the website itself tells you it doesn't. I've looked into the claims, and again, as we've demonstrated here, there is no bendy light alibi that is going to work in favor of the flat Earth. We looked at the model, and there was no answer for these questions.
Okay, Blitz.
These questions.
Blitz, go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess I analyzed what you might call like a series of flat Earth models, basically where you have a local sun beneath the firmament, and the data that I analyzed is Rislauden's. He did an experiment where he measured stick shadow lengths, and we did some trigonometry. We did data analysis. We actually did error analysis as well, and we showed that his data is inconsistent with a local sun that is beneath the firmament.
Okay, globe face.
And consistent with a globe Earth.
Well,
also that.
Yes. Also
Lobi
that.
showed a video of how you could change the length of shadows just by changing the angles and all of these different things. So the shadow lengths on two sticks on a ball is not conclusive.
The shadows are
let me explain something.
It's my time. It's my time.
Let Lobi finish. Go.
No, it's not. Your time's up, bro.
My time's up.
Go.
Yeah,
no,
you're
up.
Just disagree with you, Caleb. So you
Caleb.
might want to let him finish.
Go.
Thank you.
No, your time. What?
Okay. The sticks are perpendicular, so they weren't being angled to change shadow lengths. That's you insinuating that the test was done dishonestly, and he's actually a flat earther, Rislauden. So it's not. So it was unbiased, I would say. Anyway, that just threw me off. What were we talking about 2 seconds ago?
Okay, so then we'll go to the other.
We're talking about the models. I just wanted to point out.
Yeah. So the answer to my model question, the answer to the question is that there is no model. So all we can do is study the various maps that various flat earthers propose as solving problems and that, but there never will be a model that works that models everything we see in real life. So
immediately brought up maps, even though it was in the question not to. But I just want to point out, this is something that people don't seem to understand. There is no flat Earth model, and there is no globe Earth model either. We don't have entire models to explain the Earth that quite literally doesn't exist. You create compartmentalized models to explain specific phenomena. So you have the WGS-84 that tries to take the plane survey data, map it up into a globe, and then has all kinds of anomalies, and it doesn't work. You have the geodynamo model to explain the core of the Earth. You have the geomagnetic model, which explains the magnetic field of the Earth. You explain things with different models. If I want to show you east to west circumnavigation, I can give you a frisbee, show you something in the center, and then moving around the center point of a compass with a compass, that would be a flat Earth model. And then you guys say we have no flat Earth model, but NASA and the military disagrees when it specifically says we use a flat Earth model whenever we design our planes and our technology. And you can say it's just because of math. Too bad you can't use your stupid little globe math to make the plane work. You literally can't. You have to use the flat Earth. So in conclusion, yes, we can model out different phenomena, assuming that either the Earth's a globe or that the Earth is a stationary plane, and you go out on the Earth and you test it with empirical evidence, and we can explain celestial phenomena, magnetic field, all better than the globe. So you guys need to stop just repeating the same 2015 talking point, because it's stupid and the globe Earth doesn't have a model. Thank you.
Caleb, go ahead.
Citation needed.
Cool. Lies.
Caleb,
cite the globe model.
Caleb, you can't just say that after somebody speaks. It's not going to work. Go ahead, Caleb.
Yeah. So they can't give us a model that explains all of them. Just like, again, I'm just going to kind of be reiterating because Austin said it so well, but they have models for specific things. It's all compartmentalized. There's no one globe model that explains everything, as well as when we take, like, there were actual ships back in the day that were off by hundreds of miles when trying to navigate based on a globe. And, like, there's so much wrong. They admit that there's so much wrong with the geodynamo model, with the flux of the magnetic field in the southern hemisphere plane. Sorry, I messed up saying that. But yeah, we shouldn't be looking at models. We should be looking at terrestrial, observable, repeatable, demonstrable experiments. And there's none that can prove that the Earth is moving around the sun. There's none that can prove the Earth is spinning. There's none that can prove that there's curvature or convexity to the Earth's surface. Therefore, we are on a level topographical plane.
Caleb, 20 seconds, go. I'm sorry, not Caleb, Derek.
Oh, damn, I got sidetracked when you said that. So what was the question?
About the model. Have you tested the...
Okay, so that's the thing. If we were to actually study the flat Earth and we put all of our resources into looking into the truth, we'd have a model. That's something flat earthers can agree to, is that we need to learn more. And the globe people refuse to even accept this because they accept all of the nonsense that's handed down to them by their government, who seeks to control them. If we were actually looking and studying into the effects like we were back before the 1900s, we would have a far more advanced civilization. We'd have better energy. We'd have better everything, because as the globe people were saying, Blitz even admitted that the ether might exist and that it's moving with us. Well, if the ether exists, then first of all, that does discredit to the globe, because all observations do not include both. You can't have the ether and a moving object. But also, if the ether is real, there's energy there, and that energy there can be harvested, and we could use it. And the globe people like to make fun of flat earthers for believing that the world could be better. They love to believe that their government and NASA has done the best with the world, and that the world has been getting better ever since NASA came out, when in reality, we've been on a drastic decline ever since we switched our concept to being evolved monkeys and not creation as we are. The entire globe model is based off of a philosophical principle, not science.
Okay, we got chat. Can I just ask a question? I think the chat would like to know from the flat earthers, if to actually answer the question, have you measured or done anything regarding flat earth yourselves?
Like when we measure long distance photographs?
Yeah. What's measurable?
You've never done anything.
Like what data analysis did you do?
I didn't ask you to ask me what I did.
You asked the question and you just keep talking.
We're not made physical measurements of the Earth.
Include that in your closing. Include that in your closing. Let's get these questions done. We've got $10 from, who's this? $10 from MKE Matt. It says, Ballers, can you cite any repeatable observable experiments that show a pressurized system that can exist next to a vacuum without a barrier? Go ahead. I'll give you some time.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so...
fluoride. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so again, I don't know why that's a question that gets asked constantly, because again, I've mentioned this in my opener. It's almost like I knew what the questions you guys were going to ask. I already showed that there is no hard vacuum next to the atmosphere. We have a pressure gradient that slowly decreases, and even in the most vacuumous regions of space, there's still some pressure. Even that 10 to the negative 17 Torr number that gets thrown around is not a negative number. That there is no hard vacuum next to the atmosphere.
Invoke an experiment.
Stop. To what? Go. They got a
barometer.
Dr. Blitz?
A container?
Wow. No, the question is ill-posed, right? Because the question was asking for an experiment that we're not claiming.
Okay.
You can't experiment it? You can't show it?
Well, we weren't claiming the thing that they want us to provide an experiment for.
And we claim the exact opposite of that. There is no hard vacuum next to the atmosphere.
So Earth's atmosphere goes out infinitely into space?
Yeah. Yes, it's a gradient.
It becomes
infinitely into the edge of space?
Well, no, it becomes homogeneous with the relative density of space.
Wow.
At, 600,000 miles or something like that.
600,000 miles.
Fact check me on that number, but it becomes homogeneous with the density of space at some distance.
Recorded.
Why doesn't it become homogeneous down here? Why doesn't 13.7 meld with 13.6 and create an even atmosphere? What's going on there?
Gravity.
Again, that's what I explained earlier.
There is a gradient. We know that there's a gradient. So there's never a place where it goes from high pressure to low pressure all of a sudden, right?
So what are the air molecules doing?
That's actually a great...
bouncing off each other.
All right, that's a great question. Let's go to the next one. That's a great question.
No experiment.
Let's go to the next one. We're going to go with Fed Up Gear says, for $20, I want to know who's coming to hang with these flat rock stars for live presentations? Good. God bless you, both of your donation recipients. All right, that's not a really question. We've got a Crimson Cable, AB88, $20 says to the Flat Earthers, why do none of you do your own experiments to prove any of your claims and show results? The few that do and find the answer is globe model. Answers, why do you continue to deny what you see?
We do all kinds of experiments. Yeah, I've tested electrostatics and changed the vector, the weight, and the actual like direction of objects consistently. I've consistently manipulated a variable and shown that everything's intrinsically electrostatic, and you can make things flow with that variable. We've gone out and done mirror flashes, laser tests, long distance observations, time lapse from different directions. We've done all kinds of. I've taken time lapse over the marine horizon. They never intersect with the marine horizon like they should on the globe. I've done all kinds of tests. Ironically, the globe earthers have never gone out into the real world and tried to see what's really going on the earth. They only talk about it from behind a screen. So
as well as it's our time. Calm down. Impulse control, buddy. And when they do, they invokes things like geodetic surveying, which is plane surveying taken over 100 square miles, where they assume the Earth is a level plane. They stitch all of that data together, do a bunch of math and a bunch of baked-in assumptions to assume that the Earth's a globe. So whenever we go out into reality, whenever we build anything reality, whenever we try to simulate planes flying, we have to assume that the Earth is level and stationary and flat.
So why doesn't geodetic surveying work on more than 100 square miles?
Because after you look over 1,500 feet of the atmosphere, there's an effect. So they admit that they can only do plane surveying over 1,500 feet. If you know anything about surveying, you'll know your answer to your question.
Yep. Okay, for $10,
we have an atmosphere.
Can the flat Earth guys explain how when you watch when you watch a boat sail out to the ocean, it doesn't just disappear; it seems to sink. This is the easiest way to debunk. It will happen anytime, anywhere with open ocean. That's Josh Hancock. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Flat.
Well, if you were to even take that question, put it into Chat GPT and ask, does the sinking ship effect work on flat Earth versus globe Earth? And the answer is yes. This is because the atmosphere acts as a lens. It compresses the things. The light is bending. The further away this object gets, the more distance that light has to travel while it's being bent downward. So light that's reaching your eye from lower part of the boat is going to seem lower because as it travels the distance, it's physically lower as it's being optically lower, not physically, but it's just being bent downwards. And this is because you're looking through the atmosphere, it's compressing it, and it's lowering the apparent location of the object that is far. The further away that object is, the lower it appears. And this is why some days when we don't have refraction, we could see really far, is because the light is actually reaching your eye. It's not being bent downward by the medium.
So also the Globers say that the boat's going over the horizon proves that the Earth has curvature. You'll see Bill Nye and other psychos say this kind of stuff. But when it goes out of the visual perspective due to angular resolution, you can take a P1000 and zoom these boats back in all the way to the hole. So all the way to the bottom of the boat. So that's a problem. Shouldn't be able to do that ever.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next one. Just something that I want to point out. I think that we've got a pretty obvious contention point too with the whether or not we're getting light that bends up or down. So if somebody can develop a pretty good experiment or way that we can get that ironed out, because we got side saying things are being shown higher.
This is well understood optics. This is taught to freshmen.
Actually, in reality, it's based on the actual vertice of the interaction and the intersection and what angle you view it from. And so we can bet on it. Let's do a live stream where we bet on it, and we can see if we can make things refract down and displace physically or optically down towards the denser medium. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, let's do that.
Because it's so simple and it's not to traders.
That's Snell's law. Light does bend towards the more dense medium. This is well understood.
Not up. You're saying
I could go grab a pencil and a glass of water. And
we all agree on it bending down, but it's whether or not.
By the way, I'm sorry.
I
just wanted to say one thing though. My camera froze, and I know you didn't want me to turn off the camera. Should I just leave it, or what should I do?
No, try. You
stop it and restart it.
Yeah, stop it and come back in. It should be fine. I'll reorganize if I need to.
Yeah, you're right, Jaron. We should test it because it seems to actually be relative to a variance of factors. And
wait, so do we agree that Snell's law is a thing?
Snell's law is one of the more accurate we have. Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
It's not perfect, right? It doesn't actually really work that good sometimes.
You're back.
It works fairly good. It works fine at a classroom level.
All right, the next one.
You should look into hyperbolic geometry, dude.
Dude, that's literally my area of study. But anyway.
Really, visual space being hyperbolic?
No. I study non-Euclidean geometry.
You should apply it to differential geometry. My brother.
It'd be great to hear you guys together, but let's not do that today. Can the Globies explain the analemma practically? $10 from Zetetic.
Sorry, one more time.
Can you explain the analemma practically? Go.
Oh, like the figure 8 that the sun makes in the sky?
Yes.
Yeah, so again, that's just, because obviously as the Earth is tilted and we go around the sun, that tilt stays the same. So as we go around, the sun's going to appear in different locations in the sky. Similar actually to what flat earthers say, it will appear between the tropics.
Okay, Blitz or McGlowface?
No, I'm satisfied with that answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all about the tilt.
Ballers, can you cite any repeatable observable experiments that... I'm sorry. We already read that one.
Okay.
This one's from Jesus Christ is Lord. $10 says, what about NASA losing all the moon data? I guess that's for you guys, Clubbies.
They didn't
Lose any.
They lost what? They lost like Apollo 11 telemetry.
Yeah, just the Apollo 11 telemetry.
Yeah, just the most important one.
Well,
Why
no,
is
but
that
there were 5 other moon landings.
Well, now that they walked on the Earth and forecasted it to the entire world, huh? Broadcasted it.
Telemetry prove they went somewhere, or is it?
We'd at least be able to fact check some of their evidence. No, it wouldn't prove anything.
Well, we have the telemetry data for the other missions. So
yeah, it all contradicts the official mechanics of the claim.
Yeah, Globy, could you
Never looked
actually
at it.
expand on what telemetry is, just so everyone knows?
I'd like for them to expand on telemetry. I'd like to hear what they think it is.
Oh, that's a good point.
Who's talking?
Yeah, there's a variance of things
Sorry,
that
that
would
was me.
fall in
you're
the
not
category of
streaming.
telemetry data.
My bad.
Speeds,
what's that?
distances, orbital trajectories, the actual path and times and locations relative to different stars, different celestial positions. There's all kinds of telemetry data that should have been documented. When we actually look at the other missions, they don't match the orbital trajectories and mechanics claimed to land a lunar module on a rotating moon with a lunar surface that has a slight atmosphere, but it really has no atmosphere, and then accounting for the moving object and the orbital trajectory. When you actually look at the math, it doesn't work, and they even exclude that math from the other Apollo missions. So you guys can make all kinds of claims, but if you think we landed on the moon in 2023, like I think you need to chill, bro. You need to re-examine.
Can you link me something? Where they check the math, please?
Okay,
Post it into the chat or something like that.
Keep going. We gotta.
We want to see where they analyze the telemetry from the other missions, and it doesn't line up with the landing.
With the orbital mechanics.
Yeah, no, I'd like to say your sources. I just like to see a link or something.
Because they had telemetry from Apollo 8 went there. They had that telemetry. Apollo 9, they had that.
I like
telemetry.
how they flawlessly landed on the moon.
15 to 17, they had that telemetry.
Dude,
Anyway,
they claimed that when they landed on the
Next
moon, that the computers went down. He had to just eyeball it, accounting for the angular rotation of 10 miles per hour and the 2,200 mile per hour orbit around the Earth whenever they went and landed and descended within maintaining an orbit. They just lost all that. For all the missions, they don't even show you the specific math of that, ever.
No,
ever.
What do you mean they don't show you the math of that?
They don't show you the math for
corrected-
accounting for
there
the
was an
orbital
error.
trajectory and the rotational velocity of the moon. They don't show you the Earth, the actual descent ratio and adjustment.
So all the math to get there was done physically on paper, right? So they know there was an error with the math in the guidance system for Apollo 11, and they corrected that error for the future missions.
Oh, was that it went down? It wasn't that there was an error with the actual.
Nothing went down. There was an error in the code. Yeah.
So where is all the other
guys? We'll talk about that
that
some other
shows
time.
how it works.
Let's go to the next question. Mason Benoit says for $10, pointing out ridiculous coincidences they cling to, like 108 suns fit between the Earth and the sun, 108 moons fit between the Earth and the moon. Perfect order forms through random chaotic explosions. Denial. Okay, I don't think that's a question. We've got Ethan for $10 says, thank you very much, by the way. Globers, if NASA admits they've been lying and admits Earth is flat, would you believe them? And give us one example each of something we can do to prove the Earth is flat. 3 sufficient proofs, 1 each. Okay, so I guess that's for both sides. Globers go first. If NASA admits they've been lying and admits that Earth is flat, would you believe them?
Well, I guess it again kind of falls on the same premises that it would with these 3 gentlemen here. If there was sufficient evidence to prove that, then sure. I don't just believe claims just because it was claimed. I have to see the evidence.
Okay.
Yeah, I would. If they would have to come up with some really spectacular alternative models to explain why we observe what we observe. If they could do that, sure. Yeah, that'd be fine.
Globeface?
Same thing. And if they could figure out the Southern Stars things without invoking magical, bendy, 180-degree light, I would believe it.
Okay.
Or maybe they can invoke it, but they have a better theory of electromagnetism than Maxwell.
Sure.
Okay.
Maxwell's theory is provably accurate, incomplete, and don't work. Of course, we've already corrected you guys 3 times that it's not 180 degrees. You just keep baselessly saying it anyway. We've also explained that it's not physically bending. It's just optical effects. And no true earther would ever just blindly believe what a governmental agency says about the nature of the Earth. The reason that we're true earthers is we go and test it ourselves empirically, and we narrow it down to what can be empirically verified. We don't blindly regurgitate the idea of
one thing
consensus and
each.
authority.
Wasn't that a Glober's question?
No, that's for both. Flat side, you get one. They want to know name something that we can do to prove the Earth is flat. 3 sufficient proofs, 1 each. So Caleb, go first.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
So
you guys go ahead.
Can do a simple mirror flash test over 40 miles. There's 66.6 feet, I believe, over 10 miles of physical curvature that would be necessitated over a ball that's 24,901 miles in circumference. We're seeing the mirror flash at a 0-foot observer height. FE Core themselves did a bunch of laser tests proving that the Earth is flat.
Well, I'd ask for one. So mirror test is for you. What's it go?
Oh, that's tough to pick one, but we'll say, how can wells send arguably up to 10,000-mile horizontal sonar propagation through the ocean? I guess you can't invoke the ionosphere there. So if anyone wants to tell me how you're sending horizontal line of sight propagation 10,000 miles from well to well, that'd be great.
Okay, Derek.
Well, measurements. Measure the Earth. If you're going to try to prove the shape of the Earth, look at the Earth. When you take long-distance photography, you measure with lasers on distances. You could measure the distance between the top of a building and the bottom of a building at a distance. And if the Earth were a ball, the top would be slightly further apart than the bottom of the ball. But when we take these long-distance measurements, they're equal, which means that they are on a level plane.
All right, we got 15 minutes left. So remember, if you super chat $10 or more, you'll get your question read, and they are all going to 2 different charities, or less fortunate that both sides have picked. So we've got about 5 more questions. It looks like Globers, according to your model, this is from Release the Band. Globers, according to your model, why did the shadow of the moon travel from west to east during the solar eclipse of 2017? Give you a minute.
I don't know about that eclipse. I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay.
Do you guys?
Anybody on the globe side?
No idea what he's talking about.
Yeah, I've never even heard that until now.
Okay, so I'll just tell you again, just so you can, maybe if you want to look into it. He's saying that there was the moon that traveled from west to east during the solar eclipse of 2017, and in your model, I think they think it should go the other way.
Okay, I don't know.
Okay, for $10, for each Glober, how would your life change if the Earth was indeed flat and the globe model was a complete lie? That's from Pardon My Folly.
Yeah, my life wouldn't. I work in a math department, and they don't care what shape the Earth is.
Okay, how about Globe Man?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a scientist or anything like that, so it's not really going to affect me that much. I guess it would make me look at the world differently, but I would still be here playing video games, doing fun stuff.
Okay, and Globeface?
Personally, it wouldn't. I guess I would have to change my name to Flatty McFlatface and destroy Glober conspiracy theorists on TikTok.
Nice.
Wow, that would be an improvement.
Gotta keep the content going.
We've got $10. Thank you very much from the dude, but no question. Then we got $20 here for Run Boston Bear, who says, "I'm so grateful to have woken up to the globe deception. Understanding what we live on is fixed and up in the same direction for everyone brings peace. The Creator is directly above us and not that far away. Praise be Yeshua." Okay, that was not a question. $20 to all. Do any of you believe in Genesis 1:6, whether it be a dome or firmament Bible translation? If so, does that weigh any of your beliefs, flat or globe? That's from Qual Yasha. To everybody, I guess. We'll go with Globan. Do you believe in Genesis?
I'm not religious. I don't even, I haven't read the Bible. So
okay.
I would say no. If it's mentioning a dome, no. But as far as I have heard, again, like I said, I haven't really looked much into it because I don't argue religion.
Okay.
But if I remember right, the original translation would have been Rakia, which translates to expanse.
Okay. Blitz?
Yeah, no, I don't take it seriously. It's a book from 2,500 years ago written by Iron Age nomads.
Okay. My globe face?
Yeah, I don't trust people enough to believe a book written by them.
Okay. Caleb?
So I think it's funny that all cosmology, if you were to look up Egyptian cosmology, biblical cosmology, Australian cosmology, they'll all show a flat earth with a firmament over our head. So I wouldn't invoke that in a debate setting, saying that Genesis 1:6 proves that there's a dome over our head. But I think it's interesting that every single cosmology in our ancient history said that the earth was flat with a firmament over our head. So
what's it?
Yeah. Obviously, I put weight into the scriptures. Personally, that doesn't prove anything, though, one way or the other. It actually is firmament rakia, beaten out, strong as bronze. It's funny that people that claim they know nothing about the Bible then go on to tell you what something means in Hebrew when they don't. But anyway, yeah, like it doesn't prove anything. I mean, physically speaking, there would be a toroid over top of us. We would be actually experiencing the top half of it. So yeah, that's effectively a dome structure. But obviously, scriptures don't stand weight in empirical debate.
Derek?
Yeah, and like these guys, I wouldn't use it in a debate fashion, but what I would say is everything is 99% energy, and for us to try to take our understanding on the physical off of the 1%, less than 1% of the reality that is physical, wouldn't be very smart in my mind. So for us to try to pretend as if we know what it is, I don't think that's scientific, but I do believe that there is something there. We could call it the firmament. It could be the end of the frequency, could be a firmament. I don't know, but yeah, I don't think that invoking scripture is a good argument, but I think that it's a good place to look.
Okay, we've got up next Joshua Kelly for $10 says, is it just a matter of who's telling you? Does it have to be NASA saying the Earth is flat for you to actually take it seriously? That's for the Globe.
No, actually, if just NASA said it and didn't give any explanation, I wouldn't believe them. I would trust my colleagues with the models that they produce and the experiments that they do.
Okay.
I'm not talking about these guys, by the way. I'm talking about my colleagues in academic circles.
Yes. You just said your colleagues have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
I wasn't talking about them, like these people. I was talking about the experiments and models that they produce to explain how it could be flat.
Got you. Globe Man, any question, any answer for that?
I don't know. I guess I would kind of sit on the same place that Blitz does. Like I said before, outrageous claims are going to require outrageous amounts of evidence.
Okay. And Globeface?
Yeah, same thing. It's kind of the same answer as the last time.
Okay. We got another one from David Kahn, I believe. Yeah. David Kahn says, just woke up. I am on sleeping. I can't read that. That's not a question. We've got $10. Thank you very much from Geocentric Truth says, is there more lands beyond the pole? What's it?
Yeah, so I mean, the South Pole would be beneath you if you understand that we're on the inertial plane. But yeah, there does seem to be a decent amount of strong evidence that there could be extra land. Yes, a lot of people that claim that they went there, people claim that they were born there, people claim that they explored it, that there's a Summer's Gate. I mean, obviously, I'm not going now. People can laugh and ridicule and mock, but you guys are blind believing that. Well, the government said don't go out here. We looked for you. I promise there's nothing out here, and that's literally all you have to go on. So yeah, I think there could definitely be more land. Yeah.
Okay. Globers. This is from Ethan0406 says, Globers, 3 things that we can do to prove flat Earth. 1 each would be sufficient for you guys.
Sorry, one more time?
Yeah, I'm confused. Globers, 3 things we can do to prove flat Earth. Okay, so he's asking for 1 each.
But what kind of evidence that we would accept?
1 each of you. Go ahead. Globeman.
So, as Derek mentioned, he's claiming that reciprocal zenith angles, again, that's going to be 2 plumb buildings, seemingly, tilting away from each other due to the curvature of the Earth. If you can provide actual experimental data, I would love to see it, because I actually happen to know that reciprocal zenith angles do not measure 180 degrees. They measure greater than that. An example of this would be the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge. Post-load, they were actually built to tilt away, but preload, they were built to tilt away, but once the load was added, that pulls them into plumb. This is standard practice for building bridges, and we can see that if you measure that, the tops, in fact, are further apart than the bases would be.
Well, you just said that they built it that way, that they built it to be stacked on to come together. So you're saying that
preload.
Okay, Blitz, go ahead.
Yeah,
preload. Sorry, are we allowed to counter comments?
Well, you each get one. So Blitz, go ahead.
So Riz's experiment would have been really good. Like I did the analysis for him. He gave me the data, and he's like, look, like he was a flat earther. He's like, look, let's see what this says. And I just did the numbers. Like all I did was numbers. And if it came out that the globe Earth made incorrect predictions, I would be like, well, damn. I don't know. Sorry, am I allowed to swear?
Yes.
You're okay, man.
So that's like I would have just been like, well, I guess that's it.
It's just the
potty mouth.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Witsit will think you're weak, but besides that, you can.
They're called weak words, not swear words. Yeah.
Globeface, go ahead.
I'll make it easy. 1 picture of the firmament.
All right.
What about a government document about the firmament?
Nope, government doesn't count unless they like what it says.
Mason Benoit says, Globers, thoughts on Apollo 8, 1968 live Christmas Eve broadcast? Nothing was more appropriate than quoting Genesis 1 from the KJV, the firmament dome, gravity is satanic, founded in 1666. Go ahead.
Was that a question?
Well, thoughts on Apollo 8, them reading the Genesis portion of the Bible?
Yeah, people are religious. They like to quote their scripture. It's fine.
Okay. Any other comments there, Globeman, Globeface?
Nothing really.
Okay.
Kind of like Witsit said, we can't really use scripture as proof one way or another of anything.
Okay, Exoteric says a Globy video once said that the moon lander was covered in space foil. What is it? Who makes it? And how can we test that?
Mylar. It's insulation. That's it. I mean, what is there to test? It's just insulation.
Well, just throw the lunar lander in a vacuum and see if it works.
Test its rigidity.
Yeah. It wasn't enclosed by Mylar. It was enclosed by solid aluminum.
Can we throw the lunar lander that's in the museum in a vacuum? You think?
But pressurize it first.
Yeah, the cabin where the people were pressurized with solid aluminum. Yeah, the Mylar was covering the bottom. It was used as insulation. It wasn't keeping pressure inside of anything.
Are you aware of the interview of the astronaut who said if you were to lean on the wall of the lunar lander that you would actually poke a hole through it if you took your finger and pressed hard enough on it? What about the air pressure inside there that allowed for them to take their helmets off while they were inside of this thing?
Parts of it you could push through. The parts that didn't.
Like the Mylar.
Okay.
Yeah, the Mylar parts you could poke through. The parts where the astronauts were, you could not poke through.
So I'm saying if we just took the lander and we put it in a vacuum today, do you guys think it would just stand up to the vacuum?
Well,
like the one in the museum?
Sitting around for 50 years. I mean, seals might be rotted, but yeah, I think it would. It would have back then for sure.
All right, bro.
Okay, does the any flat earther have any accurate flat earth map?
That's an incredulity thing. I mean, you just laugh.
No, I'm saying I've never seen the test. I just think it looks like a tweaker got a Home Depot card and pulled out some duct tape.
It's the definition of incredulity.
I'm not claiming it's not true because I think it's retarded and stupid and unbelievable. No, I'm saying like, can we test it? That's what I said.
You just said it looks ridiculous. So how could it be?
No,
I said, can we test it? I said, I'm just saying, could we not just take it and put it in a vacuum and see if it
Everyone
works
heard
today?
what you said. Okay, next question.
Does any flat earther there have an accurate flat earth map from second best Bob?
No, we don't have hundreds of millions of dollars going to cartography to create us a map. It's all going to a globe Earth that doesn't exist. You guys can say whatever you think. What's it in?
Okay,
well, the map's relatively accurate until you get far enough out south where coincidentally we see that. In case you guys don't understand, this really fast. So like we got the latitudes from looking at different angles to Polaris on a flat Earth. Then they put that on a globe, and then they put that on a cylinder. Then they flattened that out and made the Mercator. That's objectively how you guys got your current Mercator map. And then whenever like Gleason went to do different maps and map everything out, they basically say you have to use this longitude latitude system to publish official maps. So they've literally made it where you have to publish under the parameters of the longitude latitude system, reifying the globe. And then when we go further out south in these latitudes, we find out that when we sell in the real world, assuming symmetry of a globe with celestial navigation in the south, we're off by dozens of miles a day, hundreds of miles in a week or two. So yeah, I think it's very interesting that the south is drastically different than what we may know about. And no, of course, we don't actually know a perfect map because of those reasons.
Okay, Derek?
Well, and to add to that, all of the maps that we have are off. So Greenland's bigger and some projections, smaller in others. Africa's bigger or smaller. I would just point out that if you're going to complain about, say, the size of Australia on the Gleason map, you're going to have to address the fact that all of your maps are wrong, like admittedly. And that if we were to actually have the funding to look into this, which people have, and there are new models being developed, but until then, we have to look at what we have. And so what we have is a whole bunch of third world countries being shrunk, first world countries being blown up to better suit the needs of those people who are making the maps.
Okay, we've got flat earthers. Where is proof of your ice wall that surrounds us? If you believe in if not, you believe in fairy tales. From Scatton Foo 15.
There's so many pictures of it.
Well, we know there's ice walls. Like all the southern people, all the people that went to the south and explored, they reported this, and it's illegal to privately and independently go and verify this right now. So the truth is, the Globers should be on our side, trying to demand that we're allowed to freely do that. You can't even get close enough past the 60 south latitude in the water to see it. So you guys should look at the actual evidence of the mariners and navigators that went there and said that, and then question why we're not allowed to go right now.
There's yacht races that go around it every year.
They don't actually go around Antarctica, so it shows you guys. No, you guys don't ever look into things.
Oh, they go around the outside of the pizza world? Is that what they do?
No, like if you're talking about the circumnavigation specifically, the circumnavigation races don't go around Antarctica. They tip over, they go over a little bit of Antarctica and pop back up north.
I'm not talking about circumnavigation races. I don't know what you're talking about.
Also, the general guidelines for visitors to the Antarctic posted by the IAATO, they explicitly tell you that you are allowed to go on your own and tell you the only places you can't go are ACBRs, Antarctic Continental Biogeographic Regions, and those are lined out.
Okay.
So they say you have to give 3 to 6 months in advance notice. No external water supply, no external fuel supply. You can't go past 60 south latitude without approval. You must actually give them your route. They must approve your route 3 months in advance. And then, if for any reason they want to intercept you, you completely have no Fourth Amendment rights once you're there. And that's specifically for the United States.
And if you're in trouble,
why misrepresent that we can't go to Antarctica? If the Earth's a globe, you should still admit it.
To be clear, that's only true for signatories to the Antarctic Treaty, right?
Yeah. So wait, do you think that some smaller country can go past?
I mean, citizens of that country can, yeah.
Really? So you think that they're
not
going to be
bound by the treaty?
Not going to be intercepted by the major world countries? That's what you think?
Where are there soldiers on Antarctica?
Well, people have been intercepted when they travel that without clearance. How do you think they enforce it? How do you think the U.S. military enforces it?
Hold on. What's it? You referenced the Antarctic Treaty, so you're the one referencing the document that's the treaty between those countries. So that treaty says anyone not in that country can do those things.
Okay, but that's not reality, though. You can't actually
do you have
go.
evidence of this?
What's
a Norwegian seller tried to go and was intercepted 3 different times.
And what's I just wanted to say, I recommend you read the Antarctic Treaty if you're going to claim there's military there that is intercepting people, because the first
says
article
no military
of the,
presence.
Yes, the first article of the Antarctic Treaty, which you just mentioned, goes against your own claim.
Isn't there military all over the place there?
Dude, I've already okay. First of all, there are military quote unquote base, but they call them scientific. Secondly, there are tons of subsequent languages or like actual legislation since then. You guys should read the actual subsequent legislation as well, and it specifically says in the articles of the Antarctic Treaty you can't go privately without permission. So why misrepresent that? If the Earth's a globe,
let's move on. We're already at 3 o'clock.
Can we
have
just
a couple
agree
more.
real quick that everything you said is steps that you'd have to take to go?
Yes,
and it requires permission.
Okay, assuming everything you said is right, those are the steps you need to go. So no one's saying you can't anyway. So why wouldn't they just say, hey, no one goes. That's it. You can't go. Why are there steps allowing you to go? Your own argument doesn't make sense.
It's limited to get people thinking like you. Sorry,
we'll let the audience decide next week.
Okay,
I think
also, I just want to point out real quick before we transfer. They were saying that the treaty is for those who signed the treaty. If you read any law in the United States, it's based off of the residents of those states, Oregon, Washington, whatever. But if you come from out of country and you do one of these things that are against the law, guess what's going to happen? They're not going to be like, oh, you're from Colombia. I guess you
nobody owns
go
Antarctica.
Doing this. No, that's not what they're going to do.
Nobody
they're
has
going to arrest you, and they're
Antarctica.
going to treat you as if they would anybody else who broke that rule. So
Nobody
whether or not,
So Dr. Blitz, I have a question. So if you go there, you can just commit crimes?
You're not understanding what I'm saying. So continue.
Next question.
Yeah, Dr. Blitz, I want to ask, can we go there and commit crimes, you're saying?
Yeah, thank you.
So I actually think that you might. I'm not a lawyer, and I would ask my wife, but she probably doesn't want to talk about it.
Okay. We've got why? Oh no, sorry, that's not Tim Bucks. Explain why the Earth is flat within its toroidal field from Mikan.
Yeah, so every single magnetic field has something called a block.
You guys want to pause the bot for a moment?
Description would be an inertial plane because it's an unchanging plane, so it would be inertial. So it's
right
called the block domain wall. That's of course named after the discoverer Bloch. And
I think there's a lot of things we could discuss here. I'm on my bike, second day out from the procedure. Where is the freaking Bluetooth? Here we go. 1 second. I don't know if I'm coming in still. Let me know if anybody hears me. And I'm watching for zombies. Anyway. Let's see. What the fuck?
Yeah, you're coming in loud and clear, man. We're just chilling.
Power's on. Hello?
What's up?
Buddy out there.
How's it going, man?
1 second. I'm on the bike. I haven't tried to ride yet. I'm about to try it. I cannot stay off the bicycle, especially after 2 weeks on a liquid diet and a bed. All right. Good, I'm connected. It's awesome shit.
There you go.
All right, let's see if I can keep it charging. Now I need to get a lighter. Thanks for reminding me about the lighter. All right, let's see. I have a solar charging device. Okay, I'm straddling the bike now, the bike seat. Oh yeah. Oh, let's see. Need to get some rear brake pads. I think I'll stop there now. Flat smack the bike shop.
Yeah.
If it gets too loud, like if the wind noise, I'm actually able to do this easier than walking.
Oh yeah.
It's the best ambulatory assist. It's the best ambulatory assistance device. Wow, my bike is a blast. I haven't even used the power. Just going downhill, it's like sliding on a glass plate. Almost got run over by a federal post office truck. Good thing I know how to look. I'm a professional observer. I have to be. My life depends on it. Here I am at the bike shop. All right, I'm straddling. I'm going in the bike shop. Let's see if I can plant this right here.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Move this out of the way. There. Oops. When you put your kickstand on your bike, it's good to place it in a place where the bike is balanced, so the handlebars could swing either way even with weight on them. Anyway,
Yeah.
better stop. All right. Guys still there?
Yeah, I'm around, man.
Oh, okay, good.
Just kind of.
I didn't know if I was still connected. It was so quiet. I'm about 15 feet from my bike where my phone is, inside the bike shop.
Yeah.
Sorry, not too. Yeah, it's quiet in here. Hi guys. I need some rear brake shoes. Hey, brake pads. I'm wondering if you guys. I'm wondering if you guys can install them. I got $20 in my. I think they're about $12. And, all I have is a 20 with me though. But I actually. I better just take the pads in and get that. I'll come back. I need a rear tire tube for both. What else do I need? That's it. This spec is badass. Here's the man. Okay. Now I know what I need. A seat. I need a new seat. Seat or seat cover. Having trouble where to put it. Can I pay you for those brake shoes? Brake pads?
What are you paying?
What am I paying for? Sorry. $11.84?
Yeah.
$11.84 brake pads. Huh? Oh, okay. You already got it. Yeah. I'm thinking of the old days when you just had one POS.
Oh, no, we don't have it.
Yeah, I'll come back and I need to get, I'm just going to have you service it. I need a new bottom bracket bearing, one that's a couple millimeters longer. Look at that. And I might just have you guys service the rear wheel completely and tune it up for me. How much would that be if I just had you tune up the rear wheel bearings and get everything nice and tight? Maybe it might need a new axle here, but I need a new bottom bracket, the one that's slightly longer.
Bottom bracket is $27.99 or $50, depends on the size. And it's $25, $30 labor.
$30, so 40, 70, 80, $100. I'll have to wait till next month for everything.
Well, that's about 60 total, 55 total.
Yeah, I might be able to swing that.
Bottom bracket.
I
what else you want?
A rear tire, and actually, I want a fatter tire if it's possible. Now, I think the front definitely is.
Some service on this bike.
I know.
It's very worn down.
Well, I've ridden it 3,800 miles in the last 2 years.
Good.
So yeah, it needs service now and then. Yeah, it needs a few things. I want to make it completely watertight for where the electronics are. But
all right.
I got some ideas for racks. I need to put a rack on top of this battery that I can put a crate on and do my shopping. So I want to put a crate back there.
You put this together yourself?
Yeah. Sure did. I salvaged the bike. It was all busted up, like everything. But the fork, the rear wheel.
You haven't had any problem with the fork?
Not at all. I've had them break before on my cheap mountain bike at my mongoose. Good. Yeah. No, I didn't go anywhere yet. I just did that so I could get the money out. Thank you, though.
All right. Let me know when you need work on that.
I didn't get the pads. Oh, here they are. No, here they are. Thank you. Yeah, I'll just do this. That. Alrighty.
All right. Thanks.
60 and I'll do that later. All right. Here we go. What's a good day to come in to get this thing, just have you reservice it? Any day's good, all right. Okay, today's Saturday, maybe like Monday. You're closed on Sunday, right? All right, have a good one. Excuse me, sir. No problem. Check, check.
We hear you, man.
Okay. Now, so on. Once again, as usual, if I'm mobile, I could use a little assistance. So if the background noise or the wind gets too loud, if you just mention it to me, and then I can stop. Yeah. I'll be going very slow anyway, because of my condition. Let my helmet air out some more. All right, I got a solar charging device. I got my glass case. I got all my daytime gear. Here I go. New brake pads. Oh, this is way better than walking. No, don't get hit by a train if you're ever out riding. It's advisable to not interfere with the train's path of travel. 8.5 miles an hour. If this was a horse and buggy, 8 miles an hour was like pushing the limit, right? I was like, holy shit, slow down, Mabel. You're going way too fast for this wagon. Okay, it's a little windy, and we have some lead footers. Oh man, what a delightful freaking bike is. Oh heck yeah, this is beautiful. Okay, don't get hit by a car either. Yes, there's traffic. Saturday afternoon. Beautiful San Diego. Shit. I'm going to recover in no time like this. I can actually pedal easier than I can walk. I better keep it easy, though.
Yeah.
Guy thinks he's going fast. I'm going to just go slow so I can do maximum amount of time in the sunlight. Oh, shit. It's freaking great. Okay, I got to keep charging mine, too, though. I got to pedal a little more. Taking it easy. All right, cool. Oh, the bike feels great. Holy crap. Oh, my God. It feels great out here. You don't know how much you miss the outside until you've been inside for a while. You can't get up. That's crazy. Wow. All right. No cars Saturday afternoon. These people are like, let the lights stop you. That's fun. All right, broadcasting here on the Sunny on Saturday show. Glad y'all could join us. Where are you all? Aren't you supposed to be here when I up here? Like the sun's appearance? Yep. So the question about the sun and the lights in the sky are purely optical. Hello. Anybody with me on that? Just so I know you're not. So there, because you guys are so freaking quiet. I never didn't hear so many people that like to speak being so quiet. Here's people at the restaurant. La Cucina. I'll have to try it sometime. Yeah. So, on my own. Here I go again on my own. Going down the only road I've ever known. I'm going to beat the cars. Yeah, baby. Okay. I got to remember I only have my ball cap on, so better go slow. Can't afford any hits on the head. Speaking of hits on the head, recently actually had a real spinal tap. That was the weirdest freaking experience ever. I got this strange freaking headache at the base of my brain. That was freaking weird. Stopping in the shade here. Drink a little water. Okay. Let's see, I got a couple of dollars. Change. Get snacks. Oh, wow, it's so pleasant out here. I feel like a kid with a new bicycle. Is it too loud? It's too windy right now. Okay, it only lasts for a little while. I'll be across the freeway. Oh, keep that hat on a little bit. All right. Oh man, that's great. Good thing my balance works really freaking well. But like when people are smoking good weed and I pass by them out, like getting a different taste.
Really right now, though.
I know. Hold on, it's going to stop. Okay, here we go. Okay. That should be better. How's that? That's the car.
Yeah, it's a bit better.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to slow down. Yeah, noise, but jets are flying over the plane, so that goes right at like 10 o'clock. I'm going right under the flight path where they come into Lindbergh Field. It's from Lindbergh Field, little San Diego history, which I know a lot of, which is very fucking interesting. So just in the aeronautical. So, Charles Lindbergh. Hold on, let me go up this hill. Okay. Remember, I just had surgery, Sonny.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God for the power. Go back to first gear. Stop. There we go. Let's see, I wonder what my stall speed is. Let's see here. Nice and warm right here. Oh, a little tired. passing by a squirrel. Noticed lots of rabbits. There's so much water and rain. There's a bunch of rabbits. I started thinking, especially when I was really hungry, I'm like, rabbits too. I'm going to get off and walk. Let's see, that'll help the battery. Alright. Okay, let me go. Another jet.
Yeah.
And never smelled any jet fuel at all. I've never smelled any jet fuel as they're coming in for landing, period. Ever. They're flying right over my head. I think I would know what jet fuel smells like. I used to be a fueler at Los Angeles International Airport, LAX. Yeah. I drove around me and my friend drove around in the front of a 10,000 gallon Jet A fuel, and we used to smoke weed up there. Shit's like, especially when the fumes are going back. Screw them if they can't take a joke. I'm like, that was a great time. That was a smaller fuel truck. Well, the steering would freaking disengage. You just have to stop. Okay, coming up to a level street here. I was pretty good up that hill. Let's see. Ow. Okay, hold on. I'm going to stop and assess me. Should I go downhill? Get a bunch of momentum?
Yeah, easier on you for a little while.
I'll just go slow. I have my new brake pads for the rear, but I'm really taking it easy. So, let's see. Actually, I'm going to go on the level here first. I'm anticipating some of these cars coming towards me. That's super slow. Oh, it's one. Really nice one. That's great. What a great view I have, too. Okay, these people don't know how to drive. So. Yeah. I got a nice flat pass. Let's stay up here. Much easier riding a bicycle on the level. Let's see. Yeah. The rear tire's a little squishy, but super light though. So, man, good thing I know how to adjust my rear bearing, rear wheel bearing. The front ones have their own ones. I've never looked at that where the motor is, but I probably should see if that needs servicing. Here's the sidewalk going down. I wish you guys could. I'm only 2 days out from my surgery. I'm on my bike already. Oh, yeah, beautiful here. Hi, folks. Beautiful day, isn't it? Yeah, it's great out. It's so green here. It's a little hazy. I'm looking down south to the border. I can see the hill 17 miles. It's supposed to be 17 miles from downtown. I'm almost 2 miles north of the city now. Already. And they're all uphill. I'm going downhill. I still got my front brakes, which work really great. I'm going faster than 12. Start wobbling. Whoa. Whoa. Go down this curve here. Booyah. Oh, what a fucking great place. Shit, I love this place. I gotta find a place to pee. This bike is like fucking magic. I'm about to get it serviced though. Just do everything. Put a new bottom bracket bearing in there. That thing lasted like 2 years. Need a slightly longer one. Okay. I should have gone down that path just then. Oh well. Another chance for the path right here. Oh yeah, I get to go to the place where I would always go by this place in the afternoon where the sun shines, right in this little area. I know where a bunch of them are though, so I probably talked about other spots like this. Okay, here we go. Oh, not so bad with the off-road. Okay. It's all about anticipation of the bumps. So it takes constant surveillance of what's in front of me to know what's level and what's not. Like where the concrete separates, where the new section starts, where they put the... Yeah, here's where the tree fell. Right across this path. Right where I always go. It's all right, guys. Come on. Guys walking their dogs. Hi there. All right. I'm glad I'm taking it slow today. All day. Here's my spot where the sun shines. It's freaking warm here. Okay, let's see. I'm going to dismount. All right, man. It's nice here. Oh, heck yeah. Okay, here we go. Shoot. Can I take a pee? I'm above this big, huge canyon, actually. I would say the walls over to the other side of the canyon are about
Sonny,
at least I'm 100 feet. Pardon me?
Where are you at? I hear airplanes and everything flying above you. What's going on?
Larger than Central. It's larger than Central Park in New York, which is, I believe, 1,200 acres. This place is, I think, 1,600 acres of wildlands, trails, paths, sidewalks, like the whole thing. It's got big, huge stairs called the Juniper Staircase. Good thing I'm too far away. These people can't see me taking a pee here. But I'm on the middle, overlooking a wilderness. I'm overlooking a wilderness, basically, of a canyon that winds through San Diego from Mission Valley, Highway 163, commonly referred to as the Escondido Freeway as it gets up further north, or goes through Kearny Mesa, Kearny Villa. I'm looking at the Cabrillo Bridge. If you are able to do research, you can look at the 1915 and I think it was the 1932 World Expositions. We're at San Diego. In the park where I'm looking across, actually, at the Aeronautical Museum on the other side of the canyon. There's a bunch of museums over there. And there's a big, huge aviary not aviary, it looks like an aviary, but it's a botanical tree garden made of structures of steel bands and then with wooden slats. They're disassembling the entire structure right now. I'm not looking at it yet. That's on the other side. Uh-oh. Am I still there?
Yeah, still there.
Okay, good.
You said Cambria Bridge? Yeah?
Cabrillo. It's spelled C Cabrillo. Like cat. Cabrillo. C.
Cabrillo, okay. Okay, cool.
Hold on a second. Okay, so it's called Cabrillo Bridge. It's Cabrillo. It's the Cabrillo Bridge at the San Diego Balboa Park.
Oh yeah, I found it. Yeah, I see it.
Balboa Park, B-A-L-B-O-A, Balboa, and the bridge is spelled C like cat, A alpha, B like boy, R like, what do you use R? Rex, India, Lima, Apple. Cabrillo, I'm sorry, O.
Apple O.
C-A-B-R-I-L-L-O, pronounced Cabrillo.
Yeah. I see the pictures of it now. Yeah, it's cool.
Hold on, let me connect my Bluetooth again. A second. Let's see, phone. I need the phone to be. Alright, so far so good. Let's turn the Bluetooth back on. Shoot. I wonder why it disconnects like that. Man, nice and sunny here. And okay. Oh, I have this charger that's being solar. Let me see. This is gonna be great in the summer. Got my solar charger. That I can hook my phone into. Technical difficulties. Well, I definitely am charging. Only at 19%. Did I connect again? This is charging now. What the heck? What's wrong with this device? Power on. Okay. Connected. Good. Should be good. What the heck? I guess you hear me still. Here we go. Still there?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, man.
Okay, good. All right. I'll mute myself.
Are you using the Bluetooth now?
Yes.
Okay.
Why does it power off though? Shit, man.
You sound a lot better without the Bluetooth, though.
Better without it?
Yeah, you sound a lot better. Yeah, better quality without the.
Yeah. When I ride. Shit, something's wrong with this one. But when I ride, I have to put it in a pocket, and I don't think it comes in, and I can't hear you guys.
Yeah, I get it.
I hear you now because I'm stopped. I may just stay here for a second and let it charge up. Except I have mounting issues with this. With the phone being on the bike, I need a secure way to mount it. Otherwise, the whole shebang's going to fall off. Let's see. There we go. Alrighty, let's see. Right, whoa. The tree's like a swing, man, or a rocking chair. What the heck? But this tree fell right across this place where I stand here in the sun, literally. I've been standing right where I'm standing now, and this tree fell on me.
Is Indio stream still running?
I think so.
Let me see.
I have not checked it though. I haven't seen anybody complaining that it isn't.
Can I get a power on? Okay. Something's happening. I have to. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can't hear myself. Okay. 6, way too much time. Use something more dependable. Check, check, mic check.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, let me reconnect to the Bluetooth and see what's happening. All right, it's no. It's just it's not connected. Power on. Let's get that. There we go. power off. Okay, something's wrong with this. I have to stop. Well, the doctor said they wanted me out as early as the next day with the rest. Probably acceptable. So they used to have.
Are you hanging out at? Is that where you're biking around? Is it around Balboa?
Of course, when I went to Naval Training Center, that was over in the basement called Point.
I was born at the Miramar Naval Hospital.
All this logistics, you know what? In any adventure, isn't logistics the most important thing? It's the thing that you have to adjust with, like to change. Plans change because of logistic challenges. You know what I mean? Change headsets. I can't hear if you're talking. Check, check.
Yeah, yeah.
Check, check.
Yes.
Approach this. I'm going to have to step up in operations, given logistics. I probably need a GoPro camera. Let's see. What I've got now, mic is still open. Still not connected. Why? Shit. Anybody there?
Yeah, man.
Oh, there we go. All right. Anybody there?
Yeah, we hear you.
Just chilling.
Okay, good. Finally. It took that long.
Yeah.
So I'm going to keep the mic open for now. If it gets too noisy, like I said.
I have to have my volume all the way up to even hear you that well, Sonny. Could
Really?
be my
Okay,
yeah.
I could speak louder. How about that? How's that? I have a big loud mouth, so
I can hear you now.
Sonny, speak up. Okay, good. Now I know the volume. Good. Thanks for giving me a reference. And,
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm traveling again. Awesome, man. What a life.
Also, you have the wind. You have the wind and that air resistance to contend with when you're riding.
No, also there's a lot of traffic noise down below me, so I'm moving away from the highway.
Yeah.
Because that's what you're hearing, because there's barely any wind at all. I mean, a little bit. I even hear a little bit of wind, but you probably hear my voice over the wind, right?
Yeah, I can hear your voice over the wind.
Good. Okay. Oh, wait. I left my little pouch open. I have to zip that up. Okay. Let's see. My phone should be charging now. Hopefully I don't run out of power. I haven't tried to use the solar charger yet, but right now I'm charging that up, and I have to stop at 7-Eleven. I need to stop at the 7-Eleven to get an ignition device. Let me give this lady the right of way with the Alaskan sled dog. Hi. I wouldn't mind having a dog like that. Okay, just here for a second. Let's go north. Oh, Father of the four winds, fill my sails, stars to fill my dreams. I am a traveler of both time and space, to be where I have been. Whoa. What's that?
I love that song, Kashmir.
Yeah, Sonny's shit in good spirits.
Secret elders of a gentle race, all will be revealed.
The story was quite clear.
I love that song. That's in my playlist.
Didn't talk about the days they wait. The words weren't perfect. I can make up my own words. The words were perfectly clear. Whoa. Whoa.
Yellow desert scream.
All will be revealed. Da, 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 da. Turn to green red, yeah. Trying to find you, trying to find you. Okay, don't run me over. I'm crossing diagonally. Thanks for noticing. Thanks for noticing I'm crippled. Back on the road again. Shit, I can't believe it. 2 days out of that.
Oh, for real, Lord Racer. Somebody made a sock account and made their name Lord Racer as well. They do that though. These trolls like to take your freaking name and try to troll with your name to make you look bad.
Oh yeah, they tried to do a bunch of money, but none of them. Hold on a second. Yeah. Too windy.
Sonny, you're making loads of noise, man.
Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me. Yeah, I'll just when that happens, it's the wind. So it varies, I get it. I'll mute myself.
It sounds better than your fucking singing voice, bro.
Really? Thanks, man. I appreciate it. The wind is a beautiful thing, isn't it? Yeah, the wind
I told you, the wind is getting into your mic, bro.
Okay, man. I got it. Here we go. Mute the Roni.
Is there anybody here that wants to speak about Flyer, for God's sake?
Yeah, well, I was talking about how these Glober trolls like to take on our names. They like to try to like troll with our names, like these sock puppet accounts, try to make us look bad and shit like that. People are like, they'll come back and be like, "Yeah, well, you said no, I didn't say that. That was some mofo with a sock account." I'm telling. Flat Earth lives rent-free in their heads. And they can't figure out why yet. That's the whole funny thing is, they can't figure out why. And the why is easy. Because it is observably, measurably flat. And you see it, Globies, you see it with your own eyes like that. You see it as flat. You observe level waters at lakes. You observe sea level. All of us with working eyes see the same thing, man.
That guy, dogs are gods. Like, he was a fucking complete maniac saying that he's not sure if the horizon's flat or curved. He's like, well, I'm not sure, and he was trying to resemble it to a piece of wood. He's like, I don't know when I look at a piece of wood.
Refraction guy? Was that the refraction
It says when you see somebody's chin that it's refracted.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude, I remember that. I actually made something fake.
Yeah, SimCorp made a couple of clips as well, and they're fucking hilarious, man.
Dude, yeah, I made a that inspired me to make a piece of artwork. Something super retarded, but it's funny to me.
Well, I only came in because Sonny's making a racket, but I'm gonna disconnect. But I'll catch you all later.
Have a good one, dude.
You'll be back when we say "spake" 3 times.
Yeah, exactly.
World order. It's easier if I just copy and paste it from where I shared it. I already put it in the meme thing. Meme competition. No, I didn't. Yeah, I did. There it is. Yeah, Chin Boy.
Yeah, what do I call him?
I get the most random, like, abstract art inspiration from some of the conversations that happen here because of all the random meta references in my head from TV and other crap. And then I can combine it together, and yeah, so check this out.
Call him Globy McGloberson, the Globe Chin Wonder.
Oh, right, I'm uploading the 1 megabyte version. Yeah, well, it's a chin guy. It's a NASA chin man. It's the refracting chin.
Yeah, I've seen
Behold,
that.
the refracting chin.
That's the same character I had in my mind when that chin thing came up, and that you made that was everything that I saw in my mind.
Yeah.
Yes. It was everything that I saw in my mind, and then I saw you with that earlier, and I was like, dude, yes.
Like, of course Aether would come up with... Yeah, AG's always making cartoons.
That's exactly what's in my head, what was in my head about it, and then, lo and behold, you manifest it.
And I'm like freaking weaponized autist. My retarded ass will spend like an hour or 2 working on some dumb shit like that.
Oh, dude, I too.
And I did.
I will sit there on a project just to like literally weaponize something against someone.
Like, this must be created. That's all there is to it. This must be created.
3 times. Yes, Spake with 3 times.
Like the.
Oh, you cut out, bro. You roboted and then went quiet.
This one, I made a pair rise picture. This is just me playing. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. That's great. Look at that.
I was uploading. Okay, now you can hear me. Yeah, it lagged because I was uploading it.
That's so funny. Look, I was thinking about something, right? And I was thinking about
how faster way of doing it.
Like,
go ahead.
If the Earth is moving, it's funny because they want to use RPMs. I'm like, well, what are your RPMs converted into MPH, right? There's conversion rates. Sorry, there's conversion rates for everything. And so if you're like, if Earth is a ball, which it's not, but if you're like up at the north, and you want to do like, say you launch a balloon or whatever, right? The ground should appear to be moving, like especially at the north, because it's a smaller concentric circle. It should appear to be moving faster.
If something's going 1,000 miles an hour, you should be able to stand at the center point of 1,000 miles an hour, whether north or south, and visually see and feel 1,000 miles an hour spin.
Right, but
I get the whole mumbo jumbo bullcrap that they talk about when you're anywhere else, but okay. But what about these particular 2 points? When you're supposedly spinning you should be able to observably see 1,000 miles an hour. It's just that's how balls work.
Yeah, no detectable rotation. There's some guy who's trolling my channel, and he's on my. I did a video about the Foucault's pendulum, the mechanics of the Foucault's pendulum, how it has this electromagnetic ring, this collar ring, that keeps it going. And it has to be given a push every now and then because despite the magnets in it, it's going to hang still. And this guy was trying to invoke the Foucault's pendulum as proof of Earth rotation. And I explained to him the mechanics of the Foucault's pendulum. I'm like, you can easily look this up, and you can find that if it works because of magnets, then it's not working because of any Earth rotation, which throws it out as any proof of rotation. And he's not understanding it. And he's like, well, tell us in your most scientific words how it debunks rotation. I'm like, I've literally, before he even said that, I probably said the same thing on how it debunks rotation at least 3 different times. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's pretty nuts. It is. You know, that saying kind of bothers me in a way, but I understand. It is what it is. I say, que sera, whatever will be, will be.
What will be, will be.
Yep. I'm like, there's no, you can't invoke the Foucault's pendulum as proof of rotation without knowing exactly how the Foucault's pendulum works, like the exact mechanics of it. It's a fallacious argument for Globers to bring that up.
The assumption that you don't know how it works, so they can just invoke that word, and then you're gonna what? As though you've never looked it up before. That's what they think is gonna happen.
But they don't know that I'm always looking up stuff. I'm always looking up stuff. Like, let me see if I go to. It's this guy that he goes by the name of Tomos, Tomos. He says he's never ever been around the 24-hour flat Earth thing like that. But I've given him an invitation to come talk to me about it in the Discord. But we'll see. I got Bobby Steels. Bobby Steels is always trolling me. I'm like, Bobby, I think you have a crush, dude. Yeah, this guy said, Tomos, he says, tell me in scientific terms, in words we can all understand, how exactly this pendulum experiment debunks rotation. He says the pendulum swings back and forth. That has nothing to do with the Earth rotating. What? It's where it ends up over time that shows that the Earth has revolved around underneath it as it's swinging.
Has nothing to do with it, but has everything to do with it, I guess. Whatever.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Whatever that's supposed to mean.
Everything to do with it. Yeah, but nothing to do with it. I said, we all know that a pendulum of any kind will move when acted upon by a force. I think we can all agree on that. However, the Foucault's pendulum is not proof of rotation. Here is why. The Foucault's pendulum is not a free-hanging pendulum moving due to Earth rotation. Its motion is due to magnets within the pendulum. The pendulum must... Huh?
If you have any info on that, send it to me, because that's another card I should make as a Foucault's pendulum card.
Yeah, for sure. I said the pendulum must have force, a physical push from someone applied to it in order to keep it moving. If left alone, the momentum of the pendulum decreases and the pendulum will hang perfectly still. Thus, the Foucault's pendulum is not proof of rotation. Research mechanics of the Foucault's pendulum. Any further questions? And I said, I also added, I said, how, and this is what you can type into Google, how does Foucault pendulum keep swinging? The answer that you're going to get is there is a donut-shaped electromagnet built into the ceiling, and the iron collar that swings back and forth inside the hole of this donut-shaped electromagnetic collar. I said, so you see, the Foucault's pendulum works because of an electromagnetic built into the ceiling from which the pendulum hangs. Therefore, invoking Foucault's pendulum as proof is a fallacious argument for rotation. And I told him, I said, so, show me a free-hanging pendulum that moves because of Earth's rotation. I said, you've made a bunch of claims and haven't provided any evidence for your claims, and I'm still waiting. Because he wanted to say that there have been other pendulum, or Foucault-type pendulum experiments that have been done at the equator and all of this other stuff that, the motion is different. He says, at the equator, it won't move at all. And then, up at like the northern hemisphere, it will move. And he still has
false fallacy. He's just making an assumption that one thing is causing another because it fits with the worldview that it wants to apply it to.
Right, exactly.
And furthermore, the experiment is corrupted by the fact that there's magnetism involved in it that's outside of the gravitational pull of mass attracting mass. completely like non sequitur argument. It has nothing to F it. He's right. It has nothing to do with gravity at all. Yep, absolutely. It has nothing to do with it.
Well, he said it was right. So that you're not misquoting, it was rotation. He said it has nothing to do with Earth's rotation.
I'll say that too. It has nothing. Yep, he's right. It has nothing to do with it because it's a non sequitur argument. It has nothing to do with it.
Right.
Again, like
because in his comment, and I'll read it again. In his comment, he says, "Tell me in scientific terms, in words we can all understand, how exactly this pendulum experiment debunked rotation."
That's like if I say I can open this box of cereal and I can pour it in this bowl, therefore gravity exists. That's pouring something into something doesn't cause gravity. Like I am not the reason gravity exists. That argument's freaking backwards and dumb.
And this is where he goes on to say, the pendulum swings back and forth, but it has nothing to do with Earth rotating. He says it himself. That's the truth right there. That's the truth of the matter.
With self-werewolves?
It's like he doesn't know why the pendulum swings, but he's correct when he says that it has nothing to do with Earth rotating.
Yeah. He's just assuming that you also don't know, so he can win the argument by throwing some words at you.
Yeah, and he goes on with this kind of like non sequitur. He says, it's where it ends up over time. That I guess the pendulum, the end of the pendulum, ends up in a different place over time because of Earth revolving underneath it as it swings. How do you have? Let's get to the physics of this, right? So how do you have something that is attached to Earth? Okay, how is Earth moving underneath this thing that is attached to Earth? This is how fallacious this guy's argument is. It's super duper fallacious. Like he says, yeah, what is it? Over time, that shows that the Earth has revolved underneath where it was swinging. So this thing that's swinging, which is built attached to the Earth, and the Earth is somehow revolving underneath it as it swings. That it doesn't physics. It doesn't add up. That doesn't add up at all.
Physics.
It doesn't
physics at all. There ain't no way you can physics with that one.
Cannot physics that.
You better try doing that physics harder.
It's like, so wait. Earth is rotating underneath this thing that is attached to Earth? Huh? Oh, no. They would say that it's because it's attached to Earth and it moves because it's detecting Earth rotation. When we've already been through how it works because of a donut collar electromagnet on the ceiling. So, is it an electromagnet that makes the pendulum work? Or is it Earth rotation that makes it work? The answer's clear. The answer's very clear. It's an electromagnetic collar. It's an electromagnet. The collar is a donut-shaped collar on the ceiling. Isn't it funny how people go into like observatories, like planetariums, right? And they go into this inside of a thing with the dome over their heads to look at balls.
Yeah, and then they think they live on it.
I'm like, how the hell? How do you think you live on a ball? I don't know. Some people really think that they are living on a spinning white ball in a special vacuum, hurtling Mach 88 into this ever infinite expanding nothingness. Like, okay, that doesn't even align with physics.
That don't physics at all.
You can't physics that shit either. And you know, they love to accuse us of.
They can math the hell out of it, but they can't physics it at all.
Right. Look, you can count to Apple on that all damn day, Newton, but it's not going to change the actual observable physics, you know.
Yeah.
Fucking Newton can count to Apple, bro. That was about it. Inbred fucking.
Count to Apple.
Yeah,
count to Apple.
It just sunk in, bro. It just sunk in for you.
He draws the letter A. He's like, I can count to apple, and he draws an A. See?
See?
But letters aren't math. Well, you can use letters in math. I'll show you.
Algebra, bro. Yeah, you see that X and that Y over there?
That's for xylophone and...
Look, you know what I used to say about algebra? And I told I told my algebra teacher this. I was like, look, you want to know why algebra really screws with my brain? Because in my brain, my alphabet and my numerabet should stay separate.
I've redefined what words mean, so numbers are words. They're just words to me. That's how I recognize them. It's just another word.
But my alphabet and my numerabet should stay separate.
But that's how they teach you in school, though. They separate it, and that's, to me, one of the problems.
Yeah.
They keep it divided in a weird way.
Yeah.
And a lot of stuff, there's not tangible, like, real-world application for it, so children get boring. Like, what the hell am I supposed to do with this? If you don't show them the usefulness for it, they're not going to want to store it in their brain. Why would they do that? This is useless. Why would I keep this in my head?
My math teacher, because she knew that I was struggling with algebra, I did okay at it, you know. I passed by with a C. It was just really strange, confusing, boring. I didn't understand how I would ever apply this in my life. And then so she goes, well, I'll see. We'll move you to geometry, right? And I was like,
and here
okay.
we are learning all this math and crap later on in life. Like, damn, we needed that.
Yeah, like I'm really, really happy that she switched me to her geometry class. And then I was able to get into advanced geometry in her class. Yeah. And I passed that shit.
It's not difficult when you apply yourself, but it's so grating and boring. Some teachers make it boring, is what it is. They'll drone on out of a book.
I think for her, she kind of like, she was able to gauge me and like my mind and understand that like algebra makes more sense to me in shapes, right? That A squared plus B squared.
In 3D forms, yeah.
Yeah, and then so that's, she was like, okay, I think you could probably better learn algebra with shapes. And so
trying to learn it just in a 2D form is really it's
yeah,
so boring. It was just a piece of paper and a pencil, and you're trying to learn. No, show me like on an X, Y, and Z axis why this is important.
Yeah. Put sugar in here.
And then you obviously transit instantly into freaking geometry and other shit.
I was good at geometry, and honestly, I'm really glad that she put me in her geometry class, because look at where I'm at today, understanding elevation angles, you know.
My perspective of perspective was learned from art perspective, though, not math. But it's based off of identical principles.
I took art classes all throughout middle school and high school. I love those classes. Those classes taught me a lot about perspective, line of sight, vanishing points, angles, all of that, lights and shadows. This is why people who take art class, flat earthers, okay, that have taken art classes, we look up at the moon at certain points and go, wait a minute, what the fuck? You know, because we understand these lights and shadows. We understand how certain things wouldn't or could not work in the heliocentric model with the way they present their lights and shadows and stuff like that. So yeah, when you take geometry and you take art classes and you can learn angles and perspective and dude, I aced all my physics classes. I loved physics. Like, I still retained everything from my physics classes. You know, and that's helpful. That's super helpful when it comes to FE.
Yeah.
Because like certain things, like I don't know, maybe it was just my own mind, like the intuitive mind, where I just kind of knew that certain things were good to know. Other things I effed off and I was like, whatever, this is dumb. You know, I'm just going to draw. So yeah, there's, you know, things like physics, geometry, my art classes, even some of my history classes, you know, like I paid attention to a lot of that stuff. So. But I tested out.
Okay, how's that? How's that volume right now? Is that okay?
Hey, Sonny, yeah, you sound good, dude.
Yeah, good. Okay, so I have flat Earth. Well, anyway, let me just preface what I'm about to say with what I'm going to say, which is back to the Shut Sunny the Fuck Up campaign. We'll be right back with you after these brief messages. Anyway, so back to the top of flat Earth. Like the water comes into these canyons, makes the bottom of all these canyons very, very flat. If you were to take a level measurement, even on some of these creek beds that are traveling through varying topography, different changes in elevation, we all know where that change in elevation comes from.
Right.
So it starts from a horizontal datum point, which is generally referred to as sea level. Sea level is never curved in any instance.
Bingo!
Okay, so we all know that. Bingo! So now I'm in a nice quiet place on a trail. I decided, what the fuck? Wait a second. There should be very minimal wind. Hold on. And I have the traffic. I'm leaving the traffic behind me. There might be a little bit of a hum. But the Doppler effect is an effect also. So whenever Sonny is talking, and I'm talking about riding a bicycle, hearing things I'm hearing, the Doppler effect is fucking occurring on a horizontal plane.
Yep.
So, hello. So back to the thing about the campaign to shut Sonny the fuck up, no matter what I'm talking about. Shut the fuck up. If you don't know what you're talking about, because apparently there's some pit bull activity going on in the server where certain people are decided that they won't get a fucking word in edgewise to speak. And as soon as they do interrupt their asses, is very impolite and actually immature. Grow the fuck up. Instead of Sonny, shut the fuck up, no matter what I say. Pit bulls, you shut the fuck up if you don't know what you're talking about. Thank you. That was a brief public service announcement from your beloved Sonny.
Hey,
Flat
Sonny,
Earth hero, motherfuckers. Okay.
Who are these people? I'm sorry.
Well, listen. I'm not divulging any more than that. Just do your own research and listen up, and you'll for sure hear it. Otherwise, I wouldn't notice it, and if I wouldn't notice it, I'd have no need to say anything.
Okay.
So if I've listened long enough to that, I understand that this is happening consistently, that you could write on a graph, then you have to just do your own research, see if it's something that's even important to you. If not, just like I do. If it's not important, then I don't spend time on it.
Right.
So that's all I'll say about it. But anyway, we are in a flat plane of existence. And the answer I got from one of the nurses was, well, it's so large, there's 8 billion people.
Yes,
anyway,
so that's why.
I thought that was worth
okay,
repeating.
I get it. Because 8 billion people stomped it out and made it round, kicked it into a ball or something. But wouldn't
I don't know.
8 billion people stomped it around?
I was just going to say, I think that 8 billion people is BS. Okay,
I mean, if that's an argument, yeah, I agree. It's bullshit. But if that's an argument, you're going to go try and entertain it, then wouldn't it be flatter because of that many people? I'm joking. I'm kidding. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
The reason I bring it up is because it's not an answer. What it is, it's an escapism. It's a way to escape answering the question because it freaks them out, and they will verbally tell you that, or they'll actually tell you out of their own mouths that you're freaking me out now because you're telling me Earth is flat just like I experienced it. So here's the crux of the problem. And if this is not flat Earth, and you think Sonny should shut the fuck up, you'll get a thing on your desktop, and it'll have you check either one. Sonny, shut the fuck up, or Sonny's talking about flat Earth all the time. Yo.
I'm talking about flat Earth all the time. I'm always talking about it.
Yeah, if I'm talking about my fucking gallbladder and a stone in there, that's related to flat Earth too. So shut the fuck up. Thanks. Really, I'm serious. Who thinks I'm not fucking talking about flat Earth every time I open my fucking mouth? And I'm not excusing my language here, because the emphasis needs to be applied. And I know how to do that.
I feel you, dude.
I'm not playing games. I'm not playing games here. So anybody can say anything they want based on fucking hearsay that they fucking had no privy to in the first place. That was divulged to them by hearsay. They had no backing of the claim. It's the same thing the globe earthers do. So shut the fuck up.
Who said anything like
Word
that?
of the day.
What?
Hashtag shut the fuck. Hashtag. Never mind. I'll shut up. I'll shut up. Hashtag Sonny, shut the fuck up.
I just want to know what flat earther made an argument that would make them sound like a glober. Who was that?
Because they're talking about people, and they think they got a good bead on things, just like they say in Men in Black. You know.
Yeah.
People think they got a good bead on things. Well, you know what? There's flat earthers think they got a good bead on people. Shut the fuck up. Hashtag. You don't. You're a bunch of fucking babbling fucking idiots if you think everybody's experience should be just like yours. And thank you for letting me bitch a little bit about this, because it's fucking rampant.
Yeah, I mean, given that we all observe the Earth to be flat, like it's measurably and observably flat, there still are people that have had, you can't deny a person's experience, but however, like none of us are experiencing the Earth as a globe, except for in this like matrix paradigm.
Yeah, absolutely. And now I finally made it back to my under my fruit trees, which it's a different place completely. Wow. Like, it's all been washed out by the water. And we've had so much rain. We've had so much rain that it's like a jungle down here just in a few weeks. It's grown from like 3 feet high dry brush to like 6-8 foot high green, like freaking sprouting everywhere. It's like crazy. I'm gonna stop here in the shade.
Spring is springing. I think we're getting kind of an early spring.
It's really so fortunate to be able to keep coming back. Let me see if this thing is still charging. It's still charging at 11%.
So when I was a kid, I wondered about the globe. Like, if we live on a globe, how come the trees all just grow straight up? Like, sometimes you see some diagonally weird growing trees, but other than that, all the trees grow pretty straight vertical up. As a kid, I always thought that the trees should grow in different directions because the way the Earth is spinning, and the trees they like to reach towards the sun, right? Like, so that was something. Yeah, that was something that was in my mind as a kid, is because like I remember being taught, right? Like, let's go back to like super duper basics, because I think that this is helpful for Globers, honestly, to go back to these really elementary basics. The plants reach for the sun. The plants reach up for the sun.
Yes.
Okay. So if Earth is spinning half freaking all, we should have trees growing in all kinds of weird directions trying to reach for the sun. And we don't see that. We see trees growing straight up and vertical.
And guess what? You know what? Another conversation dovetailing that conversation is that do lights reach toward anything other than an electric light source?
Ooh. An electric light source? I mean...
Yeah, guess what? So I'll just say it. Plants, I'll just make it a short statement about it. So plants only grow towards an electric light source.
Right.
They don't grow towards fire. They don't grow towards lasers. They don't grow towards fusion. They don't grow towards anything else. So there's your proof that we're looking at an electronic... Oh, hold on. I'm going too far.
Yes, Sonny.
Let me get closer. So that the sun and all the luminaries. Here's my statement, and I can back it, which I just did about plants. Are all electric light sources. They are optical in nature only. Period. End of statement.
Yes. Okay, I'm glad that you brought that up. Yes, I 100% agree with you. And if I can find this video of, here it is, The Electric Sun by Don Scott, PhD. Absolutely wonderful. Let me share this real quick. Very insightful, 32 minutes long.
Right on. If you could drop that link,
right
I can
there.
pick it up later when I get back home.
Do you want me to send it to you personally?
Sure.
That way it doesn't get lost in the text.
Yeah, because it'll get lost. But the nasturtium, these plants are growing like profusely.
That's
these
the
are
whole thing
all
about
edible flowers.
Yeah. So
cool.
I guess we could ask the globies, why do trees grow? Why do trees? Most every tree grows up, vertical.
Yeah, and how do they grow if they're on a spinning surface, no matter how slow or how fast?
Yeah.
So if you put try to spin a plant around in front of a ball of gas on fire. Let's see that.
Yeah, plants aren't going to try to go towards fire. There's some sort of electric nutrient, something that these plants are reaching for with the sun.
Yeah, it's something to do with the light, what the light consists of, moving through the medium.
Now here is, I just DM'd you that link for Don Scott's The Electric Sun by Don Scott.
It's really cool. So I'm underneath these trees here. Now these trees in the late summer will produce 150 to 200 pounds of fresh fruit every season. That's growing above a flat Earth. So that's pretty crazy. That Earth just produces a profuse amount if allowed to, and the right seeds are planted. Earth is abundant in everything and will grow like out of hand where you'll have too much product.
Check that out.
This is one of my favorite places to sit and smoke and sit in the sun. And
hey, Sonny, if you want, I can send you my entire playlist that I've built called Bright Observations. It's 62 videos of the sun and doing different stuff.
Guess what? So if you do that, then on my channel, Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness, I'll put your playlist on my channel also.
Fuck yes, dude. If you haven't subscribed to my channel, go subscribe, and I'll subscribe back.
I think I already have.
Word. And I've already subscribed to your channel, but I'll check it out.
Yeah, all you got to do is type in when you find the search. If you go to search in the live stream voice text, go to search and then type in /SUNNY. It'll bring up my name. Click on my name. It'll show everything I've posted. You could delineate whether you want that to be a link, a video, or a file.
That's awesome. Okay, hang on. One thing at a time here. I'm sending you my whole playlist, like 62 bright observations of the sun.
This little place I'm at, to me, I consider it like my bat cave.
My bat
literally
cave.
Yeah, it's like this place I can go. I have a little garage for my bike. Sits under the trees out here. That's what I need to do is get a charger. I need a solar charger for the bike battery. Really bad.
You know, you can find backpacks that have solar panels on them. That have like little ports. Yeah, they're super cool.
Well, as long as I could strap that to the bike and it's powerful enough to charge the battery. But I'm not about carrying anything on my body.
You know what you should do? You should.
The bike's got to carry everything. The bike's going to carry everything. Listen, I went last summer. I went 5 days by myself on the beach. I rode about 60 miles altogether, but I was mostly sitting on the beach. I had everything I needed. I have a trailer, my camping gear, my food, shelter, tarp, stoves, all that stuff, water, foul weather gear, my tent, my tent, my sleeping bag, my air mattress for inside the tent. So,
all right, what's your YouTube channel, Sonny?
What's that?
What's your YouTube channel?
It's Flat Earth. Hold on. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
Trying to reconnect the Bluetooth. Anyway, okay, so it's
Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness.
I might already be subscribed, bud.
You probably are.
And I probably was subscribed before I ever talked to you.
Probably did.
Flat Earth, you said 2017?
Consciousness, yeah. You can also write me at flatearthconsciousness@gmail.com. I'm glad I got that I created that when I did.
Boom! Check that out. I am already subscribed to you, dude.
Yeah, I figured.
Nice.
So I could take some pictures out here. All the pictures, by the way, are of a flat Earth. In case Sonny's not talking. Look, I'm used to people telling me shut up. I play electric guitar.
I've heard you play. You play really well, Sonny.
Well, really well is not what I'm trying to get across. But good. That's a good start.
I mean, I think the distortion from the audio makes it sound a little like wiry, but it sounds really good.
Well, because the room has a natural reverb, and I have really good audio. I just have to move everything a little tighter so it's not using so much of the room reverb because I have 3 walls that are solid concrete.
I have a djembe drum and djembe.
I hear it.
Yep. I'll get down on this thing. I've been out at some drum circles in the middle of the desert just getting down.
Oh, that's great. I know. That's where the little travel guitar comes in. So let's see here. I'm going to put things away here. And I might take a picture for y'all. Save that 1 second. Let's see. So let's go. Go to add. Oh. I need live stream voice text. Add. Only have 7%. Here's a couple of pictures from the cliffs that I sent earlier. Let's see. I'll show you a couple of those. The ocean. Let's put those. Here's me. Yeah. Look at that horizon line. Excuse me.
Yeah, check that out.
Where's the other one? Yeah, right. Someone goes.
Is that you with your long hair? Don't care.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, that's an incredibly flat horizon.
Here's another one. Looking down at the waves. I'm about 200 feet above sea level. So, like I say, multiple black swans in one view. Like these kind of views out here at the cliffs have more than 180 degrees of water. Looking from left to right, right to left. How's that? How's them apples work? How does that work on a globe? Oh, there it is. Okay.
Where's that out?
It's a place called Sunset Cliffs here in near Ocean Beach, California, but it's San Diego.
Gotcha.
Sunset Cliffs. Further down south, which would be to the left of the last picture, would be a place called Sunset Cliffs. That's a surf park. I've ridden 15-foot, 20-foot waves there before.
That's awesome.
I got held under, and I was swimming up. Seemed like forever, watching my bubbles go up because I just got tumbled. And my board, I was swimming up, and my board was still down below me. People actually died in that. I think one person actually died in that spot, having his board caught too. So like, that's a real thing. So that was I was in my mid to late 50s. I surfed for almost every day for 6 years. That's been over for a while. Haven't tried it again since the last time I got beat the F up when I was out there.
Damn, the closest I got was just standing up on a boogie board. Riding some little short waves, belly boarding.
But you see how flat that horizon is. You can see that's how we can navigate across it. We're using triangles.
Yep. Triangles.
And the waves, they have to have straight lines. So
somebody told me that they think that if they fly directly from like California to Florida, I said if you fly in a straight line, from California to Florida, did that line curve at all? And someone was like, well, yeah. No, it doesn't curve. It's a level frickin' flight for like 3,000 frickin' miles.
That's the whole problem they have, because the physicality of the actual flight and progress. They want to use those things. Here's a picture. How green it is. I'm surprised I can do all this stuff with my technology. Look how pretty that is.
10 different screens up.
Yeah, look at that shot. Wow, everything's just like the
green.
Daisies. All the daisy plants are like 4 to 6 feet tall. Some of them, like those are great for like taking home and making a tea. Like I'll cut the tops with the flowers and all, just the sprouts that are coming up, about 10 inches to a foot long. You know. The whole top, go rinse them off, throw them in a pot and make tea out of it. And it's supposed to be one of the best cures. Most likely a North American cure for all kinds of illnesses. Probably, I'm sure, no doubt, the indigenous people.
Yeah, it's getting really, really green out here in Oklahoma.
I bet it is. I can picture that. Lots of giants found in your area. Actually, in Oklahoma, they actually found Phoenician and Scythian writing and Proto-Hebrew all along all of those tributaries. I'm gonna walk.
There's even some like Nordic or Viking ruins here.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot here in the middle of the map. Like, oh my gosh, a lot. Like Oklahoma has like a lot of hills, but there's something under a lot of these hills.
There's actually whole ruins of giant cities.
Yeah.
And for instance, the ones in Tennessee, they had giants 10 feet tall, yielding Iron Age implements.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. As we know, Isla Royale in Michigan, they said was producing the highest grade copper mines on Earth ever known about, and more was excavated there, like 1 billion tons or something.
Isn't that incredible?
Huge amounts. and so. Like, think about this. these are links to Atlantis, our history that's been denied us.
Bingo.
Because we had ancestors that were creating these things, like the intellectual abilities of the ancestors that were putting the foundations of the pyramids in Chichen Itza and Cozumel and like all over the Yucatan and in all these different places are our ancestors.
Sonny, I have a feeling that you already know about this, and I'm posting it in the voice text chat right now.
Well, one of the secret things about the Freemasons, their secret information knowledge that we have access to now, I'll just spit it out, because now it's common knowledge. They believed and knew that America was Atlantis. Me too.
So check this out, though, right? So like, the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. If you ever just read them, I've got them on audiobook. You can listen if you want to, and I can send it over. But it talks about Thoth being the Atlantean priest king and great ruler over Egypt. Well, Egypt is in Africa.
Egypt is here. Egypt wasn't a term that was used as a specific geographical place.
It would mean that the lands were... I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, Egypt means burnt face. So the three places, the three Indias, they already knew about. They came here as a conquest.
Uh-oh. You cut out, Sonny. Sonny! You cut out, my buddy. But here in the voice text chat, you've got a depiction of the Plato map of the city of Atlantis, like it's the capital. You can call it the capital if you want, but the city of Atlantis, right there. And then you've got the Eye of the Sahara, which looks completely identical. It looks like a city that's been, washed out and dried up, which would make a lot of sense, given all of the stacks of evidence that we have for a worldwide flood. How do you flood a ball? You can't flood a ball. You could probably flood a bowl, though. As a matter of fact, I know you can flood a bowl. Like, you can flood a tub. Yeah. How do you flood a ball, Globies? That's a good one. How do you flood a ball? Can you get water to stay on your basketball? Can you do that? Which is kind of crazy, right? So let's do a perspective thing real quick. For any Globies that are listening, we can do these quote unquote anti-gravity experiments, right? We do anti-gravity experiments where we can eliminate the gravity, we can, cause things to levitate, but this is with use of electrostatic energy or even electromagnetic energy. In these gravity-defying experiments, right? So if we can do that, if we can reverse the gravity, why can't you guys replicate your gravity water on like a basketball or something? You can't do it because it doesn't physics. It does not align. Where did Sunny go? Sunny was here, and then Sunny not here. To flood a ball means to raise water. Hold up. Say it really slowly, Mark Taylor. Flood a ball equals raise water levels. Hey, class, what does level mean? Does level curve? No, level does not curve. So right there, you just spouted out a non sequitur, buddy. Flood a ball equals raise water levels, okay? See? Level, which level doesn't curve. You can continue on with these fallacious arguments that get obliterated all day, or you can just accept reality, you know, and defeat your cognitive dissonance. And just come to terms with the fact that you've been lied to, just like the rest of us, about living on a spinning wet ball. Level equals having no higher parts and having no parts higher than another. Correct. But you know what? That means that it's frickin' level. That means there's no frickin' water hill, dude. That would be a part higher than the rest, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Yeah. So again, a fallacious non sequitur argument. Anyway, I'm done addressing you, Mark Taylor. If you'd like to come into the VC and talk about it, that'd be cool. Yeah, Mark Taylor thinks that that level, rise of water, level. You absolutely cannot explain the behavior of water without using the word level to explain the surface of what water does. So either water curves, or the physical science of the behavior of water is lying. Is that what it is? Is the physical science lying? Is it lying about how water takes the shape of the container that it's in and how it seeks level on its surface? Is physical science lying about that? Or is physical science just using a different term for level? There is no different term for level, okay? I'm not even going to ask that question. There's not even a different term for level. Level is frickin' level. Level doesn't curve. If you think that level curves, then you might as well agree that men can get pregnant. And we all know that doesn't happen. Curve is not elevation, so curve is flat. Curve is not elevation, so curve is flat. Anyway, I'm going to leave this because I'm not going to give you any attention anymore. I'll still be in the VC, I just won't be looking at the YouTube chat. I said the earth is flat. There's no going back. Level don't mean curve. It's never meant that. I guess that means that the earth is flat. Perpendicular with the center of Earth. Then the center of Earth is flat. Stop it. That's what that would mean. Perpendicular. Really? Level means. Wait. It means up and down? But this, no, that's not what it means. Brandon, level doesn't mean. That doesn't mean that. You need to go look up the original definition of level. New Merriam-Webster says that level conforms is curvature that conforms around a ball, the planet, right? So Merriam-Webster just recently changed the definition of level. So it's okay for these globalist shills to be able to somehow push a change of definition in the curriculum, in the definition, right? And somehow we're wrong. You guys are the ones believing new definitions, changed definitions. Level means level. Level doesn't curve, ever. Sea level. Not sea curve. Put all of your surveying manuals on the floor. Lay them out on the floor. Earth is flat, pal. Yeah, and hold up. The manuals are hundreds of years old, right? The manuals are hundreds of years old? Dude, seriously? The definition for level is hundreds of years old. We can go toe for toe on this, but you should come into the VC. I don't like debating people in the through the freaking YouTube live. That's dumb. You have a voice, God gave it to you. Okay, push the air through and vibrate those vocal cords. Let me hear you. Say it with your chest. Come tell me how level curves. Tell me all about level. Tell me all about sea level. Tell me all about elevation angles too. Maybe you can fully explain gravity. Maybe you can prove rotation, right? Literally, only two things. Only two things that Globers need to be able to prove, and they can't seem to prove it, is 1, curvature, and 2, rotation. We can't seem to find either of those things anywhere. Anywhere. Nowhere. Like, how many times are you going to test a dead horse to see if it's dead? Like, the thousands at this point of flat earthers have done the same tests, replicated them, and determined the same results. So that's what happens in science. That's what you do in science. You observe something, and you test it, you repeat it, you manipulate variables, you over and over and over again. And if you keep getting the same damn result of no curvature and no rotation, chances are there's no curvature and there's no rotation. But that's the only two things that you Globers need to be able to prove is curvature and rotation, and we haven't seen a single proof yet. Not that we can, the whole thing is everything that you guys present us with, we are always able to logically and scientifically shoot it down. Every time. So if we're able to logically and scientifically shoot down your arguments for curvature and rotation, then why can't you just concede? Why can't you Globers concede to the fact that there is no curvature and no rotation? We're not lying. We're not lying about any science. We're not making up our own science for this. We're citing original physical science for how water seeks level on its surface and takes the shape of the container that it's in. Speaking of container or containment, you can't have gas pressure without containment. Containment is a necessary antecedent for gas pressure. No containment, No oxygen. Your oxygen gets ripped away from this place. There's a, what's his name? There's a Mark Taylor or something like that in the YouTube chat. I don't know if he wants to come in here and talk about it. The proof is big, so big you can't see it. Yeah. Yeah, if it looks flat, guys, that's an observation, right? If it looks flat, that's the first step of the scientific method, is observing flatness of water. Amazing. I think there's a Mark Taylor in the YouTube chat. I don't know if maybe he wants to come into the VC and show me what he means. Hey, Brandon, acceleration is tiny. Acceleration isn't a size thing, bud. Did you know that depending on the shape of the container, it'll change the pressure at depth? Who else knows that? Am I wrong about that? Let me know. Warriors, come out and play, yay! Come on, certainly you Glovers have more than just a bunch of nuh-uh. The only thing that's intellectually dishonest is when you guys tell yourself that level curves. That's intellectually dishonest. Sorry, Mark Taylor, but I've already explained how the Foucault's pendulum, or any pendulum for that matter, debunks rotation. You just gotta go look up how the pendulum works, buddy. Oh, too easy. Too easy. Yeah, the pendulum works because of an electromagnetic collar attached to the ceiling. Every now and then the pendulum stops, or it'll start to slow down, and then it has to be given a push to keep going. Therefore, Earth is not making the pendulum move. Sorry. It's a fallacious argument for rotation from you globies. If I am trying to build a frickin' box, right? If I'm trying to build a frickin' square house, what do you mean? What do you mean? If I'm trying to build my house square and level, oh crap! Then that means that level absolutely relates with the shape that I'm building. If I'm building a square house, okay, I have to make sure that my floor is level, that my walls are level vertically, right? I have to make sure that I have proper 90-degree angles for my box, you know, before I put my roof on. So therefore, what you said is a non sequitur to equate level with any... It's a non sequitur to equate level with any shape. All right, so tell me about a square. Is a square level? It's a square level on all sides, right? Yeah. Yeah, the fuck it is. What about a rectangle? Yep, it is. I bet the pyramids of Giza, all these great pyramids, I bet they're level. I bet their bases are hella level. Beget, are you muted, dude? I don't have the power to unmute. I don't even have the power to mute. This is what's really funny is Glovers get so scared of me. They're like, "You're gonna ban me? Are you gonna mute me?" I actually don't have those mod powers or admin powers. You guys are just scared. I come off like a strong cup of tea. Not everybody wants to drink. Not everybody wants to think. You can lead a fool to knowledge. You can't make them think. "2023 and water level still doesn't curve." Amazing. NASA's going to tell you all day that it does, huh? All your scientism priests. You want to accuse flat earthers of making up their own science? You're looking in the wrong damn direction. We cite entropy, the law, and the second law of thermodynamics. You know how all of the gas is made here on Earth. You know, you got trees putting off oxygen, you got dead stuff putting off nitrogen, and you got methane. You got all these different gases, right? Granted, we're probably breathing a slight homogeneous mixture of these gases. Nevertheless, these gases require containment to be where they are. We didn't make that up. That's not flurf science, okay? I promise you. That's basic physical science. We didn't make that up. Yeah, fishing for truth, four supposed motions, yet none of it can be felt. Like, that's the whole thing, is how are you going in every direction at the same damn time? That's wild. That sounds like something, part of the narrative that they made up to try to validate this force of gravity. Well, because you're moving in every direction at the same time, so that is creating the gravity, and that's what's holding you to a spinning ball Earth. No. Down is down. You have a neutral balance with the Earth. This is why you don't float away. Even if your electrostatic charge happens to be a little higher one day than the next, you're not going to float away. Yeah. You know, I still, Spake, I still want to know what the heck Mach 88 feels like. That's like Whew. A warp speed is that? Oh, that shit'll send you into a different dimension. Yeah, you just gotta believe it. You just gotta use your imagination. And then Ball Earth works. I'll never forget when I got told that I don't understand gravity because I'm not using my imagination in Gem Panda server. That was classic. I was like, oh, I don't understand it because I'm not imagining it. I'm not using my imagination. Oh, okay, great talk. I think that ended on a high note, you know. Yeah. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, you realize that you would feel Mach 88. Your face would be peeled back, bro. That's like internal organ crushing speeds, dude. Like, what? You're not gonna feel Mach 88. What the fuck? Like, if you can feel it when you're going 70 miles an hour in your freaking car on the highway, buddy, you're gonna, oh man. Yeah, you think you wouldn't feel Mach 88? You wouldn't exist at Mach 88. Let alone feel it. You wouldn't exist, bro. Mach 88. At that point, you would just be particles accelerated into nothing. Right? Potentially? Oh, Mach 88 is not no, wrong, frickin' wrong, okay? Because according to your your heliocentric model, the Earth is speeding up and slowing down to make its orbit around the sun as it chases the damn thing, Mach 88, through the infinite expanse of nothing, right? So it's speeding up and slowing down. We have these little hairs, these little receptors in our inner ear that detect motion and acceleration. So we should be able to detect the slowing down and speeding up of Earth. Okay, nobody feels that. Nobody feels that. Okay, and there's no valid argument. There's no valid reason for why we don't feel something that we should feel. So it's constantly doing one. Read back a bit. The Earth in its orbit does not speed up / slow down twice in its orbit. It's constantly doing one or the other. So if it's constantly doing one or the other, which is speeding up or slowing down, it's constantly speeding up or slowing down. You're literally, oh my gosh. Did everybody hear that? Did everybody hear that? That came from Parallax. Yeah, no. Mach is the speed of sound. Hold on. But do you know what do you know what the numbers are for the speed of sound? It's like 750 miles per hour. Okay? I'm just going to tell you. It's about 750 miles per hour is the speed of sound. And that puts it at what, Mach 1? Mach 2? Something like that? You know what's very, 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 very basic? That water seeks level on its surface. Yeah. You guys are silly. Silly little globy geese. Mach 88. Do you even know what the hell Mach 88 looks like? Have you ever experienced Mach 88? How do you even know that you're experiencing Mach 88 right now? You don't. It's a simple, I don't know to like all of those questions, right? Oh, you guys are so flustered you can't even spell. No, you're not co-moving with the air. The air is not co-moving with the Earth. If the air is keeping up with this purported alleged Earth spin, you should feel that. You should feel that. Any Globy want to explain to me why I've seen the wind carry things in the opposite direction of the purported Earth spin? Anyone want to explain that? If the air is moving with the Earth rotation, anybody want to tell me why I've seen the wind carry things in the opposite direction of that? Huh? Can you tell me? Oh, I know. No, because Earth's not freaking moving, dude. If it were spinning at all, you'd be able to detect that from like 10 feet off the ground, right? Because think about it. If you're looking at a plane that's traveling 400 or 500 miles an hour, and you're looking at that thing, it's several miles up, okay? You're looking at a plane in the sky from 3 miles away. It's 30,000 feet up, we'll say. It's traveling 500 miles per hour, but it looks like it's going really, really slow to you as you're observing it on the ground, right? If Earth is moving at all, right? No, before I get into that, let's put your distance and the plane's distance closer together, okay? Let's keep the plane going at 500 miles per hour. The thing goes at 500 miles per hour past you, it's going to be really, really fast. It's not going to look slow like it did when it was in the sky, right? So if Earth is moving at all, and you're close to it, you're standing on it, then once you're up off of the Earth, you should see it moving. And it should appear to move slower as you go up higher. But that's not what's happening. That's not what any of us observe, is it? Oh, so you're saying that this wind, which is it's air, okay, it's air. Don't play. Wind, air, whatever you want to call it, moving in the opposite direction of this purported Earth spin. I'm not confusing anything, okay? No, you're getting confused. You're the one that's confused. So that's why you're telling me that I'm confused. I'm not confused at all, okay? It's really, 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 really very, 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 very super basic that water seeks level on its surface and takes the shape of the container that it's in. So how can you possibly think that the water is curving and bending around a ball? That's some water hill shills. I'm not trying to be rude, but like, you have to just think logically, dude. You have to think logically. Look, if you want to go to my channel, I've made a couple playlists of some physics stuff, really awesome physics. I've made it public if you want to go take a look at it. Anybody. And you'll learn. You'll have to relearn. You have to relearn some things. You have to unlearn some things, and you have to relearn some things, right? Some things you don't have to unlearn. But you should definitely unlearn this pseudoscience heliocentric crap, because it's not even real science. Like I said, we get accused of making up our own science. No, you guys aren't even understanding. The heliocentric globe Earth is the made up science. Astrophysics, bro? Astrophysics doesn't have, they can't answer. They won't answer. An astrophysicist, they don't like the question, how can this gas pressure on Earth exist without containment? They don't like that. Your Peter's too small to notice. I'm sorry. Yeah, no. It's too small to notice, or it's too big to notice. That's why you guys have a lot of those arguments. Well, this is because it's too small to notice, and this is because it's too big to notice. No, dude. No. No, anything going down a hill would be accelerating. Down a hill. Acceleration. Oh my gosh, this is such basic physics, and you guys don't get it. Earth isn't moving, okay? At all. You should be able to detect some sort of movement of the Earth. And people have been trying. I mean, for hundreds of years now, people have been trying to detect rotation of the Earth, and nobody can successfully do it. And even Einstein said that by no observable anything at all, by no way at all, can we detect any rotation of Earth. So, I mean, you guys that really love Einstein, even he said you can't detect rotation. Nothing's curving, Space Brain. Nothing's curving. Oh my gosh. Does water curve? How about this, Mark Taylor? Does water curve? Does water get a hill? Is there water hills everywhere? Or does water seek level, bro? Is it called sea level? Get out of here. Get out of here with your weak, fallacious arguments for a frickin' spinning globe, you space ape. You frickin' galactically stupid monkey. Yeah, that's another thing. The heliocentric model sure likes sixes, right? There's all kinds of sixes in the mathematics for it, right? Oh, but, you know, flat Earth is the cult, right? Yeah, okay. Seeing globies swear by this heliocentric cult religion that has tons and tons of sixes in the numbers for calculation. It's just mind-boggling. Mind-blowing. Look, it's just a little bit of poke fun. If you think that you're part ape living on a spinning wet ball, I mean, then that's your belief, but why do you believe that? These aren't opinions. I am stating physical frickin' science here. So, if me stating physical science, it comes across as an opinion to you, you have bigger things to work out. Apparently, I used a slur, Spake, when I said silly space apes. Yeah. I said that they're being galactically stupid monkeys. Space monkeys.
Oh, they're definitely space apes. If they're offended by that, they should leave the cult they're in.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Yeah, the whole ball worship cult.
Monkey ball, bro.
Yeah, the whole ball worship cult tells them that they're part ape. That's insulting. I mean, if you're offended by a little bit of poke fun, you know, if you're offended by a little bit of poke fun, then yeah. I think they're mad because they don't have any good insults for flat Earth other than flurfers or flat brains, and you know, we're like, haha, you're a space ape. You're this galactically stupid monkey, or you're a globetard, you know.
Please be nice, Jenna Massey.
Look, have you seen my coffee cup?
Nah.
Just, I want to be a nice person, but everyone is just so stupid.
Is it against the rules to be on drugs in this Discord?
I would hope so. Who's on drugs?
I don't know.
I don't know. Why? Why would you ask that? That's weird.
I think they do have drugs. I was going to say, I think they do have drugs that don't work, that are for psychosis, similar to believing in fantasy or living a life on a spinning wet ball, spinning through space, rocket ball. Yeah, I think they've got meds for that, by the way, fellas.
Look, you're offended because you can't prove the globe, okay? We all know that that's the only reason why you're offended, because all you have is a bunch of nuh-uhs. And, well, I believe
who
it
are you
because
talking to?
Huh?
Who's talking to the live?
Yeah, I'm talking to the people of the YouTube. They're chickens.
Shit.
They're chickens that don't want to come into the VC and show me their best globe proofs, you know. So I'm just kind of instigating.
How do I find the live stream?
What do you mean? You go to 24/7 Flat Earth Live on YouTube. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live.
Trailer Park Boys is the thumbnail.
Yeah, it doesn't weaken my argument. I don't care if you think that me calling you a space ape weakens my argument, because it doesn't. It doesn't diminish the fact that physical science is correct about water seeking level on its surface. Physical science is correct about water taking the shape of the container it's in. Physical science is correct about containment being a necessary antecedent for gas pressure. So, and you're still a space ape. So, and my argument still stands because I'm citing actual physical science. So it doesn't matter if I call you a space ape because I'm actually stating facts. Release the space monkey! I love that.
Oh, jeez.
Gravity is not physical science. Gravity is a hypothetical idea to explain down, the force of down, basically, right? But we understand density and buoyancy through the different mediums, a differential of mediums, right? Like an anvil will float in liquid mercury, right? A helium balloon will go up through the air, right? A bowling ball will fall down. Okay, there's a lot of instances of up and down, okay? There's the possibility, you know, we have this ability to move in every direction, right? Ourselves in every direction on this inertial Earth plane. Okay, it's not a law. You can say it's a law, but it's still just a theory, right? And no. Why do things fall down? Huh? Will a bowling ball and a feather fall at the same rate? No, they won't. Why? Well, because the feather is less dense than the bowling ball. Okay, and it's, you know, it has a near equal density as the air around it. Okay, birds are amazingly designed, okay, to stay up in flight. You know, light feathers, lightweight, you know, fine. And a bowling ball, its density has weight. This weight is a lot more. It's far more dense than the air around it. This is why it goes down. Gravity is not this force of down. It has nothing to do with it. Laws are not part of theories, okay? It's a hypothetical equation. That's all gravity is, okay? Gravity can be explained with electrostatics and electromagnetics, buoyancy, density, through various mediums of, you know, like air and water. So your gravity's out the window, buddy.
What's the formula for density?
Hey, Brandon, what's that?
Mass divided by volume.
Oh, what about buoyancy? What's the gravity? What's the formula for buoyancy?
No idea, actually.
No, it's a law. It's not a law. It's a theory.
Let me see.
They call it
buoyancy.
A theory, but it's not even that much.
Buoyancy is a theory.
Rho by volume times gravity. Or rho is the object's density. So the density multiplied the volume multiplied by the acceleration due to gravity, if gravity was real.
Wait.
The acceleration due to density.
If gravity isn't real, why is it in the formula for buoyancy?
Well, that's how they describe it. They call it gravity. Specific gravity.
Specific, okay. Yeah. They have to make it super specific for and make all kinds of excuses for it to work. Like, if gravity is the force of down, then why are things like smoke and like helium balloons and like your hair when it's statically charged, why do those things go up? Gravity is the force of down, holding everything to a spinning ball. Yet we have these phenomena of things that go up. Amazing.
Electromagnetism is another force that can counteract gravity.
Well, that there's nothing counteracting something that isn't even verifiable. That's the whole problem. But electromagnetics, we all know that the Earth has an electromagnetic field, and we all know that there's these electrostatics that also exist on Earth.
Oh, when your hair is standing up, what is it fighting against?
It's not fighting against. If your hair is statically charged, it's not fighting against anything.
Okay.
Hold on, I might have to mute out for a second.
So is there a downward bias?
Oh my gosh, I love these the one-word answers from the Globy. Spake asked him, got an experiment for the 6th time. This person says, Cavendish. That's what they do. They throw out these one-word little Cavendish. Because gravity.
Is there a downward bias?
Is there a downward bias? What do you mean?
Is there a downward bias?
Like a bias against down? Like, no, I don't know. Things go down. Things go down. It's not because of gravity. What is gravity?
It's because of density.
It's because of density.
Like
correct.
how water falls down but doesn't go but beneath the solid objects.
Right.
Like how gases float around but they can't go anywhere because we actually have a container here.
Well, actually, it's not actually true. We do lose atmospheric gases.
Okay,
Is that true?
how do we contain the gases? What keeps the gases from escaping a ball Earth?
No, I think what Brandon's implying is that there's like a small leakage in some way, like the gas is like leaking.
The gas escapes. The gas does escape. We lose tons of atmospheric gases.
Yeah, where does that happen?
Where does it go?
Out in space, yeah.
Nope. So this is why I asked before you could even get to that, because I knew you were going to get to that. How do we even have any of this oxygen? How do we have any of these gases? And how are they contained on the outside of a spinning ball?
The gases escape. And how is oxygen created?
Okay.
I'm sure you know that.
How do they escape? I know that if I puncture a propane tank, okay, a container, the gases are going to escape. So where's the puncture in this containment? Where's the puncture in the container?
It's not contained like you think it is. A solid container.
It's not. Look, wait. I don't know if it's a solid container. It would make sense that it's a solid container. How do you have gas pressure? How do you have gas pressure on the outside of a spinning ball in free space?
In space itself?
Without losing all of your gases. It's not physically possible, Brandon. That's the whole thing. It's not physically possible.
So atmospheric gases haven't been found out towards the moon?
We don't know that.
That also has been.
Well, here's the thing, Brandon. Here's the thing, though. Think about that. These atmospheric gases found out around the moon would mean that the moon is within our atmosphere, wouldn't it? That's exactly what that would mean.
Not necessarily little particles of the atmosphere found out.
No. Yes or no? Yes or no? If they are saying that they have found these atmospheric type gases up near the moon, wouldn't that mean that the moon is close to our atmosphere and not 300,000 miles away?
Or it means that the atmosphere is escaping
not more. Stop asking a different question. Stay on track.
It's
yes or no, Brandon. It's real simple. It's yes or no, okay? If they have found atmospheric gases up near the moon, would that or would that not mean that the moon is in our atmosphere?
It would either mean that, or there's another option that the atmosphere has escaped out that far. That gases have escaped out that far.
That's not an option. I'm going to tell you right now, that's not an option. Okay, the gases aren't escaping anywhere. The gases are not escaping anywhere. That's not a thing that's happening. It's just not a thing that's happening, Brandon. Period.
So you have to believe they don't escape, so you can ask the question.
No, you have to believe that they do escape, so that you can beg the question. You're pulling a begging the question fallacy, is what you're doing. Okay.
Well said.
And I'm asking you if atmospheric gases have been found up near the moon. Well, then wouldn't that mean that the moon is within our atmosphere, bro?
It's one option.
Yes, that's exactly what that would mean. That's the answer. I'm just going to give it to you. That's the answer. Yes. Your globe is broken, Joe. It's broken all the way to its core, buddy. I promise you. How an iron magnet, right? They say the Earth's core is iron, right? Well, an iron magnet loses its magnetism at just over 1,400 degrees, right? They tell us that the Earth core is nearly 10,000 degrees iron magnetic. So that's the first one. You're like, from the inside out, your globe is busted, dude. You can't have 10,000 degrees.
So where's our magnetic core iron coming from?
Yeah, there's no core. Like nobody can prove a core. How did they even get that?
Why did you say that if you don't believe in it?
Because it's not about belief.
Yeah, it's not about a belief.
It's about factual evidence.
Yeah,
you're saying it's not real, but you're talking about it.
Because it's a fact that iron loses its magnetic abilities at 1,400 degrees Celsius.
Brandon, is the tooth fairy real? No, the tooth fairy's not real, but you also hear people talk about the tooth fairy, okay? The globe is not real, and here we are, we're talking about how it's not real, okay? So thank you for making that point. That's the whole thing. The globe it's busted at its very core. At its very core, it's busted.
Like, no matter how much I really want, if I really want to sit here and believe that it'll stay magnetic up into 1,000,000 degrees Celsius, it won't work. I'm not God.
Right. And the physics dictates that that's not even physically possible. Physics dictates that iron loses its magnetics at just 1,400 degrees. Therefore, you cannot have a solid molten magnetic iron core at 10,000 degrees. So, there you have it, Joe. Your balls have been busted, okay? From the inside out, your balls have been busted.
Name.
We bust balls every day.
No, you, Brandon. There's a guy named Joe in the YouTube chat, bro.
Oh.
But yeah, you're Brandon. Just for the record, you're wrong about any gases escaping. Okay, just know that. And it's okay to be wrong. We learn when we're wrong. The science. Oh, wait. Somebody pull up when the Cavendish experiment came about. Somebody pull up when Cavendish was around. I'm gonna tell you right now that it was Sir Francis Bacon that came up with the scientific method, but the whole Western world credits Copernicus for it. So Mark Taylor is wrong again. I mean, I'll time you out, Mark Taylor. Shoot, gonna cry about Spake timing you out.
I saw you in Dell's chat earlier, Jenna. I missed the show.
I was like, oh, hey, what's going on over here?
Yeah, what was he talking about? I missed the show.
He was just talking about basically the same stuff that basically we talk about. You know, there was somebody in there called something Dunn has gone golfing, and this guy was like, how does the sun work on your flat earth? I'm like, it's not my flat earth, buddy. You live here too, bro. It works because the sun is a lot smaller, it's a lot more local. He's like, how do you know that? And I'm like, actually, funny story, a glober went out with one of our guys and did some measurements to determine that the sun's not all that far away, which means it's a lot smaller if it looks like that. And it's only between, 3,700 and 4,000 miles away, right? And then he didn't want to talk to me. That Dunn guy in the chat over there didn't want to talk to me anymore. And I was like, yeah, Matthew learns, okay, a flat earth professor dude. They went out, they did some calculations, they did some measurements, they measured some angles, and they found out. And that's where Dunn got mad. They were like, he just quit talking to me because I was like, yeah, buddy, a freaking globe earther proved a flat earth claim, buddy. That the sun's not 93 million miles away. It's actually about 4,000 miles.
They prove it just by talking. You know that, right?
Yeah. They open their mouth and they're proof of flat earth, man.
They just believe their own delusion.
Man, these guys talk about this is some Wile E. Coyote shit. So a rock falling off a cliff due to wind is natural, but you pushing that rock over the edge is not natural, even though the physical reality of that rock falling is the same. I got some like meep like a Roadrunner Wile E. Coyote shit in here. And the Globers are always trying to go for the gotchas, man. They're like the Wile E. Coyotes, and we're like the Roadrunners, dude. They can't get us, no matter how hard they try.
Yeah, well, I keep inviting people over because I'd rather them come here and we argue it here. Because I go on other servers and then they want to. I don't really want to argue with anybody, if I'm honest. It's just I'm that kind of person. So, but yeah, they start to try and argue with me, and then I just send them an invite to the server. And I'm like, come and tell us all about it.
Well, you got Mark Taylor in the YouTube chat making fallacious claims. Where was it? He said the scientific method, as we all know, didn't exist in the Cavendish days, which is BS, because the scientific method goes back to Sir Francis Bacon, bro. Do your research, dude. Like, do just a little bit. Just a little bit. Lose some sleep, actually. Drink more coffee, lose some sleep, and do some research, because I can tell you right now, just about every single one of us flat earthers on here, we have lost hours, days, weeks, months worth of sleep doing research on all of this, you guys. Only for you guys to sit there and mock us and laugh in our faces like we don't know shit.
Oh, so I don't care about that either.
What's that?
I don't care about that either.
Yeah. Mark Taylor is making a claim that the Cavendish experiment, what was the claim? Did you say it existed before? Let's see. The scientific method as we know it didn't exist in the Cavendish day, is what he's saying. So the scientific method was brought about in the 1500s. When was the Cavendish experiment done? Hang on, I'm gonna look this up real quick. All right, there. When was the Cavendish experiment done? You know what? I don't even know why I went here to do that. Usually use DuckDuckGo. You know, DuckDuckGo has been what's the word? Compromised. Yeah, I think they sold out to Google.
Oh
yeah,
that's why.
Years old, yeah. That I actually used to use DuckDuckGo a while back, but then they put that out across everywhere that they'd been compromised. But it doesn't really matter. I think it's kind of all one thing, unless like India was talking about, where you have your own servers and all that kind of thing, which is not realistic. Well, I think it's a bit more in depth than that, a bit more nuanced. But yeah, this guy with the balls in the shed, I've listened to so many arguments over that. He's like, no, it's like talking about the horizon. I never want to talk about the horizon ever again.
Yeah, Spake 70. Yeah, I've got it right here, Spake 1778. And if you want to go and Mark Taylor is being really ignorant right now. I mean, extremely ignorant, because he wants to say that Cavendish existed in the days before the scientific method. Cavendish happened in the 1700s, my guy, and the scientific method was developed in the 1500s. So do you want to make that statement again?
Check, double check.
Coming in loud and clear, Sonny.
Back at home, I'm cooking the daily omelet. That requires a flat surface.
I love it. It's a requirement.
Do you know, last couple of mornings, well, I say mornings, I tend to, I don't eat breakfast. I'd skip it, because I think that's the best thing to do. So I have it about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But I've been having duck eggs last couple of days, like fancy. Check me out. My brother bought me some duck eggs. God, they're amazing. They're massive as well. The yolk is huge. But yeah, I mean, this guy couldn't have eliminated the electrostatics after these 2 balls he had. And I don't know, the whole thing just ridiculous.
Background noise. Oh,
no. That's my opinion of it.
This is so funny, because Spake is just absolutely whooping this guy right now in the YouTube chat. You get him, Spake, because he says, the scientific method as we know it didn't exist in the Cavendish day. As we know it, he says, and then he wanted to reinstate as we know it. You are wrong, completely wrong in your statement, Mark Taylor, when you say the scientific method as we know it didn't exist in the Cavendish day. Okay? That's wrong. Cavendish happened in the 1700s. The scientific method was developed in the 1500s. So, as we know it today is nothing. Okay? Unless you are using pseudoscience for your methods. Okay? That sounds like the part as we know it today. As you think you know, Mark Taylor. The scientific method has always been the same basic 5 frickin' steps, dude, since the 1500s.
This guy, Mark Taylor?
He's in the YouTube chat, but he doesn't want to come talk. He's a chick.
Yeah, now I'm more reliable. Let me take this stupid earphone out.
Yeah, I mean, Cavendish proves gravity like, I don't know, like running water proves Coriolis.
Yeah, that's kind of funny because, you know where the water refills in the toilet bowl underneath the rim of the toilet? Depending on what toilet you get, those are facing in a certain direction. Right, so like I can reverse the Coriolis effect in my kitchen sink just by moving the faucet.
You could design those things so they swirl in both directions at the same time.
Whoa! Also, have you ever seen the toilets that they just refill straight down? They like flush straight down. They don't even swirl. Like I've seen toilets that they flush straight down. They don't even swirl.
Reminds me of an airplane toilets and the train. Actually, they do that too.
And let me ask this, Joe. Hey, Joe, what was I wrong about earlier? What was I wrong about earlier? Because I guarantee you, any one of these flat earthers listening on the server right now, if I was wrong, they'd call me on it in a heartbeat. Don't you doubt that for a second.
Where are you reading that text from? Where are they writing that, in live stream voice text?
YouTube live chat.
Oh, okay. Well,
that's so funny.
This plain omelet is absolutely delicious, with just a little bit of sea salt. That's it, and it tastes more like a souffle, which I
made
love
myself sausage, egg and cheese burrito.
Yeah, I have to lay off of like oily foods, but the omelet is suiting me really well.
Yeah, okay. Jenna says that we know what science says about water seeking level. Was I wrong? Guys, tell me, am I wrong? What does physical science say about water seeking level? It seeks level, a horizontal equilibrium across its entire surface. Level is having no point higher than another.
Anyone who says anything different, please provide the proof of the claim.
Yeah, where's your citation, bro? I didn't say anything wrong. So therefore, you're wrong about saying that I said anything wrong.
You're wrong. Yeah, that's actually called the rumor mill, which isn't included in science.
Right? Oh my gosh, now they're splitting hairs. Joe says there is no science that says water is capable of seeking. Oh my gosh. Now you are making a fallacious straw man argument to try to say that what? I'm not saying that water has eyeballs, dingus.
No.
What the hell? What in the hell? It's just a term, buddy. It's just a term.
Jenna, when you grow up in a cartoon world, what else would you think? I mean, really now.
You know what? That's a very good point, Sonny. That is a very good point. You live on a cartoon ball, and you think that when I talk about water seeks level, you think I'm saying that water has eyeballs? How retarded.
So talk about being how ironic is this that all the
water has no brain. Oh my gosh. Sorry, go ahead, Sonny.
All the Glovers and the anti-flat earthers come and try to rail against us, and they're the ones that are just like flat out wrong. Just like that's just what they say, just things that are just patently false information. So why are we the ones being censored? Duh. Figure that one out. Okay, we know. It's all right. I gotcha.
Bro, look at this. Okay, so the next one from Joe says water has no brain in which to seek level with. Did I imply that? Did I ever imply that? That's really dumb. That's really dumb.
Hey, paste your link, Jenna, to the live stream voice text if you would. Whatever link you're listening to. Let me just click on there also. Well, like
yeah, I got you. It's the YouTube live stream, Sonny. So I'll post it up in the chat. So you can see what they're talking about. You can see what these trollers are trolling on about. This person is implying that I'm implying that water has eyes and a brain, or that water is intelligent.
Well, that's the I just dumped a whole plate of carrots.
Oh shit!
Not a whole plate. Just
there you go, Sonny.
Only the carrots and the were all attached to the fork, and I flipped the fork, and the fork and all the carrots flipped out together as one.
Like, does a starfish have eyes or a brain? No. But a starfish can seek things, right? It's not. Does it have to be intelligent? Does it have to have eyes and a brain?
Its body seeks level.
It doesn't matter. Water seeks level. It's just a term. It doesn't. It's not a term that has to do with water having physical eyes or a brain or intelligence. It's the behavior of water.
Yeah, that water is level. Doesn't have to hurt your feelings. Just chill.
Like, Oh my gosh. They said, water has no brain in which to seek with. I said, you have no brain to seek with. Joe, this is not my terminology. You need to understand right now that this water seeks its own level is the physical terminology. It is the physical science terminology for the behavior of water. This has nothing to do with it. Water doesn't have eyes, it doesn't have a brain, it doesn't have intelligence. You making these stupid claims makes it look like you don't have eyes, you don't have a brain, and you don't have intelligence.
There.
I perceive level because level is level. My freaking tabletop is level. It doesn't curve. I go out and I look at lakes and they look flat like my tabletop. Nothing's freaking curving. Like, you can argue it all day. But you know as well as I do that we all observe the same reality. Physical science is not lying about water seeking its own level on its surface. Okay? That's it's just a description for the behavior of what water does on the surface. Okay? So you want to sit here and you want to split hairs and you want to do this stupid, circular reasoning crap. Makes no sense. Water is led to gravitational... No, it's horizontal equilibrium, okay? Because water rests horizontal, buddy. Straight level. It's called horizontal equilibrium, not gravitational equilibrium. Get on here and debate me, dude. This is weak, hiding behind a frickin' screen, not even voicing up. Come on. Science doesn't say water seeks level. All right, I'm going to give you a 45-second video about how that's the exact term that science uses for water. Water seeks its own level. 49 seconds. Do you think you could watch 49 seconds, Joe? Here we go. Listen, you don't know this. I'm a good multitasker. I can be on Messenger, I can be in Discord, I can be on the YouTube and doing all this stuff, typing and talking in 2 different places at once. Y'all don't even know me. Here you go. Watch 49 seconds, Joe. 49 seconds. I'm sure your attention span is more than 50.
Joe,
50
don't be retarded.
Yeah, don't be retarded.
Stop. Retarded. Don't do it.
He says,
Don't
I only have 45 seconds. You only have 45 seconds. That's cute. You don't even need the full 49 seconds. It's fine. You don't even need the last 4 seconds, 5 seconds. You don't even need it. It's fine.
Those people are on there like 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and
That's probably because they're getting paid. They're probably getting paid to be trolls and shills and disinformation agents.
Yeah.
Who you working for? You working for the JIDF, huh? What is it?
Yeah. What's your office look like? The decor?
Right.
Like,
is it in New York boring. Somewhere? Probably.
Go in here and talk to go in here and try to linguistically defeat these lame flat earthers. Go in there. I wonder what they talk about. That's what I've always wondered, what they talk about around the water cooler on their coffee break.
Yeah, Mark Taylor is we got Kiwi Buzz asking Mark Taylor to show the page of the Cavendish papers where it mentions the constant. So Mark Taylor, if you want to you should honestly get in the VC. It's a lot easier to share information.
It's the only way, actually, Jenna. They have to come on The Voice. That's why it's here. So harping around the issue by not coming on what this whole place is made for is just kind of like really immature on your part.
Oh, me?
No, on their part. No, I'm talking to them directly.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
On their part, that's really immature, and that's not a way to have any kind of conversation. No. There needs to be an exchange of information. It needs to go both ways.
Yeah. That's the whole purpose of this server, is for you guys in the chat to actually jump on and have a voice as well. Okay. So nobody's trying to limit you here. Like, I personally don't believe in bans unless you're being rude, inappropriate, porn spamming, spamming the chat and just being an outright asshole. But other than that, you guys need to come in, use your voice. Use your voice. God gave you a voice. Put the air through it and vibrate your throat flesh, bruh.
Yep. Oh. Almost rock on.
Look, you want to argue? Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean? I just call you that because you know I'm talking to you. No one would ever debate the locally flat models are perfectly viable for. See, that's the thing, is we're not talking about models. I'm going to tell you right now that every single map and model is inaccurate. Okay? Every single map and model of Earth is inaccurate. Okay? The AE map is only really good for explaining like things like emergency landings and why why mail from Guam to the United States gets stuck in Alaska, or how Pearl Harbor happened so quickly. Other than that, there is not an accurate map nor model of Earth that exists. Okay, not even yours, not even your guys' globe stuff. Mark Taylor, can you provide the paper? Mark Taylor, can you show the page in the Cavendish papers? Can you show it where it mentions the constant? That's what we're asking for. You'd be able to pretty easily do that if you were in the VC, in the live voice text and everything. I'm sure one of the mods might be willing to give you. I'm sure one of the mods might be willing to give you permissions to post links in the chat in the VC. Okay. You can't post links. I understand you can't post links, but you can be given the permission to post those things in the VC is what I'm saying. So if you really, really want to get down to it, and there's something that you can show me, if there's any kind of curvature or rotation proof that you can give that I can't refute, I'd love to see it. But the only way I'm going to see it is if you go into the VC and get those permissions. Because, you can't post links was the first excuse. Can't VC at the moment is the second excuse. I understand if you're at work or whatever, you're around family, or if you're in a noisy environment. But if it's none of those things, there's no reason why you can't join the VC. We've read over the Cavendish papers. You think we haven't? You think we haven't? That's the most annoying thing about Globers. Look over this. Look over that. That's exactly what we did 5 frickin' years ago, man. We have looked over every piece of globe information that's out there. We probably know the globe model better than most Globers. So don't. Just don't. Aw. How come nobody's given Lord Racer permission to post links in the VC? He's a flat Earth Spartan, just like us. Lord Racer, he's an excellent flat Earth champion. He's always championing in this arena here in the YouTube live. So read the Cavendish paper. No, we're asking you to cite it, Mark Taylor. We're asking you to cite it. Asking you to cite the page in the Cavendish paper where it mentions the constant. Okay, can you do that? Can you cite the page in the Cavendish paper where it mentions the constant? That's what we're asking for. Anything less is an excuse. Oh, so he says you're asking me to cite something that I've already said isn't in the paper. Oh, well, isn't that interesting? Yeah, that's exactly the point. That whole constant thing came afterward, didn't it? Lord Racer, did you get VC verified right now? Because that would be way cool. Yeah, you guys, Lord Racer, he's one of us, man. He's a Spartan in this arena. True, yeah. Make sure you're, interact, talk with the mods, talk with the admins and all that, and stay active in here. Like, day one, that's what I did. I came in, and it was just instant. It was instant for me. Just day one, I came in there and was like, look, let me show you how hardcore of a flat earther I am, right? And they're like, you got roles, you got permissions, let's go. And I've been on here every day since. There probably hasn't been a single day, really, since the first day that I was in here that you haven't heard my voice, that people haven't heard my voice on this VC. No, it's okay to have Lord Racer. It's okay for these guys to have a level of skepticism against people joining, because there's a lot of shills and spies and stuff. It's just that Spake don't know you. Okay, I've been able to talk to you for a little bit and get a gauge on you, and I find you trustworthy. But you have to be able to prove that trustworthiness to everyone else in here. So don't take it personal. Don't take it personal.
Yeah, I have to use my ear, Jenna. I have to say I don't accept friend requests until I've heard you. And if I hear you speak, yeah, fine.
Yeah, yep, exactly. I gotta hear you first. Thing. Yeah. That's what we like to hear. We can tell a person is real or not just by them talking. Literally. Just by what they say. That's why we try to get these people in here on the VC, because we can tell if they're genuine or not, like if they're just trolling, or if they actually want to know, or if maybe they're just trying to really push their own beliefs and like hold on to this, protect their confirmation bias and their cognitive dissonance, right? That's what we can tell. We can tell a lot about a person just by when they jump in the VC. Spies? Hee. Yeah, TCP, you're probably a spy. It's cool. Nobody cares. Like, literally nobody cares about these shilly spies and these disinformation agents. We actually see you guys seeing us, like, and we really don't give a shit. It's kind of like, come and get me, bro. You're not gonna shut me up. You're not gonna stop me, so you might as well come and get me.
Well, the thing about global obfuscation is what goes hand in hand with it is cowardice. So I know a lot about cowardice because I used to be the biggest coward on Earth, on our flat plane of existence. I can talk about that all day, in fact.
I love you guys. You guys are cheering me on in the chat. I see you. Platter says, get him by the cojones. I've already got him. By his short and curlies.
Yeah, we don't bite. Well, maybe Miggy, I don't know. Maybe QE.
Oh, you've never heard me. I've snapped at people a few times. Like, why do you think my profile picture is this lioness, dude? It's like, rawr. Make it intense. Just sipping whiskey and getting entertained, huh? See, I say it all the time. You don't want to learn. You're not here to learn. Okay, you're here for entertainment. And people that are just here for entertainment, they get put in timeout. Don't mess with me today. Don't do it. Don't do it. We're not here to freaking entertain these trolls, right? This is not an entertainment thing at all.
We're here to provide accurate information.
Precisely. So if you got people on here, if they want to drink and just use this as entertainment while they sit there and protect their globe paradigm, that's their choice. They can do that. But I could also choose to time them out.
I could help you with that drinking problem, actually.
What's that?
I could help the guy with the drinking problem.
How would you do that?
Well, I'm very much an authority on that topic. I can speak with confidence because I was an alcoholic for 10 years, so I'm happy to speak on. I'm much more confident in that than I am physics. Let's put it that way.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I like calling him that. It says, so what you're saying is agree with us or we'll silence you. No, that's not what we're saying. If you're going to be in here trolling because it's entertaining for you to troll, then goodbye. Adios. We don't need you here. You're clearly not here to learn. You're here to spew your indoctrination. The same indoctrination that we've all had. Okay, the same indoctrination that we happen to come out of. And we don't want to hear it.
There you go. Good points, all. Definitely, Jenna. Good points, all. Jenna, you're on the ball. Not on the ball. Yeah,
I'm just keeping it level, my brother. I'm just keeping it level.
There was a flat Earth rhyme in there somewhere. I'm okay. Don't worry. Okay, excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me.
Do you find planets left your vocab as well, Jenna?
I don't say
planet anymore.
I have about an ounce of Irish whiskey with cinnamon. It's really great. I love cinnamon. And
sounds good.
Medicine, like an ounce.
But is it real cinnamon?
If I sip it, it's called a Fireball. It's a Fireball whiskey.
Oh yeah, I like that stuff. But I'm like nearly deathly allergic to specifically artificial cinnamon. It sucks. Because I love cinnamon candies.
You might as well smoke bath salts. I don't know. Spitballing once again. But at least I'm on the reliable microphone, equipment back at home, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. So
I wanted to say I rode 5.5 miles in 2 hours 48 minutes.
Was that today?
Yeah, well, I was out in the field. My phone kept dying. Need another cord.
What's the weather like in California, Sonny? Let me guess.
It's about 72 degrees.
Wow.
Fahrenheit. Yeah.
That's nice. That's nice weather.
Very nice. But there's some cool blasts, like you can tell. The air is still very chill.
Yeah, you've got that cold coming down from the mountains, brother.
No, where it's coming from is it's coming from the Pacific Rim, or whatever you want to call that.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Okay,
Japan. It's coming across the Bering Strait.
Yeah, dude. How did Pearl Harbor happen? How did Pearl Harbor happen so fast on a globe?
Well, I'd like them to tell us how it happened at all on a globe, because they were using right triangles to navigate using elevation angles to cross the Pacific. That's how.
And it's flat AF.
You couldn't even find it. Look, finding Hawaii over 2,000 miles of ocean is not a very easy task. Think about that. Let's say you're going 2,500 miles from California, or 2,200, whatever it is, to Hawaii. So if you're not using something that's accurately showing where you're placed, you have a short window of being knocked off to a place where it's not even visible anymore.
Right.
Off in the distance, you would never spot it. And I've experienced that out at sea myself, actually. When we passed up Jamaica, because we were too far west and ended up almost in Cuba, we were in sight of Cuba. That was in 1980.
Wow, yeah.
I sailed in the seas of the pirates. I sailed in those seas. I've been to Port Royal. Like I've swam in Port Royal in the harbor and I've found square nails, but the British boat, the British shipyard that was there, like from I don't know however long they were there, 1570s or something.
Look, let me read this off the chat real quick. From Matthew Pip. Even McToon says, proving the equator is a unicorn hunt. And that's so true. And I love it when these avid globe-believing shills say stuff like that, you know?
Try to invoke a equator. Okay, great, bro. Where in the natural world where was the derivative in the natural world? Where did that information come from in the natural world?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's all you have to ask them. Almost every time.
Mark Taylor says, you don't think the equator exists?
Oh, dude, but on the NASA website.
Like, you guys ask the dumbest questions. Like, nobody ever said that, and you ask a question like somebody said that shit.
Yeah, good, Mark Taylor. You still have the claim. So you just enforce your own claim. Great job. You don't have a measurement of where the equator is. Couldn't tell us in any way, shape, or form practically. Because it's a concept.
That's fantastic.
Can you hear me now? It's conceptual. That's all it is. How does it apply to the natural world? Well, we know how perspective applies to the natural world. That's too bad. Your horizon's way off from where it should be. It's not geometry. It's not us saying this. We're just illustrating to you. It's geometry saying it. Geometry itself denies this sphere.
Yeah. And you know, it's cute that they like to say that the numbers don't lie, right? The numbers don't lie. No, that's great. That's really great, Globies. Numbers don't lie, but there are people that lie about numbers, and that's what you have to understand.
Yeah.
Okay? And when we apply actual geometry to this physical Earth, we don't get spheres. We don't get curvature at all. That's
But where you at though?
Globe is. We just want to know where the globe is. Show us where the globe is.
I'm telling you, you're in a hypnosis. Can you even show us where the globe is?
I don't think you know. I don't think you know where your own nose is.
Timing with perfect timing.
Don't try to be
grin, refraction. Grinny, grin, refraction.
Green under the chin with your refraction. Still drink from your mama's breast. Give me a minute, I'll think of the rest. How'd you like that little syncopation?
You should hear my little, I was trumpeting earlier, and I had a little song coming to my brain. Did anybody hear that?
Hey, anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hi.
Yo!
I don't know why everybody acting all brand new and shit, but I don't want to be disrespectful to nobody or nothing, but just because you got all modded up and just because you're somebody in this little Discord doesn't mean that everybody's out to get you or some shit. You know what I mean?
Oh, who said yeah?
It's all good, bro. You just haven't been on the VC before.
No, but I have. But that's besides the point. I don't know. It's just a little funny to me.
It's okay, man. We'll just start brand new right now. We'll just start right here. So
I prefer to be an ancient than brand new, but I feel you.
I was trying to welcome you. Welcome to the server.
Thank you for having me, boss.
Good to hear you.
Yeah, dude, it's good to hear your voice.
Yeah, it's quite magical if you ask myself, but
no, man, you have a great voice. Actually, you have an excellent voice.
I heard you guys rapping. I'm like, damn, I didn't know we was about to do this. Let me just go back inside and take a little toke, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, hold on.
I said the Earth isn't flat and level doesn't curve. It's never done that.
I just wanted to jump in here just to let y'all know that I'm a real person and that, the Earth is definitely flat and stationary as fuck. So I don't know how you're going to be a glober when there ain't no globe. So that's just the way it goes.
Yep. See, level doesn't curve. I guess level doesn't curve. It's never meant that. I guess the Earth is flat. There's no going back.
Are you talking about that round thing that's on the desk at the teacher's desk?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Dude, somebody in here a few days ago, who you've probably seen him, Bill Bob, he was like, yeah, man, I did a laser test on a classroom globe decoration, and there's curvature. I'm like, bro, so you mean to tell me you haven't done a laser test over real Earth water? You did it over this Decoration? Okay, I was like, just come talk to me when you've done it over real Earth water, bro.
No, but I say keep coming with that comedy, though, because I really can't get enough right now, and it's really great trying to get my abs back, even though I have a six-pack. Ooh, that shit rhymed.
Do it again.
Wow,
Flow with it.
never know.
Do it. Get on it. Jump on the track.
There you go. Best beatboxing in the world. Only comes from flat earthers. We understand the Doppler effect is in effect at all times and would be so on any surface. You wouldn't be hearing what you're hearing right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Give it up for Sonny, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's hear for the Doppler effect. Thank you very much.
Woo!
Awesome stuff. Should whip out the electric.
See, Mark Taylor, you want to sit here and go, show it, show it, show it. We're not the one making positive claims for anything. You're the one making positive claims for a globe. You show it. You. Because the burden of proof, guess what, is on the one making positive claims. So if you want to make positive claims for the globe and say Earth is a globe, and we come back and go, no, it's not, prove it, well, then that's where you're at. You have to prove it. That's what we're asking for. That's why we're here. We're looking for globe proof. We've been looking for years. Proof of curvature, proof of rotation. Hey guys, why is my compass a flat disc for a ball Earth, bro?
Because your compass is programmed for the sphere.
What do you mean sunrise at 2,000 feet? 2,000 feet or 2,000 miles? Because 2,000 feet ain't much. Well, TCP if you want flat Earth evidence. I mean, we post all kinds of evidence every day, day after day, 24/7. So either you're walking around with your eyes and your ears covered, or you just don't get it. So what is it? You just don't get it? You just don't understand basic physical science when applied to a level stationary geocentric Earth plane? Like what's the problem? Globe denial? Like, okay, so you can call it globe denial all you want, but the thing is, you're making a positive claim for a globe, so prove it. Prove it. I'm saying no, it's not. I'm telling you to prove it. If you can't prove it, what do you have? What do you have? You have curving water that goes against what physical science says about the surface of water. That's what you have for your globe. You have this thing, this model that defies so many points of physics, it's ridiculous. That's what you have. You have a core. Your globe is busted from the inside out, quite literally, because your core can't be magnetic and iron at 10,000 frickin' degrees, right? So your core, there's your core busted on the inside, all right? And the fact that water seeks level on its surface and level doesn't curve, that's your ball being busted on the outside. So now that you've had your balls busted, do you want to come into the VC yet?
Well said, Jenna Massey.
Go ahead. You want to bury me in citations from your scientism priests? You can go ahead, jump in.
It's pseudoscientist priests, by the way.
Yeah, well, that's why I said scientism. It's an ism.
Oh yeah,
you know,
my bad.
Yeah, I got you, dude.
I didn't know that.
Scientism, which is not actual observable physical science. So if you think that you could bury me in citations, please be my guest. I'm always up for a good challenge. Always. No. I'm here for globe proof. I want to see proof of curvature and rotation. Bring me the horizon! Is it curved? No. Horizons are horizontal, which doesn't curve. Look, you don't want to come into the VC. It's fine. I understand. You're a little bit scared. You have to prove something that you can't quite prove because it's just a belief that you have because somebody told you to believe it. See, this is the reverse burden fallacy on you, TCP. So I know no flat earther ever provides that. It's a reverse burden fallacy. You say Earth is a globe. I say no, it's not. Prove it. And then you want to be like, well, prove flat Earth. No. No. I'm saying Earth's not a globe. So prove to me that it is. It should be really easy. Quit being a chicken. Just come to the VC. Tell me. Show me.
Are you scared of a girl, bro?
I'm a fiery one. They try to avoid the VC when I'm here. But I'm no more fiery than say Helio or Mayhem, you know? Nah, if the Earth was flat, the mainstream media wouldn't tell us. They wouldn't tell us shit. I believe they know it's flat. Like, is your popcorn ceiling flat? Heck yeah, it's flat. It's flat and bumpy. Like the Earth, dude. It's been done to death. It's been done to death. We finally made a curve on its surface. No. Still haven't proven curvy water. You still haven't proven rotation. Oh, it's not a faith-based thing. Your ball, Joe. It says Joe says, where does FE draw the line between where faith or evidence is required? Joe, this is not a faith-based topic. This is a physical science-based topic. This is an observable, measurable topic. Faith be damned, because I'm going to tell you right now, there are some atheist flat earthers around, okay? And there's some Christian globies. All right, there's a mixed bunch of people. So FE, again, is not a faith-based thing. It is a physical science-based thing. It is a geometry-based thing. Like all of you that love these balls, all of you ball-loving weirdos, you guys are flat earthers that just think that you're part ape living on a spinning wet ball, going Mach 88 into the infinite expanding nothing. That's the whole funny thing about it, is you guys are flat earthers too, but you just believe that you're like part ape going really fast. Yeah, sometimes we get on some Bible talk in the VC. It's not a big deal. We always bring it back down to flat earth, to the physical science, to the geometric calculations that have been done, the measurements that have been done for flat earth to determine that, yeah, physics is right. Water really is level on its surface for hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of miles all across this inertial earth plane. See, if you want to show proof of anything, the best way to do it is to get into the VC, get the permissions to post links and pictures. That's honestly the best way to get that done.
To all the music lovers out there, For all the music lovers out there. Yeah, kind of comes along with my voice, this does.
I was going to say how Kiwi wrote his note.
So you just don't like music, I guess. Any kind of soundtrack, along with what we're talking about, not allowed. So yeah, I've had this discussion before. Hilarious.
It's better than silence sometimes, but not everybody likes it.
I guess if they think that's working for them, go ahead, man. I guess that would mean no experimenting with like flat earth tunes or anything like that would apply either, huh? Has to go to chill chat. Okay. Right on, man. More power to you. Great. Like I was singing and playing. Making like 2-second phrases. Sure. People try to wield some kind of imagined authority over others. I don't know why you would think that would work here. Fucking give me no shit. I can push right back. Like you trying to silence me is like wait your fucking turn. No cellos, no trombones. No violins.
Ding dong, the globe is dead. Rub your eyes, get out of bed. Ding dong, the stupid globe is dead.
See, a little soundtrack to that would be great, man. That's okay. I understand the musically uninclined. We don't forgive you, but that's all right. We can still be friends. Or people, or those with no vision, or try to shut down somebody's unique abilities, whatever they may be. It's funny as hell.
Yeah. To Joe in the YouTube chat, yeah, there are some atheist flat earthers, but there's also Christian Globers. I've heard them come in before, and like the Christian Globers, they're like, oh well, God made the Big Bang, right? Or and the atheist flat earthers are like, well, this whole flat realm just formed from like nothing. Like they exist. They definitely exist. We've had them come into the chat before. So
Listen, Sonny, you want to stop concern trolling for yourself, man. Every time you're playing the guitar, I'm muting you because it's not a jam session, bro. I don't know. I've DM'd you loads of times over months, and you just ignore me.
Provide your claim that it was a jam session. Tell me how long was this jam session?
What do you mean, bro? I've heard you fucking hundreds of times.
Not me. Your claim. So provide.
Listen, it's not a claim. I'm telling you, man. It's not just to come in here.
Opinion. Listen, bro. It's your fucking opinion. Is what it is, bro.
Yes. You're just going to fucking speak over me.
Yeah. No, I'm not. You had your chance. You said what you said, and I'm saying in response to you.
Listen, I never finished my fucking sentence, Sonny. I'm still fucking speaking. I'm still speaking.
Stop bullshitting me, man.
Listen, if you want to go to Cog this, I'll put you there because I don't give a fuck anymore, man. I'm sick of listening to you.
Okay, man. Okay, yeah, that's the whole thing. It's your opinion. You don't like me for some unknown reason.
Mate, it's not to do with liking you.
Yeah, the fuck it is.
Jesus Christ, if you want to play the guitar, listen, stop speaking over me, Sonny.
Yeah, people could take notes on it.
You didn't Cog this. I don't give a fuck, man.
Oh, right. Great.
They're like a child, man, eh? Literally. Back to flat earth, folks. Fuck's sake, man.
You know, cognitive dissonance, because I'm reading all the chats here. When somebody has a high level of cognitive dissonance, and I'm speaking from experience, the feelings that they feel are fear and anger. Don't show me that. I don't want to look at that. I don't want to see that. That, you know, I'm afraid to see that. Or if I see it, you know, certain things anger, you know.
Hello, mate. How you doing? What's going on in here? Who are you talking to? People in Cogdis or something?
Just a bunch of scaredy cat globies that don't want to come into the VC, so they're just hanging out in the YouTube live.
Okay. I see some names in here that I don't recognise, mate. Maybe you've spoken to everybody in the server.
We got some new people. Bring them in.
Yeah. Well, that's sitting right here. So let's have a look. Let's see whose microphone I can unmute because you haven't got any Earth-determining roles or any roles whatsoever.
Well,
so who's this?
Jake da. Yeah. Jake Ja.
Yeah, I have no idea how to pronounce that fucking name, so I'm going to unmute him. And
I unmuted them already, man. You're unmuted. Jake Ja? Jake Ja? Jake the Ja. Jake the Ja? Fuck knows. Who else?
So I was just reading a message from India. Samio? I haven't spoken to Samio. Don't recognise the name. Especially with a heart type thing after it. You found him? You unmuted him, or do you want me to do it?
I unmuted them, bro, yeah. Oh, no, the second guy, I don't think I did.
Okay, no worries. I'll go down to Samuel. God, my phone's fucking slow. So, Samuel, I can't see that you've got roles, so I'm going to unmute you.
So, whatever the Jekta guy, he was all chatty in Cogdis where I sent him. But I guess he doesn't want to talk now.
Fair enough. Thank you for that, buddy. Sammy O, I've unmuted you as well, so you've got control of your microphone. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server 2.0. How can we help you today? Sammy O's muted themselves. At least they're alive. That's helpful. And this Jikadar hasn't, or Jikadar, or whatever the bloody name is, it's talking in Cogdis. Let's have a look what that's saying in Cogdis. Oh wow, very loud. But yeah, sorry guys, I can't find anybody else who hasn't got any earth-determining roles or needs unmuting or whatever. Sammy O, you have got control of your mic, so again, if you want to get involved in the conversation, you're more than welcome to do so. And this Jake Jar, whoever, yeah, you were obviously talking an awful lot in Cogdis. I can't see many things but your name. Talking to T-dubs and whatnot. So it sounds like you've got opinions. So maybe you can voice those opinions in voice. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit here and berate you for being a pussy. How about that? You're a pussy because you won't talk. How about that? You think it's probably easy to come into a flat earth server and mock us and whatnot. It's not a problem. Maybe you can mock us with your voice and get some answers to your questions and figure out if you can logically come to a conclusion that we are indeed stupid because we directly measure the earth itself and don't believe in stories on TV screens maybe like you do. You've probably never seen the curvature of the earth or felt or detected any motion to the earth, but you believe them, right? So yeah, unmute yourself, my friend. Let's have a conversation. Like I said, you seem to have all the balls in Cogdis. Why haven't you got the balls now? And who's this dude with the strange Japanese type of Eastern name? Who's that? Type in the live stream voice text one. I can't pronounce that bloody name because it's not even bloody English. Who is this? It's VC verified. No undetermining roles. So, strange looking name down the bottom of the server underneath Ethergrass. You've got control of your microphone. You seem to be very lively in the live stream voice text. So you can most definitely hear me.
Everybody is so brave on keyboard.
I'm impressed with all of these people that are very brave on keyboard, like you just said. But when it comes to talking in the live stream, they don't seem to want to talk. Going to start calling this guy pussy in a minute as well.
He's a pussy.
Yeah, thanks for that, mate. He definitely is.
No worries.
And I don't even know the guy. This is my opinion. I haven't even met him yet. I'm not having to call him a pussy. I don't want to call him a pussy. Do you know what I mean? He's probably not. Stop acting like one. Well done. You've already spoken in VC before. So have I. Does that mean I can only speak once? It's not a fucking reply, you idiot. I've already spoken in VC before. Good. Try it again. My first and only conversation would have been 5 years ago. Idiot. There's UK in the midnight as well. And I've got neighbours too, and I'm not bothering them because I'm speaking. I'm not shouting and screaming and jumping up and down and making fucking loads of noise. No one's being disturbed by the fact that I'm talking to you on Discord server, not talking to you because you're not getting involved in the conversation, but talking to you. No one's getting woken up by me talking. Second lame excuse. I want to speak to you, dude. Right, cool. I'll just remove you from the fucking server. How about that? I could just enforce the rule upon you that if you're not going to engage in the live stream, then you can leave the fucking live stream. Stop posting stuff in the live stream. You can go and watch on YouTube if you want. If you're not going to take part, fuck off. Then go on YouTube and listen to me. Then did you not hear what I just fucking said, you retard? Fuck off. If you're not going to take part in the conversation, you've got no point being here. Yeah, they're allowed to be muted because they're all flat earthers. Not getting involved in the conversation. You're actually not even saying hi. If I was to call any of these other flat earthers out, I'd have a conversation with them, but I'm not calling them out. I'm calling you out. Idiot. So like I said, if you're not taking part in the live stream, fuck off. Good. At least I don't have to keep calling your bloody name out.
Oh, what was that name again, Chris?
I don't fucking know. Because I can't pronounce it. Fucking, it starts with a T. I'll give you that first thing looks like a T, and everything else after that is just bollocks. So I've got very little time for people in the live stream who are very active in texts, but won't open their mouths to talk. I don't have time for those people. Like the people in CogDis that are very active in CogDis, but when they're in live stream voice text, they don't say anything.
I mean, the Globe's a bit of a slam dunk, isn't it? I mean, you've only got all of the mainstream, all the science, all of NASA, all of everything. Come and tell us all about it.
Yeah, and this thing likes to
anyway.
kick me from the thing.
Oh, does it? Yeah, it happens to me sometimes too.
Yeah.
So what's been happening in the server today? Anything interesting? Anything been going down? Any interesting conversations? Yes or no? I don't mind.
So this is a bit weird. If no one else has got anything to say, I'm happy to. But it's a bit weird. This guy in VC check-in, I'm sure he was like spamming something in Geos last night because we just say we're going at it with that Professor Parks, you know, the PhD guy. It was really good actually, and it's how a conversation should go. You know, it was very cordial anyway, respectful. And this guy, I'm sure, who's just disappeared, I'm sure he was sending. I could be mistaken, of course. He kept sending like a message, or like I must have seen it at least half a dozen times, maybe even 10 times over that 2 hours, and it was saying something like, "We need to." Oh, Wizzy, are you going to rewrite all the textbooks? Are you going to that kind of message? You know what I mean? It was about three lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then at one point, Professor Parks actually referred to him in the chat, and I was like flabbergasted. Like, what? Do you know what I mean? I don't know if I'm being clear, but it was very, very suspicious, I thought, anyway. And then the conversation went on to that topic for about 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Saying, well, we don't have to rewrite all the textbooks, and but etc. etc. But it was just very odd that this guy was spamming this one message, the same, exact same message. And then all of a sudden he's in VC check-in today, and we went up and he didn't say a word. He didn't open his mic, so a bit weird.
I'll keep an eye on him then as well, or her.
Yeah, bit weird.
Yeah, definitely. It's crazy that they jumped out of voice checking as well. I'll keep an eye out, like I said. You've got somebody in the server that hasn't got any roles at the moment. Scooty, I'm going to give you the privilege of giving you control of your microphone, so you can turn it off and not talk to me. So, Scooty, you've got control of your mic. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. What brings you here today, my friend? So, Scooty, you've got control of your... Yeah, I know. Thank you for replying that you're all right in the lobby. You've got control of your mic so you can speak. You don't have to type to me anymore, mate. Please be nice, Scooty. Dude has reappeared in voice checking number 1.
Yeah.
It looks like I've got 2 things to do. So, being a Scooty does want to speak to us, and I don't want you to be a troll. I'm going to mute you, so if you want to speak again in the future, you can go to voice checking number 1 like Dude has done. And then I'm going to go up to voice checking number 1 and see what Dude's got to say for himself.
Yeah, see if you can get out on him, Chris.
Yeah, well, I'll just berate him for 5 minutes if he doesn't say anything. Right, back soon.
Mic check. Testing.
Mike's fine.
Awesome. Thank you. Teos UK in the YouTube live chat. Shout out, brother. You guys need to go subscribe to Teos UK. Go subscribe to his channel. He's got a lot of cool stuff on there, man. As flat earthers, yeah, we should definitely be supporting each other in this endeavor. Well, it got cold here today. It was warm earlier. It cooled down a lot. Brr. We might get some rain. A little bit of water to fill the pond. Yeah, Teos. It's been good. It's been fun. It's been a fun day. If you go back in the live stream, you'll hear me just like killing it, talking to these Globers in the YouTube chat. They don't want to get on the VC though. Heaven forbid they get on the VC. You know, it's just like it's too much, man. It's too much for them. It's a lot of fear. Fluids are manipulated to do what they do. Do what it do, bro. Here you go. Yeah. Fake putting up Teos channel in the live on the live YouTube live. That's what's up. That's what's up, y'all. He don't have very many subscribers. I don't have very many subscribers. It's fine. I got like 52, 53 subscribers. It ain't much, but it's growing. It's definitely growing because of you guys. We're just one big flat family.
So, Dude up in voice checking number 1 was just playing the live stream in the background, had the ability to mute themselves when I mentioned that I could hear the live stream in the background, and then refused to speak to me. So what I did is I deafened his headset and I muted his microphone, and he can stay in voice checking number 1 for
Yeah, try to hear it now.
Well, no, he can hear it now. He's on like YouTube, so he can definitely hear what I'm saying because I could hear what you were saying in the background.
Right, that's great.
Yeah. He's just not going to get any joy out of being in the Discord server.
It's like fear holds them back. You know, it's like literally fear retards them. Like to retard is to hold back, like a fire retardant, you know, to put out, to hold back, you know. That fear literally retards their ability to cognitively think.
Well, I might be over analyzing things. It wouldn't be the first time, but I'm convinced that they sort of work together, if you know what I mean. That Professor Bryant who was debating Wizard, I'm absolutely convinced he was given a script by the usual suspects. You know, the co-show to Xanax.
You talking about Brian Myers?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I was like, he seems rather scripted, or just like he has really memorized every piece of the indoctrination.
Yeah, well, you could see him reading. That's the thing. And as soon as he got off, it, he was very uncomfortable, and that's what made him remember the classic. I don't want to talk to Austin. I don't know if you remember that bit, but it was.
Yes! I don't want to talk to you anymore. That was so classic. I laughed so hard when I heard that too. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Yeah, dude, that was good stuff.
I just found it very odd last night that Professor Parks, who was, he seems a nice guy, whatever, but he was doing a lot of tap dancing, as they have to. No matter how far this ladder goes up, and we've heard them talk that whether they've got PhDs, I mean, however many, they do a lot of tap dancing.
Yeah,
and then he draws everyone's attention to this message in the chat, and I was like, what the? This is weird. They had been spammed several times.
It's like there's a bunch of agents out there, right? And they've got their cronies on standby. Like a group message, you know, at work, like at the office.
I suppose anyone's a potential agent, just like the Matrix. You know, anyone's a potential agent who's obsessed with the law, as Miggy loves to say.
That's true. Yes, you could look at it that way for sure.
But yeah, I don't know. I might be paranoid, but I'm just absolutely. There's these groups that are together, and they pass the baton to one another. Like literally, one clock's in, one clock's out. And we know who they are, the usual suspects.
Yeah. There's a Bill Bob who is frequently in the YouTube chat, but I had commented on a balloon launch video. It was from Mage's channel, and it was a balloon launch of it was like 127,000 feet or whatever, and they were trying to use the footage of this balloon launch as video evidence of curvature. However,
don't leave me hanging.
How's it going?
What's up, big man? How are you? Good to see you.
There we go. Good to see you too, man. I had to switch it over to my headphones. It was speaking through the speaker.
I know. I heard
sound really quiet to me, Ethan.
Can you hear me now?
No, that's better.
Move my microphone a little bit. That, and I'm not really talking too loud.
Well, there's the 120. What is it? 121,000 feet. Not seeing the curvature still.
Oh, right, the Earth. I'm thinking, what are you talking about? And then I had to correct myself instantly. Like, oh, right. The subject matter of this server, like literally the Earth, is what he's talking about. My bad. I actually wasn't. I put my headset on and then I heard the silence after Andy Hold My Beer said something. And I figured I would say something. I'm happy to see everybody's here hanging out. It was completely dead earlier.
So if you've got one, I don't know, that's the same height and it does appear to be curved, what does that even mean?
Sorry, I have to wait for the image to load. It's taking forever for some reason. I think this picture's funny because there's so many people who they'll claim that they've seen curvature at like sea level or from a plane that's like one of those little planes where they've barely flown high at all. You go this high and you still don't see a curve.
Muted me again. Damn it. Check that out.
What are you doing?
Huh?
I was picking on you. I said, well, what are you doing?
Getting. Oh, I got crappy internet service signal at the moment, so it just keeps throwing me from the VC. Look at that, 22 miles. 22. I'm looking at what Andy posted.
Yeah. Yep.
That's beautiful. That is gorgeous.
How high you go.
And notice that the sun, this is not a stretched image. The sun is circular, okay? There's no like stretching or bending or warping of the image. It's
distortion.
No distortion. No distortion. People say, well, why when you get up that high do you stop seeing the stars, right? And I think it has to do with the same concept of like a light being in your eyes, right? You're not going to see a whole lot of anything else beyond that freaking light in your eyes. You are closer to this light source, right?
The way I see it, whether it's the round or flat, it's the same exact reason.
Yeah. You're being closer to the light source.
If you notice, it's only when the sun's out, too, that they can't see it.
Yes. Exactly.
Like when the sun's in view.
If somebody were to do a night launch, they would see the stars. You do a day launch.
See something different.
Yeah, you do a day launch, you start to see, well, it gets really, really dark. Like, why does it look darker? It's like having a flashlight right in your eyes, bro. You're not going to see anything.
Yeah, you can see the stuff.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Andy.
No, I was just going to say you can. I'll post you one where you can see stars if you want.
It's just the light, like especially when there's clouds there, and that's white bouncing light directly at. So anything that's in the distance that would be light would be kind of dimmed out by the more prevalent light.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the whole thing about it, is because your eyes are taking in this more intense light over here. So therefore, this less intense light further away. Yeah, the less intense light further away is not going to enter into your eyes. You're not going to, the brain's not going to receive that. Like, yeah. See, I've had.
It's like a camera. We can. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just saying we can only focus on so much at one time. Just like an ordinary camera, like our eyes, the aperture operates very much the same, which is why we have camera-like eyes. It's a category of eye type.
And I bring that up because there's been some globies that have been like, well, why why can't we see stars when you go up? And I'm like, what? When you mean you're closer when you go up closer to the sun, you have all of that light hitting your eyes. That's why you can't see the stars. Like, yeah, it's.
I think we got some high altitude stars right here with the recent one that Andy posted.
Oh, let me see
We need to
this.
get an animated picture of that. I should download the video and crop out a piece so that we have an animated GIF of it. There's so much
See,
stuff I wanna
that's
do. It
really
takes so long to
cool.
do it.
But Andy, that's a night launch, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you were right. What you were saying, yeah.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you can see the stars. I bet if you do a night launch, you'll definitely see the stars. But you're not going to see the stars during a day launch. Like,
No, you don't.
You don't. You're not going to see it.
That's so cool. Oh, that's so cool.
That is cool.
It's so pretty.
Oh, dude, they look trippy. It's so trippy from that eye. And see, there's no stars over where the sunlight is off in the distance because it drowns out the light in the camera.
Right.
And then they show right back up when you turn around. So they're there, the sun, for the same reason, whether it's round or flat, same exact reason, doesn't matter. It's kind of a moot point to discuss, but either way, it's fascinating. Well, it's fascinating if you only look at the NASA thing. It's edifying if you watch something like this.
This is wonderful. This is excellent. This goes to show exactly what I was saying about how, do a balloon launch during the day. You're not going to see stars. Do a balloon launch at night, you'll see stars, and it has to do with, that concentration of light or not. Like, oh man, flurfs are not
so
stupid.
Why does the light that's shining, why does that curve on the top end of it, kind of like this arch of light coming through, but there's no bottom curve to it to show where the Earth curves?
Wait, say that again? Hold up.
Look at the sun. It's flat on the bottom, right? Straight up flat, horizon.
Yeah.
But on the top, it has that arch, the curve, to how, like, the light itself is kind of...
Oh, that has to do with the angular, that's like angular rays of the sun.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but I need to do it. I should get an animated GIF of that. This is it's 2 minutes long. I read that wrong. I'll open that up. Open up the YouTubes. If I download the video, I can crop it and make an animated GIF out of it. Like, then we can use that up here. Because when we post on the live stream, it doesn't hit play. It's just a video sitting there, so the people listening in, they can't see anything. But if we have animated images based off of the stuff we're talking about, it would help them be able to visualize what we're talking about.
Like, I want to know from 22 miles up, that what Andy posted, that image from 22 miles up. At some point, you should see, if there's curvature, you should at some point see some sort of bend at the horizon. But that we don't see that. The only bend you see is because of the lens distortion.
Even if you grant them the giant Earth thing, like, okay, it's too big, it's too big, it's too big, numbers wrong, too big, too big, too big. That's a conspiracy for one, because now you're saying that everybody's wrong about all of the math that they openly proclaim. But that's beside the point. If it's too big, how big must it be? How high do you have to go till you do see curvature? You can't say the ISS because you got like 3 different kinds of fisheye on all their cams. And it's just a stream that like has a feedback loop. It's edited highly. You have to go to like the real actual NASA.gov website to see anything related to that and piece it together yourself.
Look, I've got the 120 some odd page long NASA PDF that states Earth is flat, stationary. Multiple. And it even has
other ones they'll say, for the purpose of this document, we're going to treat the Earth as though it is flat. Like, they'll word it in such a way, but either way, they're mentioning a stationary plane. Like, why would you mention that to begin with?
Yeah. You know what's kind of like, and I love it, I bring this up a lot, like when it comes to the sun, is that it's really, really hard to describe the effects of the sun without describing the sun as the object in motion.
Yeah, because it's burnt into the language. It's sun burnt into the language.
Sunburn. I like that. Yeah, it is. You cannot get around it. You cannot get around. When you describe the sun, when you're talking about the sun, you can't get around describing it as the object in motion. Because the sun moves this way. Well, why does it look like it moves this way? Well, that's the whole thing. Is because Earth isn't moving, but these celestial bodies are. How does that work? I'm not exactly sure, but it's okay to say I'm not sure. We still can't detect any Earth rotation. So interesting. Yeah, people like to invoke, like I said earlier, people like to, I think I was talking to you about it, they like to invoke Foucault's pendulum as proof of rotation, even though they don't even know how, they don't know how the
one works.
Machine works. Yeah, they don't even know how it works.
And the ones who do, they're still they'll admit that they have to make certain assumptions. So it's a moot point again. Like, it's a complete non sequitur to the form of the Earth.
That's why I'm like, what
has nothing to do with the form of the Earth. I'm gonna start just saying that, like, because that's all I care about talking about is the true form of the Earth. Earth is Earth shaped. What is that? And if any of this imaginary crap, I'm just gonna call non sequitur on all of it because it doesn't answer the question, the original question, at all. It's just all imaginary bullcrap.
The whole thing.
And then the difference of proof and evidence. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, as a flat earther, like, knowing that, I wouldn't even say knowing, but, like, I don't know how to word this other than I'm thinking that the Earth is way bigger, way bigger than they've told us. They just kind of put us in this little bubble, closed it off as a globe and said, this is where you live, right? So nobody has been able to, like, measure the outer edges. We don't know if it's a circle. We don't know if it's just this weird shaped rock. We don't know. Now, I know biblically it says that, upon the circle of the Earth, this goes back to Chug Ender.
Yeah, but that's like if you were to go to the center point, like the north, and then you look at the actual center point in which the sun and moon travel their path.
Circles,
it's a circle. It's like it's a circle. They can be viewed from both sides of that circle.
Yeah. That's
within a wheel, so to speak.
Hey, what was that? Was it Journey? Yeah, the wheels in the sky keep on turning.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the wheels in the sky. They are wheels in the sky. This is actually how the Southern Cross equates in my mind, actually, as this kind of a wheel. It is. It's like a wheel system.
That's
for the South. Like,
there's a lot of people, like, they trip out over that stuff, even amongst the FE community, because there's folks who will, like, they're looking at a lunar calendar and others are looking at a solar calendar, and they're arguing over things in between, while others are saying that they don't care and they'll just follow the whatever the hell the calendar is now because it's easier, because whatever. And my thought is if it's a clock, you look at all the hands of a clock, don't you?
Right.
And people fighting over silly things when they're missing the point of the entire thing. It's like you have one who's like, well, I like the hour hand. Well, I like the minute hand. Well, the second hand is good for me.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a clock. You look at the whole thing.
When they like to say that what is it? The argument that they use is nothing is predictable for FE, and I'm like, FE it's predictable like a clock. It's a functioning clock. You mean to tell me I can't predict?
Earth does.
Yeah,
to wrap a flat Earth model around a ball in order to give you a manifestation on a cartoon of what they want you to picture in their mind.
Yeah, and I'm just like,
from a flat plane.
You mean to tell me that it couldn't work as a clock? Like it's predictable like a clock. A clock is predictable. You mean to tell me I wouldn't be able to predict where the Big Dipper is going to be by next season? What? You mean to tell me I'm not going to be able to predict where Orion is going to be in 2 months? You can predict that.
And recognize patterns very well. So why wouldn't we be able to predict something like that?
Exactly. Like everything on FE
observe and report.
Yeah.
99% of FE is observe and report, like simultaneously while trying to talk to people who don't want to listen.
That's very true. Very true. Yeah.
And while being gaslit and told you're crazy, and people are trying to show you a cartoon or a little like toy ball that they can make spin. And see, look, spin. I like spin ball.
When I get my
cool.
When I get my bar up and running, I'm gonna have flat Earth coasters. Shout out to Lord Racer because I think he was the one that put that idea in my brain. Have flat Earth coasters in my bar because it's just like a little talking piece. People are gonna be like, "What?"
I have a heat press. I could probably make them.
Dude, would you? I would pay you.
We'd have to pick the exact design. I have an idea. I think we can come up with something.
Look, don't even play with me. I will pay you for.
No, I'm not joking. I just have to. We'd have to choose a material and yeah. We'll talk about it later. You can like message me like pictures.
Yes.
Of designs that you are.
Dude, I love that.
I need to use that thing for something. It's been sitting around for a while, and I feel bad that I paid for it and haven't used it for. I made a couple shirts, and it's just been sitting there gathering dust.
I think I want to use
add-ons and stuff.
Laminated cork.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Something like that. Like get a like cork squares and then heat press the image on top of that, like a circle.
Yep. Yeah, that would be way cool. Cork. I think it'd be a great talking piece for my bar.
Yeah.
Conversation piece, like flat Earth coasters, and then people are going to be getting drunk talking at the bar. Like, shoot, I hope it doesn't start any bar fights.
As long as they remain civil and intellectual, then that kind of bar fight's okay. If people start throwing chairs, you might have a problem.
Yeah. Don't use my pool sticks as batons, y'all. I got pool tables in that thing.
Everybody was kung fu fighting. I need to go finish working on the bus. It's been sitting there for a while. I hope that I don't have to do too much to get it back in order.
You back home and feeling better, dude?
Yeah, and I'm starting to think about the future and what moves I need to make to start, like, or rather not start, or to continue moving forward.
Right. Yeah, that's understandable.
No, Monday. They gotta finish the procedure, and I have no idea what the hell's gonna happen with that. But yeah, whatever. Same shit, different day.
Damn, dude.
Mic check.
Right now, I'm making a dog on a rocket ship. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Loud and clear. Welcome back.
How come I can barely hear Ethergress? Hold on. Let me.
Wait a minute.
Let me check
something.
My settings.
I can hear him.
Well, maybe it is.
I have to turn my main device up. Hold on. 1 second.
Jason's telling Matthew Pip, whatever floats your boat. I'm in here like level water floats my boat, bro. Like,
it's good to be back. I think I was sucked into some sort of vortex. I don't know what happened, man. But anyway, I'm back. So
we're on spin cycle today.
I'm back on the flat. Like sometimes you need a little shaking up to like realize what the horizontal plane is. So we're going to stick to flat Earth here, and
yes, sir.
Ask for how people know things are like there's a globe anywhere in their reality.
Yeah, that's what we want. We want them to bring their best globe proofsies into the VC and shut down this server. But we don't think it'll ever happen.
Yeah, we beg of you. Please do bring something to defeat all these flat earthers. Because, wait a second, let's ask the question. Are these flat earthers out of their minds? Or what do they have? What's going on with flat earthers? Why would they continue?
I don't know.
A flat earther.
I've got, I got lots and lots of, oh my gosh, just hundreds upon hundreds of videos that explain how everything works with physical science and geometry on a flat level stationary geocentric realm. The whole reason why we say flat Earth anyway is because it's a lot easier than a mouthful of geocentric level stationary inertial Earth plane, right?
Exactly.
Thank you. I'm taking a bow.
All right, awesome. So
Yeah, hold that. Hold that. Remember that. Keep that in your back pocket. Just like when you're talking about it, and be like, the whole reason why we say flat Earth is because it's easier than a mouthful of geocentric level stationary inertial Earth plane.
or a spinning space monkey ball. In a vacuum.
Can you hear me now?
In a vacuum that violates all kinds of natural laws.
AG mic test.
Yeah, I was just
Let's
seeing if Sonny could hear me now. I adjusted my microphone.
I turned
Sonny,
it up.
can you hear him?
Yeah, but now I got him just.
It might just be on your end, man.
It's good.
Well, they can hear. Well, Jenna can hear me. She says.
Yeah, I can hear you. You're coming in loud and clear.
Yeah, I just had to
let me know if I'm too loud. I'll turn myself down.
No, don't be alarmed. It's fine. Hold on.
Yeah, you're good.
Don't be alarmed. You're probably fine. I just had
celestial sphere. What's a celestial sphere? You know what's really funny, Joe, is that most Joe in the YouTube chat is that if you can hear the sound of my voice, just about every astronomer that I've seen, these videos that I've watched, they call the map of the stars the star dome. Isn't that funny? Isn't it funny how astronomers refer to it as the star dome? Dude, freaking
That's really ironic, isn't it?
Yeah, super interesting, right? And it's really funny because there's even some globe believing astronomers, right? And they still call it the star dome. The star dome, bro. The star dome.
That's probably the only thing they got right.
Yeah. Oh man.
They should think of that as a victory. Anyway, hold on a second. I'm just relaxing here in a flat plane. Let's think about the flat plane, the horizontal. Like our body knows exactly where this horizontal is. We feel it. We sense it.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about it.
Mm-hmm. Our vestibular system has something that it actually detects your stillness as well.
Yes, I'm glad that you brought that up.
Yes, based on level of liquids in your ear, the endolymph, right? I've done a lot of study about
yes.
Vestibular. Yes. I did a video of that just recently right about when I started here on this server.
Funny. I learned about this in high school in Air Force Junior ROTC, right?
Oh, cool.
There was a spot in the classroom where the teacher had a chair bolted to the floor, a spinning chair bolted to the floor, right? And these Velcro straps, and we would get strapped into the chair, and our fellow cadets, squad mates would spin us in a circle, right? And then we had a flight simulator on the desk ready to go, like right in front of you, right? So you get spun, and we're taught about how the reason why you feel like you're still dizzy or you're spinning in that direction is because those little hairs, those little fibers in your ears haven't stood back up yet, right? And so what they have us do is they spin you until you're just wicked dizzy, right? And you gotta get up, okay? And you've got to go to the flight simulator and fly this thing level. Isn't that funny? Even a flight simulator, they're like, let's make you dizzy. All right, now you better be able to fly level.
Yeah, listen. Yeah, they all start with this horizontal plane. That's actually an excellent point.
I learned this in Air Force Junior ROTC. 3 years.
So Jenna, there's a link to my channel because I don't know. Hold on, let me make sure we're friends and all. Yeah, we've been. Wait a minute. I don't know. I'm sorry, I wasn't. That's sad. Okay, so here's a DM too because you probably tried to DM. Plus, I had a little situation, but it's okay. I got your link for the bright observations. Yeah, I got that. But,
yes.
Yeah, right on.
Might have to mute out.
I'll be looking at that.
Just a sec. And I'll be back in just a sec, guys.
Right. Calling Indio. Did Indio ever get back from whatever he had to get back from? Get back. Probably flooding or storms or some kind of natural catastrophe caused by the natural world, which all rolls across the horizontal plane. All the storms, all the currents, all the whales, all the dolphins.
Indio's around. I was sitting here talking and I said a whole bunch of stuff and then I realized that I had my mic muted on my headset.
Hear you great.
Facepalm. And I forgot most of what I said. It was something I was joking though, so it doesn't matter. Oh, I said a wizard is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to. Indio's going off doing Indio things, I guess.
Okay, got it.
Same goes for...
I got the wizards say. Yeah, so listen now. I realized what was wrong with the volume. I needed to turn my main volume device up to anything above 33.
Oh, yeah, because that definitely interferes with the,
Well, I don't know, 66.6%.
The frequencies, the resonance, and
66.6% of my stovetop boils the water at a perfect rate. That I get the most out of my water. So distilling it, isn't that crazy? Just about 70%.
Weird temperature to distill it at.
I don't know. So whether I disbelieve that stuff, or it's just nonsense, or whatever it is, it's still what it is. But the Earth is what it is, and it all happens across the flat plane. Whether you're talking about frequencies traveling across in a linear propagation, aircraft flying, like all that technology, anything moving across the plane, never will account for curvature. Recently asked, I exclaimed to someone that if the Earth was the size they gave us, 3,959 miles radius, there are consequences at the surface, which means at 5 miles there would be 16.667 or 16.67 feet of vertical drop from your line of sight. That was the end of that discussion. I was getting ready to go to the next stage. I didn't have that chance, though. But that's okay, because that's how chances are. When you're talking to people, sometimes these seeds are micro seeds of flat Earth. They don't even realize they've been implanted. By somebody they had no idea.
Harvest either.
It was implanted by somebody who they had no idea was an expert at planting these micro seeds. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Like one person plants, another tends and waters, another might harvest. So like everybody has their job, and one person might not see what's going to happen later, but they know that something's going to happen, and they did their job.
Yeah, I don't know. See, like I said,
that group effort between everybody is what I mean. Like this, like how so many people have contributed to this thing. Like, yeah,
I agree. It's much more powerful. That's the same way it is in a group setting, whether you're playing music together or any other like intellectual endeavors, let's say, because that's what they are, right? Explorations into what is and what really
matters
is.
Of the heart and mind.
What's up?
Matters of the heart and mind.
Yes, aren't they all? So, yeah, I got this book back called Beyond the Quantum. I didn't even realize I see it up there on my shelf now. Wow. That's pretty interesting. Talks about how the mind is not in the brain. It's not in the body. It's one of those intrinsic things that we have, our consciousness, that is immeasurable. That is supernatural. To the best of my describing it, anyway.
So if it's immeasurable, I'm good, man. How you doing?
Pretty good.
Doing pretty good.
Are you saying that if it's immeasurable, it's supernatural?
Yeah, because if you can't measure it, but you know it's real. And there are things in our lives that fit that category exactly. Would you deny that?
Like wind? Wind can be measured.
Well, I'm not talking about wind. I'm talking about human intuition or human whatever it is that we have, this energy we have.
Well, you're saying it can't be measured, though, so it's supernatural.
Well, yeah, it is, isn't it? Can you create that?
Immeasurable.
You can measure it.
Wind speed.
Can you measure? Can you
Do you want to measure the temperature of the wind?
Can you measure
wind.
human intellect?
Yeah, IQ test.
How can you? That's testing what? What are you testing if you say testing? What is it you're
Your
testing?
IQ, your knowledge.
No,
your
that's
consciousness,
not,
pretty much.
IQ is not knowledge or wisdom or intuition, which is what you're missing. So, yeah. So the thing is, we know that
I think that Chris was trying to say something.
us even being here is supernatural. How did we get? There's no way to describe it. Us little puny humans. Do you think you're on a globe Earth, for instance?
Well, we weren't talking about that. We were talking about supernatural stuff and stuff like that.
Yeah, but it says you're a globe Earther, so why wouldn't you just say that? It's okay.
Well, yeah, I believe in that. I think it's globe, definitely.
You were brainwashed us like the rest of us about the globe Earth. Yeah, we know. So anyway,
How can you prove that it's brainwashing?
What? Say that again, please.
I'm sorry, I had to clear my throat. How can you prove that it was brainwashing?
You still believe it beyond any evidence that could be laid forth that could prove me wrong?
Yeah. How do you want us to prove the brainwashing to you? You can't have gas pressure without a container, but you lot say that we can.
Yes.
You can't measure an elevation angle from a curved surface, but you lot will die on that fucking hill to defend the fact that you can, even though you can't.
Yeah,
you want to talk about brainwashing? I'll point it all out to you, because ultimately it comes in the form of we give you something simple and you have to lie.
Yeah. So we don't understand that. And that's what we're really trying to get to is if you think it's a globe, we would love to hear exactly how it is a globe and how you got this, how you know that it's true other than someone telling you that. Do you get my point?
You wouldn't think the Earth was a moving ball unless somebody told you with magic stories from space.
Yeah. And pictures.
Brainwashing.
Pictures on your screen.
Brainwashing. Yeah. Repeating a lie to you over and over again. Brainwashing. Showing you images that aren't true to get you to believe a certain narrative. Brainwashing.
Globe in every classroom. Brainwashing. Every movie, every emblem of Universal Pictures is a globe. Even in 1928.
Yeah, that's a good one. Before we'd even been to space and saw the Earth globe in its entirety, 1927-28, Universal's logo was the Mercator projection wrapped around a ball. Brainwashing. Haven't seen that yet, have you?
Yep.
But that's what is brainwashing.
So unless you can bring something forth other than what we're already showing to you, what you have is that we have more proof that they have tried to change your opinion of things, and it's worked quite well. In your case, you still believe it, just like I say, and I'll back that statement up to the nth degree, that you don't have a shred of any kind, practical or not, that shows that Earth in any way resembles what you're trying to say it is, would have direct consequences in your reality right now. So the question of how does it work on a flat Earth is absolutely ludicrous because your experience shows the same thing mine does, and everyone else here in this room, and everyone else listening on any kind of media. So, therefore, the burden of proof lies on your shoulders, and so I ask calmly and peacefully to you to provide your proof, please, sir. Can you do that?
Yeah, and Sonny's a boomer as well, so that makes it even more extra special.
Oh yeah, that's like the icing on top.
You know, anybody who went through the moon landing phase, who was now a flat earther, well, say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but clearly you can.
No, it just depends on the. It depends on the.
Depends on the dog.
operator error, yeah, and you get someone like me, a wild dog that learns how to capture that and control it. So it's very powerful. So I don't know if you get my meaning or not. But that's what you get with me a lot of times. It's going to be my intuition leading. It's not my fault I was built that way. You might not understand where I'm coming from or even be in the same ballpark of what my intuition is showing me, which I'm trying to show to you, but I can only do so with my voice. So it's limited. So if I could draw a vivid picture of what my mind sees, then you would understand this better. But see, how do we show things like that? That should be something like NASA should be showing. Vivid pictures of the real Earth from where they're saying they are. We'd love to see that. Been waiting a long time for this.
Well, you couldn't take a picture of the Earth in teleport. Even if it was a ball, I don't think that'd be impossible.
Yeah.
Impossible.
Yeah, but for once, I could say, going to the more personal level, like I couldn't be happier knowing this information joys me greatly. Like I get so much joy out of just knowing this fact. How does it make a difference? People want to ask. That's how it could change everything of how you see things. What could that do in a day? Which is all we have, one day. If even that, not really, not even a day. But yeah, we wake up in the morning, we go to sleep at night. Yeah, pretty much. We just have one day. That's it. So there's nothing in any of our working experience that shows that Earth is curving at any kind of rate, that Earth is in motion in any kind of way, direction, or vector. And that anything can exist, as they're saying, as far as gas is being contained by no container. Also ludicrous. So once again, I ask, do you have proof that is contrary to what I just said? Did you hear what I just said?
No, he bounced.
He left a while ago.
What?
He left.
Thanks for saying that. I can take a break. That's awesome. A silent rage. Wait a minute. I have to name this. A silent rage quit.
Awesome stuff. I just want to invite Dude into the conversation who's been checked in by Wolfgang Hope. Welcome to the server, Dude. I hope you have control of your microphone. You can ask your questions or get involved in any conversations whenever you wish to do so. Just want to invite you into the server, my friend, and give you the opportunity to speak, being as we've just been quietly raged quit by someone.
Well, thank you. I right now, like I said, I'm just listening, trying to figure this stuff out.
No problem at all, my friend. Absolutely fine. Just keep yourself on mute when you're not talking. That reduces the possibility of background noise. And when you have figured it out and you want to get in control of, get involved in a conversation, just unmute yourself, my friend. A little bit of advice, maybe speak a little bit closer to your mic because you are coming through a bit quiet.
Okay, thank you. I will try to do that.
Thank you very much. That's much better. Cheers, bud.
It's good to hear you, Chris.
Freaked me out a little bit when I saw you in Cogdis earlier, mate. What the fuck was that all about?
We worked it out. It's okay.
Oh, cool. Good. As long as it wasn't for anything crazy.
No, you know what? Hey, man. As you all probably know, and I've talked with you for a long time, Jedi, and I've heard you speak many, many times, and I've always appreciated everyone in here holds a vital role. And there are rules that kind of restrict us in some ways. And like, I'm not immune to that. So like, listen, I don't mind a little reprimanding. Actually, it helps me become better. So like, sometimes we all have moments where we act a bit immature, right? And so sometimes that's kind of nervy for others. And so I have to also be in mind, keep in mind that there's a broader audience here too. And so that's about us, me as an individual, taking responsibility for how I behave, what I say, and my tone of voice, even, all of it. So I don't know, it's all good. I'm feeling better. I'm only 2 days out from my surgery.
Bloody hell, man.
I've already took
Hope everything went well.
I've already took a 5.5 mile ride out into the woods, and I did just fine. And I'm back at home now.
Awesome.
And I haven't even needed to take any medicine except once earlier today. So I'm doing well.
Oh, wow. Mm-hmm. Good stuff, man.
Yeah. So I feel like I'm healing fast, and I think I'm healing from something that probably ailed me my entire life, was stomach problems that I might have been suffering my whole life from this thing. So they just took out my gallbladder, boom. And the doctor said, we want you up as early as tomorrow, and it's funny because it's about flat earth, because things go down in our systems. Yeah. So there's a buoyancy and density going on in our bodies, kind of relies on it as well, along with the level that the liquids in our bodies obtain, because that's going down as well due to the denser liquids going down and the blood flow through our system, right? But while I was on my 5.5 mile ride, I wasn't just not doing nothing. I boiled almost 1.5 gallons of my own water. Now I'm on the 2nd gallon. I love that. Like, I love the engineering part of like a distiller, because you get this little flow going, you get the cooling going, like all that's based on what would you call it? Hydrodynamics and the water cycle itself. I love that shit. Mm-hmm.
As long as you're not drinking your own piss, mate, I've got a lot of respect for you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I never felt I had respect from anybody. I'd never get no respect. No, I'm only kidding. Yeah, it's all right. Appreciate it. I appreciate everyone here. Even to the silent rage quitters. Love you too, man.
What you yeah, you can love them. You don't have to respect them.
Rest in peace, bloody hell. Maybe one day we'll sit and have a Guinness. And I bet if we're having a Guinness together at some place, those basically the levels of all the beer in the house are going to be the same level. Isn't that incredible?
What do you mean by the same level?
They're basically the same level. Even if you tilt your bottle.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. What I'm thinking is I can have a rack of shells and put a pint glass on each one of those rack of shells, and each one of those pint glass will have contained fluid in them, but they won't be on the same level.
They won't be on the same level, but they will be yes, exactly. They'll have the same perpendiculars, the same horizontal.
There you go. Yeah.
Depending on how accurate you do your construction. If you're building something that's man-made, yeah. So, yeah. Because, like, really stairways that are symmetrical, like we build, doesn't exist in nature. So, I don't know where I was going with that stairway thing, but anyway, glad to be home again. It's nice. I'm charging the bike, though, because I can't stand being inside after being flat on my back for almost 2 weeks. That's good. Banned from... This is the best place on Earth to talk about the Earth. Yep. Get banned from everywhere.
So I was debating my 15-year-old son over flat Earth, so I can give you some arguments from a 15-year-old if you guys want to take a shot at those, because I wasn't able to convince him. In fact, he thought I was actually trolling him. But so I guess my responses weren't that good. So I'll see how you guys would have responded to these the refutations of a 15-year-old.
Yeah, let's hear it. Sounds great.
All right, yeah. Here you go. So he's a pretty smart kid, so he gets like A's in his science class. So I think he's pretty into whatever his science teacher's telling him. And so like he said, well, if the sun is actually not 93 million miles away, if it's like just kind of somewhere up there in the clouds somewhere, then he said, how come it doesn't get hotter when you go up? Why does it get colder? Like if you're in the Rocky Mountains, why does it get colder when you're up in the mountains? So there you go. What would you have said to that?
It's a good question. Smart kid.
Yeah, I know. Like it's funny.
Yeah, here's the thing. Here's what
tune kind of arguments.
Here's what's actually happening in that situation. As you go up, the gases get thinner. If that's not taken into account, then you're missing part of the information that we have available to us in the real world. So as you go up, that's a well-known fact. Then when you go up in elevation, I learned this in geography in high school. I still remember it. As you go up, I think it's like every 1,000 feet, 10 degrees. No, it couldn't be that much. It couldn't be 10 degrees. What was it? Let's see. It's something like that. I'm just going from my memory, right? So there's something like that. There's a known factor as far as going up in elevation with assumed calm winds. And all this is calculated over a flat plane, by the way. Thank you very much, Rage Quitters. It's too bad everything that they have to offer is over a flat plane. Refraction, flat plane, plane of incidence. They didn't think we would look at the information at all. What's wrong with them? Why can't they catch up? That should be the new question. Why can't the Globers catch up?
So the fact that the gas is thinner means that it will be cooler the higher you go in elevation.
Right, because aren't things with more particles that has more particulate matter in it, right? Including vapors like droplets from water, clouds, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, I tried to explain that aspect to him, how
They haven't.
everything is in
So,
water, and the water is thicker and more humid closer to the ground. I did mention that part, and then you can hit a golf ball farther.
So isn't it a known thing that a more denser, warmer environment is insulating?
Yeah, so it's based on humidity, not your proximity
So
from
wait
the
a
sun,
minute.
basically.
Wait a minute. Don't just say yeah, because we need to investigate that a little further. So yes, I believe that it is. That could be double checked. I'm sure somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, which I approve of. And so it's insulating, so it would contain more of the heat closer to the surface. Correct? Yeah, I believe that would. I'll just answer my own question. So more denser surface, there's a lot more dense air, like gases, circulating, right? So they have more heat that is circulating, causing more convection. So there's a couple of things right there.
Okay, here's his other one then.
Then the other one. Wait. I'm gonna use the death nail. Then you have the jet streams as you go up that go up to, as Witsit reminded us, 800 and something miles per hour. Like up to 800 miles an hour. Come on. Like these are the jet streams, right? So if you're on top of the John Hancock building, which it used to be called, and then the tallest building, the Sears building, which I've been to the top of both of those. It's just pretty cool. What was I saying about that? Yeah, the winds are blowing like freaking hella, man. Those winds are howling out there. So there's a couple things, and that's that one. And thanks for letting me.
Okay, well, his next one was he tried to say that the ancient Egyptians knew that the world was a sphere, because he was trying to say why the lie. So one of the ways I was explaining why the lie was, I was kind of doing God, what's the name of that guy's name that does all the flat earth, what does he call them, flat earth clues? Who's that? Mark Sargent. Yeah, I did. I gave him one of Mark Sargent's explanations on why the lie, where Mark Sargent said that basically there were two prevalent theories out there. There was the globe theory and there was the flat earth theory, and both were pretty popular throughout the world. Like in some centuries, the flat earth theory was more popular. Maybe the globe earth theory was out there as well. But then it was only recently when we were able to travel further, like as far as Admiral Byrd was able to adventure further to Antarctica. So you had that exploration going on. You also had exploration going on going upwards, where we had airplanes and possibly rocket tech.
But wait a second. Are you answering his question? Because I got mixed up there.
His question was just, he said why he said why the lie.
Okay. So let's pause there, because that's his question. So I want to get to his question and not our answers yet. I mean, it's okay. I heard what you said, I think, pretty well. But so why the lie? Yeah. Why the lie is an unanswerable question. So more, I think what a person like that is asking is, where's your proof, flat earthers? And that's what they need to see, is the information. Are they basing their viewpoint based on an opinion on something that they don't really have all the information?
Well, before that, he said ancient Egyptian. He's under the impression. Here's the problem, though. He's under the impression with what he was saying with the ancient Egyptians that believed in a globe Earth. He's under the impression that this has been the predominant and prevailing viewpoint throughout history, dating back to the ancient Egyptians, that the Earth was the globe.
Listen, the Egyptians were using, and even before all those cultures, were using elevation angles of these known celestial bodies. Since then, that's how they could build their architecture the way they did, and that's the only way it could be done. So listen, they believed in a flat plane of existence too. So he's false on that statement altogether. They didn't believe in the globe Earth. Where did he ever learn that? Is he going by sticks and shadows? Probably. I think he's probably going. See, these are the silly ideas that have been put forth by the psychological. This is what's been put forth by the psychological opposition.
Well, that's the point that I'm making, is that somehow he got the idea that globe Earth has been the prevailing worldview throughout world history. And so I was trying to explain to him that no, and I was trying to explain the way Mark Sargent did, that no, it was just around the 1950s that they really, really, really started pushing the globe Earth and made it the majority predominant viewpoint in the world, where it probably is, I would say about 98% of people in the world today believe that the Earth is a globe. But I think prior to 1950,
no, it's listen, you got the timing. Hold on.
It was below 50%.
I want to stop you. Hold on, I want to stop you because you're wrong on the date. No, it was actually, this discussion was hot and heavy in the late 1800s, 1860s, Robotham, and to the 1890s, and then 1910, 1920s, the 1915 GR, general relativity, so that's when it started, basically. And you still have school children being taught in one-room schoolhouses, which are the most effective for learning, where every child helps the next one. And so that was taught more realistic cosmology, in my opinion, up until, from what I've seen, actually, not my opinion, but up until the 20s. Because we have newspaper articles that are stating that this certain part of their county is...
That's what I just said. I said it wasn't until... the 1950s that the globe Earth, they really started pushing the globe Earth.
That's true.
As the majority viewpoint.
It does correlate with NASA being created. Yeah, and the Antarctic Treaty. So, I mean, that's a perfect timeline. I'm with you on all that. Point on. Yeah, exactly. So, if you follow that timeline, that is very interesting. That in itself... But if someone hasn't taken the time to look at that whole timeline for a long time, to divulge what's at play, and not only that, we have to keep in mind all the time, be really wary of what's the source of the information in the first place, what hands have gotten into that information, because as we all know here, especially in this community, how twisted the information is. You could take what they so-called photography of things from space is so fallacious, at its heart, unfalsifiable information. There's no way it could ever prove that any of these images came from any real place. That's what if they say that, they know nothing about film, the way films were created. I had a chance in high school to go, and this is in the mid 70s, to go into film, and I started taking a film class, and they had technology even back then that's beyond my scope almost. Still, that was then, bro. That's 40 freaking years ago, right?
Well, somehow when I was a kid, they taught me that the prevailing worldview was that throughout history was that the Earth was flat. And then when Columbus made his voyage in 1492, that was the turning point where circumnavigation, and they started believing that the Earth was a globe. Now, that's just what I remember vaguely from when I was a kid. But I'm saying my son, he's 15 years old. So Now the kids today, somehow he's got it in his mind from whatever education he's received from television or from school that they've just always believed that it was a globe.
Oh,
You see
I
what I'm
see.
saying?
I see. So here's a modification to that timeline that you just mentioned. So the age of exploration, what they actually discovered, which was the top secret information, was where they were going. You know, all this controversy with the maps and so forth. Yeah. So right then is when they discovered they were using right triangles to get all the way from Europe over to America. Those same celestial bodies being used. That's when they figured out they're using right triangles. That's the only way you could navigate and get it right every time. Even to the point where they're like in the Caribbean, there's rocks that are like 100 miles offshore of some of these places, like crazy shit sticking up. You got to know where these rocks are. They're on the charts, flat charts. It's
You guys want to know?
That's how simple this thing is. How Earth is used is the whole key, in my opinion.
So you want to know what backs up what you're saying, Sonny? One of the screenshots that I got from that Royal Air Force Academy, when the person is talking about, you know, it doesn't matter what you believe, if you know, practicality is what's going to get you home safely.
Yeah.
Nobody cares what your worldview is. And then they said the geocentric world is alive and well with our students. And so I'm just saying that to say, clearly a sailor would have at some point questioned if they thought it was a globe, because for some reason these people who weren't having a flat earth conversation, right? I know you guys are like heliocentrics and stuff, but you know, so the problem is going to come up. It's inevitable. It must have come up back then.
No, it absolutely did. And look, it goes right along with the age of conquest that occurred after these so-called events, whenever they were. Like they allege they occurred. We know that's all twisted. So, you know, with that, you know, behind us, then we go to like what they actually were finding. So I'll tell you what they're actually finding. Well, it doesn't really matter because we got such a weird story about all of this. We don't really know how it exactly occurred. We can only kind of like take a dart and throw it onto this imaginary timeline because so if you like there with me, what they found is that yes, these landmarks over water are exactly where we say they are, using these elevation angles, which is the only way you can do it. I mentioned earlier to someone here in conversation that you can't find Hawaii at over 2,200 miles of the Pacific Ocean and know exactly where it is using elevation angles from your sightings, from whatever luminary, that those are all in the same positions. You can find the zenith for every single one of those because it's freaking printed in books that you take with you called nautical almanacs. If you don't have those, you can't navigate. So the point is about them being printed. The point is about them being printed in ink on books. That means they're never edited. Not that books can't be edited, but these books are not edited. You know why? Because they don't have to be. That's the end of my statement. Thanks.
You want to read what I just posted in the chat, Sonny?
Yeah, I'm sort of looking at it. Hold on. Let me. I love this discussion, though. It's a really great conversation. If you think about I'm reading it. Should I read it? I can read it. I'm good at reading articles. I'll read it for you. Earthly, Andrew Hill, Darwin Rules. Okay. 12 July, page 127 says, even in the Spectator, we rarely find serious assertions that the sun goes around the earth. One can, of course, believe anything one likes as long as the consequences of that belief are trivial, but when survival depends on belief, then it matters that belief corresponds to manifest reality. We therefore teach navigators that the stars are fixed to the celestial sphere, just what I said, which is centered on a fixed Earth and around which it rotates in accordance with laws clearly deducible from common sense observation. The sun and moon move across the inner surface of this sphere and hence perforce to go around the earth. This means that the students of the navigation must unlearn a lot of the confused dogma they learned in school. Them find us remarkably easy because dogma is as may be, but the real world is as we perceive it to be. If Andrew Hill will look into the Journal of Navigation, he will find that the Earth-centered universe is alive and well, whatever his readings of The Spectator may suggest. Darby Redhoff, Royal Air Force College, Cranfield. 16 August 1979. What debate? Okay, you better gear up then there, Spake. Thanks for your time, man. I appreciate people's time. It's the most valuable thing we have, actually. So I like our conversation better than debating another.
The first time I hear about Flat Earth was actually on public school, my first years there, talking about the Portuguese navigators 500 years ago, talking about the Earth being flat. So it was flat to them. But of course, if I want to search this information on Google today, they don't give me any names. But I did use the ChatGPT, and I found a few names,
Yeah, because look, that's still kept. Those are kept secrets still. Those things are going in the basement at the Vatican because it's top secret, and still is information.
Yeah,
that won't be allowed. Like it's kept in the vaults. This information. So I don't know what they think. Whoever they is, I guess it would depend on who they is. It's interesting how that makes sense these days. Who is they? You can use it any way that you want to. Anyway, there we go. Yeah, there's other ways to communicate. So, and no, we won't refrain from exposing your claim of this globe Earth thing.
That only exists in your brain.
Brain waves. So there's my take on it. That's in a real quick nutshell version. They discovered indeed they do and are able to use right triangles practically to get across from place to place using the same celestial bodies with the same zeniths to the second. That's what's printed in those books. So you show me how it's any other way. Plus, if you know in geometry, show us a triangle that has more than 180 degrees, and I'll give you some sort of prize.
I got one. Hold on, I'll post it.
So I think it angers the people that are trying to profess their religion here to us that we're only using simple geometry. You know, that's not our fault. We just found it to be true. And when you take in new information, you find it to be true, you have a decision to make. So it's okay if you haven't made that decision yet, but maybe you'll come to your senses at some point. We can only hope that of ourselves and of others. It's kind of like being a good neighbor. No glober left behind. Don't be the last one on your block to believe in a globe. I'll stop. It's good to hear, Eli. Good to hear you, man. All right. It's feeling so great to be outside in the fresh freaking air, man. Wow, it feels great. And you know what I realized about myself? I like my room like 60 degrees. Like I get too warm, so I like it super cool. I just get in my little mummy bag and zip myself in. On a flat plane, you know, like if you're sleeping with your mummy bag, if you're at slightly above horizontal, your system works better, even while sleeping or resting. Your digestion doesn't stop. And I have this new mattress where it's like super soft, but like it's an air mattress, but it has like little columns. So sometimes little columns heat up depending on where you're laying, and it goes. It's like getting a massage. But anyway, like I said, the horizontal plane is really important for all of our functions, actually, our bodily functions, even. So you can go that route too in discussion as well.
Sonny, you know, you
Yeah.
sound an awful lot like Lift the Veil. Have you been told that before?
I don't even really know who Lift the Veil. I think I've heard him before.
Fair enough. I don't know if he's still YouTubing. I was just like, man, that voice sounds familiar. But fair enough.
Well, I don't know. I can modulate my voice quite a bit. So sometimes I might get on like a track of a tone of voice. It's okay. Like I get, if you misunderstand me, like I understand. I hope you excuse my double on. What is it? Double meaning, double entendre. Yeah, I have a little stream going. I better check that. Oh, wow. Oh. So you all should talk amongst yourselves and go back over here inside. Uh-oh, did I leave my mic on? Sorry. Man, I'm already doing better. I actually was able to eat a Twinkie, believe it or not. I'm so hungry. What? Practicality trumps all your child's fantasy. What a great ping rate. Do you come here often? I'm only kidding. Speak Up Central, are you here? See you in here.
I'm sort of here, just eating and listening in.
Okay, good. Well, sometimes I get the silence and I'm like, was it something I said?
Nah, it ain't like that. I'm just chilling.
No, it's not. Yeah.
I'm eating a flat Earth cake.
Eating a flat Earth what?
A cake.
I still didn't get it, but that's okay. Hot cakes? Did you say hot cakes? Or did you say
Just a cake.
pancakes? Huh?
Just a regular cake.
A cake. Okay.
A chocolate cake, yep.
Well, cakes rely on a level. Sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
You could have an unevenly baked cake. It would be yeah. You could have leaning tower cake. You can make that by tilting from the perpendicular. The container, that is. Ooh, cakes achieving their level within a container. That's even practical. So what's going on here? I see Miguel Souza. I see a Satoshi Nakamoto. I see a Liquid. Jenna Massey, are you here still? There we have Heretic. Yes, we do. Globus. Effie Batman. Evil
Heretic
or both?
Central.
Yeah, I know you're Central. Central Banker. Evil or both? On the fence. Would you like to speak up? Anything at all? Change of topic to get Sunny to shut the fuck up. Some people approve of that statement. Just saying. But I'm staying on topic. Evil or both? Are you there? Guess not. Might be AFK. Andy, hold my beer is deaf muted. Jenna Massey not answering. Liquid, are you there?
Hey, TBH, I'm in the shower, but I'm totally listening.
Okay, cool. It's good to know everybody's doing something that relates to the horizontal plane, which your water is falling perpendicular to, generally speaking. So there you have it. Showers, proof of flat Earth. That's how it works. Not my fault. They keep asking how it works. Well, exactly how it's working. I guess they don't like that answer. Little G, are you there? Deaf muted. Miguel Souza, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good to hear you.
Thanks, Sonny.
I need to relieve myself of some hydrodynamic pressure. That's related to flat Earth also. Yeah. So I heard beer has a lot of good enzymes for your system. So I'm forcing myself to just have a little tiny sip, which interestingly enough, the level is parallel with all the levels of all your drinks as well, no matter what angle you tilt it at. Thank you very much for level fluids. Thank you. Thank you. It'd be kind of hard to say your bottle on something that was spinning and curved at the same time. And the whole premise is hilariously funny, cartoon-like in its nature, which is pretty bizarre for any form of propaganda. But I digress. Excuse me.
Hey, Sonny, you remember earlier we were talking about how they think they live on a cartoon ball, right? Because water doesn't have eyes and a brain and intelligence to seek level.
I know. We're in serious trouble as far as the intellectual maturity level goes. Speaking of level, did I say level more than once? Level, level, level. There. There's three more for you. Cheers. Ah, man. I think those monks had something really going on when they started brewing beer. I think there is something if you don't overdo it. Very medicinal to it, I think. Ah. Anyway, I should probably take some medicine. What happened to? There was someone in here named Jacuti. They just dipped in and dipped back out. Jaja Light, VC verified. Hello, Jaja Light. Can you say hi? Hello. Anybody out there? Not just if you can hear me. Is the Earth a spinning globe? Relax. The propaganda. Never mind. Just the basic facts. Can you tell me where globe hurts? I have to get up and go out again. Can't stand sitting still inside. Hmm. All right.
All right, you guys. I am gonna head out this Friday night, and it's feeling right. So I'm gonna say hi to you guys later.
Planes and trains, scriptures of flat rivers. The pool is flat wherever you are, that's where you're at. Everything is level unless you're connected with the devil, then you dwell on the round globe basketball. Yes, yes, y'all, diggity diggity, don't stop. Since the days it never stopped, they say that it keeps revolving and spinning. But when I hear that, I'm grinning and laughing at the absurdity because they murdered the God that was inside of me when they lied to me in the textbooks. But take a longer look at the sea or the ocean, and we see that it keeps floating in a flat motion on and on and on across the Rubicon. In the month of Ramadan, we see the black swan, and that's that we can see too far. Allahu Akbar, man's traveled far, put horseback and car, and now here we are. What's in the Earth's center, the center of a compass, is amongst us, surrounded by the ice wall container. It's a no-brainer to any man who hasn't been programmed, but I am trying to see much further. Admiral Byrd said what he saw. Yes, yes, y'all. Didn't I tell you, diggity diggity, don't stop? We moving up, rhyming off the top. That's the top of the dome. Some say it's a firmament, or what it's meant to be. We hear from an MC who is speaking about a cartoon. McToon wants to be a buffoon and spit buffoonery, just lies to me. The lies are buried in libraries where lies are buried. We see such lies, put them in the proper place, that's the cemetery. The ace of the straits, that's the Dardanelles. I spell just as well, throw a rock into a well, but hear no echo. We all in our own echo chambers, that's known as the Discord server. Murder, murder, red rum. spitting rhymes, and yes, they'll come. The sheep will come back because little Bo Peep has lost her sheep and doesn't know where to find them. So leave them alone, and they'll come home, wagging their tails behind them. So that teaches us to be patient, patient as the days of the ancient, until one day the truth will emerge that's been submerged, and we'll find out that there really was never a curve, and then we'll be as wise as the old owl. How? Because the wise old owl sat on an oak. He listened more than he spoke, and he spoke less, heard more. Why can't we all be like the wise old bird and bless the power of the word to travel to the four corners of this earth and give birth to knowledge, not learn from college, but actually learn from the subconscious. I can see the longest because the subconscious eye, third eye, is infinite. Trace one infinite to the dizome where I lay my hat's my home. On the flat earth, they tried to clone a sheep back in 1998, I think. Named Dolly, now the Dalai Lama is kissing a boy. Oh, we learned these space age stories like Elroy and the Jetsons. But still, we can't step up and reach that higher plane. 6 inches above your eyelids and you can see skywards. We're climbing up a pyramid architect to the Polaris North Star. They say that they can see so far that they see light years away. They say that's thousands of years in the past. Think about how crazy that sounds. How can it be facts? But we were made to believe because we were led to be deceived. But I guess 2020 shook up many, and we found out that plenty lives were being held by the clergymen who acted wise. You see Bill Nye in a bow tie, and you wonder why he has to continue to lie because he had to push that narrative and all the narratives before because that was his chore, because he was just holding the door for a higher globalist that's the puppet carrying the strings. If you know what I mean, then you know what I say, and who feels it knows it from the rhymes of a poet. It's more potent when it comes with a grain of truth, and the proof is in the pudding. And no, I'm not Cuba Gooding, and the ice cube is square, and where you are is where you're at. Did I not say that the earth was flat and level? They dwell with the devil, sucked in their sin on vodka and gin. But how do we win when we're surrounded by the disguise and lies, and to the point where people want to hide behind a mask? How do you adapt to that and then try to tell them that the earth is actually flat? It's a hard task to overcome, a hurdle to jump up high. And why would I want to reach the sky when I'm got my feet planted firmly on the ground where I can make a sound and hear it resound across the long earth plane? If they're living in South America, does that mean that your brain is pointed in a downward spiral? These raps were never viral. They were just meant to be the words of the unheard that live across the margins of the earth and have to bargain for every inch that they're given of this earth. We used to own it, but now they want to take taxes and take their percentage. But I'm like Dennis the Menace because I try to antagonize and troll until the point that people can realize, and you can grow old and wise like that owl who sat on an oak. The more he saw, the less he spoke. The less he spoke, the more he heard. The trace one infinite, giving power to the word. So fuck what you heard and fuck what you thought. Not a globe earther. They call them globe tard. Not way large like the globe. And I'm not too old, but not too young. I'm not 93 million miles from the sun. The sun is actually at a much closer distance, and I got the mental, spiritual fitness to know it's about the same size as the moon, just as you see it. And if seeing is believing, then you won't be deceived when they want to tell you so many lies like that you're spinning. Then why am I not dizzy? Does that make too much sense for you? Then call me a kid who be at the site in the parade where the emperor was seen and said, "He's got no clothes." And everyone in the crowd knew what I mean and meant because they saw that the clothes were never made. It was a tailor who programmed men how to behave, and they were scared of the king, so they continued to dream. And I'm an MC who's never been seen because my style has no father, an anonymous father and donor to give me birth. So for whatever it's worth, I traced one infinite back to my genesis. And I've been saying this since the days I was a Meccan refugee from a different time and century until the jinn put a hex on me. And now I'm trying to reach spiritual ecstasy. So it's trace one infinite to the dizome, straight to the firmament. That's my home. Yo, peace.
Yo, Sonny, you there?
How's man?
What's up?
Saying how's it going, man? It's a quiet night tonight here on the server.
Good, man. I'm listening to Witchett's debate
Yes.
about the Bible and slavery, and I thought it was interesting and how interesting because me, growing in the financial services industry, one of my first tests that I had to studying for that test is when I realized, oh snap, there's nothing nefarious about the government in the system, in the sense that like the way the laws are set up. It's the way people treat people. And if you're really ignorant, you can be done wrong, even if there's something not on paper. But because you're ignorant, it'll happen to you, and you really can't fight against it. I'm bringing that up because it was hard for me to get past the part of the Bible that started to set up government, because I already had this bad taste in my mouth for it, till I realized, okay, well, the laws are just, but people are doing, extra with it. So now when I'm listening to their debate and they talk about slavery, and Witsit bring up the point that he's actually just talking about workers. And when you dig into the context, because the guy tried to bring up, okay, you can be a foreigner and buy somebody's property. And I'm like, okay, that's one point. He's like, okay, if you're a slave and you bring a wife, you can leave with them, but if the master is supplied her, you can't leave with her. I'm like, okay. So those are just a couple of points. And then I thought about, yeah, isn't that what people do when they leave the United States to go find a wife to agree to come to America? Right? They don't just snatch them up against their will. And also, again, if you're in agreement, and literally, there's a guy who claims to have written the Matrix. There's a woman who married him, and the thing about her is she worked for someone else. So her main thing was to basically make sure that he lost the lawsuit, and she divorced him. And I'm like, oh, that's what someone else's property would do, because that wasn't your wife doing all that, right? And I'm like, okay, obviously women can be given, and it's up to them what they choose to do after that. I'm like, yeah, that's true. And I'm just thinking about it. I'm like, wait a minute now. The biggest thing about this whole slavery thing, I was like, the number one thing that I understand is that people are complaining about, oh, you got to work, you got to do this, you got to do that. And I'm like, everybody who has a W-2 is listed as a liability, aka a slave, property for their employer. So, okay, so if we have a problem with slavery, putting it in context, you're in slavery, you got slavery with your job. Now, I don't see it that way, but since people want to do that, with literature, it's like, okay, well, let's take a look at your life. What's the difference between what it's saying here in scripture and your situation with your contract with your job? Let me know. Literally listed as a liability. like it, man. The rabbit hole goes deep when you really understand, the ins and outs.
Yeah.
And I'm not even saying that to cape for the Bible. I'm saying that to say if I can point out, you know, parallels, then what's the point in crying over there, but being at peace with it over here? That's all I'm saying. I'm not even saying to accept it. I'm just saying, well, if you're rejecting it, why are you living your life that way then?
Yeah.
If you reject
Say
slavery, why don't you own a business? What's going on? Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
the system while complaining about the systems of the past. It is kind of weird.
Well, I'm gonna finish listening to this, man. The link is in the
Yeah.
chat. If you catch it, I think it's like an hour ago it was posted.
Yeah. I'll
Some
tune
people don't
into it
like
right now.
Americana. I don't know where that came from. Just a thought.
Did you just miss my whole thing?
No, I probably did. I was off in the other room daydreaming or whatever. Just what was I doing? I don't know.
Well, I was talking about how Wittit's debate with the guy who was trying to say the Bible, like, why would anybody like really take it as literal when it promotes slavery? And I'm like,
Ye-
the world we live in, if you take it into context, the world we live in promotes all of the same forms of slavery.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And it like literally, it totally does.
Now
Almost.
the one thing I didn't know, because I didn't read this part, is straight up and down. It says, well, you can't kidnap someone, you can't take them against their will.
You really
So
can't.
that just straight up says, okay, well, we're not talking about the kind of slavery that black
So
people.
yeah, and you don't even know it. So if you don't know it, that's even what more of a crime is that. But yeah, some people. I hate to say it. Some people are more inclined to like being okay with that, which is really shocking.
No, it's double speak because it's like, yeah, I'm okay with being a slave in my life, but I'm gonna, instead of investing, instead of reading a book to self develop myself, self improve myself, I'm gonna hang on a forum or Discord server and bash other believers for them believing in a book that promotes the lifestyle that I actually live. Right? Like, because that's what I don't get. It's like, well, what are these people agreeing to these slave agreements and selling people? I'm like, yeah. I mean, people agree to prostitution and all types of shit that God didn't specifically say was okay. Like, he didn't say, yeah, go ahead, sell your body, do this, do that. I mean, we're dealing with men doing what they want to do from the beginning of time up to now. But yeah, I'm gonna listen to the rest of this and catch you guys in a minute.
Anyway, did I moan like that out loud? I guess I did. Let me close this door. A little bit of fan noise. Good thing for good solid doors, fire doors. Anyway, it was really good riding today. I'm charging the bike again. I'm getting ready to go back out. Can't stand sitting still in the daylight. And I waited 8 hours before I took my medication. That's pretty darn good. 8 hours. Maybe old dogs can learn new tricks. So my intuition told me drink just a little bit of beer. So I've drank to be on the level, flat Earth content there. About a quarter beer per hour. It's only been 1 hour, so quarter beer. And I keep getting rid of liquid volume, if you know what I mean. So that's always a good, healthy sign. That all requires a level as well, doesn't it? Uh-oh. It's a terrible thing. Anybody else still there? I went off into a Hendrix-like Pink Floyd amalgamation daydream with my electric music guitar thing. Excuse me. Gasprasha.
How's it going, folks? Just checking in. It's been a while. Kind of just in between a couple things. I just figured I'd say hello. But it is fight night, so I'm watching UFC fights. But I did send out a ping for anyone that else wants to join and come hang. But after the fights, maybe I'll start up some conversation or whatever. See what's going on in the VC later.
Word. Can you give me the tag so that thing works?
Oh yeah.
On me, like that way I'll. Yeah. And I'll join in.
Absolutely. I feel like I've been away for a while, so I owe you guys a little attention. So maybe after the fights tonight, I'll tune back in, see what's going on.
Welcome back, man.
Yeah. I think about you guys all the time.
Right now,
It's
a
kind
lot of
weird to
people are
say it.
tuning in the Witsit debate.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's why it's quiet in here.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for you to show up, man.
Sonny, hey, I was just gonna say, I think about you guys all the time. Like all you guys. I think about you. I thought about you, Sonny, today. I think about all you guys all the time. It's weird.
Guess what? I wrote a song many, many years ago that has that same title.
What I think about you all the time?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, I thought of that
Alright.
lyric quite a while ago. Think about you all the time. All the time.
Yeah. It's weird, no? Like certain
Think about you all the time. Yeah. Kind of
Oh,
added
yeah.
that.
Hope you're doing well, Sonny, man.
Sonny's in good spirits.
I said I just
He's
had
in
an
good spirits
operation 2 days
despite what
ago.
he's
I had part of my intestine taken out, the gallbladder, part of the biliary trio. If you want to learn more about that, I'll talk about that to you, I guess, in DMs or private or whatever. Chill chat.
Well, it's good to hear from you. Yeah.
Surgery
Just
ain't no joke.
and thinking about all y'all. So anyway, I'm missing some of the action, so I'm gonna mute up and watch, and then I'll pop back in between.
Don't miss it. And all of those fights have to have a horizontal flat plane.
That
As
is
a-
true.
as
Could you
starting
imagine
point.
fighting on a rotating platform that was curved? That would be crazy.
Try to do a twisting jump kick without.
Whoa, yeah, right. On a spinning platform, yeah, you would have to do, calculate for some Coriolis.
There you go.
You
So
know?
they're way off track.
Plus, what's the general shape of the area in which they fight?
You said what's the shape of the area? Well, they fight in an octagon, so it's flat with 8 sides.
Circular
That's
form.
peculiar.
Yeah.
Octagon.
That's peculiar. That is flat and ironic.
Yeah, and it's not moving, or it's not. It's not rotating.
Once again, the
Right.
The practicality. Thanks for letting me get that out. The practicality of the way everything works, the way it does. Flat Earth is the way it is working. Thus, making the question, how does it work on flat Earth? Ridiculous, because it works just the way all of us experience it. Hello,
like everything else. Yeah.
just like we've measured it to be as well. There's a lot of things we've measured.
We don't do anything on rotating
Flat and
curved
level.
surfaces. That's just extra for no reason.
And we don't do any measuring conceptually either.
Conceptual measuring, yeah.
That's only done directly. Remember, in the definition of measurement, it requires an exchange of energy between you, the measurer, and the measured whatever it is. And it could be anything. It takes an exchange of energy. You're going to have to get some kind of tool on there. Your hands are going to have to be on there. Some way of measuring or scaling what it is you are looking at or touching. Right?
You mean like turn on the TV or?
No. No, not that way.
That's what the Globers do. They just turn on Netflix, and then a flat earther debunks themselves, and that proves that their proof is a flat earther on Netflix.
And listen, it's just from years of doing things that are practical in nature and that are actually required for your own safety or survival, or as well as just being able to do something like playing a stringed instrument.
Yeah, which you do well.
Like that's my favorite. It's like those are just like measured increments of things.
I'm not really good at playing instruments. I only play like the G string. That's about it.
That's all I need. Crossroads.
Oh, jeez.
Just a G string. That's a phenomenal thing.
That's it. That's the only thing I know how to play.
You can build a set of bongos with varying degrees of cups.
Oh, the bongos. Yeah, Ethan knows the bongos. Yeah.
No, I'm not going to play. Like I have this guitar though that I've had for over 40 years.
My buddy had some steel drums. Those were pretty cool. He was a cool dude.
I'll do a steel drum. The steel drum is weird. That's cool.
Okay, so here's a
trippy.
G string. I just wanted to give you an example of some G string.
Yeah, I can confirm that's what it sounds like. Yep.
Sure.
Is it Jimi Hendrix in the house?
That's accurate.
Scientifically.
Yeah, that's accurate.
To know death, Otto.
Who was saying? We got some people joining in.
In the gallbladder.
What's that? Whoa, yes, I did.
Someone played the bot.
That's on the bot.
Oh, Indio.
Yeah, did you hear that?
What the fuck?
No, he was talking about gallbladder. There's this scene from a movie. Baron von Frankenstein was made by Andy Warhol. He's like, he says to know death, you have to fuck life in the gallbladder.
How funny and poignant that is.
Andy
Also
Warhol
information.
says that?
Yeah, he's making a girl into Frankenstein, like a Frankenstein, and like
Frankenstein.
he kills her, and then he kills her by stabbing her in the gallbladder, and then he has sex with the whole. And then
only
it's
a-
blood, and
but
yeah,
only
it's
a little-
bizarre.
But only a little bit in all instances.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, man, come on.
I first heard it on there's a band called Impetigo, which is like a German death metal band.
It would be.
What's the name again?
It's called Impetigo. I think the album is Horror of the Zombies.
Oh, there's Indio. Oh, okay, so gotcha. I'm not sure.
What's up, Indio?
Yeah, not much.
Were you listening on YouTube or something?
No, I've been
Or
in
you
here
just,
for like 20 minutes.
Oh, really? Okay.
Not kidding, man.
You know, so the bot stopped
Jim
playing,
Master,
so
that's
I
why
was
you
like,
didn't
all right,
notice.
it's our chance. Sorry, Ether. Go ahead.
No, I heard him talk about the gallbladder, and whenever I hear gallbladder, I think of that scene.
That's what I had.
I don't know why.
I'm all bruised, man. I just had my surgery.
He's the
days
ninja
ago.
mouse. Oh, sorry.
So anyway,
You always have a
The
little
whole thing
bit
about
of
this album is like every song starts with some like clip from something.
Yeah.
And they're just all, because it's a death metal, so they're all really, really bizarre.
So
like one of them is a Geraldo Rivera interview of like him interviewing a serial killer from Texas, and he's talking about washing the bones of his dead girlfriend.
Damn.
wow, that's not.
And he's like, what? And he's like, so why were you washing her bones? He's like, because they were smelly. Like,
They get kind of dirty.
And the 90s was cringe.
Yeah, there's just crazy people out there, man. It's just like insane.
Indio,
Oh, F.E. Travolta. What's up, buddy?
Indio, you're so dirty for bringing that up, Indio. How dare you?
Yeah.
That's really naughty.
The skeletons in the closet, they get a little dusty, all right? They get a little cobwebs.
Got to dust them off sometime. Somebody's got to do it. You know, if not me, then who? If not now, then when? But I digress. ever so much lately, and I'll keep digressing. I feel like I got rid of something that I had a problem with my whole life. They had to do all kinds of stuff. I had things I never experienced, spinal tap, which was the weirdest thing, and I had dreams for the first time in years, like really super vivid dreams. A bunch of them in a row in the hospital. It was really
triggered the acid in there.
I was
Just kidding.
I was on a liquid diet for over 2 weeks. I couldn't eat. So they gave me so many liquids now that I'm full of liquids, and I can drink like 2 ounces and pee like 32 ounces or something. That's a little bit extreme. Probably at least 20 ounces. I'm peeing like 4 to 5 times more than I'm drinking, and I don't have to like. So I'm feeling great. Dude. I'm feeling
Friggin'
great.
Horse.
I feel awesome. I'm all bruised. My tummy's all bruised, but I went a whole 8 hours without using any pain medication. So, and I rode my bike 5.5 miles while I was boiling water and I'm almost up to 3 gallons of water now today. Been busy.
Nice.
And I got it. I think I need to keep rolling faster, which requires you to build a horizontal framework to start from to do your rolling process.
That's correct. Otherwise, you end up with a oblate spheroid, and that's not good. So,
well, you could have a bent cylinder.
Yeah, I don't know why that's also. Oh my god!
Listen, I don't know why the Globers didn't think of that. When we said they were paper towel roll, why didn't they just say bent cylinder?
Okay.
Wait, bent cylinder, and then require them to provide the refraction model for a bent cylinder.
Well, that's why it's bent, is the refraction. Let's give a quick welcome to the panel.
No, that's the result. Yeah, welcome to the panel.
Go ahead, Travolta.
I was just gonna say all Jeff Bezos thinks about is bent cylinders.
Well, balls and the balls actually.
What?
Oh my! You didn't do that yet. Okay.
Always on fire, Travolta. Always on fire. but what's up, Jedi? We got Jedi in the house. I saw. I think you just popped in, right? Or
I'm gonna shut up for a moment.
Hey, Jedi.
Maybe he's busy, but.
No, I'm here, man. I'm here. Just couldn't unmute myself fucking quick enough, like always. Hey, dude, mate.
Okay, so yeah, he's a baller and he is busy. What's going on, man? Did you hear us on YouTube, or were you listening, or you just popped in coincidentally?
I just popped in coincidentally, mate. I was just flicked on the server, see who was in. Saw yourself, Joe and Sonny. Thought I'd pop in.
Good timing. Certain people are like magnets. If I see you in here, you're on a roll, I'm popping in. If I see Indio on a roll,
exactly.
Mimas, I'm jumping in. What's going on? So it's good. It's good. That's what we like. Glad to have you. We got Batman in the house. I think he's doing his thing down under. So, give it a shout out if you're free. We got Travolta rolling in. Oh. Go ahead, Jedi.
I just had a thought about FE Batman being in Australia. You know how bats, they hang upside down when they sleep? Does that mean that if you're a bat in Australia, you're standing up? I'm really confused.
That's funny you say that, because I was thinking today, you know how whenever they show like one of these diagrams of the Earth, they always have the person on top of the ball? Mm-hmm. I'm flipping them all upside down. Forget it. I'm just flipping them all upside down. Anytime I show a diagram of someone on a ball, like, curve calculator, refraction, anything, I'm putting it upside down. Someone's going to be upside down on the ball. That's it. I'm not giving them the benefit of the doubt anymore. Like, that's kind of how they confuse everybody. Yeah, you're the one that's on the ball. Everyone else is upside down. No, you're upside down too. You're upside down and on top.
I think there's a meme for that. It's normal crazy, I think. Didn't work. But, yeah, so you're saying you just flip it upside down. Not their feet are in the sky, in the head of the ground.
You know how we show Globers, like, okay... Well, you know how we show Globers, like, we'll show them, like, something like, here's a diagram of your globe, of, like, what the globe model is. We always give them the benefit of the doubt of, like, showing it with somebody on top. I'm just showing it to them upside down every time now.
Okay, I posted it in the chat. We have a meme for that.
Yeah, I saw it. Like this. I post this diagram all the time. Hold on.
Well, it's good. I think that's actually like we're in this stage where we're in a Mach.
I'm posting it like this every time now.
I love that. I love that.
Maybe I'll post it sideways a couple times. I don't know.
That's funny. Yeah, and it's easy on your phone. You can just hit the button. There's a button you can just rotate it. Yeah, that is brilliant. I think it's funny. What kind of feedback have you had so far?
No, I just thought of it. I thought of it a couple hours ago. As a matter of fact,
This is what I'm talking about, folks. This is what I'm talking about. You got to be on your toes all the time because you can come up with new stuff like this, and it's brilliant. So it's like I talk about being in our season 9, and this is what happens. You come up with new stuff. So this is awesome. I'm gonna say
season 9 like a Star Trek reference.
Hold on, let me get the clip. Hold on. No, I don't. I actually never watched Star Trek.
Okay.
It's a Ultimate Fighter reference. Dana White had a show. Let me play it real quick. It's a pretty small clip. Star Trek. What's season 9 of Star Trek? Did they stop at season 9 or something?
No, I don't know. I used to, when I was a Baltard, I watched Star Trek like crazy, and I think there were some seasons that were known among the nerds as like whatever particularly good, or like, oh shit, do you remember whatever season maybe 5? I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, here's the clip for context of the season 9, folks. I tell people we don't do the flight path argument anymore. That's season 1. When you hear about flat Earth, maybe you go and run out and start talking about, oh, but look at these flight paths and stuff like that. But you as you evolve and get past season 1, season 2, season 3, now we're in season 9, jokingly, you come up with new and better ways to improve your argument. So this is the context here.
Season 9, mother. Season 9. If you don't know what the
Season
goes on
9.
in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What do you not understand about that?
That's not loud enough. But let me see.
It's kind of low, but it's just
checking this side of the room. Hold on, let me lift this mic up a little bit.
Oh, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, good. Hold on. Still adjusting. Wait a second, a little higher.
But season 9. I'm coming up with new and better ways to improve my arguments.
Season 9. So I don't get the.
You're a little hot.
All right, good. How's that back up? How's that?
Yeah.
No, a little bit further. A little bit further. A little bit further back, Sonny. A little bit further.
Okay,
hit that back pedal, baby.
How's that?
No,
back up.
Just kidding.
Check.
1 2 1 2. I think we're good.
My mic is showing green, so as long as it doesn't go blue.
A little bit further back. A little bit further.
You're hot micing, Sonny.
Out of your hot micing.
You know what? I'm never hot micing. Like I said before, again, continuously ad infinitum. Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, it's just that, you see Indio. I asked him, "Oh, when did has this been effective?" He said, "Bro, I just thought of this like recently, and I've thought of things recently as well that are very effective that I never thought of before. I've been arguing for years, and all of a sudden now I find it's like a key that goes into a certain lock. It just works." And so, yeah, go ahead.
With the information, right? You're talking about the information, right?
Sometimes it's not even just the information. It's just about a way of understanding the argument better, or presenting it better, or asking a better question, or answering a better answer to a question.
I agree with the idea of there being little keys and they actually can go back to something more basic than what I might think. I might be overstretching, going out to something that's more complex, when actually the answer is much more simpler, a much more simple answer, and something that's just going on right now in the real world, like in the natural world we live in. That's the kind of conversation I really dig, to use the 60s term.
Well, if you're thinking on your feet and you're engaging often, you will actually. You know what? Even if you take breaks, I think it's important to go into nature, go into different settings, and reflect. And those situations should help you build lessons to return back here and share those lessons. And so, Indio, I'm curious to hear where you came up with this idea. Maybe it just popped in your mind, but
no, it's because I'll tell you why. Because there's this guy named Tommy Edison. He's a guy YouTube channel. He's blind. He's been blind since birth. He doesn't even have light receptors in his fucking head. So he's never seen any light, anything like that.
So what does he say?
And there's a video. I'll play it. I'll just play it. It's kind of funny.
Play it. All right. Let me.
It is real funny. It's only a couple seconds long.
I'm not giving any echo though, am I?
So just a background. So one of the things this guy does on YouTube, right? Some people will 3D print a scale model of something or send him an item, and he'll feel it and he'll guess it what it is in his hands. So the weirdest thing I've seen him get, and so he's listen to TV, he can read in Braille, right? So he's knowledgeable. He knows about the world, the world from reading things. They sent him an Eiffel Tower model, and he guessed it. And all he's ever heard was the description of what it looks like, right? And he felt this object, and he guessed it was the Eiffel Tower. Wow, pretty crazy.
That is really interesting.
Okay. Let's just think for a second. If I gave you a small scale Eiffel Tower, what else would it feel like?
But he doesn't know what it looks like.
I know, but what else?
He doesn't know what any tower looks like.
I know that. But if you had, if you imagine, if you just, as best as you can imagine yourself in his situation, what would that feel like though? There's nothing.
Here's the thing. What it would feel like. What it would feel like, CB, and anyone listening. What it would feel like is an infinite amount of different things that anybody could possibly.
Not to him.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, you have to he's experiencing the world, objects in the world through touch, right? Through touch and voices. That's it. So anyway, let me play the clip real quick.
All right.
I'd like to look at the planet Earth, from space, like from the Hubble telescope or from the space shuttle or something like that. I've heard it described as a big blue marble, but I guess you have to see it to believe it.
So a blind guy says you'd have to see it to believe it, right?
Wow.
Because this is why I thought of it, right? All he knows about a ball or a marble is touching it. He knows what it feels like. He knows nothing sticks to the bottom of it. No matter how hard he tries, he can't. There's a person on the top, and then there's a person on the bottom with the feet facing the guy on the top. And that's how I thought of it. I'm like, why do we keep showing these globes with the guy on top? Why are we giving them the benefit of the doubt? From now on, I'm showing it upside down. Because that's how they convinced us, right? When they showed us diagrams in school, they always show us on top. Yeah, that's plausible. They never show it from backwards or sideways, right? Yeah. Because nobody would believe it, right? If they were this is a diagram of the globe. That's you on the bottom, upside down. People would be like, "No, that's stupid."
They still say that. Even in a regular average day, Joe Blow says that.
Yeah,
that's why even Matthew, he came in here, was like, "No, you can't say they're upside down." Yeah, we can.
Yeah,
because that's what you believe.
Actually, guess what? The funny thing about angles, we could say they're at any angle we want them to be.
It's just so annoying.
They would have to be able to show us. Wait. They would have to show us exactly how, when, and where it would fit their claim, not what we're saying about their claim. All we're saying is, look, your claim is jacked up, and here's how precisely how it's jacked up.
Yeah.
And that you would have to show every single angle, rotation, that speed, that distance, all of it together. Think of how complex their model would have to be to prove something like this crazy spinning sphere, especially at sizes and distances that they're speaking of. It's ludicrous. That's my watchword of the day. Ludicrous.
So here's another thing about this guy, right? So on top of that, he says, you'd have to see it to believe it. He's never seen the Earth. He's never seen anything, right? So he doesn't have a bias. Oh, it looks flat, so it is flat. He don't even have that bias. because he's never even seen what it looks like. He just knows from touching physical objects, shit sticking to a ball is stupid.
Yeah.
That's all he knows, just from that sensation. And then he says you'd have to see it to believe it. Now, he's blind. That's never going to happen. But he's in the same situation as everybody else that has eyes. They've never seen it either, and they have eyes. So, like, to me, this shit's like, for a blind guy to say you'd have to see it to believe it, to me, is just like crazy deep. Because no human being has ever seen that. You know, you have the 27 Apollo guys that say they have, but discounting them, everybody else, they all believe it, but they've never seen it. And the blind guy says, I would have to see it to believe it. Like, y'all are all in the same boat. They're just as blind as you are. At least blind to the Earth being a ball. This is probably triggering Globies in YouTube.
Do you think Globies watch the stream?
No doubt of it.
Yeah.
No doubt of
100%.
it.
They're always in the YouTube chat, spiraling out.
Anyway, I can tolerate small pieces of Slim Jim. Little tiny.
Well, that sounds nutritious, Sonny.
It is, man.
Well, you're getting your protein and your nitrates because you know you need your sodium nitrates every day.
I'm recovering those oils that I lost, like wasn't achieving when I was on a liquid diet for 2 weeks. Anyway, it's been a great day of recovery today, man. I feel awesome. Other than my tummy's just a little sore. I got to make sure I don't, move too much. But I feel super light. My weight is like, my weight is super good weight. So when I was moving around on the bicycle, it feels much better than walking. Because my legs are working perfectly. Even though they must have been a little atrophied. But now I'm hungry as hell, so I know I'm going to gain the weight back. And I have an appetite. Everything tastes freaking great now.
Eat popcorn. Because it's low calorie and it'll fill you up so you don't freaking pig out.
I need a little bit of of everything right now.
Well, I mean,
so
if you're gonna pig out in popcorn. Is what I'm saying.
No, I can't pig out. Listen, you don't realize how long I went without eating normally. It's going to take quite a while. It's a slow process, but I'm patient. And I have plenty of energy. I totally have so much energy. So I'm going to have to go outside again, like right now, pretty quick here. So that's funny that they discovered through all their prodding and poking and testing on me a lot of things that could have been very bad, like in what was happening in my condition. Like, so they ruled those things out.
I'm sure they just gave you some roosters and you're all good to go.
No, they had to remove the malfunctioning part. Interestingly enough, one of three things that are included in what's called the biliary trio. That would be the liver, pancreas, and gallbladder. They are there to regulate your digestion. So I had a big old freaking huge stone inside there blocking the way. I may have had that my whole entire life. Yeah. Most of my life, serious stomach problems. Yeah, could have all been caused by that the whole time. So there we go. Story told, and it's all right.
That wouldn't work on a globe.
That won't work on a globe. You can't have that. All exchange of energy like that.
Yeah, the gravity wouldn't allow that to work, you know?
Yeah, exactly. How does that work on a non-existent conceptual bending of space-time?
Yeah, just, you know,
With a
mass attraction. Yeah.
with a non-relative point of view, like with a non-relative
Right.
point, like
I just
yeah,
want to say,
you need a relative.
completely random.
If you're a noble sibling, you're screwed. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, I want to officially take credit for helping Nathan Oakley not to call it Romanian for space, pseudo-Romanian for space.
Pseudo-Romanian force.
How do you pronounce it? Is it Romanian?
Romanian.
Romanian.
What?
Romanian.
Romanian.
Okay, because I know it's spelled like Riemanni, you know, something like
It was invented by a guy named Bernard Riemann.
Riemann, yes. Riemannian.
Ah.
It's spelled a little weird. So it's not Romanian, yeah. Because I've seen people, because if you go to the server search function and search Romanian, like pseudo-Romanian, you'll get
Pseudo-Romanian, it's like he's actually Hungarian. He's not actually Romanian.
You'll get some results for that. So, but then you can also see the corrected one that say like how do you pronounce it again one more time?
Riemann.
Yeah.
Romanian?
Riemannian.
Romanian?
Romanian.
Look, man, think of like one of these trolls with Riemann. Riemann.
Who cares anyway? Who cares? Who cares about their fantasy?
So it's like Giorgio Armani, Riemannian.
They're crazy fantasy globe bullshit. Who cares anyway? Wait, we digress.
Okay. Because I know people say Eratosthenes really weird, like Aristophanes and Eratosthenes and
Eratosthenes.
Go take their Eratosthenes and shove it.
Tosthenes, yeah, it's just all over the place.
I like calling him Harry Tossenes.
Harry Tosenes. Yeah, name of my new rock band. Harry Tosenes. One word hashtag Harry Tosenes.
First song on the album, just one more stick.
Need to shave that.
Another stick, please. More sticks for my people. Immediately. That means now. Get it done.
So where's the Globers at, dude? Or did they just not roll in? Or Alaric? I see Alaric is here. PC verified. Are you? The Phoenix Rising. PFP. Probably not a Glober, but what do you think about the Earth? Do you think the Earth moves? It's okay if you don't want to chime in.
Hey, hi, everybody.
Hey.
Were you asking me?
Yeah. Do you think the Earth moves?
No.
Oh, okay.
So the Earth isn't moving while you're dreaming? Is that what
you don't travel, bro?
So while you're dreaming, you didn't travel 5 trillion miles? Really?
Well, I haven't learned how to astral project yet, but I'm working on it.
Well, yeah. Well, that's different.
You got to learn the secret handshake, man. You got to be in that club that has like 33 bubbles to it.
33 bubbles.
Uh-oh.
Nah, you just can ask Drace. He can help you with that.
Like spheres, aren't they?
Well,
oh yeah, the 33 spheres or something. They can't be 33 levels.
33 balls on a wall.
Dude. All right, I have a question for Alaric. So,
yes, sir.
For me, when I joined the debate, the conversation between Flat Earth, Globe Earth, it was around 2017. So, what year would you say you kind of entered the trenches, the conversation?
When did you enter the fray?
Yeah. What year?
From whence did you come thither?
From whence came you? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah. Can you remember what year you started?
Probably last year.
Last year? Okay. 2022?
Yeah.
Nice.
That was a good year.
Yeah. Sure. Coming out of the Cocoa era. So, yeah.
A lot of Cocoa Puffs.
Was that a big reason why you started thinking about it, the Cocoa era, or was it something else? No, okay.
It was something else. Yeah, something else kind of, or something else grabbed my attention. So when I dug deeper, if you will, I go, okay, let me research more and dig deeper, and then actually use my brain. Use my God-given common sense.
We just want to know what it was. What was it?
Yeah, I'd like to follow you down. Sorry.
It was a video.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, you're fine, man. You're fine. We just want to know what it is, mate. We just want to know what it is. What was it that made you dig deeper?
What was it? Something clicked, I guess. Something clicked because the video that caught my attention was a David Weiss video, and then I go, okay. So I've heard about flat Earth before, but you see it in cartoons. You fall off the edge, the boat, Bugs Bunny goes back to shore, blah blah blah. But I go, oh, they're describing it something different. I said, okay, so I researched it and dug deep. But I said, the more I thought about it, I'm going, this makes more sense. This makes a lot more sense. And then I just kind of went on from there and just looked up and read up on anything I could find, and here I am.
Let's see, when did you join the server? April 3rd. Wow.
Yeah.
So pretty recently. How did you find, very cliche question, but how did you find this server?
Oh, no, by all means. Actually, it goes back to me digging deeper into things. I Googled, how did I word it? I Googled Flat Earth Discord.
Nice. Well, you came to a good place. You came to a great place. This is
awesome.
A forum with a lot of different characters, a lot of different levels of, people. I look at it like an NFL locker room.
Okay.
If you can think about that, a lot of those guys in that locker room have been through a lot of things. They were probably, captain on the JV team in high school or whatever. But it's like now we're all here together, and it's a place where we can all share notes. So I'm sure you have a lot of things that we can learn from, and I've got some things I can teach you as well. So yeah.
Oh, please, by all means. I know you're talking about the 33rd and all that stuff. I'm assuming you're referring to the Freemasons.
Yeah, I was only joking around, but there is a lot of so-called astronauts, Apollo astronauts that were Freemasons, and
about a third of, either a quarter or a third of them were Freemasons.
33% of them.
Yeah, actually, I think you're right. Yeah,
33% of
the 33rd degree. The 33rd degree is just an honorary degree. They don't learn a whole lot.
I don't know a lot about it.
I'm a massive shill for Nathan Oakley. So have you checked out his show?
I'm on his server. Yep.
Wonderful.
Nice.
And
I'm a big fan as well. I fell into his camp pretty early on, and I have a lot of respect. I like him a lot.
I enjoy him.
Nathan Oakland's YouTube chat is where Miggy and I, or Mayhem as you now know him, but Miggy and I first caught up. And then, I don't know, it was about 2-3 weeks of chatting on the live stream chat on YouTube that we both jumped into the server within about 24 hours of each other. That was probably going back to 2019, maybe.
Nice. Wow, early.
Excellent.
You know what, Jedi? I was actually listening to one of Nathan's older videos. I actually played it in here, and I didn't know that was you on the panel.
Yeah, that was me. That was long time ago. That was, man. Fucking.
Yeah, that was before you were here, man. So I'm like, damn, that's Jedi, dude. He was over there before here.
Yeah, definitely, man.
Yeah, I was over there.
Maybe about 6 to 8 months or so before I came here.
That's amazing.
It's an awesome video, too. I can't remember which one it was. I'm going to find it.
Jedi, can I ask you a question?
Of course you can, mate, yeah.
Okay. And I don't mean this offensively towards Nathan.
How dare you?
I'm just trying to understand, because I think he's great. What does he... How do I ask this question? Was he like a former scientist or an astronaut or something like that in the field, and then goes, wait a minute, the Earth isn't round, it's flat?
No.
Like, what's his history?
He was a salesman.
His history.
He wanted to do acting.
So first off, he started at drama college. He then went into hi-fi sales, and then a couple of part-time jobs. One of them was a delivery driver for a greengrocers. There you go. That's about it.
Oh wow.
So yeah, drama
And then-
student.
Driving over.
Okay.
So you think it was
Driver.
driving over? You think it was driving over a flat plane that's flipped the switch?
I don't know. See, you know, it's cool. It's cool to know people's background, but it's like, I mean, dude, the man has done the work. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
There's a
Well,
reason why we
obviously.
tune in. Yeah, I don't know. Something about it is just really fun to tune in, and I learned a lot. I sat back in the class and took.
I always find his debates are very, I guess I'll say entertaining.
I think it's irrelevant to compare people with each other. Like, I know we have no standard, but that's okay though. You know, I have to be.
Well, there's no Nathan 2.0. There's only him,
No,
and then
so
that's what's great about it.
What I was trying to say, the point I was trying to make is that, like, whoever the person is beside the point.
Yeah,
It's not really relevant to the content. Like, right? That's right, right?
Yeah, for sure. That's where the NFL locker room comes in.
Wow,
It's
I just found something I thought I had lost completely, and it seemed to just appear again. That's just coincidental, though, I'm sure, in life. Anyway, that's pretty cool.
yeah, man. So I always say there's 11 different positions on the field at one time. So we need Nathan to do his thing, but we need y'all to do y'all's thing. We don't need you to copy anyone else. You know, we need you to be the best version of you. So over time, it's been nice to get to know you. What is it? Alaric. So
Alaric, yeah.
As we get to know you a bit better, you know, we'll kind of learn your little quirks and whatnot, and what makes you.
Well, for sure.
Take some notes and whatnot.
Yeah,
Oh, for sure,
I've been on this server since August 2020, and it's hard to believe it's been that long. But
Nice.
so like it's been very interesting since I've had a YouTube channel since 2017 with the word flat Earth in the title.
Oh, gee.
And so that's been interesting to watch. Whatever it's happened to it, I don't really care. It's just interesting to see after several years. That's going on what, 7 years, 6 years? Yeah. 6 years. A solid 6 years. So to see how like the information that I've provided, which is just mirroring other people's things and a couple of my own videos on different topics, kind of why a varying thing. Now, I could do much more interesting content, but I don't really have the energy to sit there and do that much. Sitting still, like, it doesn't suit me that well. So my time,
you need to be on that bike.
I need to have high intensity. Like if I'm playing the guitar, like I just did for about a half an hour when I was told pretty much shut up. I just went off into my own dream world and I practice and I'm gathering information from what I see, and it's constantly changing, especially in the musical patterns that I perceive like inside of me. But you're talking about sight, and sight itself doesn't exist in a human being. There's only in this tiny little dark place in our brains. And there's one little spot that doesn't have any light in it. People forget. We're just going on the impulses. So think how much is missing if that's the case. And it's known that our eyes can only take in, our brains can only really consciously be on or take in 1 out of 7 things. Like if there's bits of information, let's say 7 per second, our minds are only capable, like, so the rest of that 6 isn't going nowhere. It's all going in. There's no way around this. And so that's why information is a very interesting angle to take. How, as far as this conversation goes, as well, you know, as long as all parties are continue to be interested, and that it does apply to flat Earth. Like all of this actually does apply to flat Earth. I can't think of anything that doesn't really apply to it. So right on. Going back to the fights. So horizontal plane once again. All battles are fought with a flat rectangular coordinate pattern.
Gotcha.
So yeah,
Blah blah blah.
I would say this about different so-called personalities. Everybody has like their different like technique to present this information to people, and it also depends on who you're talking to, right? So you don't talk to a teenager the same way as you would talk to an adult, versus
Right.
like some NASA fanboy versus some triggered atheist. Because in my experience, most Globers, that at least the ones that come in here that want to debate us or whatever, they believe the Earth's a globe. Usually, there's some secondary reason, right?
Yeah.
They can't believe the government would lie to them. They're NASA fanboys. That's another one. The other one is they're atheists and they hate the idea that there's a creator.
Yeah.
Then there's like just the trolls and that they can't deal with anybody like going outside of the social norm, and they're programmed to make people of the sheep stay in the pen. So they have to come in here and go, come back into the pen, boys. You're not allowed to leave.
Yeah. Morals and mores that they're trying to uphold, like they think are just, they think are whatever they are fair or whatever you want to call it. Whatever.
Oh, then the ones that are come to defend science, and then there's the ones that come to defend human progress, whatever the fuck that is, right?
Yeah,
you're holding back human progress. Everything you use is based upon a globe. Stop using a computer.
Here's what's rampant right now, in my opinion, is that this rampant loyalty to things that make no sense in any way at all, like made up bullshit. Like we hear it all the time on here. Definitely, the globe is like full of them, and this rhetoric has like gotten hold of like seemingly all of society, and it's alarming to me. Someone who's been around since before the transistor, which is fucking incredible. That like I'm so grateful that like I've seen as much as I've seen, and I'm ready to go on now. Like I feel like I'm in a new body all of a sudden, and like continue, to like continue. That's magic.
There's another category. There's the professionals, as I call them, right? The pilots, the wannabe pilots, the wannabe rocketeers, the wannabe rocket scientists, the wannabe physicists, the wannabe sailors, right? All these wannabes. And none of this stuff would work unless it's a globe. It has to be a globe. I'm going to use my expertise and prove you wrong. And we got that kind. Like, there's all these variations, right? And I would say about Nathan, he's just not. This isn't a bad thing. Nobody take this the wrong way. He's got one tool that's highly effective, and he mashes everyone's fucking head in with that hammer.
And listen,
that's like whack-a-mole, right? All the moles look different, man, but that hammer, that's one hammer that you're whacking every mole with. And he's just whacking every goddamn mole with the same hammer. And they know what the hammer is, and they still can't come in and avoid it. That's the fucked up thing.
That's what they don't understand about us. It's like we come in with this like dead blow, kind of bam to the head, like
passion.
Like they could have a thud, like they wouldn't even hear it themselves. We have to tell them that they just got hit in the head. Like I don't understand why they seem like today seems to be in my mind. Why can't they catch up? Well, there was a problem. Yeah, I was going to or ask.
I don't think people like to think for themselves anymore.
So, hi, there was a problem. So you had a different name, huh? Before, is that right? There was a problem. Hold on, let me speak.
There is a problem with what is there is a problem.
There was a problem. Are you there?
Yeah. There was a problem. I've unmuted you, Beanies. You asked to be unmuted because you said you'd stop drinking, so I've unmuted you. If you've got some background noise and you're not involved in the conversation, mute yourself, please, buddy.
No,
if you
I'm
do want
here.
to get involved.
I absolutely
good. Don't make me
want to get involved.
Hold on. What did he say? Say something.
Oh, I said I absolutely want to get involved. Yeah, I was listening. Kind of. Unfortunately, I was doing like a thing where I had to listen on my TV with the YouTube plus listen on my phone because I was trying to get engaged on the conversation.
Okay, well, no, enough said. Like, we'll keep it at that for now, but we can move on.
I have a question about the this Discord, how often do Globers come in and try to debate?
They have no. Well,
Daily?
if you want to call it a debate, there's no debate left. So what they do is come in and LARP and all kinds of other. They have other like ways that you wouldn't, that are not necessarily fully visible. They're using incognito and these little spy things, like literally these little spy.
They like camouflage.
They like espionage is what they're using. Like
it's
even with
really
refraction. Even with refraction, that's like espionage.
To the actual question.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, to answer the actual question, they're like buses, mate. So you might find not a lot of people in here. Then you'll find about 3 or 4 or 5 people. But like Injo said, people come in here daily. Might not be a vast amount one day, but the next day there'll be a few. So kind of spits and spurts, really.
Okay. Like they come in specifically. Hi, everybody. I'm here to tell you that the Earth is round.
No,
really. Usually this is the way it usually works. Is they come in here and they try to like play nice, like pretend.
Right.
Soft. And like, hold on, I want to act it all out, man. Come on, give me a chance. They talk softly. They go, Flat Earth is really interesting. But I just have this one question that's really bothered me. Where's the edge, or something stupid, right? Or they'll come in. Sometimes they'll come in and try to straight up, but they act all nice, right? They talk nicely, but deep down inside they're seething. They can't stand us. So we work on getting that out of them so their mask will fall out. And then you have the other ones that'll come in and they think they'll come in with like a gotcha, and usually they'll say something like, it would always be day and night at daytime on a flat Earth or something, and we'll like shoot that down, and then they'll go crazy and spiral out of here. And then we have the anti-flat Earthers, the people that have they've gone a little bit further, I guess, and they actually think they can come in here and like prevail, and they'll actually like stick around for a while. But usually they're midwits, and once we get like into the details of something, they've lost. And I'll give you an example of this. We had a guy come in here. My God, he was saying some crazy shit. He came in and he starts talking about geodetic surveying, but as soon as you get into they measure a triangle whose angles are greater than 180 degrees. But they project that. They don't measure that. They project that onto a sphere. Yeah, they did. And he starts rattling off the publications, right? The Great Triangulation Arc of North America. So I pull it up and it says it right in it. So he just rage quits. So once you get into the details, some of these guys, they try to bluff their way through it, I guess is the way you'd say it. But all these variations of Glovers come in here. But like Jedi said, some days we'll have 1 or 2 people. Some days it'll just be person after person after person after person after person, and it never stops. Sometimes there'll be people in here debating and other people waiting. Sometimes we'll be debating 2 people at a time. It depends. It just there's no set pattern.
Hey, Indio, how many Glovers have you taken on at once? What's your record for that?
Me? In text chat, probably 7.
Okay.
And I'd be in here talking at the same time, debating somebody.
Have you done Spurs show?
What?
Spurs Gizmo or whatever? Does he still do his show where you go against 20 ballers in their weird chat?
No, I don't This is the problem I have with YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, Chemo?
Yeah, Chemo.
Yeah.
No, I haven't. I didn't even know he had a show. Chemo's been in here. Chemo's been in here lots of times.
He used to go into Gem Pounder's server and run his live stream from in there for a couple of hours.
Oh my God!
I did that one time. It was a lot of fun. 20 ballers.
Yeah, but that's not they're not going to do anything. That's just pointless, in my opinion.
Yeah, and they're never going to address a single valid point ever.
They just
this is the thing about it.
Yeah.
I mean, they won't do that generally anyway, but when they feel like they have a numbers advantage, then they think they can just do whatever they want.
Well, what'll happen is if they think they can prevail, they'll try and do that. If they think they can't, they'll resort to calling you. They'll use sophistry. If they think they can trick people to keep it even, if they know they're going to lose, they're just going to call you names. That's usually the way it is. And usually these guys, the anti-flat earther guys, like the people on Gem Panda server, they've been around long enough. They know in the first couple minutes which way it's going to go, right? Just like they'll say something to you, and depending on your answer, they can tell. They have enough experience. Just like me. If a Glover comes in here and I ask him a question, depending on his answer, I can tell automatically how knowledgeable he is about the subject. Right off the rip. Just by his answer. And they can do the same thing. They know right off the rip, like, how knowledgeable you are. And they're like, well, okay, here's a dupe. Oh, here's a guy, he might be formidable, so I'll just use some tricks. And then the next one's like, oh, shit, he's going to fuck us up. Let's just call him names.
Yep.
It like really Professor feels Dave. Like they. It really feels like they mirror our tactics.
Well, like I mean, we don't use the logical fallacies at the level. Nobody here, in my opinion, uses logical fallacies as a normal thing.
When we develop a new argument, it's like it feels like a month, 2 months later, especially from my experience, like in comment sections online, they pick it up like within, and then they start to adapt. You know what I mean? It's like because they're always in defense mode. Like they are never confident in what they say ever.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Yeah. Well, and they'll take on something, and then they'll, like you say, they'll take about a month, and then they'll perform some kind of inversion on it. I don't know if you know are much into the spiritual stuff. But that's how Satan works.
You have to figure out like how do I explain what you're saying is ridiculous.
Yeah, well, the fact is we've been tracking their tracking, so they know they're tracking.
Mm-hmm.
We know they're tracking. We're tracking the trackers, and guess what? They're coming in and committing self-harry-carry.
Oh boy!
As was earlier described.
Another tactic they use is to just lie. So that's one of them. It's to just make something up. I've experienced it a couple hundred times at least, maybe in the thousands. That's Glover coming in here, they're losing, and they'll just make something up. They'll literally just make it up.
MSU, that's University of Making Shit Up. MSU,
yeah, my stepdad used to say that.
Shit up. That's good.
I went to MSU University.
I went to that's the university where they make shit up. So it's a make shit up university. University. We like to say eloquently. We like to say the University of Make Shit Up.
Yeah, he had some funny jokes. I hated that guy.
We're the best.
That's funny. I'm gonna remember that one.
It's a good one.
That's good.
We haven't even started.
Because I thought of Michigan State University right away.
We're just getting warmed up.
Has anybody figured out like what is the psychological condition where Glover or anti-flat earthers, whatever you want to call them, will follow flat earthers around on the internet and then claim what we say is stupid? Like, if I were to walk around on the internet...
Listen, it's like a form of virtue signaling, dude.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense, I guess. But, okay, so just hear me out. So, if I were to go around on Twitter, say, and posting on big accounts that the sky is purple, no one would ever even argue with me.
Yeah, well...
I'm aware of that, dude. Listen, they're trying to publicly, socially shame you so that nobody else will look at it. You understand? So they do this in the YouTube chat all the time, and they used to do, they want to signal to anybody watching the YouTube chat, you're a flat earther, you're going to get verbally abused. You're going to be abused. Right.
Yeah.
So don't look into flat earth because you're going to get abused. You're trying to signal this as you're going to endure this social punishment if you look into flat earth.
Yeah, we're like the only group of people that it's acceptable.
It's creepy. It's a bug-eyed creepiness that you just can't.
Yeah, there was a problem. Are you a Christian?
I'm not really like a religious person.
If he's who he says he is, then he's been to hell and back, and I can understand that.
All good. I mean, I'll share a Bible passage, and you tell me if it sounds anything like the way that the crazy Globers who follow you around the internet act.
I'm cool with that.
You want to look at Romans 1:18-32, especially the parts where it says that they, professing themselves to be wise, they became fools, and how they're implacable, like you can't satisfy them.
Yeah,
that applies.
Like when Quantum Eraser says they are reprobate retards, that's what it's talking about.
Yeah, that applies to this day, this time. This applies to right now. What's currently the way things are. We talk about it a lot. It's kind of, we sidestep the issue sometimes because there's really nowhere to go with it other than philosophical, but that's all right because look at the content and look what the knowledge base that we're going with rather than what, let's say, we used to go on.
It is crazy in the sense that, like, they want, in my experience anyway, especially recently, like, they want me to provide them with, like, information that I've spent, like, over a decade, like, learning and understanding. Well, and they're like, hey, provide proof for that. And I'm like, for instance, as simple things as, I know this is a little off topic, but, like, fluoride. There's, like, saying fluoride is a neurotoxin. And them saying, provide proof of that. I'm like, how do you not know this?
Wow,
like,
they're crazy.
Yeah, look up the material safety data sheet. Like, it's pretty simple.
Oh my God, where do these people come from?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's no kidding. Like, I've never met a person in the game like, I got my chick.
I was the material safety officer in my department, also a locksmith, and also a machinist, journeyman level machinist.
Yeah, so check this out, making shit up. So I'll give you another example because I just thought of this. This guy, the same guy that was talking about geodetic surveying. Wolfgang, check this out. Wolfgang asked him, does the horizon look flat or curved? He says, it's indeterminate.
What?
I can't tell if it's flat or curved unless I measure it. And he's like, well, I said, what does it look like? Indeterminate. He just couldn't say it, dude. He just could not say it.
He didn't want to.
This is insanity, dude. That you can't even say what it looks like. Like, you can't determine it. Like, you got blurry vision. Like, what the hell's wrong with you?
They don't know.
Like, something in your eye?
They had to make up something where they have no excuse for behaving that way. It's very weird. It's strange.
Oh, he also said if you're looking down your nose at your chin is refracted.
Holy crap!
Oh, well, yeah, dude, I gotta play this, dude. That's so.
I guess that would go along with the redshift in the room. Like, sure.
Oh, you got to hear this. This is batshit crazy. This dude was in here for like 4 hours talking like this crazy.
That's what I say. Bring it on. Like, I want to hear more of this comedy because your kids are going to be fascinated for the next 100 years.
Here, I'm gonna play the bot. This is globe zealot insanity.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Let's do it.
Physical Earth curve is like your chin. You can't look down and see your chin unless you've got a freakishly jutting chin. You can only ever see it in a mirror or in a picture, right?
But does your chin refract?
Yes, when you look at your chin, every single time you, as an individual, sees your own chin, you're going to see it through something that has distorted it.
So if I look at someone's chin who's across the room, if I look at someone's chin who's like 10 meters away from me, that chin is not really there? It's refracted?
It will be refracted, but it will still exist, won't it? You can walk up and touch it, it's still there.
So if I can touch it, then it is there, it's physical?
Yes.
So not like the geometric horizon that you're talking about, which you said isn't physical. You can't see it, it's apparent.
The geometric horizon is physical. We only have apparent access to it optically. Or apparent, yes.
Is your chin geometric or apparent?
My chin is geometric. That's why I can touch it.
So it's not like the horizon then, which is apparent.
It seems to be apparent because I can only ever see it through a distorted mirror or a distorted photo.
What about someone else's chin? What about someone else's chin?
Well, if I'm sitting... Well, that would technically be apparent, but it would match much better to the geographic at close distance because the distortion would be almost none.
Would you be able to measure someone's chin?
Yes.
So it's not like the geometric horizon that you're claiming then?
Well, wait, what tool would you use?
No, we have measured it again.
Measured what? The geometric horizon.
The radius of the Earth gives you a geometric horizon based on the height of the observer, yes.
Could I see your measurement for a geometric horizon?
It is based on the radius that we have measured.
Who measured a radius? A radius of what?
Do you want names?
That would be great, yeah.
Yeah, this guy, yeah, he was batshit crazy, that guy. Totally insane. I mean, like, Globe Zealot, he was next level. Like, I don't even know what, man. You'd have to, like, it was
That's not even a good comparison.
But do you think people like that?
Creation Bear, were you here that morning, the other morning?
No.
Oh my God, dude. I woke up, I turned it, I to start listening to the live stream, like, what the hell is this going on in here, man? Like,
freaking refracted chin.
He was saying that he cannot determine if the horizon was flat or curved by looking at it.
Bruh.
Yeah, dude, like that. Gone.
But second, should the horizon ever be okay? So when you're like 5 miles up, 10 miles up, should the horizon ever even be like in your viewing angle from that height?
What? Wait,
you mean the geometric horizon that they imagine up in their stupid math?
No, according to the math.
Yeah,
yeah. According to the math, from 100, I was just going to tell you this one because this is a Felix Baumgartner jump. From 128,000 feet, the horizon should be dipped down 6 degrees. 6 degrees would be 12 solar diameters or 12 lunar diameters.
But y'all know the Black Swan is supposed to be at 1.2 miles at 1 foot off the ground. It's supposed to be blocking things at that distance. So,
well, I think he was talking about horizon dip. I'm just saying the dip.
But their horizon.
I was more talking about like the idea of that, like when we have high altitude balloons and they show a horizon that's like. I understand. Listen, if they want to argue that it's not exactly at the eye level,
no, that's not.
The claim is the horizon rises to eye level, right? So as you rise up, the horizon stays at that same, it's not exactly at eye level, right? Because if you're above the ground, it can't ever be exactly at eye level. It'd only be exactly at eye level if your face was on the ground. So there's always going to be some gap because you're elevated.
Yeah. You don't need to say anything about eye level. It's supposed to be.
So how do you? Okay, so how should I phrase that in the future?
Well,
just rises to eye level.
Sorry.
But me, Indio, I thought we stopped saying that. I thought that was one of the things that we sort of got away from, the whole it rises to eye level, because it doesn't. Because there's a little bit of
I don't ever say that. I actually say it rises near to the level of the observer.
No.
But that doesn't matter, because you get people who say you see curve, right? And then you just tell them, well, due to the math, you shouldn't be able to. Right, so you have those types of people. I think someone wanted to say something. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, where are you arguing this problem?
Oh, the internet.
Yeah.
Like, so. I mean, I heard you say something. It sort of seems like you're dancing into their preconceived notions, where they're begging the question, and then you have to defend why.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely, I am. But you know,
right.
Somebody's got to do that shit. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, don't get. First of all, let me lay out like this. You have to consider who you're talking to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the one thing you have to consider. So if you're going to deal with somebody that's like, if you're just talking to a normal person, I would just say rise into eye level. If it's going to be some glober that wants to be super technical, I'd say, yeah, almost eye level, because there's going to be some space between you and the ground.
Okay.
But if they want to say that the horizon dips, then that's they're making the claim. And I mean, you don't even have to make a claim whether it rises to eye level or not. The real argument is there's no horizon dip, or the horizon dip is so small, it doesn't match the globe model, and that's what the actual truth of the matter is. The horizon dip, the predicted horizon dip does not match the globe prediction.
Right.
That's all you have to say.
That's my whole point. Is that like no matter
Because
how
if you look at Felix Baumgartner's jump, they have video from 10 feet and 128,000 feet, and the horizon is in the exact same place across the front of the capsule.
looks exactly the same.
Awkward.
And you have to remember their claim as well. Their claim is the horizon is physical. Doesn't matter what the observation, whether it's dip or whether it's curving. We have to understand the horizon's optical and not physical.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. They're saying that the horizon is a ball edge, right?
Yeah.
We're not saying that. We're saying the horizon is optical, and it can actually appear anywhere. We're not basing anything off like where the horizon's positioned.
Well, I just have a knack for like meeting the newbie people on the internet, and so I feel like they're not even willing to get to like the hardcore arguments for the most part.
No, of course not.
And so
Look, for newbies, you gotta. There's two things you have to do. You have to ask.
But I mean,
you have to make them question why they believe it, right? So typically, what I'll ask a newbie, I'll go, when they taught you the Earth was a globe, what evidence did they present to you? And the answer's nothing. When you're 5 years old and they tell you the Earth's a globe, they don't give you anything. They point to the toy. Yeah.
Same evidence you got for Santa Claus.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing. Exactly nothing is the evidence you got. So right there, boom. Now you can build from there because they've acknowledged they didn't get any evidence. You can build from there, and from there from there, I'd present evidence that okay, if the Earth was a globe, this observation wouldn't be possible, or that observation wouldn't be possible, or if you know a bunch of like tests or observations or laser tests or whatever, right? So one I use often. Well, typically I'll use a laser test. And then if they go, well, that's not far enough, even though it is far enough, I'll go, well, how about 10,000 miles? Is that far enough? Okay. So there's a Marconi wireless transmission that was from the United Kingdom to Australia. Now, 10,000 miles should be far enough. So either you're going to have two things. They're either going to go crazy and spiral and have cognitus, or they're going to be interested. Right? So you got to open up the door so that they can take information. And then once that door is open, you have to give them affirmative evidence, because a lot of them won't they're not going to go on just like there is not a globe because I said so. They're not going to do that, because that propaganda is way too powerful. You're not going to just believe me. They're saying this and I'm saying that. Believe me over them. That's never going to work.
Hey, so do you have what are because it used to be easy before the censorship, now how do we? I almost feel like we need a little playlist for each question,
No. You have to be. I think you might be right about that, and it's to some degree, but I think it's up to you. Okay, you have to be a bit of a wizard in the moment and diagnose the issue that they have. Don't give them a video. Okay. I think of it like you say you go to a guru in the jungle, you want to get enlightened. He's not going to pull up a YouTube video. He's not going to pull out a brochure and go, here, we'll read this.
Word that you're like, what the fuck do I say to that? Right?
You have to sort of work with them one-on-one.
Yeah, you really have to know your audience. You really do.
Yeah, it's just so frustrating because they're psychotic,
Yeah.
And what's great, and then on top of that,
you're challenging their identity, man. This is a lot of people don't understand, is that you're challenging their identity.
Yeah, for real. And on top of that, they're going to call you insane. They're going to say, hey.
Oh, yeah, you'll get lots of projection. They always, whatever they're doing, they're going to project it onto you. They'll call you delusional, right? Right. They'll call you delusional. But they've never experienced what they think the Earth is. And you have, right? You can go to the ocean, see a flat Earth. That's not a delusion. but they think that is actually a giant, that flat ocean that you see, that's actually an optical illusion because of refraction, and it's actually a giant ball. That's the delusion, right? So there's a lot of this projection that happens all the time.
Yeah, well, they do it with flat Earth too. They project some silly, sloppy, goofy flat Earth that they came up with in their head. They project it onto you. I like to say they pawn it off on you, and then pretend that you came up with it. It's pure projection, textbook.
Yeah, the space disc, right?
Yeah,
I think flat Earth is a space disc. Why do you believe in the space disc, flat Earther?
Yeah, it's like, who presented that idea to you? Not me.
Right.
It wasn't me.
Exactly. Who told you it was a space pancake?
Yeah. So, like you said, Indio,
I never said that. And then on top of that, they'll be like, "Hey, okay, so then once you make a bunch of valid points in a row, then all they say is, okay, so explain the aurora borealis on your pancake." And I'm like, no, you tell me how you measured curvature. That's all I'm asking you this entire time.
Yeah, they sprint from their claims, but they apply a bunch of rigor to some flat Earth that they don't understand.
Right. So how do you call somebody out on that? Like, because like what? I mean, obviously that is fallacious, but like, how do you?
I know what to do. Well, it depends. Like you said, like Indio said, you got to read the audience. But I really enjoy the court setting. If you guys have ever been to court before, you'll understand that there's only one burden. Only one party holds the burden at a time. So what they try to do is they tend to try to reverse the burden or say things like, I would present my evidence, but you wouldn't believe it. In a court setting, these things would never fly. They would never work. The person, for example, when I went to court, I charged someone. There was some accident. The wall fell on my car. It was crazy. I had to sue somebody. But anyway, it was up to me. I was responsible. I had the burden of proof to prove that what I said happened really happened. Okay, and so I can't just reverse it on them and say, "Oh, well, they have to prove that," And so this is a good setting to get their minds in, is this courtroom. Imagine you're presenting evidence to a judge, and they'll say things like, "Oh, well, I would give you evidence, but you wouldn't believe it." That'll never fly in front of a judge, ever, or a jury. So that's something I like to present to people is, hey, think about this in a courtroom. And they'll be like, well, this isn't court. Like, well, think about it then.
Yeah, I guess I do try to defend what is just reality, too quickly. Yeah. I try to tell them how we figured out this is reality, and they're like, ziba zaba, it doesn't. They don't come back with anything real. They're always like, oh, well, measure the circumference by the quarter, which is divided by the diameter, which is you know what I mean? They always just say some nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Well, they only have calculations. Nothing's been measured, so
exactly. And that's another one, by the way. How do you? I mean, I think it's pretty okay. So I guess maybe I answer my own question because it is pretty obvious that whenever I ask them for measurements, I'm like, hey, calculations are not going to satisfy me.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And then they're like, well, calculation is math, and I'm like, cool. Well, right, exactly. I agree with you. Do you have measurements?
Yeah.
But
it's a mindset thing again.
They hate that question, and all they say is that locally you can't observe shit, right? That's the best argument that they have.
It's not an actual argument.
No, it's not. Of course, it's not. It's absurd.
So we're gonna. So our claim is that you can't prove us wrong because
Right. I like that a lot, by the way.
So we have a podcast, right? We take clips out of debates out of this stream and then we put them on Spotify and
was that you and
iTunes.
me?
Not just. I've been doing it since December of 2019, I think. not just Miggy.
Okay.
So if you ever like want to listen, like if you want to like, I don't know, I wouldn't call it hone your debate skills, but whatever, want to hear a bunch of different, because each one is about like a different particular topic. So if you want like to familiarize with like kind of how to handle different types of people, I'd say just listen to some of the podcasts.
Well, send me a link to that and I'll check it out for sure.
Yeah. You want Spotify or iTunes?
Something that I can cast onto my whatever's Google compatible, I guess.
Well, I mean, what are you gonna? It's audio. So what do you? I was just trying to help you out. Whatever.
Yeah. No, it's the same thing. Really.
Yeah. So I posted in the live stream voice text.
Okay. Well, either one is fine.
So listen, this is why calculations are not adequate. Okay. Even Newton said you can calculate the number of angels that'll fit on the head of a pin.
Yeah.
And that doesn't prove angels exist.
Right.
You can calculate how fast Superman flies. That doesn't mean Superman flies. Right? So calculations, right, the variables need measured values to input into the variables to do the calculation. So
well, I don't have I don't have like a science background or anything. So it's
you don't need one because neither do they. Right. And even the ones that say they do, listen, even the ones that say they do don't have the data either. None of them, so there is data out there in the world that's been generated.
Hey, Indio, the only people that I've ever met in real life that are legit when it comes to this conversation are the flat earth.
Because we get demanded everything.
All right, so let me finish because I have a reason that I'm saying this. Okay, so the very first flat earther I ever met in real life, he had notebooks of shit, and now looking back, I mean that was shit. I don't know, 8-9 years ago before I met someone in real life that was thinking about what I was thinking about. Yeah, dude. And I mean, he had notebooks of math that he had done. He's like one of the most functional people I've ever met in my entire life. You know what I mean? I ask him about shit and I have a hard time. I have to remind myself that's just one man. Don't take what he says as that it's guaranteed, you know?
Well, listen, it's real simple. How many times have you heard a Glober say something like, I'll give you an example, Coriolis effect. Yeah, the Coriolis effect proves the rotation of the Earth. You know how you can just destroy that in one sentence? Yeah, where's your evidence for that? Where's your evidence for the Coriolis effect?
That's a good one.
No, literally anything a Glober says, you just ask them for the evidence because they don't have any. And this will happen over and over and over and over.
They have what they claim to be evidence.
No, they actually have no evidence. No, they think their claim is the evidence.
Exactly, it's not evidence.
Right? Okay,
they have what they call evidence.
No, they don't even call it evidence, dude. They're trying to convince you it's evidence. That's the thing.
I agree with you.
They don't actually believe it's evidence. They're trying to convince you it's evidence.
Bro, you're hitting the nail on the head. Like you said, they think they call the claim the evidence.
Right, so this is their evidence. Coriolis effects exist. What's your evidence for that? Post you a link that says the Coriolis effect exists. That's not evidence. That's just somebody repeating the claim. Right? So me citing a webpage saying the Coriolis effects exist is not evidence of the Coriolis. Evidence of the Coriolis effect would be some paper, something, someone firing a gun over and over again into a target and measuring a deflection and collecting data and say that's this is, we fired a gun 100 times and 50 times it was off by 2 millimeters this way and 3 millimeters that way and 10 millimeters. That's evidence, right? That's actual evidence. That's data. So when you ask for the evidence, that's what I mean by evidence. I don't mean by, some other dude said the same thing I'm saying. That's not evidence. So I'll give you another great example is Glover will say, wait varies by latitude because of the rotation of the Earth. So if you have something on the poles, it'll weigh less than on the equator because of the centrifugal force of the Earth. Well, if you ask them, what's your evidence for that? They don't have anything. But the thing is, you'll say, well, there is no evidence for that, and in fact, the data shows that's wrong. But they'll demand your evidence. Because I've done this many times, and there's actually is evidence that doesn't happen. Because there was this thing called the Gnome experiment. There's a company called Kern Precision Scientific Scale, Kern Precision Instruments. They make scientific scales. They took a scientific scale and a garden gnome, and they took the same scale and the same gnome, and they shipped to scientists all over the world, and they weighed this gnome. Now, if weight varied by latitude, you would see this variation according to latitude, but you don't. And it wasn't just, this gnome wasn't weighed by just like regular people. It was weighed by scientists. It was weighed at CERN. It was weighed at Los Alamos. It was weighed at fucking Amundsen Station. It was weighed at, what's the other one? Lawrence Livermore National Labs. So it was weighed by scientists, right? The point is, the point is that actual real world data that's been collected doesn't match the globe model, and it doesn't matter what phenomenon they talk about. I mean, they're like most of the time, like celestial observations will match the globe model, but there are instances where they don't. Right, so stellarium has fuck-ups, and eclipses have fuck-ups, anomalous observations. But my point is that when you ask for the actual data, they don't have any. That's the point of asking for measurement. They just believe it exists, but in the real world, it doesn't. At least not the measurements don't exist that support the idea that the Earth's a globe. And that's what you need. That's why the burden of proof isn't on you. They are making a claim. They're making a positive claim. They need the evidence. They'll say, but the way they phrase it is like a trap. They'll say, well, if the Earth is flat, how do you explain the Coriolis effect? What Coriolis effect? There's a Coriolis effect. If I shoot a gun, it has to be calculated that the bullet will deflect. Yeah, okay. What's the evidence for that? You have to, they'll try to put the burden of proof on you, dude. Go ahead, Dre.
You're also being really nice, and you're interpreting their what Coriolis effect, like they have a Coriolis on supposedly that would be on the globe, which they're trying to invoke when they're saying Coriolis wouldn't exist. Like we actually have Coriolis. Or the Coriolis effect, which is an optical effect. We don't see that on Earth, and it's kind of like with how they appeal to gravity. They're like, oh, gravity, like that's gonna save them. Like gravity would only work if it was a ball. Coriolis effect would only exist if it was a ball. But they don't really realize that the Coriolis effect isn't something that's happening on Earth unless you have a rotated reference frame to be able to observe it from.
What up, Drace?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the point of all this is you want to know how to deal with globers. Like I said, depends on who you're talking to. If it's some hardcore dude, just ask them for the evidence, because they'll sit there and be like, where's the edge? There can't be an edge because, blah, 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 blah. They'll say all sorts of stuff. But the thing is, their idea of what flat Earth is their idea. It isn't your idea. Yep. And their claims about whether the flat Earth that they made up in their head it wouldn't work with some phenomenon that the globe Earth claims exists but actually doesn't. It's like you're arguing about imagination. That's why you always got to try and stick to what can be demonstrated. What can you demonstrate? What can they demonstrate? Otherwise, you just playing mental masturbation with derivative concepts that don't mean anything. I'll give you an example. An example of a derivative concept that doesn't mean anything. Oh, why don't you just go to Antarctica and explore? Well, how the fuck does that prove the Earth is flat? Or a globe? Yeah, I went to Antarctica. I saw a bunch of ice. Yeah, and like, where's the rest of the story? Doesn't logically conclude that the Earth's a ball because Antarctica exists.
But if there's no wall, then it's not flat.
Oh yeah. Shit, man. Let's go to Antarctica. Gas up the boat.
I don't know, man. There's part of me that just is almost just trolling them back now.
Yeah,
like
no,
I've been at this,
that's more fun anyway.
I've been at this for a really long time. I'm tired, and they're fucking annoying, and we all know that. And so, like, there's
you don't have to interact with them.
I don't. You're correct. I don't, but I'm addicted to it. So what I have to do is I have to figure out what game I'm playing.
Well, we just try to get them to say stupid shit and embarrass themselves. That's really their goal at this point. It's like my refracted chin and shit.
Refracted chin.
They do that automatically as long as you get them to continue to engage. They automatically say dumb shit according to you. But like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know.
Listen, dude. Find the most hardcore globe earther you can and play that refracted chin clip and see how retarded it sounds to them too.
That is hilarious. That is hilarious. But
they'll throw each other under the bus. That's no problem.
Right.
Oh, globers will cannibalize each other. No problem, then.
There is no honor among thieves.
Right.
No. I mean, my favorite Nathan Oakley episode is two globers debating on the definition of mass for an hour. Fucking screaming at each other. It's hilarious to me.
That sounds like two girls, one cup.
But if a flat earther comes in and says Earth is flat, and they'll both scream at him, "Don't you believe in gravity?"
Well, what I find out is that the trench level guy throws the expert or the high level priest under the bus. What are you doing? Like, sit down. They didn't give you a microphone. They gave him a microphone, not you. Sit down and get back in the trenches.
Yeah, some sped with an anime pick knows better than Neil deGrasse Tyson, I guess.
Shots fired.
I'm actually buying that.
To me, it feels like they've given up as well.
Yeah, they come in.
It really does. Like my honest, like purely energetic, like feel. Because I mean, I can read energy a little bit, and dude, my honest, like as far as that goes, is that they've quit. You know, like they know they have no gotchas. They have nothing. Like, dude, they have nothing.
Yeah. You gotta be stupid to like join here all confident nowadays. You gotta be able to figure it.
But you know what?
They got triangles with 7 lines.
What's funny is they will call you guys like idiots. And dude, I mean, I could pull up a comment right now where they were talking so much shit, and all I could say is like self-reject much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's all they got.
Because everything that they said was what is them. And it's not like, listen, I mean, we already know, like, yeah, are we trying to keep like a conversation on one course? Yeah. I bet you were talking about Dr. Pepper or something instead of the Earth. And then people kept saying, hey, can you stay on topic? I don't know. It's just, you know what I mean? Like,
one thing you should, if you have an audience like we do all the time, what you should, just seems to me that globe earthers turn other globe earthers into flat earthers by the things they say.
That's true. That is really true.
You have to try and get, not try, but just like if you're debating them, you know there's other people listening. You have to get them to the point where they're just saying ridiculous things to defend the globe, just to show that they're crazy fundamentalists. Because in the end, when you boil it all down, they are really just believers in some globe concept with no personal experience, no actual knowledge of the claim. It's somebody else's claim. They're defending it like it's their personal theory that they came up with, like a crazy person. And like that's kind of what you have to reveal. Like you have to rip the veil off and say, this is a crazy person, zealot, defending something that they don't even understand. Do you want to be like this person? Do you want to be a crazy freaking cultist? You know, that's all. That's like what you have to like you have to open people's eyes, because they're often Globers. They're in the same under the same like hypnotic spell, where they're like defending something and they don't even understand it. I mean, how many times have we had to teach them the globe model just to debunk it? Like, why are you defending something so ferociously that you don't even understand?
Yeah, that you had nothing. You have no anything to do with. You have no accordance to. You have no. It's so crazy. I don't know, man. That's the part that I somehow can't reconcile in my mind. You know what I mean? Like, fuck all of them, and I don't care. I mean, I listen. I'm beyond. I used to argue with them. Probably like my first 3 years, I would argue with them, like trying to prove my point.
But there's like I said, can't you can generalize to a degree, but when you're actually talking to somebody, you have to talk to that individual. It's the only way you can do it.
Alaric is sleeping, by the way.
That's funny.
I mean, if we were nicer, that's the thing though, is like, I can't be nice to those. I can't be nice to them when they're just like, I don't know. Like, what do you call somebody in 2023 that believes in the moon landing?
But the question you got to ask yourself, why does it bother you so much?
I agree, and that's what I'm hoping we can talk about right now. Yes,
sure.
I agree.
What's your theory? That's fair enough. So you don't know yet. What's your theory on why it bothers you so much? Because it used to bother me. Fair enough.
I have no theory. I'm completely clueless about my emotional wounds, but I am diving in fully into like healing them.
So let's break it down. Are there any differences between when you speak to a globe believer, if they are just responsive or open to it, or if they start using fallacies? Do you treat them both the same?
Oh, I mean, I don't talk to a whole lot of people about any of the things that I advocate for, but like, no, for the most part, if they don't know about the moon landing, I'm not really even trying to talk to them. I mean, I feel like, you know what I mean? Like, I know a lot of people in like the freedom community is what they call themselves, but they're like, oh, fuck the government. They would never lie to us, but there's a globe for sure. For sure it is. And I'm like, wait a second. Didn't you just say they lied to you, that your money's fake, that like fucking the cops don't care about you, like that the laws don't serve you, that just all of it, just every single last little bit, you know what I mean? And then they want to be like, well, yeah, but obviously there's some globe because NASA, and I'm like, and they don't even say that, but they got their own like little fake reason in their head.
Yeah, it's something I learned over the last 2 years is not everyone who's interested in freedom, we'll say, or who's not cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Not all of them are fully accepting of the shape of the Earth, because they still love the illusion. They want a team to fight on, and they want to be against the system, but they don't want to question their existence or who God might be.
That's funny as fuck. Yeah, it's super true. It's so true, man. It's like there was a whole event today at a fucking nature reserve nearby me, which is beautiful. It's an amazing spot. And it was a bunch of, they're calling themselves freedom families. And I was like, man, I'm not going to that. I'm going to let my best friend who organizes it tell me everything about it. I'm not going to show up for that because I know that they're like baby level anything. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But we're in the big leagues of this new world order. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't like we're predicting this will happen in a year or two. This is like we're 5 years deep on this now, at least. If we're 9/11 years deep, and people want to act like it's some stupid game. So dumb. Just honestly, if people want how can I get involved? How can I help? And I don't even really want to, that's honestly what I'm kind of fishing for in my own way.
Well, the only advice really I could give you is work on your own approach. You'll find that different people take to different approaches.
All right, so will you roll? So I agree with you. Will you role play with me real quick?
Say that again.
Will you role play with me real quick?
Sure. What do you need?
All right, so you're the Glover, obviously. Okay. I'm really bad at this, and I'm new, but I'm not new. I'm just really bad at it. Okay, so you're the Glover. So you're gonna say something along the lines of like, "Oh, flat Earth is so stupid. If Earth was flat, how would I eat a chicken sandwich last night?" And then I'm gonna say, like to that, I'm gonna say like, I don't know. I guess I shouldn't even respond to anything like that, right?
I didn't quite hear the argument you gave me.
Yeah, it's not a real argument though.
Yeah, the thing is, all arguments can be disarmed and dismantled. It's just a matter of understanding how to do that and being reticent enough in the moment to be able to pull that off. And that just comes with practice and experience. There are a bunch of techniques as well that you can use to help you build rapport, which will make it easier for you to basically get this across without triggering their cognitive dissonance.
Yeah,
and you'll hear people on this server use all sorts of unconsciously, but because I've looked into this, I know a little bit what most of those techniques are called. But they're disarming techniques to basically make you not get triggered in the moment. And so how and what you say can really influence how people respond to the information, even if the information is exactly the same.
All right. So kind of what I'm hearing from you right now is that I should take the time before I respond to put together like a super, like a really adequate response, Because for me, it's like I've been doing this shit for so long that I'm exhausted with it, bro. And it's like if you're gonna be arguing for like that the moon landings happened or that fluoride is good for your teeth in 2023, I don't know, man. Like I feel like then you're over there, you're in that spot where we're eventually gonna have to fight, right? Eventually we're gonna have to fight. So
when you're dealing with these people, Drace is 100% correct. There are people who will intentionally or unintentionally use disarming techniques. They'll help someone along in the argument. But you know what? For those people to do those things, intentionally or unintentionally, they're generally very calm. When I hear people debating here, they're generally very calm about it, which means they're not reacting to this person who's, declaring stupidly that the moon landing is real or whatever, right? And so I think, again, it comes back to, why are you not at peace with your belief in what you know to be true? And I mean, this isn't a therapy session necessarily. I'll just say for myself, I was not at peace with any of this, and the gospel of Jesus Christ, like reading the Bible, made me have peace. So that would be what I would recommend to you. I realize this isn't probably the place to have a full discussion on that, but that gave me a great deal of peace.
That's exactly how it works with my movement, man.
If you're exhausted with, sorry, mate.
Hey Tim, what's up, bro?
Hey, how are you, mate?
I do find them when talking about the flat Earth subject, it's probably best to leave every other conspiracy theory alone and leave religion out of it, because you're just going to
I mean, I normally do that. Hey,
thank you. So when you start bringing Jesus Christ into it, basically you're going to get built into straw men. You start bringing moon landings, you start bringing, I don't know, Elvis is still alive. You start bringing that shit in, you're not going to get anywhere with the flat earth. The flat earth isn't necessarily a conspiracy, as in you have to believe anecdotal stories from history to have a sway on what happened. You can actually go out there and measure the earth. So when you're talking about the flat earth, don't bring anything else into it. Don't bring any other conspiracy theories into it, and try and leave religion out of it.
Yeah, and Chris, I would agree with you there, Chris. All I'm saying is that, like, personally, like, I wouldn't share that with someone who I'm arguing flat earth with. I'm saying personally, it brought me peace. Is my only clarification.
Can I just say something as well? Like, if you're
please get in there, Timbo.
How are you, mate? Hey, if you're exhausted arguing it, maybe take a break, man. Like, you don't need to convince these people of anything. So if you're exhausted from arguing it, then you don't need to just don't argue it, man. Yeah.
Yeah, you are right, bro. You do. Wow. No one's ever.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned there's two types of people. Like, you can pretty much recognize it pretty quickly when you start talking to them. If they start reacting using sophistry and fallacies, it's not worth it to try to talk to them in person anymore, because it's just going to escalate into nonsense. That's why I'm like, you gotta be a little bit discerning when you're talking to people, but you also gotta give people a little bit of a chance to show who they are.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for me though, look, listen, if you drink the Pfizer soup, you know what I'm saying? Like if you had multiple, especially if you had.
Don't go there.
Yeah, it's not the topic of the server. You know this.
Let's try again without that topic.
All right. So listen, if people have gone along with like extremely absurd narratives multiple times, then there's not a whole lot I can do for you at that point. You know what I mean? So like for me, there's certain like lines that if you cross those, then I just imagine that your mind no longer has to do with your heart. You know what I mean?
You can also change the argument into a bit of fun as well. So instead of taking it so seriously all the time, just have a bit of fun with it, and just laugh while you're doing it.
Dude, that's such a good point. I should make jokes more often, and
it's like life, yeah. Like if you go through life taking life so seriously, you're going to have a really serious life. But if you joke around and muck around with life, you're going to have a more of a fun time with it, aren't you?
Your life's going to be a joke, Timbo.
That's what I heard too. That is what I heard. And I can't believe
Make sure that the flat Earth part's the punchline. Don't open with that. Like you use that as the punchline. Otherwise, people put their walls up. But if flat Earth's the punchline at the end, after you've led them down that road, holding their hands through the joke, then flat smack them, bop them on the head with the truth.
Yeah. It's like I was looking at houses, and my real estate agent told me, like, I was like, "Hey, is this a good house? Whatever. Have you seen the outlines?" And he said, "No, the city lost the plans to it." And like, this guy likes me, and I was like, "Oh, interesting. They lost the plans, just like NASA lost the plans for the moon lander." And then there was a good opportunity to chat, but it was fun. It wasn't annoying.
Well, here's the thing: is I was annoying on the internet, but I also would have quit if anybody ever said something serious. You know what I mean? Like they never said one thing that like they said serious things, but they never said one thing that they were 100% locked in, I'm proud of, you know? They never had that. And I have that in my every second walk of life. I mean, I don't have to. Yeah, it's nice to hang out over here, and you know.
Nice to mute when you burp too.
Oh, I wish I was capable of that, bro. That requires trigger presence.
I don't know if you got room to talk there, Timbo.
I don't have
Yeah, I'm a snorer.
You're competing with God Rocking for that hot micing king over here. So,
oh, am I?
Maybe just a little bit.
Yeah, I do it a lot.
That's all good.
Burp though? I don't know about burp.
No, not that.
I'm did you catch me snoring the other night? Did you?
No, just every once in a while you'll be like, "Hey, Betty, hey, give me a." Yeah, I don't know. You'll just be having like,
yeah, pass me the drill.
yeah, exactly.
Who else was on the other morning with that crazy person?
Yeah, I think it started. It started with
Dogs Are Gods. Dogs Are Gods. That was his name.
Yeah,
no, who
Heretic
was talking
started
to
that
him?
convo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was an epic train wreck.
I don't think that was
super stupid.
Dude, it was some of the craziest stuff I've ever heard in the server.
Just
by far.
Stupid, dude.
I got him to say 100% that yes, he's going to show us a triangle of 3 straight lines with internal angles adding to more than 180 degrees. Got him to agree to every single step of that. Then he showed a picture of like 7 lines and called it a triangle.
What?
Yeah.
Do you have the picture?
Yeah, I had to see that.
7 lines. How does that even make sense?
I'm missing out.
But
what happened to the curvy spherical triangle, though?
Love those.
What the? Dude, that's a home plate. What the hell?
No, dude. Dorito, they have a deal with the Globe Earth and NASA. They linked a deal recently. They found their curved triangle. Let me post it.
Yeah, so I posted a link to that to it in the live stream. I'll clip it, but I don't know if I should play it because it's actually just like horrifying to listen to. He's like super annoying and like condescending and wise ass, and he uses like a shitloads of soapetry and projection and like you'd have to hear it. It's like one of the.
What he did every time is he would change his claim. As soon as you would pin him on it, he would just say, "No, I wasn't saying that. I didn't say that," and he'd just change it to something else.
But he'd also that's not just what he was doing. He would also say something about you at the same time. He'd say you were doing some logical fallacy or some other thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I asked him, I said, does this stuff work? And he like, oh, so you're going to play the victim card now. Like, yeah, okay, dude, that's exactly what I'm doing.
He called you a martyr? That's hilarious.
So we were asking him for radius proof. He starts talking about refraction. And I was like, okay, so tie this back to the radius. And he's like, oh, you're using a red herring. Yeah, using a red herring by sticking to the topic while he tries to change it. And he's not using red herrings. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, he kept doing that. He was doing that a lot. He was like mixing in. He'd accuse you of a logical fallacy that had nothing to do with anything, right? And like just smoke, mirrors, deflection, diffusion, thinly veiled insults, on top of being wrong and just nonsensical.
Oh yeah.
The indeterminate horizon. That was the beautiful one. What does the horizon look like? Curved or flat? Indeterminate.
Yeah. Draw that.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
yeah.
That's the thing, though. He wasn't asked like, "Where's the horizon?" or anything. He was asked, "What does it look like?" Like, if it's indeterminate and you don't know what it looks like, you need glasses. Okay,
Yeah, well, what
it's
do you
pretty
even
simple.
see?
Yeah, well,
Like,
you
how are
got
you
blur
seeing?
vision.
Yeah.
What about when he says that he sees the geometric horizon blocking ships, but then when we pin him on it, he says, well, we don't see the geometric horizon. And then he says, there's no problem with that. You don't see the thing that you say you see blocking other things, and he says, I don't see a problem with that.
Well, invisible things can block things, so.
Yeah. Pauses for a long time before he says that, too. It's a pretty good clip.
The funny thing is, it was like, normally when someone acts that, like, says such absurd things as he was saying, they're kind of like giggling and laughing, right? They're taking the piss. You can tell in the background. But he was like dead serious.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he did sound pretty like serious about what he was saying, and it's weird. Like, I think this kind of ties back to what you said earlier, Indio, how they're trying to convince you, mostly. Like
maybe if the audience
maybe
is dumb enough, they can convince them that, like, the topic is whatever he changed it to, or whatever annoying thing he's trying to do.
Just bad salesmen, because we're not buying.
Yeah.
I wonder if they buy their own garbage sometimes. They probably don't.
It all ended when he was like, Park survey and this other survey, they didn't use the stars, they used the land. And I'm like, well, look at the survey document. I said, hit Control F and type in astrogeodetic. And like less than a second, he was like, nope, doesn't say it. You're lying. I'm like, okay. So I just pull up the document and just type in astro, and it comes up something like 137 times in the document. And he just quit. So I told him, I'm going to pull this up, I'm going to screenshot it, and then I'm going to ban you, okay? And then he just left.
Oh.
Yeah. Before I could even post it, before he quit the chat, because he's still on the server somewhere.
He hasn't commented or done anything on the server since then. Tail between his legs. Well, we got what we needed from him, that's for sure.
I'm going to try and provoke him.
Yeah, do it. Change his name to Refraction.
Sure, dogs. Who cares? Honestly, who cares? It's really stupid. I mean, we have everything we need over here. Really.
Yeah, that was the thing. He cited MC Toon. He posted a PDF up at MC Toon's website, and then started repeating the nonsense MC Toon does. And I said, "Did you read page 47?" And he goes, "Yeah, I read page 47." He didn't do, obviously.
Don't think he read any of it. He couldn't figure out whether he was supposed to say the lines in the triangle were curved or straight. They kept saying they're straight, so I was like, okay, so where's the more than 180 come from?
I don't think he understood what was being talked about when I said reduction of horizontal direction. I don't think he knows what that meant. I don't even think he knows exactly what it means by 180-degree triangle.
or even triangle, since you get him to show you one and he posts a picture of seven lines.
Point taken. He doesn't know what a triangle is. He has no chance of a more than 180-degree triangle.
Jeez.
Damn it. This is what I'm talking about. Globers turn globers into flat earthers. If you're that psychotic for the globe, and you're like to so-called prove your point, you're gonna draw 5-sided triangles. I don't know what to tell you. You think he was just really bad at MS Paint, and that was the problem? Don't they have like a triangle shape? You just click it, and you don't even have to like draw the triangle.
Maybe he just doesn't know what one is and didn't know what shape to draw.
Just click the polygon one and just started clicking like crazy.
Yeah. It's probably just like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a triangle. Yeah, let's go for it. You can just get a guy like that to say hours of stupid stuff.
I know it was endless. At the end, though, I think he was just trying to get banned. I think he was like, man, I'm never going to recover from this. I got to get out of here before the damage is totally fatal.
And he probably didn't want it to look like he ran away, so probably would rather have been banned.
Yeah, Mimi used to say this all the time. He's like, I don't have to debate if I get banned, right? It's one way to get out of it.
Right, then it's not his fault he left.
Yep, it's us. Because we don't want it. Because we don't want to hear his opinion or whatever reason they come up with, or we're an echo chamber or whatever.
Yeah, I'd rather just keep him saying stupid shit till he melts down.
Battle of attrition. I mean, it would be a battle of attrition, but he has to actually kill some people on our side first. He wasn't doing a very good job of that. Yeah, it was just really weird. I woke up, got some coffee, put on YouTube, unmuted the sound, and was like, what is this mess? Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna play that sim chord. Why not? Let's play this.
No, I've gone through this again and again and again. What I see is not flat.
You know, it's interesting. You can think in 3D, but you're living in 2D.
So you don't see see a curved horizon left to right.
Yeah, I've got an image of it. Yeah, but that's not how I came to be a globe. I didn't.
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit.
But okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
But you don't see it as flat or curved.
With timber? Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber.
So when I look at a piece of timber, I can look at that piece of timber and go, that looks kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither. But you just I assume that the timber might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved?
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
Oh no, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see it as something that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But does it look flat or curved?
It's the same way I'll look at a piece of timber And I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat.
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped.
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat.
How do you not
it doesn't
understand
look
this?
curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved.
Neither.
Yeah.
Neither.
So what does
not
that
everything's
look like?
a false dichotomy,
If you were to draw neither on a piece of paper, what would that look like?
Do I have a ruler?
Yeah, you can have a ruler if you want, but then that would lean towards flat, wouldn't it?
Exactly. If I have a ruler, it's flat. And if I take a ruler out to the horizon, as the images that I posted before show, the horizon will be curved.
No, when you take a ruler and you
So
put it up
it's
to the
something
horizon,
that's indistinguishable until you measure.
Flat. We're not talking about
No, I gave images.
Photoshop, dogs.
Do you have any images that show
with your eyeballs?
Do you have any images that are of
No. We're talking about how you
measured with a
experience
square or
horizon in reality,
Yeah,
right? So
I've told you I
said it's
experience
not
it as indeterminate. In the same way I
not
experience timber as indeterminate.
No. I'm asking about the horizon, not timber.
Do you think saying no, and then repeating the same thing that I've answered again is like
No, but you
going
haven't
to change
answered
my
it.
answer?
You haven't answered it because
I have answered it.
It can't be.
Yes, because you presented a false dichotomy. Do you know?
Dogs, I'm just going to mute you for a second because listen, I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality, but you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach?
That is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two
What's the
things
third option?
and there's a possible. The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight.
You can't determine what?
Whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
You don't believe your senses, is that what you're saying?
Of course I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point, but again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need measuring devices.
Sir, that's a great point, because none of us...
Don't call me sir, be a big boy. We're all adults here. I'm not some, professor that you need to acknowledge with sir. Just say hi or g'day.
Yeah, so that was a pretty good display of what was being dealt with.
Yeah, I would have gotten pretty annoyed at that guy.
Yeah, that's what I woke up to, Drace. Like rubbing sleep out of my eyes, turn on and listen to that. I'm like, what is going on? Where did I go wrong in life?
Me up fast.
That dog's dude, he's very combative and he argues about everything. He's right on the mainstream. He believes everything that the mainstream media says, that everybody says, and he can be very rude and arrogant, and yeah, he's not good to deal with.
Oh, are you familiar with him? Have you talked to him before?
Yeah, I have, and it was about the, I don't want to talk what it was about, but yes, it was about that thing, and...
that thing, yeah.
He won the argument apparently because he was a cleaner at a doctor's office and read a document on how safe everything was while he was cleaning, and that was his argument. But then the anger and aggression that comes through, you can't get a word in with him, and yeah.
So he had super secret personal information, a personal anecdote that no one else had, and that's why he was right.
Oh, no, apparently you could find it everywhere, but he managed to read it at his doctor's surgery while he was cleaning there. That was his argument.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
It got on the subject because I'm type 1 diabetic, and I went and did my own research and found a lot of information that I didn't like and decided not to partake. And yeah, he was angry about that. I was killing everybody. I was a piece of crap. It didn't need to be tested on sick people because they know it wouldn't hurt anybody. And it just went out of control.
So how does he feel about it now since all this new information has come out?
Well, apparently that's all garbage. And, everyone who is sick and having issues is because of the actual illness, not the thing that came after.
So the Australian government, like what they've been putting out, directly contradicts that.
Yeah, it's being argued a lot in Parliament. We've got a couple of senators in Parliament that are arguing it, but they're just getting shot down constantly in Parliament about it. But
well, I mean, they changed the guidance, right? Australia changed their guidance on who should get the ouchie, right? They changed it. Like they
changed
like,
a couple of things. They did
so why'd
change
they
a couple of
change it
things.
if it's okay? Like, why'd they change it then? And they also won't let you take. The AstraZeneca one is gone, and I think the Moderna one, that one might be gone. That they don't have. It's not available there anymore.
No, it's not. But they're still pushing the other ones as safe here. Like they had a big thing on the news last night about how cases are going through the roof again, and everyone needs to run out and get their 6th or 7th or whatever the hell they're up to. I don't know. I've stopped following it.
Yeah, I stopped. Listen, there's still people wearing masks here. Like I'm just like looking at you, like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we knew 2 years ago that they didn't work. Why are you still wearing masks?
Yeah, they're still doing that here, but I also live in a big tourist town, so we get a lot of people coming in from out of town, and it tends to be those guys more than the locals where I am.
Well, they don't do anything. Like, they don't do anything. Like,
the worst was when all this was going on and they had their lockdowns and they let people out. I live in a ski town, so all these people fled the city and come snowboarding and skiing, and then just the whole mountain was garbage. The attitude of everyone, they're getting angry. Stay away. I was having fights with them and saying, listen here, if you're that concerned, what the hell are you doing here? Go home. Don't come on holidays and abuse me. Go home.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's crazy, man. It's just crazy to me that there's, with all the, like, there was plenty of information before. Now I just figure it's like, it's common knowledge at this point that you'd think it's so out there, like, you know, the bad
what
part.
I did was I went to the TGA and I went directly to the documents provided to the TGA from the companies, and every one of them actually stated that there had been no testing done on immune-compromised people. And that was my argument as to why I didn't do it. If there was no testing, there's no way I'm doing it. Death rates in diabetics has gone up by 80% in the last 2 years. And his argument was that it was never needed to be tested because they knew how safe it was. So I was just being a dickhead.
What a loser. I don't like him even more now. I thought I didn't like him before, but now I really, really don't like him.
You know, Jimbo here's a really good guy, but I'm sure he'll tell you there are a lot of guys in Australia that are a bit like him and have that attitude.
Serious?
Yeah, there are, especially, I suppose you'd call them rednecks. They're a bit more rednecky here, but
rednecks here don't, like, at least in America, they don't follow the government. They're the exact opposite. Like, a redneck in America is like, fuck that government. Like, I don't want nothing to do with them.
I don't know if it's redneck, but it's just the way that chip on their shoulder, the way they talk. You know, everyone's a fuckwit, everyone's a cunt, everyone's this, that. It's just real derogative and
that's just
and quite aggressive.
Yeah.
And depends where you go. You know, if you're in different suburbs.
Word for that. It's called being an asshole.
Yeah, those are the people that when you see in real life and then they actually see, like, real violence, they fucking roll up into a ball like a fucking hippie. They're all talk.
Yep.
In my experience.
That's the problem today, isn't it? Everyone's hiding behind a computer or a phone and no one's actually getting a smack in the mouth for what they're saying.
Yeah. Yep.
It's true. I wouldn't let anyone speak to me like that in person, win, lose or draw. It'd be fighting words.
Oh, yeah. That, like, he wouldn't even get to sentence 3.
No, and I don't understand I don't know why they got to do it on the computer. You know what I mean? Just speak to everybody the way you speak to everybody normally, you know, but they get on here and all of a sudden it's completely different.
Well, I think maybe
they get internet tough guy syndrome.
You know, it's kind of like the Equalizer, right? Like the Colt 45 was like the Equalizer. You know, if you were a midget, you could still talk shit to a big dude because you were armed. Here, you can still talk shit because you're 8,000 miles away. I mean, it's only like. I mean, if I was like that, I guess I'd do the same thing. Like, if I was like a total wuss in real life, and then, right, now here's my opportunity to talk like I'm a big shot. Might as well take it. Without consequences at that.
That's a really weak person.
Yeah, obviously, but like it's not like their personality traits just go away because they got on the computer, right? So they're a weak person in real life, and they get on the computer, they're still going to be weak, right? So they're going to act like I was brought up that real bad boys move in silence. They don't sit there and puff their chest out and talk. Right?
That's what my dad taught me.
I ran a security company for 20 years, and I had 140 bouncers, doormen working for me. And you find that out very quickly. The ones that can don't talk. You watch the quiet guy sitting in the corner, because when he gets up, all shit's going to break loose.
Yep. Literally.
Yeah, same goes for all crime. That's why my dad taught me this, because you don't talk about things, otherwise you give people an attack on you.
Yeah, it's all the ways the gobby one. Even the guards that worked for me, like the bouncers, you always had the ones that acted really tough and talked up how tough they were. They were the ones that were picking on the drunks. And, I threw this guy out, I belted this guy, and then I go and look at the guy and he can't even stand up. And I'm like, yeah, geez, you're a tough guy.
You're a hero.
Go down the road to the bikie club and pick the guy out of there and see how you go.
You know how Globers are. They talk a bunch of trash. Oh, flat earthers are so stupid. And then they get here and they get thrashed, even by just, your French level flat earther. So people like to talk a lot of trash. They just don't want to back it up.
Yeah, that dogs are gods. Have you ever talked to them about flat earth, or only that, about the out thing?
I've heard him have cut quite a few discussions. So he's had one on that. He's had a couple on guns. He really, really hates guns in America. He's got a very high opinion of.
Wow.
He argues with all the Americans on here, basically stating how their country's shit and everyone's dying and it's all the guns' faults, and how great Australia is. Whereas I'm of the opposite opinion. I'd be in America tomorrow if I could. I actually tried to do it. Australia.
Come to Ohio.
This country's going to shit, but it's because of people like him.
Yeah, and it's the same here. It's only here it's worse because I don't know. We seem to be the test city or the test country for all this stuff. We don't have the ability to defend ourselves. Everything's taken from us. And the Australian attitude is generally very relaxed. They sit back as long as they got the football and the beer, and you can talk to some of these guys and say, hey, this is coming. And they're like, you're an idiot. Put the football back on. And then a week later they go, oh, did you see what they just did to us? But it's too late by then.
Well, that's the new science. The previous science said you were lying. The new science says you're right. So they just had to wait till the science is right.
It's also TV said so. That's why they believe it now. That's why someone did bad things against them. But when you said it, you weren't the TV, so...
Yeah. New study shows your friend was right all along.
He's had a few with about the flat Earth as well, but he really has a bee in his bonnet with Whitsett. He loves to try and attack Whitsett whenever Whitsett's somewhere.
Oh my god, dude! They love trying to hate on the FE guys. They'll pick one guy and just leech off of him.
Yeah, you're just confirming that he's a psycho. That's all he is. I love about Wolfgang is Wolfgang, like...
Me too.
He gets the psycho out of people, man. he gets them to say this nutty shit. The sex robot, you remember that?
Yeah,
yeah. Crypto made that analogy, but Wolfgang was pulling it all along.
That was amazing. Yeah,
I'm gonna play the sex robot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, I love that one. It's
He did my check-in. He left such a good impression. I'm a big fan of Wolfgang. We're very lucky to have characters like that in our server. So shout out to Wolfgang. I know he doesn't hang out in the panel a lot, but when he does, it's get your notepads out, folks. Take some notes.
He usually seems to jump in when a guy like that is going off.
Yeah, he's very good at kind of calming down, foaming at the mouth baller. He's got a very soft touch in VC. In the chat, he'll call you a freaking fragile melt and stuff like that, and I think that's funny.
Tells it like it is.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
He has an awesome way of keeping it. They tried to deflect, like we were just listening, and that dude tried to deflect to like timber, and like Wolfgang was like, "We're not talking about timber."
Timber.
Just the way he just kept it like focused. But even though that guy ended up going off on timber, it just made him look like a psychopath.
He did have one discussion where he was actually on camera, and when he was actually on camera, a lot of that big bravado and bullshit stopped, and everyone was saying, "Wow, man, why are you so nice now? You're showing your face."
Keep that same energy.
Was it a 900-pound bearded lady?
Well, yeah, almost. Yes, he was a bigger dude with a beard.
Oh, that bigger dude.
Awkward.
Fucking mad at the scale, so he has to take it out on the rest of the world.
What I feel like is people have been beaten up by flat earthers, so they go out and try to beat up on other people or beat up on other flat earthers that they find lower. Look at Matthew Learns. He got beat up by Nathan Oakley, so he came running over here to try to beat up on some people. What happened was he ran into me and Central.
Made it worse.
Yeah, he ended up getting banned.
That was a little bit later by Helio.
I don't even know what happened with that, but I'm not.
Just Helio.
If Helio did it,
Helio doesn't ban very many people, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say if he did it, then you fucked up.
He kind of wanted to ban him for a while. It seemed like he kept saying he was gonna. I was like, no, we need our punching bag, but he banned him.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Now he likes to run interference, though. That's what I don't like about him.
Yeah, that's crap.
Yeah. Don't be sliding in when we got delicate new people. Like that's when he makes his. That's when he tries to shine. Like
you see him actually join the chat as soon as we're talking to a new person and getting somewhere too. Like he's keeping an eye on it, and as soon as he sees that happening, he's like, "Oh, I'm going to go in there and disrupt."
You're not slick.
It's like somebody sent the flat signal out, and he's seen the flat signal in the air, and he comes running in to save someone.
The flat signal.
Yeah, and then the conversation ends up being with Matthew for the 15,000th time instead of the person we were just talking to.
The hand holder.
About how he can tell us a million times, well, I don't have proof of the globe, I believe it. Science doesn't prove anything. I need to hear that again.
Yeah, well, they like to respawn, like Halo, some Call of Duty or something, just respawn. It's all good.
Dude, where's the spawn point, man? Because I'll just spawn rape them, man.
Well, that's a good question. I was actually thinking that. Well, you have certain different games. Some games you respawn in the same place every time. Some games you can build up to a certain place, and then you'll respawn unless that certain flag has been taken over or whatever. But that's the problem, is they think they're building ground, but they actually aren't. Go ahead, Trace.
If I was that Matthew Learns guy and the pizzling he copped, I wouldn't be showing my face on any Discord server to be baiting Flat Earth. I'd be hiding.
But isn't that what we're kind of doing in Dio already? Like, we're always, bringing it back to the base, the curve. Where's the curve? And isn't that basically just spawn camping them?
Yeah, I guess. But he's like playing Rust, where he like puts down his sleeping bag. There's like 100 sleeping bags underneath, like, you know, stacks of frickin' wooden floors, and he just keeps respawning in the exact same location over and over again. You kill him, and there he is again. Yeah, we respawn a curvature, but at least we're like, he just runs interference.
It's Doom on nightmare mode.
Like a newbie comes in here and then he tries to I've seen them do this. It's not just Matt. They'll come in and they'll just like Brandon did it the other day. They'll interject a comment, and then next thing you know, the person you were talking to is gone. Right? So like you're talking to this person for 30 minutes, and then Brandon will pop up out of nowhere, or there's another one, or Matt, or whatever. I think they switch shifts. Matt's the night shift, and Brandon's the day shift. And so we're talking to this person, and like, I don't know if we're making headway, but we're just like, you know, flat smacking, whatever. We'll come in and ask a couple questions, so it'll end up like in a mini debate on this like side quest, and then you look, and the main character's gone.
Yeah.
And it happens over and over, and I know it isn't like they just left because that person came in and they got distracted. I know they're getting shit in their DMs. I know they are. I'm 100% positive. There's all sorts of shit that goes in back channels while we're like on this server, when people come on this server.
Doesn't surprise me. Yeah.
Don't believe any word they say. Well, people occasionally send them to me. Like, I got this DM from this person.
Yeah.
Oh, they seem pretty smart, but their arguments are flawed. And I just ping them right out, like, okay, which is our flawed arguments? And then they just never respond. It's some clown with an alt account. Yeah, poison in the well, exactly.
Dr. Phil used to do that all the time.
I was going to say.
I'm sure he still does it. He's in the server.
Goofy.
Professor Phil sends me private messages, and I've never even spoken to the guy.
Yeah, well, hey, you know who's listening more than you and I, them.
He listens all the time because I'll be talking about something and then he'll send me like his answer for what I was talking about in DMs.
Yeah, random. Yeah,
he listens all the time.
Shout out to Phil. Gramps.
He used to do that to me, but we've argued enough that he doesn't anymore.
he don't DM me anymore. I'll never respond.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
listen,
respond.
Gramps, you're going crazy, dude. You think buildings move? All right, stop.
That's what
I respond to all of it. He doesn't like.
Sorry, Jedi.
No, I was just going to say, back in the day, it used to be Sagnac and Kosho. That was their MO. As soon as somebody coming on asking decent questions. Yeah, well, BMs or...
I'm the science guy, too.
Well, you know what? Think about this, folks. How many times have you had a flat earther be like, hey, man, I was listening really closely to what you said. Like, that was amazing. They don't do that, all right? It's always the Glovers listening. They have the top of the leaderboards for time most spent in flat earth. It's not me. It's not Jedi. It's not these guys. It's them. These guys.
Yeah, I remember like a Glober debating in this PC and be like DMing like the flat earther that he's debating. Like, don't listen to this Glober. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, right. We don't need to do that. That's what I was saying before. We don't have these tricks and these games and these scams. We don't need to do all that. If anything, we'll tell a flat earther, hey man, you're fucking up. You're in the weed. You're doing too much.
Y'all remember that debate? Y'all remember that debate? I think it was on Nathan Oakley's or something. It was that German guy or something. And he was getting fed answers and stuff. And he like accidentally had his shit opened up.
Oh yeah.
And he was like in another. He was like in a side chat.
Yeah. And then Witsit was asking him simple questions. So hey, what's 1 times 1.225? And he was like, you can hear it on the radio in the back. It's 1.225. It's like, really, dude? That's 1.1 or 1.225 times 1. You had to get some help on that.
Yeah. What was that guy's name? He was a German kid, I thought. I mean, they've been caught. They've been caught. I don't know. I don't think you're talking about the same one because I don't think it was.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe
that I'm
not. 'Cause
talking
I have
about.
one of Witsit.
No, Weimar or something like that.
Hoymar? No, it wasn't Hoymar. It was a dude from way back. It was
Geo Streber.
Geo Streber. You got it. That's who it was. Yeah. Geo Streber was debating somebody, and he was like talking. He had like Red's rhetoric or Sty Sparkane on his little thing going on or something. What are those clones? But, I mean, how do you even get caught doing that? Like, that just shows your level of incompetence. You can't even cheat right. Yeah, Geosphere. He was also reading. You could see he was reading text when he was like had to respond.
Yeah, for some reason, this is the only one I have on me right now. But the full thing is he leans back in his chair. You can hear the chair creak, and the guy chimes in off a walkie-talkie or something in the back. 1-2-2-5.
It's tough.
Oh, dude.
That's what I mean, man. Glober's turned Globers into flat earthers, man. Like if anyone if you has followed this topic and seen all like it's almost like an endless string of tricks and nonsense, man. Like even if I was like on the fence, like say I was on the fence, I was like, well, half the evidence is flat Earth, half the evidence is globe. Like, let's evaluate how these people act. I'd be like, I'm a flat earther all day because those people is crazy. There's no way it could be a globe if that's the people that believe in it. Like, no way. Those people are nuts.
Yeah. It's also, how are you supposed to believe in it when they're all saying the different things? Like, what's the story now?
True. Yeah,
Science evolves, Trace. Science evolves. We have new understanding. We make a new theory.
Yeah, science proves nothing, so it doesn't prove the globe?
Well, when they get upset when you're questioning the globe, isn't that science itself? Aren't we supposed to question and test everything continually?
No, you're asking too many
questions. No, that's called science denying by the globers.
Yeah.
Everything but flat Earth. Everything but flat Earth. Question everything else.
It's obviously a globe. You're asking too many questions.
There might be something in the future you're also not allowed to question, as science says. Please stand by.
Yeah, some of our proof does lie in the future, just so you know. So, few flat earthers, just wait.
Updated.
Yeah.
On the hour.
Your Honor, I will be presenting your evidence, but it's in the future.
Yeah, we have all the proof you want in the future, but you just have to wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom Cruise has it.
It'll manifest.
They don't just move the goalposts. The goalposts orbit. They're constantly moving.
Well,
the goalposts haven't even been manufactured yet.
Well, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, the goalposts
they're just theoretical.
Yeah, that's funny.
Theoretical goalposts that are always moving in an elliptical orbit around an oblate spheroid.
That was a good one, Jedi. I do have that clip.
Play it. Play the clip. Do it.
Well, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, the goalposts on Earth are also rotating to cause footballs to score goals.
Welcome to the party. You're a little bit late, but well done.
Make sure I'm not too late. Here we go.
I did a quick calculation, and I tweeted. The winning field goal in that game was aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right from Earth's rotation.
He's really trying to sell it there at the end. This happens in my city, folks. This happened in my hometown. So I guess the buildings and the stadiums in my area rotate.
No, see, he was selling himself there. He was like, I did the calculation and I tweeted. Oh, praise Neil. He tweeted, oh my God.
I am your god.
I was definitely behind on that one, Jedi. I missed the whole start of that. I was rolling myself a nice one.
Ooh, let's go.
You need one for him, man.
I will forgive you for that.
I guess all the football field stadiums in Cincinnati rotate because this GIF also happened in Cincinnati. So
He wasn't very technical. He said to the right. It's not east, it's not west, it's not north by northeast. I mean, which kind of direction is this football field? Is it north-south? Is it east-west? Is it northeast by southwest?
Which Super Bowl was that? I can actually figure it out.
not a Super Bowl. Let me get the link. I have the link for you.
Oh, come on, Jedi. Don't you know which direction right is?
No.
You're military right.
It was just some.
The other funny thing is too. Yeah, he goes, I did a quick calculation. What's the quick calculation he did? I want to know this so I can just
It's
work
in his
it out.
head. It's in his head. It's in his head. He's much smarter than all of us.
Something that you can tweet out real quick.
Look, the thing he didn't calculate
in my head.
Yeah, the calculation was how much more money he'd get in his bank account from talking a bunch of shit. He was like, this has got to be worth $5,000. We just saying this nonsense.
Well, dude, how many times have we talked about it? I mean,
Or it could be, I've drank 14 beers. I'm leaning exactly 15 degrees to the left. That ball looks a bit blurry, but wow, look at that post moving under.
Well, in actual fact, there's two balls. Fucking hell.
Oh, jeez.
15-degree drift.
He's drifting sideways as he's walking out to the car park.
That should be funny if we started a flat earth beer brewery, and like had those were the names of the beers, like 15-degree per hour drift or Coriolis effect, freaking tectonic plate. You just have a lot of fun with it.
No, it's a buffalo. It's one of those sampler plates for like a group, and it's the tectonic plate.
Sorry, I'll have a pint of beg the question, please, mate.
Fully loaded. And then you could do
with it.
8-inch lager.
Do the tray so it has like the map, like so it's all shaped like Earth, like the this projection has. So it's a flat Earth plate.
What did you say though?
Flat Earth. It could be a ball. Remember, it could also stick on the outside.
8 inches per mile square lager or something. What was that?
No, it just said 8-inch lager.
Oh, okay.
You could have something that's a circular one. Yeah, it's like a big mound of whatever food, and call it the drop over distance. You like sit there looking like this is a massive event. It's like has kind of a curvature to it.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson definitely did not do the calculation. The stadium is pointed northwest, and then you need to take the latitude of the stadium, find the azimuth, which would be northwest. You need like an accurate, like the number of degrees. He didn't do that shit. No way he did that. He just made that. He made that up. No doubt.
Yeah, I was like, what about all the globers who say all the air is moving with the globe and hiding the rotation, making Coriolis effect not apparent?
It would be easier if it was like going just east or north or south or west, but when it's northwest, dude, it's like
that's
no.
Why? That's why I had my tongue in my cheek when I asked. I mean, it's got to be a very specific direction, right?
Yeah. You need to know. I'm gonna figure out
Yeah, well, the team that owns that field set that up in that particular direction just for that little advantage.
It's the India was the Paul Brown Stadium or the Paycor Stadium.
Yeah. I looked it up on Google Maps. Yeah, it's like northwest. Because he kicked it toward the north-facing goal, right? That's what it looks like from the image. Yeah, that's north. That's the north-facing goal. Well, hold on. No, that might not be the north-facing goal. That's the north-facing goal.
See, this is what we do in our spare time. We ain't got globers to annihilate. We go through their fucking claims and pick them apart and then start laughing at them because they're bullshit. Today,
at least we're checking. Better than what they do.
Yeah. It's probably going to be 66.6 it usually is.
By a 1/3 of the inch deflection to the right caused by Earth's rotation.
Okay.
In the northern hemisphere, Earth's Coriolis force deflects airborne north-south projectiles to the right about 1/2 inches per 50 yards. But he wasn't going north. He wasn't going north-south. He was going northwest.
What was that calculation? What was that calculation again? Because surely it'd be different the further you got north, away from the equator.
It was a quick calculation.
Oh, okay. I appreciate that. I know the globers appreciate that.
Yeah, there's a map of the stadium. It got rebranded recently because we're doing. I guess we're doing well.
Hold on. Even if he did the calculation, so what? It's an apparent deflection.
Yeah.
So the Earth spun underneath the ball 1/3 of an inch. Hold on a second. I got a phone call for some reason. It's weird.
Yeah, no worries. I remember what the Coriolis effect is, right? It's the observation of an apparent deflection. The path of the object is actually going straight.
He's getting a call from Neil.
Or in other words, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, you could just hover there in a hot air balloon or a helicopter or whatever, and you just wait for your destination to arrive.
Yeah, if you hover around, eventually a mountain's going to smack you in the face. Yep.
That's why you want to go high enough.
Yeah. Ninja's got a phone call from probably Professor Phil or something.
Or Neil deGrasse Tyson. Why are you fucking with my calculations?
I paid you to not expose me.
But surely, if you're facing that direction, the Earth's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, I don't know the latitude, let's just run with those numbers, and the ball was in the air that long, it'd be more than 3 inches, wouldn't it? Because the ball's in the air, like, for, let's call it 3 seconds. Or maybe not. Yeah, well, it'd be more than 3 inches, it'd have to be.
Well, that's where they go to the. It's the conservation of angular momentum. It's conserving its motion along the rotation of the Earth, and the air is all moving with the Earth, and so it's holding the ball. They're retarded.
And not rotating.
Yeah, like if you look at the Coriolis example from MIT, he's holding the ball, he's being rotated, there's angular momentum being applied to the ball, but as soon as he throws the fucking ball, the ball's just going in a straight line. It's not curving on the same path that he was curving on before when he was holding on to the ball. That doesn't happen. As soon as it's free from the rotated reference frame, it's no longer attached to it, it'll just continue along its motion. There's nothing forcing it to go in a circle anymore.
There goes your atmosphere sticking to the ball.
Yeah, that's how they try to get out of that. They try to move all the air so the air moves the object in it, which is like insane. the air moves freely and randomly in all directions. It's not attached to the ground and being rotated in a circle so it can force other things to appear to not be in a rotated reference frame. That's retarded.
But how do they not get this when you're standing on the ground and you're feeling air currents coming from different directions?
You're talking about the air not going in a circle? Because you just gave me an idea for a song, a remix parody. Because there's a rap song called "Throw That Ass in a Circle." So maybe we do a remix called "Throw That Gas in a Circle." That'd be funny. I think I cut someone off though. Flying high, maybe. Go ahead.
That's right. I've lost it now.
Yeah, it go, throw that ass in a circle. Throw that gas in a circle. Yeah, that'd be funny. Global remix. Yeah, so I don't even really get into those types of arguments that much. The conservation of momentum, because I talk about the moving buildings, but I don't even really get that technical about it. But I do know that if they claim that there's a drift, and then they claim that there's conservation of momentum, wouldn't that be a contradiction? If it's conserving momentum, and then it's not drifting, right?
Well, it's not actually drifting. It's supposed to be just an optical effect because you're the one that's being moved while the object is just going in a straight line. However, they say that the air essentially is moving it, so it appears to still be going in a straight line to you, even though you're supposed to be moving. Because if you were moving, it would appear to deviate, because you're suddenly being moved now in relation to the trajectory of the thing. And the funny thing is, I remember talking to Sagnac and Kosho when they first came up with this angular conservation of angular momentum idea, and they showed me this old manual which conflated Coriolis with conservation of angular momentum, and it was said at the top. The title was conservation of angular momentum, but then it only spoke about Coriolis deflection, and so that's where they kind of got it from. And then they over time tried to evolve that argument, because there have been people who have tried to talk about how as you're moving from an area of high rotation to a low rotation, there would be some conservation of your original momentum in the higher zone as you move to the lower zone. That's what they're trying to say, and that's what causes the deflection. Their argument has slowly but surely changed over the years. But in reality, flat earthers discovered the Coriolis effect. Coriolis effect cannot make gas move in circles and create tornadoes, because it's just an apparent deflection. It's not an actual deflection, and certainly it's not deflecting gas in circles.
Throw that gas in a circle. I just posted the link in the chat if anyone wants to check the song out. I'll post a short, just a 4-second clip. Toby said, "Is that a local?" Dude, I don't even know who this guy is. The song has just got that catchy, throw that ass in a circle. Just hella catchy as well. But it's not a good song, so don't favorite it or anything.
How do they even still claim Coriolis?
Oh, because they don't understand what it.
Yeah.
They don't understand what it is. They usually say Coriolis effect because hurricanes, an actual deflection of wind. They don't understand what Coriolis is, mate. We understand that Coriolis is the observation of the apparent deflection we're moving underneath, which would mean all planes would appear to deviate.
Yeah, they'd go in a curve, wouldn't they?
Yeah, exactly that.
If you're flying north to south, you'd have to point in a different direction to end up where you want to go.
Yep. But like we were saying earlier, and like Injo pointed out, but maybe about half hour, 45 minutes ago, when talking about the Coriolis, they don't actually know what it is. I was just I was just more thinking that I might have to rethink my flat Earth position after seeing Creation bears taste in music. I don't know if I can be associated with that.
No.
Not into the hip hop.
That is not a good song, friends.
I'm not sure if that's even hip hop. I'm not sure what that is.
No, that's garbage. I don't even know. Like, that was what, like early 2000s. I was still coming up in like grade school.
Shut up! That's your favorite song. You love it.
How dare you? Don't do me like that, bro.
That's number one on the playlist. You wake up every morning to it. What the fuck?
Yeah, I can see him jumping out of bed and shaking that ass in a circle.
You're right. Oh, pump that up, he says every morning. Yep.
Don't you mean gas?
It's going on repeat tonight. Yeah, it's going on repeat tonight.
Oh, dear.
I'm gonna have to make a remix for the server.
You were a Milli Vanilli fan too, then, weren't you?
He doesn't even know what Milli Vanilli is. Do you? You don't know.
I don't. I really don't.
They were
familiar with the name.
They were. I think they were two long-haired, maybe black dudes or half black. I'm not sure, but they made these songs, and then they weren't their songs. Someone had made them and sung them for them, and they were just miming.
Yeah, lip syncing.
Yeah.
Awkward.
Milli Vanilli.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so were the Proclaimers, I think, weren't they? Someone else was as well. Lip syncing.
I don't know, with a Scottish accent like that, how can you fake that? Hey,
there's another one.
500 miles.
I actually thought about that song today. It's weird that you brought that up.
What, that one? 500 miles.
Yeah. My babysitter used to play that all the time back when I was a kid.
I was living in Scotland when that came out. Early 80s, I think, mid 80s.
Oh, that must have been banging on the charts back then.
In Scotland, everyone loved it. Well, I know already.
Milli Vanilli should have won a Grammy and then had to give it back.
Yeah, because they couldn't do the speech.
Yeah, it wasn't their song.
Blame it on the rain. Yeah.
Oh, was that the?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Gotta blame it on something. Actually, I'm going to admit, I actually liked them. I bought their single.
All right, guys. I have a question. Maybe we can get us a little bit back on track. But it's been really nice weather here. Clear skies. I've been out, just observing the skies. Do you guys observe satellites, or what is it? Because I see planes. There's tons of planes that fly above, and planes typically have blinking lights. And then there's also things that I see up in the sky that look like stars that move, but not fast. Not really that fast. Not like a shooting star or anything, but they're moving
faster than a plane.
They're moving, but they look like stars. Yes, is that a satellite or is that something else, or what is that?
That's what I'm told it is, but I always questioned that as well.
So, but why does it look like a star though?
I had a bit of an experience. I was working out on a big solar farm, and I had a mate come and hang out with me for a bit, and he's looking up in the sky, and he spotted this like star-looking light. It was a bit reddish, and he said, "Oh, that's a drone. Just watch that there, and that's going to come down." And sure enough, about an hour later, it flew straight down and disappeared for about 5 or 10 minutes. And then went straight back up and sat in position again. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Was that his or?
No. He was a fisherman. He did a lot of prawning
He
and
just
stuff like
observed it.
that.
Okay.
And he said that he used to watch them out over the ocean when he was out over the ocean. And he said they come down like a drone and go straight back up. And he spotted it and said, yeah, that's it there. Just watch it. And we watched it for like an hour. And it came down and went straight back up again.
Well, I just had a couple of thoughts that came into my mind. Did someone want to go? Was that Drace?
That's all good. I'm good.
I was just thinking, like, what's all this business that we have going on in the skies? Because there's a lot of planes. It's not like just one here and there every once in a while. It's like a lot all the time. I don't know if it's just where I live. No, dude, we clearly have a lot of business going on in the skies.
I mean,
and at different levels as well, different altitudes. There's like some there's a smaller airport that's close by. There's a bigger one that's across the river in Kentucky, where everyone is really actually kind of strange, because if you want to fly into Cincinnati Airport, it's in Kentucky. It's kind of messed up, but anyway, that's the big airport. So we have a lot of planes that do fly above here, but like I see these quote unquote satellites, or I don't know what that is, but why do they look like stars though? That is my question. If they're satellites,
from what I get told, that's supposed to be because they're reflecting sunlight, because they're so high up. My problem is we're supposed to be in nighttime and supposed to be looking at things in the shadow of the supposed Earth.
Yeah.
I did see the other night for the first time ever what's supposed to be the ISS, whatever that is. I've never bothered looking, but I was just sitting out the back and had the fire going and happened to look up and seen it going across.
How did you know it was that?
If you look into Project Bluebeam, you'll learn that they do have technology that allows them to basically make two beams. Once they intersect, they can project an image into the sky. So I've seen images of the ISS where it looks like it's actually being refracted, the light from it, because you can see all these it's optical dispersion. You see like a rainbow-like effect. The whole station is just multiple instances of it, just stacked on top of each other, just a little bit offset.
In creation, how did I know it was it? Well, I had just checked on my phone. I just checked on my phone and said, where was the path? Yeah, but I wasn't looking for it.
No problem. Yeah. I thought to do that because I do have some apps. Actually, that's what I was doing. I have this app on my phone called Sky Guide, and I paid for it like a long time ago, back when I was still a Glober, like $2 or $3, but it's pretty cool actually. You can just point it at the sky if you see some stars or something. You're like, hey, what star is that? You just point it up there, and it's like, well, that's actually Venus or whatever. It's really, really neat. So I was just looking at the sky. I'm like, man, what the hell is that moving? It looks like a moving star. Well, what the hell is that? And I started thinking, I'm like, oh, they'll probably say it's a satellite. And like, well, then I started thinking, like, why does it look like a star? Like, why is it glowing or whatever? And then I started thinking about their answer. Oh, well, it's reflecting sunlight. But really, what was crazy is just how much the stars twinkle. Like Sirius was twinkling like it was twinkling up a storm. All right, it was weird. Like, why do the stars twinkle, or what is the reason for that? Do you think, or what is the globe answer? And then what do you guys think that is, or do you have any speculation on that?
Well, I don't know why they twinkle myself, but I do know the globe answer, or that's supposed to be because of the air between us and them, and so as the air moves, it causes them to twinkle.
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
However,
why not, mate? They're telling us the truth about everything else.
Yeah, Flat Earth Travolta. I don't have anything on hand. It's been a long time since I was looking into this. Basically, it makes it so that both, because it excites the air itself. I think if I remember correctly, it was hydrogen. I don't remember. Anyway, they excite the air when they focus the beams together, and it creates this plasma. So it gives off light, and it can be pinged off radar. So if you look into some of this UFO stuff, that's both either been confirmed through some Freedom of Information Acts, but of course take it all with a grain of salt. It's just things that they claim they have, and some of it would explain some of the apparent things we see in the sky and why they look like they move so fast and all these weird motions. I used to go all the time out and just stare at the stars with my friends because I had seen all sorts of weird stuff in the sky, and sometimes these lights just travel normally over the sky, and I think those are supposed to be satellites, but sometimes they're all going all over the place in weird movements, and that doesn't really make sense if you're thinking about those satellites. They don't have any propulsion for that kind of stuff. However, with the laser pointer, it's super easy, and you could actually ping off of that and everything.
Really? Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know, man. It's just it's stuff like that. Like, I was out here looking at the stars too last night, Drace. Just the star. It was the coolest wallpaper ever. Clear skies, lightning, pretty clear, tons of stars twinkling like crazy. Venus was bright, like stupid bright. I don't know, but I feel like Globers don't go out and do stuff like that. They're just like, well, the textbook says that just get a telescope. It's like, but even like planets don't really look that different from a star. Maybe besides the twinkling aspect, because Venus was crazy bright. But I don't know. It also doesn't look like.
At best, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, at best, they kind of look at pictures. It's like a world of difference looking at the stars outside the city or inside the city. Like where I'm in the city, I look up and I barely see anything. The sky looks almost completely black, and I barely see the most brightest stars. But if I go outside the light pollution of the city, because we have a lot of street lights, all of a sudden the whole sky is just lit up with like endless amounts of stars, and it feels like you can really see a little bit into it, and like so it feels like there's a depth to the sky that just didn't look like it was there before.
Yeah, I was actually going to kind of talk about that, how maybe when I was on the globe side, I would force myself to imagine these vast distances when I looked at the stars, but now all that's gone. So when I look at the stars, they don't really seem, even though there's ones that seem to be brighter, ones that seem to be maybe smaller or less bright, they don't necessarily seem farther away.
Yeah,
when I look at
they all
them.
seem like they're like the way I described it. Looking through my binoculars, it was like a quilt of stars. But
There you go.
to the depth thing, in the sense that when it's so many city lights on and everything, and you see a star here and a star there, your brain can't even pretend to make up patterns. Versus like once you see like a whole fucking night sky of stars, like it's almost like a story unfolds. I don't know, but there's like super depth there. Like there really is, and it comes from having more information, because it damn sure doesn't look like what you would have expected it to look if you've never seen it before, because of the way they show you because of all the propaganda. Or you probably had a Windows 98 and the screen saying things like but when you actually see stars, you're like, holy shit, what?
Nah, Eli, that's what's so funny you say that. That's what I was saying, is like the real sky is the coolest wallpaper ever. Like what, it's just, depending on the situation, throwing a little lightning in there. Oh snap. yeah, it was a really cool. It was a really cool setting that I had the other night. So, but yeah, no, it's just interesting to go out and really observe because it doesn't really look like what they say. And like you said, it looked like a quilt. I was going to say the wallpaper. It looks like a wallpaper, not necessarily digital or anything like that. It just looks like it's kind of on the same layer, I guess.
That's exactly what it looks like. I can't believe. You know what? Seeing is that it wasn't until I got a pair of binoculars because I live in the city, so I had to wait
Yeah,
for the
same.
planetary alignment, and then it's like you don't see the stars until you pull out the binoculars, and you're like, oh, there are stars there. I just can't see them with my naked eyes right now because the light pollution. But like when
Yeah.
you see them grouped up, you're like, holy shit!
Yeah.
They don't look one like a billions and another one trillions, and there's one here and here. It's like, nah, that all pretty much looks like the sky is like kind of right there.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, bro. Yeah, last night, like Mars had a star that was right next to it, and so it's just, yeah, it's really interesting stuff. It does make you wonder because I had this app on my phone called Sky Guide, and bro, it's just crazy. You can click on any star, anything, it'll give you tons of information, and it just makes me wonder how we came up with all this stuff about these stars. Oh, this one's named this, and it's just the depth that they've gone with this stuff is crazy to me. It does make you wonder how they did that. I'll give you some examples. Let me just go on the app and I'll post some of the examples of what they'll say. Good night, Travolta. Also, I noticed this today too. Let me post this. I took a picture of a satellite dish. Look at this rusty old thing. It made me think. I just walked by. I was like, hold up. They put this janky old thing up one time. Ain't nobody coming out to adjust it. It's not aimed at any satellite dishes in space or anything like. They talk about like, oh, it's got to be perfectly aligned with the geosynchronous satellites or whatever. It's like this motherfucker ain't lined up for nothing. Okay, this thing. You look at. I went to the back and looked at the like kind of adjustment stuff. It's like, well, there's like one rod that you can maybe tighten up, maybe change an angle or two. No one's come. They set it up, and no one's coming out to make any adjustments ever. Come on, man. Are we really talking about this is on a globe that needs to be connected to some satellite in space? Let's be real here. But yeah, just thought that was funny.
Naturally, it's pointed at the tower somewhere, and just needs to be pointed generally in the direction of the tower.
I mean, you would think that if we were hurling through space, that these things would maybe need to be like electronic, and they would move around a little bit, maybe sync up, not some rusty old pipe that some old handyman came out, set up, and forgot about. It's like, but anyway,
The problems globers have is they look at things like radio telescopes, which are pointed up, and they're like, oh, see, it's pointed up at the satellites. No, it's not being used for that purpose. It's being used as a radio telescope. When you see them mounted like you're showing, that's when they're actually being used for generally commercial uses, and they're just pointed at big antennas that are broadcasting the signals.
Like that funky meme Matthew used to always post. Has like the photoshopped satellites pointing up, like in some slum-looking city.
Yeah. He's like, oh, but they're all perfectly aligned from. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Like Matthew, that's objectively photoshopped. Look, they're all the same exact satellite, just smaller and smaller.
Oh man.
Well, confirmation bias will make it grasp onto the straw.
Man, it's like when you first get into flat Earth, you begin to think, "Oh man, there's so much stuff to look into." But 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 once you see enough, your psychology and or your like the whole you begin to see patterns, and then you begin to realize, oh, this is all resultant of just a few behaviors, actually. Like everything. It's like, wow, just a few decisions. Um, I was watching Witset's debate tonight. It's very interesting because what do Globers do? They they take they take a position that you don't hold, like some misinterpretation, and they ram it through, and then you realize, oh wait, that's actually the world that you would fight for. Let me give you an example. So when Witsit was talking about, well, property and contracts, and you agreeing to serve someone until you've paid up your debt, and the guy is like, oh yeah, what about foreigners that are buying slaves? Well, I mean, sounded to me like Americans who go somewhere else at poorer countries to find some of the most beautiful women to bring them back here, not against their will. I mean, because just look at Melania Trump. You would have these liberals that would say, "Oh my gosh, she's so dumb, she's so this, she's so that." Well, that's what it looks like. A person who is chosen, right, for whatever gain that they personally feel in their life. Like there are people who choose to submit to others specifically because of whatever gain that they want. But this is the me, because I'm like probably lost you guys. The point that I'm trying to make is the guy is talking about all of the slavery is wrong and this, that, and the third. Property. He's like, it property, slave, isn't that bad? And it's like, well, if that's your only point, sir, I hope you don't have a job, because if you look at your employer's taxes or the company's taxes, guess what? You and all of your friends are listed as a liability. Right? So the bottom line is, if you hate slavery from the Bible so much, stop fucking going to work and build a business of your own. But then you would be putting people into slavery because they would be contractually in agreement with you. So, Bible haters. I don't know. You think the world is vastly different 2,000 years later, and shit's probably just been the same all this time. Just a couple of idiots just lying, and everybody else being tricked because they don't have any time to really look into anything. And just a few people who are like, hold up, there's fire. Anybody gonna put that out? I don't know. Hope that rant was some kind of cohesive. My bad, y'all.
Well, it is interesting that that gap is sometimes needed for people. I wonder why. I know how much it impacted me, but I didn't need the break. But I know some people really needed it. The cocoa was a big thing for people. How many people just recently got into this flat Earth stuff? I'm sure the cocoa was a big part of that. They had time to sit at home and do some research. Before that, everyone's ripping around and zipping and going to work and this, that, and the other. And they don't have time to maybe kind of do some research here and there. Some people don't need, they're already sort of hip to certain narratives being, fishy and whatnot. and so we were already keen. But yeah, some people need time to contemplate, maybe sit back and think about it. So that's definitely a common trend. Time. I mean, think about it. How many years have you yourself, whoever's listening, how many years have you been in this debate, this conversation? For me, 2017 was the first year I joined, so this is coming up on 6 years. So it takes time. You got to give people some room. That gap, like Eli was talking about, that they need a little bit of time to digest, sit back, contemplate whatever they need to do. You know, for me, I heard the topic flat Earth. What? Start bringing it up to friends, friends, and so on. They boot me right out of the flat Earth, the globe Earth camp, and I go sit in the back of the Nathan Oakley class for a little while, take some notes, and after all those times, every single live feed, he'd be like, click the link, and eventually I clicked the link, and some time later found myself here. And I'm sure that there's certain, you guys had your own little avenues, but the point is, it's not an overnight process. It takes a little bit of time. So
Right.
for those people that even, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was you saying that it's not a overnight process. It takes a while. That's the see. And I'm gonna like because of what I do now. It's hard to get away from the financial analogies and stuff. But it's like, what's the last thing you just said? I just forgot that fast.
Yeah, I'd be like that too,
Facebook
bro.
notification distracted the fuck. I need to stop arguing with these Glovers online too. It's ridiculous.
Well, just how people need a gap, and like you take time. It's not an overnight process.
Oh, right. So the key to this life is knowing that things take time, which means you have to have a certain amount of faith to see a vision through. Vision being something that probably hasn't been done or hasn't happened or you haven't accomplished that you want to see accomplished. That shit takes time. You know what doesn't take time? Filling out an application to go work for someone. And people wonder why their quality of life is the way it is. Well, because you haven't taken control of it. You haven't decided what quality of life you actually want. And it's the same thing with information. You can't just, oh, okay, fine. You want to go to school and then get a paper next to your name. That's cool. But a person who's, has practical use for the skills that he's acquired over a course, he's gonna know way more than the person who's been sitting in school learning a whole bunch of shit he's gonna have to figure out. It has nothing to do with reality later on.
But I went to college.
People get really frustrated when they realize that working out is not just about the gym. You got to do that for your mind too. They get real pissed.
Well, they want it to be just for your body. They don't realize that how important the mind is. I tell that to people when it comes to boxing or sparring. I do a lot of sparring at the park, and people will be like, "Are you guys really fighting?" And it's like, no. But
question: You smoke, right, Creation Bear?
Yeah.
All right.
That's why I just lost my train of thought.
It's like, on one hand, I'm like, yo, if I can't just wait until tomorrow, then I have a problem. But at the same time, I'm still curious. I looked up what you can roll weed in other than papers. I ran out and it's too late to go to the store. And I'm like, yo, I've heard stories, but I'm not about to rip a piece of the Bible or one of these
Oh my
encyclopedias.
god!
That just seems like
Don't do
that
that.
just
You don't want the ink or anything. it's like
right.
Don't worry about rolling. Just punch a few holes in a Coke can and you're ready to go.
I was going to say, get a bong.
Bit harsh, but it'll work.
Yeah,
True. That is true.
That's hilarious.
I do have tape and I do have a bottle.
There you go.
Just go steal your neighbor's garden hose.
Wait, I got two. Okay. What about receipt paper? Is that thin enough?
No, bro. You don't want to use things with ink on it. That's not good for you.
No, not good for you. So even
And that
Rizzlers,
stuff has thermal in it as well. It's like thermal paper.
Yeah.
And even Rizzlers have chlorine in them. You want to avoid them as well. You want as natural paper as you can get.
Do you have Apple or potato?
Yeah, use an apple.
Use an apple? No, I don't fucking. Why don't I?
Or any type of fruit or something, bro. A little pear. Come on, shout out to the globe. Get a little pear going.
How do you explain that to me though? What would you do?
Take it like basically take a chopstick, because you know the apple has a little like bowl at the top, basically, right? So you would just take a chopstick and create an air chamber halfway down, and then halfway through the side to meet that hole. So that's your carburetor on the side, and then you've got your bowl at the top. It actually works pretty well. Learn that.
I don't know about you guys, but I just use a pipe these days.
well, you got to upgrade. We got some real devices out here for the food.
Yeah, apples and potatoes, mate. You guys are killing it.
There's this thing called a bong.
I'll just finish smoking the one I just rolled while you think about how you're going to roll one.
I rolled another one.
I have a vaporizer, so I'm just.
Yeah, I got one of those volcanoes, but I don't know if I really enjoy it too much.
Yeah, those are the
But in Australia, it's obviously illegal, but I've got a medical script, so it's pretty cool. I can take it with me on holidays. I sit out on the front patio with my volcano, and it's all good.
So you guys don't have no guns, but legal pot?
No, it's not. It's not legal. You've got to get them for it to be legal. You've got to go and get a script. Otherwise, no, it's not.
Yeah, but it's like medically legal, though, right?
Yeah, you still can't drive though. They got a lot of restrictions around driving. Like if they pull you up and test you, they do like a tongue scrape. You're still screwed.
Yeah, we get tested for marijuana and methamphetamines at your So we have booze buses, like I'd say like your road stops. Where what do they call your road stops? Where they're testing people, sobriety tests.
Sobriety tests.
Yeah, we have we call it a booze bus. And so it looks like a bus, and they're testing for booze, which is alcohol. So now they have booze and drug bus. So they test you. They do the breathalyzer for alcohol, and then they do a tongue scrape. It picks up the marijuana and the meth and any methamphetamines, but it doesn't pick up cocaine or anything like that. So,
but the problem is it doesn't pick up whether you're under the influence at the moment. It can pick you up a week later after you smoke.
That's right. Yeah,
that sucks.
So what they do is if you get a positive reading, they send it off to the lab, and then it may come back totally different. So you might have it in your system, but it's not affecting you, and they'll show up in the lab. So they'll go, okay, you can't drive home at the moment, and you may have to go to court, and then they'll send you a notice in the mail that says, all right, lab test came back negative, so you're in the clear. You go, oh fuck.
Wow. My son just went to court for it, and the judge let him off.
Yeah, I can. Yeah,
I was hoping the judge was going to. I thought the judge was going to rip him a new one, and the judge said, "Oh, you want to smoke bongs? Go right ahead. You want to smoke dope? Don't be a dope and drive. Just do it at home." you're free to go. And I was like, oh, wow, you didn't even rip him one.
They don't really have, as far as I'm aware, I mean, we have a legal medical program here, but as far as driving, they don't really have anything for that just yet. So
when I was in Colorado,
they did
a sobriety test on the side of the road when I was in Colorado.
What about tissue? Would tissue work?
No, dude.
I don't burn too fast.
Are you still trying to figure this out, Elijah? Come on, mate.
If you don't have a
tissue,
I'm listening to YouTube over you guys, bro. I don't know.
Roll a boulder.
I'll tell you what. On YouTube, Google other things to roll spliffs with apart from Rizzlers, and you might find an answer.
It literally said, okay,
tell a dude take a puff through his nose.
Bible pages, receipts, which I'm already sure is a bad one because it's like wax paper that when you burn it, that's not it.
But it's ink paper as well, so it's got ink built in.
Yeah. Some of them are like thermal too.
The blank pages in the back of the Bible, they're like, those are for you, my guys. I'm like, I'm not doing that.
Holy smokes, baby! Holy smoke!
Fuck yo!
Come on, you can make a little makeshift bottle. It's not that hard. You got a little Gatorade bottle or something. You can do that.
Oh, fuck me, man!
That's that high school shit.
How long does that take?
Come on,
might give me like a YouTube for the pop.
It's easy.
And you got to be the real typical stoner when you make your bong and go and steal your neighbour's garden hose, not yours.
Yes.
Just look up like bottle bowl or bottle.
Well, I also have a pen. Is there any? I mean, come on. I have household items here. I have. What's this called? Aluminum.
You got tinfoil?
Yes, I do.
Oh, you can make one all day with foil. A little one hitter.
That is true. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, use the pen as a guide to like keep around and kind of bend one end up a little bit, and then there you go.
Yeah, like a chopstick or a little wrap a chopstick or something.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy is that I actually cut back a lot. I'm probably not gonna smoke that often. So today was the day I decided, and I held on to this weed all day, and I said yes. I said I'm gonna go home tonight, and I said tonight I'm gonna smoke this weed because I'm gonna get up early and have a productive day tomorrow.
Well, fuck that plan, then, didn't you?
Psych.
Yeah, my mind was so on it. And then I'm like, no, I didn't come all the way to the house, and there's no.
Wait, don't you live in New York, bro? Ain't like the city that never sleeps. Go get some papers, bro. What are you talking
about? Yeah, I could. But then I gotta go.
He's like, nah, I'm not going nowhere, bro.
If I walk, it's like a 20-30 minute walk. If I take my bike, I have to take that down the elevator, and it's like, nah.
You actually sound like you don't need it.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
These are first world problems.
You're acting high, mate, already. All right, come on. Do you really need that a little bit more? Of course he does. Of course he does. Whatever it is, it's going to be a fucking mission. And we're there every step of the way from you, mate. No worries.
Yeah, it's like, I'm like, all right, I forget it. And then 2 seconds later, I'm like, really? Yeah, the water bottle bong seems the most simple.
Yep.
The most simple, and you won't, because of the water, it won't be as harsh as a pipe or anything else, mate. It is the best situation or solution to your situation. I would have thought. I mean, I've got Rizzlers everywhere, mate, and I can't help you, so I'm so sorry.
What? You keep saying that word. I don't even know what you're saying. What is that?
Rizzler's the brand.
Like rolling paper. You never heard of the
Rizzler? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I've heard that before. I think I've heard that.
We call them Rizzler, but that's not actually their name. Their name is Rilaqua. You notice at the end of the Rizzler, you've got a cross. It's supposed
to pronounce
the cross. Yeah, it's Rilaqua. It's French. They're French papers.
Really quite.
You learn something new every day, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's fucking useless, but yeah.
Aren't you, Flash, smoking your French papers?
They're all French, but yeah, if you look at the word Riz and then La and then cross.
Rilla quoi?
Francois.
No, oui.
What do you got there flying high? You got the tally hose, mate, or what?
No, the raw papers, little cardboard filters you can rip out. Man, when I was in Colorado, it was crazy. I was buying 3 gram blunts wrapped in like a tobacco leaf. It was awesome.
Well, already rolled.
Oh, yeah, you go into the shops over there, man. Like, Colorado was really good. Vegas was really good. It was a bit harder around LA to find shops. But, man, you had everything in there from, like, I could buy a packet of joints, like a packet of cigarettes. So I'd have my packet of joints for the day while I was walking around, and then you could get pre-rolled blunts.
California was crazy. Yep.
Yeah, like 2-3 gram pre-rolled blunts. You get wax, shatter, all the concentrates. You get chocolates, edibles. Like they got everything. It's insane. And like,
wow,
yeah, it depends.
When's that coming here?
Soon I hope. We started in Denver, and I walked into the shop, and like it's like a phone shop here, Tim, where they've got like all these boxes on the counter, and you can pull them up there on a cable, and you can open the lid, smell them, do all that stuff. And there's an iPad in front that says, whatever kush, and it's an indica or a sativa or a whatever. And then you just go up to the counter and say, yeah, I'll take 3 grams of that and a gram of that, and one of those blunts and a packet of joints, and off you go.
And price-wise?
Oh, much cheaper than here. They had a Easter sale. I bought a $35 ounce.
What?
Yeah.
It's like $200.
The fuck? But the fuck? A $35 ounce. Sorry, in English money, that's about 25 to 30 quid.
Yeah, I think you could buy like a 3 gram joint for like $5 or something like that over there.
That was in Colorado?
Yeah, Colorado, man. I was in Frisco,
man.
which is like a really small town, and I had 2 shops within walking distance of me, like one across the road and one next door.
And poor Elijah hasn't got one anywhere near him.
Best
Really?
bang for buck
Nothing in New York? You said what, that Central?
Best bang for buck is the backyard.
The backyard?
Oh, yeah. Plant them out there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think, what's his name? Battlemon used to talk about that all the time. I used to be jealous. I had a couple friends in the past, yeah. They showed me their little setup. Pretty neat.
If you live in a good climate, that's the way to go.
Yeah, it's too bad. I wish I had done that. But it's all good. We have a pretty cool... Ohio is very free. It's like Texas 2.0. So, we're allowed to do whatever we want here. Pretty much. That included. Except for grow.
Yeah, I was moving to Colorado from Australia. That was... I was going over there, and I had my last visa interviews in Melbourne. That's what happened. I sold everything where I lived. I organised a business in Colorado, put a deposit on it, organised a house, organised kids' schools, everything. And then we left Queensland in Australia, drove down to Victoria for our last visa interviews, and then the COVID situation hit. They closed the American embassy, and I got stuck in Australia and lost half my money.
Bro, the COVID thing, or the Coco thing was just crazy for everybody. Like, it doesn't matter how you spin it. That was nuts. And
Are you still moving? Are you still able to move, or is that fucked up now?
I probably could again now, but I'd have to start the process all over again. And it is difficult because because you're leaving Australia, Australia won't loan you any money. And because you're not an American citizen, America won't loan you any money. So you need a couple of million cash to do it.
Yeah. Shame, buddy.
You have to buy a business in the US. So you got two options. You can buy a business worth over 100,000 with one employee full time, and that gives you like a visa status where you've got to renew all the time, every 3 to 5 years, I think it is. But you still can't loan money or anything because you don't have that green card or you're not a citizen. And then you can spend over $1 million on the business and have 10 full-time American employees. You have to hold that status for 3 years and then they'll give you a green card. So the $1 million isn't the problem. It's finding a business big enough that's got 10 employees, because you go that way and you're looking at a lot more than $1 million to have 10 employees.
Well, good luck with that, whatever you're doing, man. It sucks to hear about what happened. We all kind of dealt with some stuff during the Coco era, so it's unfortunate, but
yep.
Hopefully things have been relaxed since then.
Oh yeah, no, it's been all good.
We sure have here. Like I said,
we moved to a ski town here, and it's been pretty good. But I'm going to sell up here and cash in, and go back up to Queensland for a while, where I'm from.
Nothing wrong with that.
Elijah, how you doing? You figured it out yet?
Yeah, I may as well just play some Call of Duty and go to sleep. Store will be open early in the morning.
Oh my god! Yeah, well, that's fair. That's fair. A little wake and bake, some proper papers.
Yeah.
Or whatever you do. Oh man, slacking over here.
It's just absolute. I will not allow laziness of all things to have me smoking Bible papers.
Hell no.
I'll be back over there though. I'm going to do a trip around the world in about a year or so. I think I want to go to Europe. I want to go back to the US. I want to go hang out in Greece for a while, and yeah, so I'm going to do a big trip probably next year, I'd say.
Good stuff, man. Stay in touch for that. I'm trying to hook up if you're around the way.
Yeah, 100%.
I don't know where I'll be living this time next year, but wherever I am, hopefully you'll be passing. I might be living in Jamaica this time next year, so who fucking knows?
That's specific. Why Jamaica?
One, I won't have any problems like buying weed because I can just fucking grow it in my back garden. Two, the price of land and property out there is fucking ridiculous. And third of all, it'd be quite easy for me to build other properties out there and, Airbnb them and rent them out during the holiday seasons and stuff. So.
Are there lots of Jamaicans in... Sorry?
Go on, is there lots of Jamaicans where?
I mean, elsewhere, do you find them in... Well, I guess I'm thinking of another accent than that I find in the UK area. It starts to kind of get influenced by this.
Yeah.
Other accent. I can't quite put my finger on.
Yeah, so we have a lot of Caribbean accents.
Caribbean.
Caribbean, or however you want to fucking pronounce it. I still don't know, and I'm 46. Caribbean.
Yeah, no,
Caribbean,
that's what I was thinking of. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to correct you. I was just, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah. Sorry, Trinidad and Spain. All of these different Caribbean countries have all, since the 1950s, they came over to England and whatnot. So we've got quite a big connection with a lot of Caribbean islands. Jamaica being one of them, and we've been highly influenced by reggae music, since the 70s anyway.
Okay. I love it. I'm a big fan of accents and stuff like that, and I watched some videos of how there's so many different dialects just in that area, just in the UK. It's like 20 different.
Yeah.
You go 20, 30 miles and the accent changes. Yeah.
Yeah. I really appreciate that about if you believe in the creator or whoever, whatever you're into. But like, I actually really appreciate that aspect that there's so much variety, and it's fun to like try different accents and stuff like that. I know some people who are super good at impressions. I was watching fights tonight, and there's a guy who does commentary on YouTube, and he'll do impressions of different characters, and he's very good at doing the different accents all over the world. And so I practice that too, and just it's just one thing I really appreciate that, and that's what I love about the server too. Is like all you guys, we all pile up, and I get to hear Jedi's accent and Sasha and Jorge and all these different people from all over. It's not something you typically get when you just go hang out at the coffee shop down the street. I'm hearing, my ears are getting better just by listening to like Sasha. Someone's like, "What did he just say?" I'm like, "All right, hold on, let me translate for you." I got it. All right, but I really like that part of life. And I've been given the like Ohio like weatherman pretty clean accent. I would say. I always wanted something else, but actually, I don't mind. I appreciate what I have, I guess. But it's like I appreciate that. I've also thought that about the weather. Thought that I always wondered like why don't we just all have great weather all the time? Why didn't the creator just make it like great, perfect weather all the time? But when I got back from California back to Ohio, just kind of realized like why the seasons are enjoyable. Like the seasons are kind of fun, even when it got down to like
it, man.
Yeah, it got down to like 25 degrees when I was in California, and when I got back, it was like 50 in the 50s, and I was like, man, this is cold. Like right when I got back, but then as the winter approached, it got down to like the 20s and whatnot pretty regularly, and I would just go on walks and just kind of enjoy the weather, and just try to become more of a polar bear and enjoy the weather. And 25, that's really not even that bad, to be honest with you. Sounds bad, but it's not that bad. But then we had a day that was like negative 37 this winter. That was crazy. It was just one day, I think. But just you can really appreciate the different climates. But then like what we do have some such harsh elements though. You go to different places and it's not just 25, okay, it's nice. It's like it's brutal. So I do wonder why either it's why are the people forming there, or why did like the creator make such places that are like such barely inhabitable places? Inhabitable, but like just barely. Like what the hell, man? Why can't we just all have I'm sure when you guys put your climate on in your house or whatever, you just set it on a nice temperature and just leave it. Like I
don't put it on some rain.
Go ahead, sorry, you cut out what?
No, I definitely don't put my air conditioning onto rain or anything like that. It's a nice
exactly.
But I guess, I mean, if you're going to be fucking pedantic about it, mate, we need rain for shit to grow.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's funny, I just
some people suffer quite badly with seasonal affective disorder as well. So, say for people like really high north, when they get like really dark winters or something, really kind of affects them and makes them, depressed and shit like that. So we definitely need the sun, and we definitely vitamin D, I think it is.
Yeah. I wonder how much that affects me as well, because I get, this always gets on me about this, but like the chemtrails or whatnot. I'm not trying to push this idea that there's chemicals being sprayed, but if you observe what they're doing, in some instances, there's certain lines being laid across the sky in the path of the sun, and then those little trails of whatever will dissipate and become hazy and they scatter and they block out the sun, and that like pisses. It used to piss me off a lot. Like, dude, what the hell? It was like totally clear all day, and then now it's a hazy piss mess all in the sky, and I can't even see the sun because you guys have just been spraying all day. It's like, okay, what the hell, God?
You know, it's just interesting that you say that. So it's just gone past 6 o'clock in the morning and the sun's just come up, and I can count the amount of chemtrails that are across the sky because I'm watching.
Yeah, dude, it's like
there's 5 out there
that's so
already.
annoying, dude. And I don't know. I'm not trying to say what they're doing. I don't know. I don't know. And even some people will say it's just a normal phenomenon or whatever. A couple girls I dated were like, no, it's just ice crystals. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? It's not like, dude. Anyway,
say something else I've heard about chemtrails. So I've heard all of these things: aluminium, barium. They're doing this, that, and the other. One thing I heard a couple of weeks ago, which I hadn't heard before, is it's to help with the mapping of the theatre of war.
No.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
spraying?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with?
So you can make the atmosphere thicker. Obviously, you put stuff in the atmosphere, and with the technology that they use to kind of draw the battlefield or the theatre of war, this thickness of air helps them draw the battlefield, so they have more battlefield control. Now, I'm one of these people who loves to say, one stone for as many fucking birds as you can. So
yeah,
there's more than one reason why they spray shit in the sky. But this I hadn't heard of before, and I'd only come across it a couple of weeks ago, and I found it really, really interesting. Because they also put it into context with Project Bluebeam. So they make the air thicker, and they put chemicals in the sky, so it's easier for them to project holograms into the sky and use it like some kind of TV screen.
Okay, that makes sense too. Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine there's a lot of things. You said like 20 birds with one stone, or was that you who've been saying? I've been hearing somebody say that recently. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. I've been hearing. Yeah, so you're right. I don't think it's just the sun thing. It's probably many things, but I don't know. I like a good clear day, and who's in charge of that? Who's saying go out there and start covering up the sky? Like don't you live here with us, man? What the hell?
Apparently, if you've got a wedding or some kind of outdoor event, you can go to a company, pay X amount of thousands of pounds or dollars or whatever, and you can have a clear sky for the day if you pay for it.
Yeah, if I was rich, loaded, I would just go move somewhere and no bad days ever. But yeah, that is wild.
My partner returned from Jamaica a couple of weeks ago. She gave me some photographs of black chemtrails that she took while she was in the air. So chemtrails that have come out of, I think she took about 4 or 5 pictures of different chemtrails that have come out of different airplanes, and they were all black chemtrails.
Ew.
Would you share those with us, Jedi, please?
What? Say that again?
If you can, will you share those with us?
I'll see if I can. Yeah, they'll be on my WhatsApp. I'll find them for you.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, man, dude, it's just, it makes you, they're putting stuff in the water, who knows what's in the air. I don't even drink the freaking water that's in the tap. I'm fortunate enough to have a source of water, a water source that it's clean and, not just bottled plastic water. I probably get the best water I can get around here, which is really nice. So I'm glad. But what the hell, man? They put stuff in the water, fluoride. Here, we'll put fluoride in here for you. It'll be good for your teeth. It's like, no, I'll be in charge of that. Thank you very much. I don't need you putting medicines and drugs and things in my water or the air or my food.
How are they controlling dosage?
Like, that's what's just part of what's frustrating is just everything's tainted. Even like the food that we eat, the air that we breathe, the water that we drink. You can't even just drink out of the tap water. At least,
well,
I wouldn't.
Mate, it gets even
even scarier when you start looking at the type of materials that are used to contain the water. So it's not just the water itself; it's the fucking bottle.
And then it just goes way downhill from there.
If you look deep enough, you'll find that you are surrounded by poison.
Yeah. It's amazing how I'm not sure what the word I'm looking for is. Our body resilient our bodies are. Look at you can look at these old people, certain old people. They've never been to Whole Foods or an organic food store. They just eat the same GMO garbage 100 years and smoke or whatever. The body somehow it can handle a lot of thrashing for a long time. Not saying that I encourage that, and people are actually very conscious about drinking water that's extremely clean and trying to do things that are healthy for you. But yeah, it is amazing how the body is very resilient. You can just eat Doritos for 100 years and be fine. It's like
I know exactly what you're saying. It is crazy.
It is very impressive, but then you have some people who can't. They eat peanut butter and die. It's like I don't know. It's weird. My only, we don't really talk about diet that much, but my only dietary issue that I've ever had has been not being able to eat enough to gain some weight. It's just crazy, bro.
Yeah.
I think the most I've ever been is like 170 pounds. And I was getting jacked. I was feeling pretty good, but I've never really been past that. So that's been my only struggle. But everyone has their own struggle in their own way, don't they? Some people are going uphill, some people are going downhill.
So true. Yeah, I've had the same problem with packing on mass or weight.
And I'm sure some people struggle with losing weight and stuff like that. So I don't even know how we got to this. I'm just kind of all over the place here, but
some people struggle with defining what weight is.
It's funny that came up is because I've been thinking about incorporating that more often. I use the height argument because people don't understand how important a measurement is. It's like if you ask someone how much weight. If you guys are familiar with Kevin Samuels, I kind of stumbled upon him recently. I wasn't familiar with him. He's passed now. Yeah, so rest in peace. But I wasn't really familiar with him when he was really doing his thing. But he'll ask people, what is your age? What is your dress size? And what is your how much do you weigh, or how much have you the last time you weighed yourself, how much were you, or whatever, something like that.
Yeah.
And it's like his 3 points, right? It's like his 3 points. And if you haven't taken the measurement, how do you know what it is? And then he says he's an image consultant. So some girls, they'll lie. They'll be like, "Oh, I'm a dress size 2." And you can see just looking at her, you're like, "You ain't no 2." So it's like what measurement did you take to get that? And so this is the same mentality. I've kind of thought about incorporating that with ballers. I think about height. I'm like, they'll be like, "Well, why do you believe in this flat earth stuff?" I'm just like, "Well, that'd be like me asking you, why do you believe how tall you are?" "Oh, well, why? I don't believe that I know how tall I am." Well, yeah, you know, because there's measurements of it in some way or shape or form. So that's how we know the earth is flat, because it measures that way. And so some people get that, some people don't. Then there's the idea of weight. Well, how much do you weigh? Or I've thought of this, I haven't really brought it up that much on the live stream, because I've presented the idea of doing a flat earth after dark, or some type of adult swim version. But it's a little vulgar, but I think it is pretty helpful, because they talk about calculation so often, right? How well I can just calculate this thing. Say you and a girl are just flirting or whatever, and she's like, how much you packing? And you're like, well, according to my calculations. It's like, well, I calculated. She's gonna be like, bro, what are you talking about? You calculated.
I measured the shadow, you see. Did some calculations.
Exactly. That's hilarious. I measured some shadow. I measured the shadow. Yeah, let me there's a meme for that. Someone let me post that meme.
Nice.
But they just that hopefully will help them see the importance of measurements versus calculations. Of course you can I don't even know how you would calculate that, but I'm assuming you could make up some calculations and put a number there. But
some guy a long time ago figured it out.
She's gonna be like, well, so is that true? Or like, I got a tape measure. You want to find out?
We can't observe it directly; it's too big. So
it's refracted.
Just have to use shadow angles at noon.
I calculated it on the disappointment of my last 3 girlfriends' faces.
Refracted dick.
Oh dear. It's bigger than it appears to be.
It appears bigger than it is. It's refracted.
Mm-hmm.
It's more oblique.
A little chubby.
Slightly pear-shaped. It is Ron.
Sorry, let me post that meme. I got distracted. It's the Eratosthenes meme. It goes, how tall are you, bro? And he takes a picture of his shadow. So she'd be like, how big are you, bro? And he like just takes a picture of his shadow of his his refracted Johnson.
Hold on. Where's the meme of the flat Earth shadow across the moon? If the Earth was flat, then we get this shadow across the moon. Where's that one? That's my deck.
God. What made you even? Oh my God! I was gonna say, what made you think of that? But that's hilarious. Don't make me post my meme that I made, thinking that the ground makes shadows in the sky. Yeah, I mean, I don't really bring that joke up that much, but I think it's a funny one. You guys are welcome to use that, but it just, you have to be a little, beat around the bush a little bit with that, no pun intended, but, it just shows that, of course, you can calculate things, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's what it is, According to the average, okay, so what? That just, that doesn't verify what's really going on. So
my shoe size is 13. There you go.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I don't. That's funny you brought that up too. So I was thinking like, well, according to my shoe size, it's like, but then so what?
I've used your shoe size one before. That's a good one.
Actually, I have a web. I'm not gonna say this, but I'm gonna type it in the chat. There's a website. There's a website you can find out what percentile you were in. Kind of funny.
Have you seen like the girlfriend boyfriend expectancy calculator thing?
Hi, what's this?
It's like the odds a girl's gonna get like the one guy that she wants. Based on her current situation.
It's called the delusional calculator. It's called the delusional calculator.
I've seen that.
Yeah, those are hilarious. That is hilarious. Because they all want some like 1% guy. And, he has to be. There's like a podcast of these girls that made like a song out of it. He need a big house. He need a big dick. He need a big pool. It's like they were just going off, right? He need a business. He need a big house. He need 2 cars. It's like, dude, you're talking about like a 1% guy. Okay, that's fine that you want that, but Everybody wants that. Okay, if he's meeting that criteria, he's meeting everybody's criteria, right? So why is he picking you?
Exactly.
But yeah, that's why it's called a delusional calculator, because sometimes the results have been zero. There was a girl who got 0% for her results. She was looking for a 0% guy. So
He does not exist.
Literally doesn't exist. Needs to make, $1 million a year. Needs to be. It's just crazy, bro. It's wild. I'll see if I can find that one, actually. And that one's based off of Census Bureau of Statistics, as far as I'm aware.
Could we do that same type of thing, but with like if the Earth, like a globe expectancy calculator, like keep just crunching away the numbers of like all the different things that make it not a ball, and at the end it'll be 0% proof that it's a ball.
Sorry, I was just getting the link for the calculator. The website, it's called igotstandardsbro.com. But what were you saying?
Oh, I was just trying to tie that into like a calculator that calculates all the things that like they go against it, the Earth being a globe, and so it's like for someone trying to calculate a globe, but it's just not working. I'm just running I'm doing a bit in my. I should be doing it in my head out loud.
Oh no! I'm glad you kind of did put that out there, because that's really interesting. How we could turn it into flat Earth somehow. Like, I don't know right off the bat how we would spin it, but I'm sure we could work through it. That's actually pretty funny, because basically the way it works, for anyone out there that's not familiar, I dropped a link. Maybe just click. I'll just open it up. But from what I know is, it'll ask you, how much do you want your partner to make? How tall do you want them to be? Can they be married? What race? So on and so forth. It's only a few questions, right? And based off what you choose, that percentage of you finding that partner will show up. So it's like, how could we turn that into a flat Earth version where, do you know what the radius is, yes or no? And then we'd have to incorporate certain values to these things. I don't make programs like that, but I'm sure there's somebody out there that would be really, really good at that.
And especially when you know that the answer is going to be 0% at the end.
Well, no, it's like, I guess it would be more like, how much do you know? Like, how delusional are you about what you believe? As kind of what I'm thinking. It's like,
so you think your house is moving right now?
Yeah, there you go. Do you think your house is moving? Yes or no? That's like, well, that's actually the value on that one would have to be funny, because it's like, if you think it is moving, I would say you're pretty delusional, right? But then, according to the test, it's like, if you say no, then you do believe in the globe in other ways, then you're also delusional, because you have like an inconsistent